The polar glaciers stretched endlessly, resembling the spine of a colossal dragon. A heavily armed snow vehicle sped across the vast icy expanse, heading deeper toward the heart of the pole. Inside the vehicle, two fully armed soldiers flanked a young man. This college student, named Xu Yuan, had been playing video games in his dorm just 2 days prior when soldiers kicked down his door and forcibly took him away. There was not even the most basic explanation. Over the past 2 days, Xu Yuan had been shuttled between cars, planes, ships, and finally this snow vehicle. Pulling the military coat tighter around him for warmth, he repeatedly questioned their destination, but the soldiers beside him remained silent, ignoring his inquiries except to hand him a few pieces of warm clothing. Even the driver wore an impassive, businesslike expression. Suddenly, a sprawling complex emerged from the polar expanse, stretching for miles like a miniature city. Heavy weaponry was stationed at every corner, and armed soldiers patrolled in groups. This polar fortress, built with immense manpower and resources, was nothing short of awe-inspiring. To Xu Yuan's surprise, awaiting him was a frail-looking elderly man with white hair and beard, but with eyes that shone sharply. Accompanied by two armed soldiers, the old man scrutinized Xu Yuan carefully before motioning for him to follow. Compared to the soldiers, the elderly man seemed far more approachable. Inside the research facility, people in white lab coats bustled about. A burly man named Zheng Fei shook Xu Yuan's hand with surprising strength, expressing great excitement about his arrival. He claimed the entire research institute had been waiting for this moment. Professor Qin slid a thick confidentiality agreement in front of Xu Yuan. At Zheng Fei's suggestion, Xu Yuan signed it without reading the contents. Then, Professor Qin revealed a shocking truth. Mythical creatures from ancient texts like the Classic of Mountains and Seas, the Baizhe, the nine-tailed fox, from illustrations of marine creatures, the sea monk, the fish-transforming deer, and from the bird manual, the hoopoe and the silver pheasant. All of these fantastical beings actually exist in the world. Even more astonishing was the discovery of an ice dragon near the pole. Xu Yuan's mission was to assist in its capture. Faced with such an absurd claim, Xu Yuan, a product of 9 years of compulsory education, erupted in anger, accusing them of abducting him without cause and leaving his classmates to assume he was some kind of criminal. Professor Chen, unfazed, sipped his tea calmly and led Xu Yuan to the observation room. Along the way, he explained in detail about similar research facilities in places like the Kunlun Mountains and Shenangjia, as well as the distribution of international forces in the polar regions. According to an agreement, if the ice dragon was not captured within 2 months, other countries would have the right to intervene. Finally, Professor Chen remarked meaningfully, "You're not ordinary. You're part of the Xu family, and your family possesses a unique ability. Your father has done a remarkable job protecting you, but we've been searching for you for a long time." Xu Yuan's gaze met Professor Chen's, his eyes revealing a mix of emotions. As his father was mentioned, a wave of longing surged in his heart. Professor Chen turned around and said calmly, "You'll see him in the future. Let's go for now." As they walked, he explained that the exotic creatures discovered in public areas like the Arctic are under national protection for 400 days. After this period, people from other countries can participate in their capture. Xu Yuan, puzzled, asked, "Why are they capturing dragons?" Professor Chen simply smiled mysteriously and said he would explain later. Still confused, Xu Yuan pressed further, "I don't even understand what you mean by our family's methods. How can you be so sure I'll be able to?" Professor Chen stopped in his tracks and replied seriously, "As long as you are your father's biological son, you absolutely will." He paused, seemingly lost in thought, then asked, "Why? Is there some sort of hidden ethical issue in your family?" Xu Yuan scratched his head and responded, "I don't think so. I have no idea what my dad does, but as far as I can remember, my mom has always been proud of him." Professor Chen nodded, and Zheng Fei, standing nearby, clicked his tongue and remarked, "Your dad is quite an extraordinary person. But we'll talk about that later." The three of them arrived at an elevator. Two fully armed soldiers immediately straightened up and saluted. "Professor Chen, Captain Zheng." Professor Chen waved them off and asked, "Who's in the observation room now?" "General Zhao is." Xu Yuan froze for a moment, thinking to himself that this was a high-ranking officer he would never have imagined meeting in his lifetime. The elevator descended swiftly, and when the doors opened, the first thing that caught Xu Yuan's eye was a massive screen. On the screen, a silver-white dragon lay coiled atop dazzling ice crystals. Its shimmering scales gleamed like gemstones, breathtakingly radiant. Even through the screen, the ancient and mysterious creature exuded an aura of majesty. Xu Yuan stared in awe, his heart filled with reverence. This was the spiritual totem unique to his country, the dragon described in myths and legends. In front of the enormous screen, countless researchers in white coats were busy at work. Below the screen stood a tall and upright military officer with his hands clasped behind his back. Hearing Professor Chen's voice from behind, he turned around. "General Zhao, I've brought him," Professor Chen announced. Upon seeing them, Zhao Tianming extended his hand. "Xu Yuan, Nice to meet you. I'm Lieutenant General Zhao Tianming of the Army. Xu Yuan hurried forward to shake his hand, feeling both nervous and respectful. Hello, General Zhao. With a smile, Zhao Tianming turned to Professor Chun and asked, has the kid signed the confidentiality agreement? He has. Just earlier, he was yelling at me. Professor Chen replied, glancing at Xu Yuan, who looked slightly embarrassed. He had indeed been overly emotional earlier after all. Who wouldn't be overwhelmed after hearing such things, especially with 9 years of compulsory education ingrained in them? Zhao Tianming chuckled and said, newcomers are always like that. The rookies over at Shenangjia even accused us of being scammers. With that, he called over a researcher carrying a stack of documents. Shaoli, prepare an ID badge for Xu Yuan, get him a few sets of clothes in his size, and assign him to the empty room next to Zheng Fei's dorm. Shaoli gave a crisp military salute, quickly glanced at Xu Yuan, and seemed to memorize his measurements instantly. Once these matters were settled, Zhao Tianming pointed to a room not far away. Let's go. It's time to get down to business. Still full of questions, Xu Yuan could only follow silently behind the group. The room opened, revealing a blinding expanse of white, as if this space didn't belong to the world. Zheng Fei, it's your turn to perform, Zhao Tianming signaled to Zheng Fei with a glance. Got it, Zheng Fei replied, quickly shedding his jacket and pants to reveal a tight black bodysuit underneath. He stepped forward, turned to Xu Yuan, and said, Xu Yuan, watch closely. With that, he slowly closed his eyes. Beast transformation, Zheng Fei roared, his eyes snapping open as a bright yellow light burst from his once black pupils. His body rapidly expanded, horns sprouting from his head, and his hands morphing into tiger-like claws. With a whoosh, a pair of white wings unfurled from his back. A sharp crack followed as a hairless tail extended behind him, producing a crisp sonic boom. In this moment, Zheng Fei had transformed into a strange creature, his facial features still recognizable as his own, but all other human traits had vanished. His voice deepened and resonated like distant thunder as he looked down at Xu Yuan and declared, Xu Yuan, this is my beast form. Let me reintroduce myself. I am a beast tamer, Zheng Fei. The beast I transform into is called Qiongqi. His powerful voice reverberated in Xu Yuan's ears like rolling thunder. Xu Yuan stood frozen, his mind reeling with disbelief, as if time itself had stopped. Behind him, Zhao Tianming and Professor Chen exchanged knowing smiles. It was a long moment before Xu Yuan finally snapped out of his shock. By then, Zheng Fei had already reverted to his human form and was leisurely putting his clothes back on. Professor Chen, holding a cup of water, broke the silence. This is why we had you sign the confidentiality agreement, and also the reason we brought you here. Some individuals with special bloodlines possess the ability to transform rare mythical beasts into their own power. However, there are also ordinary people born with this gift. It's an innate talent that cannot be acquired through any means. Your Xu family has historically possessed the ability to tame dragons. While others are called beast tamers, Xu Yuan, you are different. If you can master that ice dragon, you will be the only dragon tamer in the nation. As Xu Yuan blinked blankly, still processing everything, Zhao Tianming added, beast tamers are a critical resource for our country's strength. Not just here, nations around the world have hundreds, even thousands, of beast tamers. The power of a nation's beast tamers determines its international standing and influence. Xu Yuan, if you can capture and tame that ice dragon, you will become the ace among beast tamers, standing at the top of the world. That's enough for today, Zhao Tianming concluded. You've been traveling to the Arctic for 2 days straight. You must be exhausted. Zheng Fei, take him to rest. Zheng Fei immediately saluted. Understood, sir. On the way to the rest area, Xu Yuan followed silently behind Zheng Fei, lost in thought. Everything that had happened today had completely upended his understanding of the world. The education he'd received all his life now seemed so shallow and insignificant in comparison. Zheng Fei, understanding Xu Yuan's inner turmoil, wisely refrained from speaking. After wandering through the facility, they eventually arrived at a room. Zheng Fei stopped in front of a door with Xu Yuan's name and photo displayed on the wall beside it. Pointing to the room, Zheng Fei said, Xu Yuan, this is your room. I'm right next door. If you need help or have any questions, feel free to come find me. Brother Zheng, Xu Yuan said, lifting his head with a complicated expression. Now that I know all this, does it mean I can never go back to my old life? Zheng Fei turned to face him and nodded solemnly. Yes, I can't say whether you're lucky or unlucky. There are tens of thousands of soldiers stationed here, and almost none of them would refuse the chance to become a beast tamer. It's an honor. But becoming a beast tamer also means you'll bear far greater responsibilities, endure more hardships, and face life-threatening dangers. What if I refuse? Xu Yuan asked, frowning. Will you kill me? No, Zheng Fei replied, shaking his head. But your life would be spent under constant surveillance. Essentially, you'd be imprisoned. You wouldn't be allowed to interact with anyone else. It's happened before. Xu Yuan's face twisted with bitterness. So it's like I've boarded a pirate ship and can't get off. That's one way to put it, Zhang Fei said with a sigh. But Xu Yuan, your father was part of this world too, so this is your destiny. I see. Thank you, brother Zhang, Xu Yuan said as he pushed open the door and stepped inside. Zhang Fei watched him go, then glanced at the photo of Xu Yuan on the wall before letting out a sigh. Turning around, he headed back to his own room. 2 days later. During these 2 days, Xu Yuan had barely left his room, except for meals and making wishes. During this time, Professor Qin visited once and brought Xu Yuan some materials about beast tamers. Zhang Fei tried several times to take Xu Yuan out for a walk, but Professor Qin stopped him every time. They all understood that Xu Yuan needed time to process the information that had shattered his understanding of the world. Knock, knock. The sound of knocking on the door broke the silence. Xu Yuan, who was buried in reading at his desk, lifted his head and walked over to open the door. Zhang Fei stood at the doorway with a big grin on his face. Xu Yuan, the weather's great today. It's polar night outside, want to go for a walk? Polar night? Are there auroras? Xu Yuan immediately perked up upon hearing this. Spending the past 2 days in the room poring over materials had been unbearably dull. The polar night combined with auroras sounded like the perfect escape. He exclaimed excitedly. If the weather's good, there must be. Let's go, let's go. The tranquility of the polar night felt as though you could hear the universe breathing. The vast, boundless night sky was dotted with stars, and the dazzling auroras danced dreamily across the heavens. Mysterious ribbons of color stretched across the sky, making the entire expanse pulse with life. It's so beautiful. Xu Yuan, bundled up like a bear, finally showed a rare smile. Zhang Fei, on the other hand, was dressed quite lightly, wearing a snug black bodysuit underneath a regular spring-autumn jacket, seemingly unbothered by the cold. Beautiful, isn't it? Not everyone gets to see this, Zhang Fei said with a chuckle. He turned to Xu Yuan and asked, So, have you made up your mind? Taking a deep breath, Xu Yuan responded firmly, even though he still wasn't entirely sure what lay ahead. I've never been the academic type since I was a kid. I'm in. Good lad. Zhang Fei gave Xu Yuan a hearty slap on the back, so strong that Xu Yuan lost his balance and fell onto the ice with a thud. Oh crap, crap. Sorry. Zhang Fei quickly stepped forward to help him up, looking a bit embarrassed. Haha. I'm so used to being around my teammates that I forgot to control my strength. Xu Yuan didn't mind at all. Dusting the snow off himself, he laughed. Well then, brother Zhang, does this mean I should start calling you Captain Zhang? Zhang Fei quickly waved his hand. No, my team is full. Just keep calling me brother Zhang. The two chatted under the starry polar night. From Zhang Fei, Xu Yuan learned that there were 4 beast tamer teams stationed in the area, each consisting of 5 members. Each team was named after its captain, so Zhang Fei's team was called Team Zhang Fei. It's not surprising you've only met me so far. My team of 5 has been split into 3 groups for different missions. 2 of them are pretty far from here. You'd have to cross the entire Arctic continent to meet them. The other 2 are on the front lines. I was pulled back from the front lines to take care of you, so I've got a mission of my own too. Oh, by the way, there's another newcomer here in the Arctic besides you. She's a pretty girl, but she's a bit arrogant. I don't like her much, Zhang Fei added as he led Xu Yuan through the various twists and turns of the area. They ended up in a secluded corner. After checking to make sure no one was around, Zhang Fei pulled out a pack of cigarettes from Waknoshir, squatted down, lit one, and offered the pack to Xu Yuan. Smoking's not allowed in the research institute. I've been dying for one these past few days. Do you smoke? Want one? I picked it up back when I used to skip class to hang out in internet cafes, Xu Yuan replied, taking a cigarette and just about to light it when boom. A thunderous noise suddenly erupted, and the ice beneath their feet began to tremble violently. The intense vibrations seemed to surge up from the depths of the earth. Almost simultaneously, a piercing dragon's roar shattered the silence, and the aurora of the polar night vanished instantly. A fierce, bone-chilling wind swept in from the distance, so strong that it was almost impossible to stand upright. The icy gusts carried sharp snowflakes, slicing across the face like blades. Everything happened too quickly. Zhang Fei had barely taken a few puffs of his cigarette before the smoke disappeared without a trace. He tightly gripped Xu Yuan with one hand while pulling a walkie-talkie from his pocket with the other. Zhang Fei, the dragon has awakened. Zhao Tianming's agitated voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. What about Xu Yuan? Zhang Fei's expression turned grave in an instant. Without hesitation, he ordered, Get Xu Yuan to the front lines immediately. Move fast. Understood. After switching off the walkie-talkie, Zhang Fei grabbed Xu Yuan like a rag doll and dashed towards an armored vehicle. In just a couple of breaths, they reached the vehicle. Zhang Fei yanked the door open, tossed Xu Yuan inside, and climbed in himself. In one swift motion, he started the engine and sped off. On the streets of the research facility, soldiers and vehicles quickly made way. Despite its bulky appearance, the armored vehicle moved with surprising speed. Outside the windows, the howling wind reduced visibility to almost nothing. Zhang Fei said nothing, his eyes fixed firmly ahead as he drove at full throttle out of the research station. Brother Zhang, what do you mean by front lines? Xu Yuan asked, his face still numb from the biting wind, but beginning to recover. Still staring ahead, Zheng Fei explained. At the pole, every nation with a presence on the Arctic continent has stationed a few beast tamers there. They're all watching each other closely. The moment anything stirs at the pole, those guys will act in a fight could break out at any time. Xu Yuan, still puzzled, pressed further. But isn't that ice dragon under protection? Aren't other countries forbidden from making a move on it? Huh. They can't touch the dragon, but they'll do everything they can to stop us from capturing it. Zheng Fei's gaze was sharp, his demeanor now that of a seasoned warrior, a far cry from his earlier approachable persona. As the vehicle sped on, Xu Yuan felt as though they were heading straight into the heart of the storm. Oh my god, Xu Yuan exclaimed, staring wide-eyed out the window. In the swirling blizzard, a massive silver-white dragon soared through the sky, its glimmering scales reflecting the faint light. Each movement of its colossal body brought an even fiercer gust of wind. Since its discovery, this dragon had awakened 3 times over the past year. Zheng Fei explained that taming it had to be done while it was awake, otherwise, capturing it would be pointless. Fixing his gaze on the dragon above, Xu Yuan asked, "How am I supposed to tame it?" "Simple. Beat it into submission." Zheng Fei replied. "What? Me? Are you serious?" Xu Yuan stared at Zheng Fei in disbelief. Narrowing his eyes, Zheng Fei said firmly, "Don't worry, I'm here. Plus, I've got 2 team members waiting at the front lines. Our primary mission is to assist you in taming that dragon. Then why not just capture it first, and let me try taming it after it wakes up?" Xu Yuan asked, still confused. This time, Zheng Fei widened his eyes. "Dude, it's a dragon. Do you think it's that easy to handle? If it weren't for having you here, I wouldn't even have the confidence to face it head-on. But I have no idea what ability I could possibly use against it," Xu Yuan admitted after a brief pause. "Don't worry about that. Professor Chen says you can do it, so you can do it. I don't trust anyone else, but if Professor Chen says something, I believe it." Zheng Fei's tone was resolute. At the very center of the Arctic pole, amidst the frozen expanse, a deep, seemingly bottomless ice chasm had suddenly appeared. The ice dragon hovered above it, its immense power creating a tornado-like vortex within the chasm. Surrounding the ice hole was a scattered ring of domed structures, each bearing the flag of a different nation. The bright red flag of China fluttered violently in the stormy wind. Beneath it, 2 women stood, gazing up at the colossal creature that seemed to belong to another world. Behind them, a young girl peeked her head out. One of the women immediately scolded her. "Get back inside if you don't want to die." "Fine." The girl pouted, looking displeased, but obediently retreated. The armored vehicle screeched to a halt on the icy ground, leaving a trail of skid marks before stopping in front of one of the domed buildings. Zheng Fei, still holding Xu Yuan, practically leaped out of the car and sprinted towards the 2 women. "Tang Yun, what's the situation?" The long-haired woman, addressed as Tang Yun, turned and replied. "Captain, the storm's likely to last a bit longer. That dragon hasn't finished venting its temper from waking up." "Li Xian, Tang Yun, head back to the base and keep monitoring the situation," Zheng Fei instructed. "Yes, sir." Xu Yuan, still being carried by Zheng Fei, realized that without Zheng Fei's grip, the fierce winds would have swept him away in an instant. Inside the circular building, the minimalist furniture was arranged tastefully. Next to the spacious living room were 5 doors, each labeled with photos and names, clearly designed to accommodate a small team. Xu Yuan sat on the sofa, taking a long moment to catch his breath before slowly peeling off his heavy winter clothing. "Xu Yuan, let me introduce you to my team members," Zheng Fei said, gesturing toward a woman with shoulder-length hair. Tang Yun smiled gracefully and waved at Xu Yuan. "Hello, Xu Yuan. I've heard a lot about you." "Hello, Sister Tang Yun," Xu Yuan greeted her. Before he could say more, another woman with a ponytail plopped down beside him, resting her chin on her hand as she teased. "Hi, Xu Yuan. You can call me Sister Li Xian." Zheng Fei sighed helplessly. "Xu Yuan, stay away from this woman. She has a thing for college boys like you." "What?" Xu Yuan nearly jumped out of his seat, staring wide-eyed at Li Xian. "Brother Zheng, does she eat people?" "Not in that way," Li Xian said with a laugh, crossing her legs as she looked at Xu Yuan with amusement. "You're quite the funny little brother." Xu Yuan pursed his lips, thinking to himself, what a peculiar sister. Zheng Fei exhaled and continued. "This is the other newcomer I mentioned to you, the one joining us in the Arctic Sun Wanlin." Sun Wanlin, who appeared to be about the same age as Xu Yuan, stepped forward and extended a hand. "Hi, Xu Yuan. I'm Sun Wanlin, and one day, I'll be the #1 beast tamer." Hi. Nice to meet you," Xu Yuan replied, the corner of his mouth twitching. He thought silently. No wonder Zheng Fei said she was a bit arrogant. "All right, that's enough chit-chat. Time to get ready," Zheng Fei ordered. "Yes, sir." Tang Yun and Li Xian, both members of Zheng Fei's team, responded promptly. Their strength was likely formidable. Meanwhile, Sun Wanlin, like Xu Yuan, lacked beast-taming abilities and seemed like little more than a burden. Before long, The group of three emerged from their rooms, dressed in sleek black bodysuits layered with matching black vests. Bright red patches on their chests bore their national flag. Zheng Fei placed 2 additional red flag armbands on the table and retrieved 2 handguns from a nearby case. Put on the armbands. Each of you, take a gun. Xu Yuan blinked in confusion. Brother Zheng, I don't know how to use a gun. Besides, will this even work against that dragon? Of course not. This gun is for you to use on yourself if necessary, Li Xian said with a playful smile. If you don't want to die, just stick close to your sister. Sun Wanlin shot a glance at Xu Yuan and added flatly. Or, if you come across a foreign beast tamer who's incapacitated, you can use it to finish them off. Exactly, Zheng Fei affirmed with a nod. He turned to Li Xian. Li Xian, you're in charge of Xu Yuan's safety. Tang Yun, you take care of Sun Wanlin. Understood, Captain, the 3 women replied in unison. Outside, the fierce blizzard raged on, its immense power causing the base to tremble slightly. Zheng Fei, Tang Yun, and Li Xian stood outside, their thin clothing offering no protection against the bitter cold. Yet, they seemed unaffected, standing motionless as they gazed at the silver-white dragon in the sky. Inside, Xu Yuan and Sun Wanlin stayed by the window, watching the trio braving the elements. Aren't they cold? Xu Yuan finally blurted out after holding back for a while. Beast tamers, after all, had physical constitutions far beyond ordinary people, their strength closely tied to the beasts they controlled. Sun Wanlin remained expressionless, but politely answered Xu Yuan's question. Xu Yuan scratched his head, recalling the materials Professor Chun had given him, and realized he wasn't exactly cut out for studying. It had taken him a lot of effort just to get into a second-tier local university. Zheng Fei's team consisted of 3 men and 2 women, and to his surprise, the ones staying behind at the front line were the 2 women. The duration of the cold storm was unknown, until a loud dragon's roar pierced the air, abruptly halting the powerful tornado above the polar center. The massive dragon circling in the sky changed direction and swiftly dove into the icy cavern. Outside, Zheng Fei gestured to the 2 inside the house. Xu Yuan and Sun Wanlin immediately understood and quickly opened the door and rushed out. As the dragon's figure disappeared into the icy cavern, Zheng Fei didn't hesitate for a moment and leaped into the seemingly bottomless abyss. Tang Yun grabbed Sun Wanlin's shoulder and jumped in right after him. Li Xian, meanwhile, wrapped her arms around Xu Yuan, lifting him up with a playful grin. Let's go, little brother, she said. Xu Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. This was the first time in his life he'd been carried like a princess by a woman. Sister Xian, is this really necessary? He asked. Li Xian replied firmly, because I want to. With that, she pushed off with her feet and jumped into the icy cavern. A strong sense of weightlessness overwhelmed Xu Yuan instantly. The rush of wind against his ears howled like crashing waves, making his hair and clothes flutter wildly. Fear gripped his heart, leaving him momentarily panicked. This was a terror he had never experienced before. Don't be scared, trust me. Li Xin's voice was calm and reassuring, like an anchor. Thud. Li Xian landed steadily on the icy surface below, still holding Xu Yuan. He gasped for breath as he stood there, instinctively looking up. The cavern's entrance seemed as distant as the sky itself. Who could even guess how deep this place was? Beside him, Sun Wanlin wasn't faring much better. She clung to Tang Yun's arm, her face pale as a sheet. Watching Zheng Fei and the others act as if nothing had happened, Xu Yuan couldn't help but wonder just how strong these people really were. The ice cavern was like a labyrinth, with pathways leading in all directions. Hanging ice pillars sparkled like delicate crystal ornaments, and in the quiet, the faint sound of trickling water could be heard. Let's go. That dragon must have returned to its nest, Zheng Fei said, taking the lead. He seemed very familiar with the area, as though he had explored it countless times before. Tang Yun, how many people were near the cavern entrance just now? Zheng Fei asked without turning around. Tang Yun frowned slightly. 1 full unit from the Pretty Country's base, and 3 from Sakura Country. A bunch of. They better hope they don't run into me. Zheng Fei gritted his teeth, knowing things wouldn't go smoothly. But he hadn't expected the Americans to have sent an entire unit, which would undoubtedly complicate matters. To accommodate Xu Yuan and Sun Wanlin's pace, Zheng Fei and the others deliberately slowed their steps. Tang Yun stayed close to Sun Wanlin, keeping no more than 3 steps between them. Meanwhile, Li Xian walked arm in arm with Xu Yuan, her face lit up with a constant smile. If the captain and Yuner weren't here, wouldn't it be wonderful for just the 2 of us to explore this ancient icy cavern? Not everyone gets the chance to go on a date in a place that's tens of thousands of years old, Li Xian said softly. Xu Yuan shivered involuntarily. Sister Xian, please don't say that. He'll introduce you to my roommate when we get back, also a college guy. Li Xian shook her head. No need. I only like guys like you, gentle, scholarly, and refined. Zheng Fei led the group, followed by Xu Yuan and Li Xian. Sun Wanlin was just behind them, with Tang Yun bringing up the rear. The cavern was eerily quiet, broken only by the occasional sound of dripping water or a distant stream. Sister Xian, Is there only one ice dragon in this cavern? Xu Yuan asked. The sheer size of the cavern was astonishing. It resembled a massive, intricately carved ice palace. Li Xian shook her head. Of course not. So far, our country's exploration of this polar ice cavern covers less than 10%. Apart from that ice dragon, 6 other rare beasts have been discovered here. Zheng Fei added. The Arctic research bases of various countries haven't been around for long, so only a few creatures have been found. The 6 rare beasts discovered in the Arctic have already been divided among nations. As for the ice dragon, it's the only one left that we know of. There are likely more creatures deeper inside. Xu Yuan blinked and asked, are rare beasts really that scarce? Li Xian replied, not scarce at all. In fact, there are plenty. But truly powerful rare beasts are extremely rare. Ordinary beast tamers can control creatures we call exotic beasts. But my Qiongqi and this ice dragon, they should be classified as treasures. Zheng Fei chimed in, not all rare and exotic beasts can be tamed. For those that can't be controlled, we usually kill them. Xu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. You'd kill such rare and precious creatures? Li Xian smiled faintly. If you don't kill them, they'll kill you. Xu Yuan seemed to understand. Oh, I see. So, the ice dragon it called me here to capture it and try to tame it. If I fail, will you kill it too? Yes, Zheng Fei replied. Better for it to die by our hands than fall into the hands of another country. Deep within the icy cavern, the cold was bone-chilling as the group of 5 moved forward slowly. Captain Zheng's face remained expressionless, while Xu Yuan suddenly asked, if we fail, can I try to tame that dragon? Sun Wanlin retorted with dissatisfaction. You? Not a chance. If anyone could tame it, it wouldn't be your turn. Having only arrived in the Arctic a few days ago, Xu Yuan couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. Li Xian glanced at Sun Wanlin but remained silent. The dark blue ice cave exuded an aura of serenity and purity. The ice glimmered faintly under the dim light, and the textures on the icy walls varied intricately. The winding ice passage seemed to stretch endlessly, and Xu Yuan could feel the air growing colder, as though it sought to freeze everything in its path. As they ventured deeper, Li Xian's expression grew more serious, any trace of humor vanishing entirely. Rounding the final bend, the scene ahead opened up. A massive ice cavern unfolded before them, with intricate ice crystals embedded in the walls. At the center of the cavern lay an ice dragon coiled atop crystalline ice. Its silvery white scales shimmered with a frosty gleam, and its eyes, clear as ice crystals, were deep and profound like the sea. The dragon radiated an aura of unyielding majesty, resembling a grand ice sculpture. Suddenly, a deafening roar tore through the air like the sound of a collapsing mountain. The ice dragon rose slowly, its piercing eyes glinting with a cold, steely light. Zheng Fei swiftly tore off his outer jacket, revealing a black, form-fitting suit underneath. His gaze was resolute. Arctic Unit 007, Operation Commence. Beast Transformation. In an instant, Zheng Fei's body enlarged, and the features of the mythical Qiongqi emerged upon him, completing the transformation in the blink of an eye. The ice dragon moved with incredible speed, its massive head charging straight at them. Zheng Fei launched himself forward with explosive force, his body like an arrow released from a bowstring, meeting the dragon head-on. The powerful collision sent ice crystals cascading from the walls of the cavern. Xu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Zheng Fei's strength was astounding. His sharp claws gripped the dragon's horns tightly, and with a mighty heave, he flung the enormous ice dragon across the cavern. A thunderous crash echoed as the dragon slammed into the icy wall, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Xu Yuan, you're in luck. This is just a juvenile dragon. Zheng Fei's booming voice snapped Xu Yuan out of his daze. What should I do? Xu Yuan blinked and asked. Zheng Fei replied, just stand there and watch for now. With that, he unfurled a pair of white wings from his back, swiftly generating a wind sphere. Whoosh! With a powerful beat of his wings, the wind sphere roared, sweeping up shards of ice as it hurtled toward the ice dragon. The sphere exploded on impact, and the fierce winds, sharp as blades, slashed against the dragon's tough scales. Sun Wanlin stood stunned. Incredible, this is the strength of someone ranked in the top 30? But no, the captain can't break through the dragon's defenses. Li Xian frowned, her unease evident. Tang Yun stepped forward. Xian, you protect them. I'll go help. With that, Tang Yun removed her jacket and softly exclaimed, beast form. Azure feathers began to appear on her body, and a blue crest atop her head flared like a burning blue flame, making her look both mysterious and elegant. At this moment, Tang Yun's facial features were still visible, but all other human characteristics had vanished. She had transformed into the divine bird, the Qinghuan. Li Xian's lips curled into a faint smile as she thought to herself, her ability is wind as well. Together with the captain, their attacks will be even more powerful. Tang Yun flapped her wings, moving with incredible speed. The gusts of wind transformed into sharp wind arrows, whistling through the air as they pierced toward the ice dragon. The ice dragon roared in pain, enduring the attacks from both of them. It stepped into the air and ascended, its eyes shrouded in a misty haze. Suddenly, a fierce, icy wind, accompanied by hail, came roaring down. Li Xian stepped forward, extending her right hand as a faint protective shield formed between her fingers. She stood firm against the cold winds, ensuring that those behind her remained unharmed. However, Zheng Fei and Tang Yun, trapped within the icy storm, were not as fortunate. Frost quickly engulfed their bodies, and within a single breath, the two had been frozen into ice sculptures. Xu Yuan cried out in shock, "Brother Zheng, Sister Tang Yun." Li Xian turned to him, offering a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, this level of cold won't stop them." As her words fell, the frost encasing Zheng Fei shattered with a loud bang, quickly followed by Tang Yun breaking free as well. The two moved swiftly, immediately seeking cover upon escaping the ice. The icy winds continued to rage, but behind them came the sound of hurried footsteps. Li Zin's expression darkened, and she shouted to Zheng Fei, "Captain, we've got company." Zheng Fei cursed, "Damn it. Tang Yun, keep the dragon occupied and don't go head-to-head with it." "Understood, Captain," Tang Yun replied. With that, Zheng Fei spread his wings and flew over to join them. Li Xian pulled him into the protective shield. "Xu Yuan, you and Sun Wanlin hide. Li Xian, come with me. None of those bastards are leaving here alive." Zheng Fei's face was filled with murderous intent as he cursed the enemy beast tamers for arriving so quickly. The icy wind suddenly ceased. The ice dragon scanned the area, but could no longer spot Zheng Fei. It swiftly shifted its focus to Tang Yun. Xu Yuan and Sun Wanlin found a spot far from the battlefield and hid behind a large ice crystal, cautiously peeking out to watch Tang Yun battling the ice dragon. Tang Yun moved with incredible speed, making it nearly impossible for the ice dragon to land a hit. Occasionally, it would be struck by one of her wind arrows. Boom, boom, crash. From behind them, the sound of an intense battle echoed through the icy passage. It was clear that Zheng Fei had already engaged the enemy. Xu Yuan glanced at Sun Wanlin beside him. "Are we just going to sit here and watch?" Sun Wanlin shot him a sharp look, her expression complicated. "What else can we do? If it weren't for Sister Li Zin's protective shield earlier, would have frozen to death by now." Xu Yuan frowned, still unable to fully grasp what his unique ability was. The sounds of battle grew fiercer, and Tang Yun, still engaged with the ice dragon, began to slow down. Suddenly, the ice dragon spun around, its powerful tail lashing out with brute force straight at Tang Yun. "This is bad," Sun Wanlin gasped. Before her words fully left her mouth, Tang Yun had already been violently struck and sent crashing down. Xu Yuan barely hesitated and quickly rushed over to support the towering Tang Yun, who stood over 2 meters tall. "Tang Yunjia, are you okay?" he asked anxiously. Blood trickled from the corner of Tang Yun's mouth as she weakly replied, "That dragon's power is overwhelming. Without the captain here, I can't handle it. We need to retreat." As she spoke, Tang Yun grabbed Xu Yuan by the shoulder and swiftly flew to Sun Wanlin's side, picking her up and heading back along the icy path they had come from. The ice dragon pursued them relentlessly, its deafening roars filled with fury. Around its sinuous body, ice crystals constantly formed as it moved. Tang Yun's face grew paler, and blood continued to spill from her lips. Her transformation into a beastly form was gradually fading as she led Xu Yuan into a nearby fork in the path. Realizing her condition, Xu Yuan quickly scooped her up and hid behind a protruding block of ice. Sun Wanlin sat silently, her expression unreadable, her gaze fixed intently on Tang Yun. None of the three dared to make a sound as the massive ice dragon glided above them. Its silver-white body shimmered, and icy blue blood dripped from the wounds where wind arrows had pierced its scales. Only when the dragon disappeared completely from sight did the three of them let out a collective sigh of relief. It was then that Sun Wanlin finally broke the silence. "With your level of strength, you're probably the weakest in Captain Zhang's team, aren't you?" she remarked bluntly. Xu Yuan glared at her angrily. "What are you trying to say?" Sun Wanlin tilted her head defiantly, meeting his gaze. "I wasn't even talking about you. Why are you getting so worked up? If it weren't for Tang Yunjia just now, we'd all be dead. And now you're sitting here making snide remarks. If you're so capable, why didn't you step up?" Xu Yuan shot back without hesitation. Sun Wanlin scoffed, her tone dripping with disdain. "If I were a beast tamer, I'd definitely be better than her. Besides, isn't it her job to protect us?" Tang Yun, her face still pale, closed her eyes and firmly gripped Xu Yuan's hand, cutting him off before he could continue arguing. "Now's not the time to fight," she said, her voice steady despite her condition. She then attempted to stand. "I need to stop that dragon. If it heads toward the captain, it'll be a disaster." Xu Yuan supported Tang Yun with concern, while Tang Yun wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. Her right hand glowed with a soft green light, which she slowly placed over her chest. As the green light grew brighter, her pale complexion gradually returned to normal. Noticing Xu Yuan's astonished expression, she smiled faintly and said, Xu Yuan isn't a combat-oriented beast. Its strengths lie in support and healing. Tang Yun, you should rest for a while, Xu Yuan urged, frowning. I'm fine. You too, stay close to me. Tang Yun replied as she tidied her disheveled hair and quickly chased after the ice dragon that had disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, on the other side, 3 foreign beast tamers had already entered their beast transformation states, their chests bearing flags with a red dot on a white background. 2 of them, resembling bulls, were attacking Zheng Fei from both sides. Li Xian had also transformed, her face covered in soft fur, her fox-like ears twitching, and 9 white tails swaying unpredictably behind her. In her right hand, she held a glowing pink orb, her sharp gaze fixed on the panting woman opposite her. Didn't expect to run into you here, the woman said in broken Chinese, clutching her injured left arm as the beastly features on her body gradually faded. I killed your sister. Now, you're going to die by my hand too. Li Xian's tone remained calm, but the pink orb in her hand glowed even brighter. Zheng Fei gritted his teeth as his right hand fully transformed into a tiger's paw, slamming it down with immense force toward one of the beast tamers. The tamer quickly leaped back with a powerful push from his legs. Boom! Zheng Fei's tiger paw struck the ground, sending shards of ice flying and leaving a massive crater in the icy surface. You damned invaders. None of you are leaving here alive today. His overwhelming killing intent bore down on the 2 Sakura Nation tamers, their faces turning pale. Where the hell are those pretty nation people? Weren't we supposed to ambush this Huaxia team together? The 2 tamers exchanged hurried words in their native tongue, thinking to themselves, this guy is too strong. We need to find a way to retreat. Zheng Fei, growing increasingly irritated by their chatter, intensified his attacks. Meanwhile, Li Xian had already finished her battle. The Sakura Nation woman lay slumped against an icy wall, blood pouring from the gaping wound in her chest. From her lifeless body, several streams of energy coalesced into a white orb, which floated above her. Li Xian stepped forward, grabbed the orb, and snorted coldly. Know your place. Just as she was about to assist Zheng Fei, a deafening dragon's roar echoed through the air. A fierce gust of icy wind swept in from the side as a massive dragon head lunged toward Li Xian's position. Looks like something's gone wrong on Tang Yun's side, Zheng Fei thought, momentarily distracted by the ice dragon's sudden appearance. Seizing the opportunity, the 2 Sakura Nation tamers launched a coordinated attack, landing a heavy blow on Zheng Fei. The strike forced him to stagger back a step, his killing intent growing even more intense as he glared at them. Li Xian, you handle that dragon. I'll take care of these 2 bastards and join you soon. Zheng Fei roared. Understood, Captain, Li Xian replied. The narrow ice path left little room for the massive ice dragon to maneuver, its large body appearing clumsy in the confined space. The 9 tails behind Li Xian swayed gracefully, releasing a pink mist with each movement that exuded an intoxicating charm. Before long, the ice dragon's eyes were shrouded in the mist, its body losing control and crashing into the icy walls on either side. A few seconds later, the ice dragon regained consciousness, its mouth opening wide as a blast of icy energy rapidly condensed within. Li Xian's heart tightened. Placing her left hand over her right, her fingers spread wide to form a circular protective shield that enveloped her instantly. Roar! A dazzling beam of light shot out from the ice dragon's mouth, its freezing breath striking Li Xian's shield with immense force. Crack! The shield fractured like a spiderweb, shattering in an instant. The dragon's breath hit Li Xian directly, obliterating the ice wall behind her. As the light faded, Li Xian, battered and bloodied, struggled to rise from the shattered ice debris. Her once pristine fur was now stained with blood. At that moment, a green light descended steadily beside Li Xian. It was Tang Yun, who had just arrived. Tang Yun had re-entered her beast form, her hands glowing with a green light as she pressed them firmly against Li Xian's wounds, her tone urgent. Xian, are you okay? I'm fine. What happened on your side, Yunner? Li Xian replied. Tang Yun frowned. Couldn't win, got a bit injured. Just then, Xu Yuan and son Wanlin rushed over. Xu Yuan looked at Li Xian with concern. Sister Xian, are you all right? He asked, carefully examining her. Li Xian's eyes glowed a vivid red, and her already stunning appearance seemed even more elegant in her beast form. Her 9 tails swayed fluidly behind her, mysterious and mesmerizing. Sister Xian, are you a 9-tailed fox? Xu Yuan asked in surprise. Yes. Am I beautiful, little brother? Are you sure you won't reconsider me? Li Xian teased with a charming smile. Under Tang Yun's healing, her wounds were visibly closing at an astonishing speed. Tang Yun sighed beside her. Even injured, you can't stop joking. Just then, the ice dragon stirred again, charging toward the group. Bang! Before anyone could react, Zheng Fei's figure darted out from the side, delivering a powerful kick that sent the ice dragon flying. The 2 beast tamers from Sakura country lay bloodied and motionless on the ground, their bodies lifeless. Floating above their corpses were two white orbs. Zheng Fei's imposing figure stood protectively in front of the group, exuding a sense of reassurance. Xu Yuan, go retrieve those two beast orbs, Tang Yin commanded as she stood up after finishing her treatment. She and Li Xian then advanced toward the ice dragon. Zheng Fei turned back and asked, "Are you two okay?" "We're fine, Captain." "Awaiting your orders," the two replied in unison. Zheng Fei frowned. "This area is too confined for combat. We need to lure it back to the dragon's lair." "Understood." Xu Yuan approached the two lifeless bodies, shuddering at the sight of their mangled remains. Nearly reduced to pulp, the scene was horrifying. Reaching out, he grasped the two beast orbs, their icy surface sending a chill through his body. There was no time to dwell on it, as Zheng Fei and the others were already leading the ice dragon away. Stuffing the orbs into his pocket, Xu Yuan quickly followed. No sooner had they left than five blonde-haired, blue-eyed individuals from a foreign country appeared at the scene. Glancing at the three corpses on the ground, the woman leading the group sneered. "Those tiny Sakura fools are so easy to deceive. Captain, Zheng Fei is here this time. Should we still proceed?" The woman shot him a glare. "Afraid of what? They only have 3 beast tamers. We can't let the Huaxia team tame that dragon. Let's move." Meanwhile, back at the Arctic Research Institute, Zhao Tianming paced anxiously in the observation room. "General Zhao, can't you take a break?" Professor Chun, holding a stack of documents, appeared relaxed. "Sigh, it's been so long without any updates. Could something have gone wrong?" Zhao Tianming's brow furrowed deeply. "With Zheng Fei in their group, what are you worried about? You know his capabilities," Professor Chen reassured him. Zhao Tianming sighed again. "I'm just worried about the beast tamers from other countries causing trouble." "Don't worry. With Li Xian's abilities, she should be able to keep them safe." "Let's hope so." In the ice dragon's lair, the frigid wind roared, and ice crystals solidified in the air as the dragon's icy breath left the cavern riddled with cracks and fissures. Zheng Fei and Li Xian stood side by side, their combined efforts holding their ground against the formidable ice dragon. Tang Yun's wind element attacks perfectly complemented Zheng Fei's strikes, amplifying their impact. After several minutes of intense battle, Li Xian's face betrayed her exhaustion. "Captain, my beast transformation is about to wear off. We need to finish this quickly, or we'll have no choice but to retreat," she said, her voice strained. Zheng Fei frowned, anxiety written all over his face. Their team was already short-staffed, and they had been fighting relentlessly since encountering the ice dragon, their stamina nearly depleted. "Tang Yun," Zheng Fei called out urgently. A massive wind sphere began to form in front of him. Responding to his call, Tang Yun's azure feathered crown emitted a radiant blue glow. A protective aura spread from her, enveloping both Zheng Fei and Li Xian. Li Xian closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Behind her, the tips of her white tails began to gather multicolored energy spheres. Watching from behind an ice crystal, Sun Wanlin couldn't help but sigh in admiration. "How enviable," she murmured. Xu Yuan glanced at her in confusion, prompting Sun Wanlin to explain. "Each of the 9 tails of a fox spirit possesses a unique ability, and she also has powers of mental control and charm. Li Xian's abilities are rarer than even Captain Zhang's." As Xu Yuan gazed at the 3 figures suspended in midair, a mix of emotions flickered in his eyes. He resolved to ask Professor Chen for a thorough lesson when they returned. Tang Yun's agile figure moved gracefully as she commanded, "Wind Spirit Melody." Instantly, the aura around her intensified, radiating azure light. Threads of blue light transformed into a gentle breeze, revitalizing Zheng Fei and Li Xian. "Hurricane impact," Zheng Fei shouted, and the massive wind sphere before him exploded in a powerful blast of gale force. The energy spheres behind Li Xian, each imbued with a different element and surrounded by a faint pink glow, shot toward the ice dragon. With a thunderous boom, an overwhelming surge of energy erupted, filling the entire lair with dazzling light. Xu Yuan crossed his arms in front of him, bracing against the formidable shockwave. Amid the brilliance, 5 figures burst forth, rushing toward Zheng Fei, Tang Yun, and Li Xian at the center of the lair. "Watch out, Brother Zheng!" Xu Yuan cried out in alarm, but it was too late. As the light faded, the lair was left in ruins, on the verge of collapse. A massive ice pillar rose from the ground, where the ice dragon coiled itself, its body covered in a thin layer of frost, seemingly healing its wounds. At the center of the lair, 5 beast tamers with strange appearances surrounded Zheng Fei, Tang Yun, and Li Xian. They wore the same black, close-fitting suits as Zheng Fei, with patches on their chests displaying a Union Jack flag. Li Xian's beast transformation had already worn off, and she knelt behind Zheng Fei and Tang Yun, utterly drained. Blood flowed steadily from a wound on Zheng Fei's left shoulder, likely inflicted during the earlier attack by the foreign beast tamers amidst the dazzling light. The leader of the group sneered at Zheng Fei, his voice grating and mocking. "Zheng, long time no see." "Hey you," he taunted. Zheng Fei let out a cold snort and flipped him the middle finger in defiance. However, Zheng Fei's expression grew solemn. He turned to Tang Yun and commanded, "Help Li Xian recover first." His gaze shifted to the distant Xu Yuan and Sun Wanlin as he continued, "Li Xian, those two are your responsibility. Use your powers to get them out of here." Before he could finish, Tang Yun interrupted firmly, "Captain, there's no need to say more." She had already steeled herself for what was to come. A cyan glow radiated from beneath Tang Yun's feet, and the power of the mystical bird, Qinghuan, began to restore the exhausted Li Xian. Struggling to stand, tears welled up in Li Xian's eyes as she bit her lip, her face filled with unwillingness. "Captain, Yunner, carry out the order." Zheng Fei took a deep breath, his amber eyes gradually turning crimson as a mysterious force surged through his body. Dropping to all fours, he let out an earth-shaking roar. "Savage beast." In an instant, Zheng Fei transformed into a terrifying creature. His facial features disappeared, replaced by a visage of ferocity and malice. His body grew massive like a buffalo, adorned with horns and wings, revealing the true form of one of the four fiends, the Qiongqi. "Li Xian, get them out of here." The deafening roar reverberated through the ice cavern. Without hesitation, Li Xian entered her beast form once more, dashing through the air towards Xu Yuan and Sun Wanlin. Roar! At the same moment, a towering ice pillar collapsed with a thunderous crash. The ice dragon's enraged roar echoed, unleashing a fierce, frigid wind like countless icy blades, separating Li Xian from Xu Yuan. Li Xian's expression darkened as she realized it was nearly impossible to advance further. She shouted, "Run!" Without a second thought, Sun Wanlin turned and fled in the direction they had come. Xu Yuan, however, hesitated, his brow furrowed, struggling internally. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, he saw the disbelief on Li Xian's face. "Xu Yuan, watch out," she cried. Thud. Before he could react, Xu Yuan's pupils contracted in shock as a sharp claw pierced through his chest. The ice dragon had silently crept up behind him. "Xian, Xinjia," Xu Yuan muttered, lowering his head to see the translucent dragon claw stained with his blood. Crimson droplets fell onto the icy ground, bursting into small, frozen flowers. His breathing weakened, and the light in his eyes dimmed. With a loud crash, the ice dragon flung his lifeless body aside like trash. Blood poured from Xu Yuan's chest, staining the ice crimson. His wide-open eyes stared blankly, lifeless. "Xu Yuan." Li Xian trembled uncontrollably, her rage consuming her. An overwhelming power erupted from her, causing the entire ice cavern to quake. Exhausted as she was, this final burst of strength drained her completely. The nine-tailed fox features on her body gradually disappeared, and she plummeted from the air. With Xu Yuan dead and Li Xian unconscious, Zheng Fei and Tang Yun, both gravely injured, were locked in a desperate battle. The situation had become a hopeless deadlock. In her beast form, Tang Yun hovered above Zheng Fei, channeling the cyan light into him to replenish his energy. "Captain, I see it now," she said softly. Zheng Fei gave a bitter smile. "Tang Yun, don't hold back anymore. If we're going down, let's take a couple of them with us." "3. Tang Yun replied resolutely, her smile unwavering. "We'll take them down for Xian as well." "Ha ha ha, good." Zheng Fei, enveloped in cyan light, fully embraced his Qiongqi form. With a powerful strike, he slammed the ground. Boom. The ice beneath them shattered instantly, unleashing a howling gale from the depths. The immense force swept through the entire cavern, and the battered structure could no longer hold. The ice cave began to collapse amid violent tremors. Shards of ice from the ceiling rained down like deadly blades. The ice dragon, unbothered by nationalities or allegiances, opened its jaws to charge a devastating breath attack. The 5 beast tamers from the other nation cursed under their breath as they scrambled toward the exit. Zheng Fei was already a formidable tamer, and his desperate stand was nearly impossible to counter. Add in a rampaging ice dragon and a collapsing cave, and staying any longer would only mean certain death. Only a fool would choose to remain. Watching the 5 fleeing tamers, Zheng Fei no longer had the strength to pursue them. He slowly reverted to his human form, collapsing to his knees as blood spilled from his mouth. Tang Yun, now back in her human form, landed beside him. "Captain," she said with a bitter smile. "Zheng Fei Squad, Arctic Mission 007, failed." She leaned weakly against his shoulder. Zheng Fei replied, "In our next lives, let's just be ordinary people." Tang Yun managed a faint smile. "All right, but I'm still joining the military. I'll make sure to take these bastards down." Zheng Fei chuckled weakly. "Then I'll be a medic." He laughed hoarsely. "Haha, sounds good." The ice dragon's breath attack grew more intense, its primary focus locked on Zheng Fei. It paid no attention to the fleeing tamers, readying its final strike with its massive, gaping maw. The ice cave continued to collapse, as if the entire earth was trembling. Zheng Fei and Tang Yun leaned on each other, their eyes fixed on the dazzling white light emanating from the ice dragon's mouth, awaiting the arrival of death. Suddenly, a thick black iron chain, as wide as a wrist, shot out and coiled tightly around the ice dragon's neck. A tremendous force of contraction followed, instantly dispersing the dragon's unfinished breath into countless shimmering fragments. The ice dragon let out a deafening roar, filled with fear and panic. In the next moment, countless black iron chains surged from the icy walls in all directions, holding up the collapsing cave and binding the ice dragon tightly. Its agonized groans echoed through the cavern. Zheng Fei, his face full of disbelief, murmured, "Xu Yuan is still alive." Tang Yun was equally stunned, her mind racing with questions. What are these black chains? A faint smile appeared on Zheng Fei's battered face as he softly said, "The Xu family's power the dragon locking chains." At that moment, Xu Yuan slowly stood up. His eyes were lifeless, his upper body bare, revealing a gaping, bloody hole in his chest. Staggering, he moved closer to the ice dragon, which thrashed wildly against its restraints. The chains clinked and clanged with metallic sounds. No matter how fiercely the dragon struggled, its strength continued to wane as the chains steadily pulled it toward the ground. As Xu Yuan approached, the fear in the ice dragon's eyes grew more intense. Xu Yuan now resembled a walking corpse, his vacant eyes and bloodied chest creating a haunting sight. Zheng Fei and Tang Yun watched in stunned silence. Just as Tang Yun was about to speak, Zheng Fei gestured for her to stay quiet. "Sure, let's regain our strength first." Xu Yuan mechanically raised his right hand, gently placing his palm on the ice dragon's nose. The dragon's massive eyes widened, filled with terror at the unknown fate awaiting it. Its silvery white body emitted a cold radiance that grew increasingly blinding, illuminating the entire cave in a dazzling white light. Zheng Fei and Tang Yun could see nothing but an endless expanse of whiteness. "What is this place?" Xu Yuan muttered as he found himself standing on a rippling water surface in a space shrouded in darkness. Above him, faint starlight dotted the sky. He sighed and scratched his head. "Looks like I'm dead. What a scam. I thought I was special. Still, everything I've been through these past few days could fill a novel." Before he could finish speaking, a familiar dragon's roar echoed in his ears. In the next instant, the ice dragon appeared before him, surrounded by swirling ice crystals and snowflakes. Its basketball's eyes locked onto him. Instinctively, Xu Yuan took a step back, staring in disbelief at the creature. "Seriously? Even in death, you're not letting me go?" As he stood in confusion, the ice dragon's body began to dissolve, transforming into streams of blue light that surged into his body. A bone-chilling cold surged through his entire body in an instant, frosting over Xu Yuan's eyebrows and hair. The peculiar sensation made his pores open wide, and an endless surge of power emerged from deep within him. Inside the ice cavern, as the light faded, the massive ice dragon had vanished. The dragon locking chains, now without their target, clattered onto the icy surface. Xu Yuan stood silently, the gaping wound on his chest completely healed. A look of joy spread across Zheng Fei's face as he thought, "It worked." But before he could finish his thought, Xu Yuan's eyes shut tightly, and with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. At the same time, the countless dragon locking chains within the cavern retreated like a tide, and the entire ice cavern began to shake violently, the tremors signaling its imminent collapse. Zheng Fei reacted swiftly, propelling himself forward. He dashed to Li Exine, wrapped an arm around her waist, shielding her with his body, and hoisted the unconscious Xu Yuan onto his shoulder with his other arm. Without hesitation, he charged toward the exit. Tang Yun followed closely behind, the thunderous sounds of the cavern collapsing echoing behind them. Once they escaped the ice cavern, Zheng Fei didn't dare stop, knowing full well that foreign beast tamers might still be lurking nearby. Their only safe haven was the research facility. Only when nothing was falling from above and the tremors had completely ceased did Zheng Fei begin to slow down. At a bend in the icy path, they spotted Sun Wanlin sitting against the ice wall. Her right leg was pinned under a chunk of ice, and she clutched a handgun in her hand, staring in shock at the sudden appearance of the group. Zheng Fei narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Still alive, huh?" A complex expression flashed across Sun Wanlin's face, and she lowered her gaze without a word. Zheng Fei turned to Tang Yun and said, "Take her with us." As he spoke, he kicked away the ice chunk pressing on Sun Wanlin's leg. Tang Yun, expressionless, grabbed Sun Wanlin's arm and helped her up, following Zheng Fei's lead. Meanwhile, at the Arctic frontline near the polar point, 5 individuals stood at the edge of a massive ice cavern, their red flags on their chests marking their identity. Jiang Xiao, at the forefront, held a walkie-talkie and stared into the abyss-like ice hole. "Jiang Xiao, any updates?" Zhao Tianming's voice crackled through the walkie-talkie. Jiang Xiao responded, reporting in, "No sign of Zheng Fei's team members yet." Zhao Tianming paused for a moment before asking, "Still no way to provide support?" Jiang Xiao glanced across the cavern. The area around the ice hole was crowded with beast tamers, hundreds of them locked in a tense standoff. If one team were to jump into the hole, the others would undoubtedly follow without hesitation. Jiang Xiao let out a bitter laugh. "Afraid not. Those stray dogs are watching our every move. He sighed and put away the walkie-talkie. The team members beside him remained silent, their eyes fixed on the opposing beast tamers. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, two figures shot out of the ice hole, their wings flapping behind them as they hovered above it. It was Zheng Fei and Tang Yun. Unlike conventional beast transformations, they retained their human forms, with only the wings of their tamer forms extending from their backs. Jiang Zhao's eyes widened with fury as he noticed a commotion among the beast tamers gathered around the icy cave. A strange horn slowly emerged from his forehead, and he roared. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" His thunderous voice echoed across the skies, causing the nearby snow to tremble. The oppressive aura of his strength left the beast tamers frozen in their tracks, watching helplessly as Zheng Fei and his companions made their way toward the base. Jiang Shao approached Zheng Fei, his face lighting up with surprise. "You're alive?" he asked eagerly. Zheng Fei smiled and replied, "Didn't die? Guess the king of hell didn't want me." However, as Jiang Shao took in the sight of the wounds covering Zheng Fei's body, his heart grew heavy. It was clear they had endured a brutal battle. One of Jiang Zhao's team members stepped forward to take Xu Yuan from Zheng Fei's shoulder and said with concern, "Captain Zheng, our team will be stationed here for the next few months. You all should take a well-deserved rest." Zheng Fei nodded, patting the man on the shoulder. Noticing the exhaustion on Tang Yun's face, Jiang Shao waved at her. "Miss Tang, it's been a while." Tang Yun smiled warmly in response. "It's been a while, Captain Jiang. I'll be counting on you all from here on out." Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "No trouble at all. Just doing our duty." He then turned to Zheng Fei and asked, "How did your team's mission go?" Hearing this, Zheng Fei straightened up slightly, a grin spreading across his face. "Arctic Mission 007. Target captured." Jiang Zhao's eyes widened in disbelief. "You pulled it off?" Zheng Fei nodded, and as Jiang Shao followed his gaze, he spotted Xu Yuan, shirtless and being supported by others. "That kid?" Jiang Shao asked. Zheng Fei confirmed. "Yeah, I'll fill you in on the details later." Exhausted, he added, "Get someone to take us back to the research institute. I can't drive anymore." Jiang Shao nodded, his tense demeanor finally easing as fatigue began to set in. "I'll take you myself. Let's go, let's go. Can't let anything happen to this precious cargo." Saying this, Jiang Shao grabbed Zheng Fei and guided him toward the snow vehicle. The polar night in the Arctic often lasts for half a year. Inside a completely enclosed Arctic research station, researchers in lab coats were busy working in various laboratories. In the medical unit, Zhao Tianming stood by a two-way mirror, observing Xu Yuan, who lay unconscious on the hospital bed, his expression contemplative. "General, Xu Yuan's test results are out." A soldier handed a file to Zhao Tianming, his tone tinged with urgency. Zhao Tianming skimmed through the report, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips as he thought to himself, just as Professor Chen predicted. Deciding to let the young man get some rest while he could, Zhao Tianming, still smiling, turned and left. Beside Xu Yuan's bed, Tang Yun sat quietly reading a book. She was wearing a light purple dress, her long, glossy black hair draped over her shoulders. At that moment, Xu Yuan's eyes fluttered open slightly, and he murmured, "Sister Tang Yun." "Xu Yuan, you're awake." Tang Yun quickly set down her book and hurried to help him sit up. Xu Yuan looked dazed, as though still trapped in a dream. Tang Yun's delicate face was close to his, her bright eyes blinking with concern. "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" she asked gently. "No. Am I still alive?" Xu Yuan gazed at his hands in disbelief, vividly recalling being killed by the dragon's claw. Tang Yun smiled faintly. "Of course you're alive. You even saved us." "Me? I did." Xu Yuan pointed to himself, his face full of doubt. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't remember what had happened after the ice cavern. His body, however, felt strange. His chest wound had vanished, and a powerful energy surged from deep within him, an intense and peculiar sensation. "Sister Tang Yun, how long have I been asleep?" Xu Yuan asked. Tang Yun thought for a moment before replying. "Almost 10 days." She stood up, poured a glass of water, and handed it to him. "Drink some water to recover. I'll go get Professor Chen." "All right." Shortly after, hurried footsteps echoed from the hallway, and the door burst open. Before Xu Yuan could see who it was, he was swept into a tight embrace. "Xu Yuan, you scare me to death. It's so rare to have a college guy in this remote place, and if you died, how would I go on?" Li Xian exclaimed, her voice trembling slightly with emotion. Xu Yuan, feeling suffocated, gently patted her back. "Sister Xian, I can't breathe." Hearing this, Li Xian released him, her brows furrowing slightly. Seeing his lively expression, she finally relaxed. "The captain told me everything. You were the one who saved us in the end. I have nothing to offer in return, so I guess I'll just have to marry you." Li Xian teased, her big, beautiful eyes twinkling mischievously. "Huh? Come on, stop joking. We have more important things to deal with." Professor Chen's voice came from behind Li Xian. She straightened up immediately, smoothing her slightly disheveled clothes and standing properly. "Professor Chen, Why isn't my future happiness considered important? Li Xian muttered reluctantly. Ignoring her, Professor Chen approached Xu Yuan and asked, Xu Yuan, do you feel anything unusual about your body? Yes, I feel like I have endless strength now, Xu Yuan replied, staring at his hands before meeting the professor's gaze. Professor Chen nodded thoughtfully. That's exactly it. The ice dragon is now inside you. It has become a part of you. Professor Chen spoke as he extended a finger and poked Xu Yuan in the chest. Xu Yuan's expression shifted from shock to delight. Could it be that I've mastered it? Professor Chen nodded firmly. In just a few moments, the small hospital room was filled with people. Zheng Fei, Li Xian, Tang Yun, and Zhao Tianming had all arrived. Zheng Fei began recounting what happened after Xu Yuan was killed by that dragon. The dragon sealing chain? The power of the Su family. Xu Yuan frowned in confusion as he listened, completely clueless about these events, with no memory of them whatsoever. Professor Chen smiled and explained, yes, the dragon sealing chain has an innate suppressive power over dragon-like beasts. This is a unique ability of your Su family. He'll explain the details to you gradually. For now, do you feel any discomfort in your body? Xu Yuan shook his head. No, I feel better than ever. Standing beside Xu Yuan, Zhao Tianming laughed. That means you've had enough rest. Zheng Fei, take Xu Yuan to eat. After you're done, meet me in the training room. Zheng Fei nodded, understood. Zheng Fei, along with the 3 team members and Xu Yuan, left the hospital room with light steps. On their way to the cafeteria, the passers-by couldn't help but fix their gazes on them. The intense stares made Xu Yuan feel uneasy. Brother Zheng, why is everyone looking at me like that? Xu Yuan asked. Zheng Fei, walking briskly and always keeping a step ahead of Xu Yuan, replied. You're the only dragon tamer in the country. Of course, they're curious. Xu Yuan was puzzled. But some of their looks seemed strange. Zheng Fei chuckled. Oh, you mean those? Those are just admirers of Tang Yun and Li Xian. Li Xian laughed gleefully. See? Your sister is quite popular. Xu Yuan glanced at the 2 beautiful women beside him, along with Zheng Fei. None of them bore any visible injuries, and their faces showed no signs of fatigue. Beast tamers' physical resilience far exceeded that of ordinary people. There was no way regular humans could recover so quickly. Thinking about the gaping wound he had in his chest, now completely healed without a trace, Xu Yuan marveled at the recovery. Although they were in the Arctic, life here wasn't lacking in resources. The cafeteria at the research facility might not rival restaurants back home, but it was comparable to a decent university cafeteria. As they ate and chatted, Xu Yuan learned from Zheng Fei that their team's mission at the front lines had concluded. A team called Jiang Shao's squad was now stationed there. The front lines tasks weren't just about standing guard, they involved exploring the polar ice caves. Zheng Fei explained. Previously, we couldn't explore further because that ice dragon blocked the way. Now that the dragon is dealt with, the exploration mission must continue. Zheng Fei, sitting across from Xu Yuan with a large bowl of noodles, spoke as he ate. Beside Xu Yuan, Li Xian continued. Whichever team discovers a new beast first gets to claim it for their country unless it's a beast with obvious national ties. For example, that ice dragon. Everyone in the world knows it's our country's totemic beast, so no one would dare blatantly try to take it. Tang Yin picked up where Li Xian left off. That's why there's the 400-day exclusive protection period for a country's unique beasts. Other nations spent over a year waiting for our ice dragon's protection period to end. As Xu Yuan ate and listened to their conversation, he began to understand. No wonder the area was called the front lines. In the polar ice caves, you never knew which country's beast tamers you might encounter, but if you did, a fight would be inevitable. Battles between beast tamers were not something ordinary people could intervene in, so only beast tamers were stationed at the front lines. The frontline teams rotated every 6 months, splitting the year into 2 halves from polar night to polar day. On the day polar night began, the frontline duty was no longer Zheng Fei's team's responsibility. But since Jiang Shao's team hadn't returned yet, and with the ice dragon's awakening, the task of taking Xu Yuan into the polar ice caves naturally fell to Zheng Fei's team. Brother Zheng, where are the other 2 members of your team? Xu Yuan asked as he finished his last spoonful of soup. Zheng Fei replied, 2 months ago, something happened at the front lines. I sent them on a special mission. Xu Yuan, perceptive, didn't press further about the mission. Suddenly, she remembered something and asked, and what about Sun Wanlin? Zheng Fei replied, she's resting. She's not a beast tamer, and with a broken leg, it'll take at least a month for her to recover. Zheng Fei looked up at Xu Yuan and smiled. After this experience, you understand why I don't like her, right? Xu Yuan nodded. Yeah, she's not exactly likable. Out of nowhere, Li Xin's fair arm reached around Ziyuan's neck, gently stroking his cheek. You're much more likable, Xu Yuan. So, have you thought about my offer to marry me yet? Xu Yuan quickly waved his hands in protest. Please spare me, Sister Xen. I'm still just a kid, I like kids. After a satisfying meal, the group of 4 headed toward the training room. At the center of the research institute was a massive open space, surrounded by countless holographic projections of rare and exotic creatures. The most eye-catching feature was the slogan displayed behind the projections: a sanctuary of thought, a temple of science, the starting point of dreams. Xu Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, thinking inwardly, science, really? Passing through this space, the group entered a sparsely populated corridor and eventually arrived at the training room. Inside the training room, Zhao Tianming and Professor Chun had been waiting for some time. In the center stood a large device, shaped like a blooming flower, slowly rotating. Professor Chen held a white briefcase and handed it to Xu Yuan upon seeing him. Go to the changing room and put this on, Professor Chen instructed. Xu Yuan took the briefcase and opened it, revealing a black outfit identical to the jumpsuits Zheng Fei and the others were wearing. Zhao Tianming explained, this is called the 100-shift suit. It adapts to your beast transformation. Without it, you'd end up completely naked every time you revert. Zheng Fei added in a low voice, this thing is ridiculously expensive. On the black market, one of these would cost over 10 million. Zhao Tianming shot Zheng Fei a warning glance, his cough carrying a hint of disapproval. Oh, okay, Xu Yuan replied, carrying the briefcase into the changing room. Just as he was undressing, Li Xin's voice came from outside. This suit can be a little tricky to put on. Want some help from your big sister? No need, Sister Xin. Xu Yuan quickly responded. The 100-shift suit felt smooth to the touch, and wearing it was like having nothing on at all, as if it melded seamlessly with his skin. The suit seams were designed with an adhesive mechanism, leaving no gaps, and the only exposed areas were his hands and head, with even his neck fully covered. As Xu Yuan walked out, Li Xian couldn't hide the amused smile on her face. Not bad, you've got a decent build. Xu Yuan's tall, lean frame, though not overly muscular, exuded a natural athleticism despite his lack of regular exercise. All eyes were on him as he blinked and asked, Professor Chun, General Zhao, what should I do next? We're going to teach you how to transform, Professor Chen replied. Xu Yuan glanced at his hands, perplexed. Even if you say that ice dragon is inside me, I haven't felt anything since I woke up. Professor Chen shook his head. To be precise, the dragon isn't physically inside you. It's transformed into energy and merged with your body. What you need to do now is learn to harness that power. Xu Yuan was still skeptical, his gaze shifting between the others. You're telling me I've actually bonded with that dragon? Zhao Tianming didn't respond. Instead, he calmly drew a pistol from his waist, aimed it at Xu Yuan's head, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. The gunshot rang out, but apart from Xu Yuan, everyone else remained composed. The spinning bullet flew directly towards Xu Yuan's forehead. His pupils contracted sharply, and every pore on his body seemed to open as his senses heightened. He could clearly see the bullet's trajectory. The bullet struck his forehead and burst into a small flower of shrapnel before clinking harmlessly to the ground. The pain was negligible, barely more than a light ant bite. Staring at the still smoking barrel of the gun, Xu Yuan was utterly shocked. Zhao Tianming, on the other hand, remained unusually calm. He said nonchalantly, if it weren't for you controlling that dragon, this bullet would have sent you to the afterlife long ago. What the heck? Xu Yuan blurted out. Am I bulletproof now? Professor Chen clicked his tongue and reminded, you're still a student. Watch your language. Zheng Fei chimed in from the side. Zheng Dage swore even worse in the dragon's nest. Hey, why are you ratting me out? Zheng Fei widened his eyes, seemingly in disbelief at Xu Yuan's reaction. Professor Chen chuckled and then turned to Zheng Fei, saying, get to work. Zheng Fei walked up to Xu Yuan and spoke earnestly. Next, I'll teach you how to use beast transformation. It's actually quite simple, but it requires a certain level of intuition. Try to tap into that power within you. Imagine an ordinary human suddenly growing a tail. You need to familiarize yourself with it and learn how to use it skillfully. Zheng Fei slowly closed his eyes, and Xu Yuan followed suit, relaxing his body and taking deep breaths. As he inhaled and exhaled, the temperature in the room began to drop. Slowly, a pair of ice-blue dragon horns grew atop Xu Yuan's head, and silver-white dragon scales crept across his body beneath his clothes. His black hair gradually turned silver-white, growing longer and longer until it reached his waist. Unlike Zheng Fei and the others' beast transformations, Xu Yuan's changes were minimal apart from the dragon horns and his altered hair color. His originally handsome features now appeared even more cold and striking. His height remained the same, but the transformation was undeniably remarkable. Everyone in the room stared in stunned silence as Professor Chen, at some point, had taken out a tablet to record Xu Yuan's data. Xu Yuan opened his eyes, his ice-blue pupils shimmering with light. He looked down at his hands, now covered in silver-white dragon scales. His fingernails had grown sharp and long, resembling dragon claws. Zheng Fei was mesmerized, and when he finally snapped out of it, he looked at Xu Yuan in disbelief. Is this the beast transformation of a dragon tamer? Xu Yuan was equally stunned, overwhelmed by the realization that he had actually done it. Professor Chen, without lifting his head from the tablet, remarked, this isn't beast transformation, it should be called dragon transformation. He then gestured toward the instrument in the center of the training room. Xu Yuan, step onto it. All right, Xu Yuan replied, his voice carrying a commanding air that made Zhang Fei shiver involuntarily, feeling the innate pressure of a powerful species. Xu Yuan stepped into the center of the instrument, which gradually closed around him, emitting a radiant light that illuminated the entire training room. Meanwhile, the numbers on Professor Chen's tablet updated rapidly, leaving everyone around him dumbfounded. Before long, the light from the instrument faded, and it slowly opened. Professor Chen glanced at his tablet and reminded, Xu Yuan, have Zhang Fei teach you how to reverse the transformation. This is your first dragon transformation, so you can't maintain it for too long. Understood. Watching Professor Chen and Zhao Tianming leave the training room, Xu Yuan nodded. Just as they exited, Zhao Tianming couldn't hold back and burst into wild laughter. Old Chen, did you see that? Ha ha ha, those physical stats are insane. I saw it, Professor Chen replied calmly. All I can say is, the wait was absolutely worth it. Professor Chen's smile was calm and reserved, in stark contrast to Zhao Tianming's excitement. Zhao Tianming let out a long breath, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. There are 24 newcomers nationwide this year. Judging by the data, I'd say this kid Xu Yuan is probably the strongest rookie of the year, right? Zhao Tianming's voice carried a hint of undisguised pride. Professor Chen's gaze never left the tablet in his hand, his fingers gliding lightly across the screen as if confirming some critical information. His tone was steady and firm. Not just that. I'd venture to say no one will surpass him for many years to come. Hearing this, Zhao Tianming's eyes lit up instantly, and he burst out laughing with excitement. Ha! We've really struck gold. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the training room was tense and focused. Under the guidance of Zhang Fei, Tang Yun, and Li Xian, Xu Yuan had just completed his first dragon transformation training. As the energy subsided, his body gradually returned to its original form, but a sudden wave of dizziness overwhelmed him. His legs trembled uncontrollably, and he swayed as if about to collapse. Li Xian reacted quickly, stepping forward to support Xu Yuan. Her voice was filled with concern. It's always like this the first time. Don't worry. Zhang Fei stood nearby with an encouraging smile. What you just experienced was a beast transformation. No, to be precise, a dragon transformation. The duration of the transformation is closely tied to your physical condition. From now on, you'll be facing a rigorous training regimen. His tone grew serious. Although ordinary weapons like knives and guns are now ineffective against you, the powers of other beast tamers are a different story. Enhancing your physique and building your stamina should be your top priorities for now. After a moment of thought, Zhang Fei added, once you've fully adapted to your new physical state. I still can't gauge the limits of your potential. We'll need Professor Chen's expertise on this. Tang Yun chimed in with a smile. Captain, you've seen Ziyuan's physical data just now. His future is limitless. Zhang Fei shook his head with a wry smile. Yeah, talent of this caliber is beyond my comprehension. Xu Yuan, still catching his breath, tried to process the extraordinary experience he had just undergone. The sensation of transforming into a dragon was indescribable, as if he truly became invincible in that state. After resting for a while, he finally began to recover. Looking up at Zhang Fei, Ziyuan's eyes burned with a thirst for knowledge. Brother Zhang, how should I train? Zhang Fei patted his chest confidently. My team doesn't have any missions at the moment. We'll train with you during this time. Xu Yuan expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Zhang Fei waved it off. No need to thank me. Xu Yuan then turned to Tang Yun. Thank you too, Sister Tang Yun. Tang Yun replied with a smile. It's no trouble at all. Building a good relationship with you now will benefit us in the future. Lastly, Xu Yuan looked at Li Xian and said sincerely, thank you in advance, Sister Xian. Li Xian blinked playfully, her tone lighthearted. It's no trouble. But next time, you'll have to keep me company when I sleep, okay? The monotonous and tedious training life had begun. On the west side of the research institute was the training area, divided into several sections. The place where Xu Yuan had previously stayed was called the measurement room, specifically designed to gauge the physical data of beast tamers. There was also a simulation training room and a combat room, with the simulation training room being where Xu Yuan spent most of his time. This room could simulate various extreme environments, allowing for high-intensity endurance and physical training. During his breaks, Xu Yuan often flipped through the materials sent by Professor Chen in the adjacent lounge. As his departure for the polar front drew near, Xu Yuan initially found these materials dull and uninspiring. However, after experiencing things firsthand, he discovered that the content became unexpectedly captivating. At this moment, the scorching heat inside the simulation training room made the air feel compressed into suffocating, fiery streams. Flames roared around him as Xu Yuan sat cross-legged in the center, large beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. Behind a glass wall, Professor Chen observed the data in his hands, shaking his head repeatedly. Beside him, Zhang Fei appeared rather relaxed and asked curiously, Professor Chen, what's wrong? Xu Yuan should have mastered the ice dragon's ability to control ice and snow by now. Why is he sweating so much in this high-temperature environment? Professor Chen frowned and replied. His resistance to cold has indeed improved. Could it be that high temperatures are his weakness? That doesn't seem right. Could it be because you're not letting him use the dragon transformation? Zhang Fei speculated. You've forgotten that many beast tamers can't use their beast's abilities in their normal state at the beginning, Professor Chen said, without even glancing up. He's different from the rest of you. This kid not only has exceptional comprehension, but also extraordinary talent. Glancing at Zhang Fei, he continued. Could you transform into a beast successfully on your first try? No, Zhang Fei admitted with a wave of his hand. All right, let's call it a day. With that, Professor Chen turned and left with the tablet in his arms. Zhang Fei also switched off the controls, and the flames in the room gradually extinguished as the heat dissipated. Zhang Fei opened the door to the simulation training room, and a wave of heat hit him. Damn, it's still this hot even after the machine's off. Xu Yuan wiped the sweat off his forehead as he walked out. Brother Zhang, is this training just a daily sauna session? It's been 5 days now, and will this end? Don't rush, we've all been through it. Back in our day, we didn't even have technology this advanced, Zhang Fei said with a chuckle. It's unbearable. Professor Chen's endurance training is practically inhuman. Xu Yuan grumbled as he headed toward the shower room. Leaning against the doorframe outside the shower room, Zhang Fei comforted him. Professor Chen is doing this for your benefit. That ice dragon wields the power to control ice and snow. This training is all about unlocking the potential within you as soon as possible. But I have no clue where to start, Xu Yuan's voice echoed from inside. Don't worry, take it one step at a time. The Research Institute's cafeteria was always crowded during dinner hours, while the rest of the time, people came and went as their schedules allowed. Xu Yuan, his hair still damp, sat across from Zhang Fei. Where are Sister Xian and Tang Yun? Tang Yun is probably over at the medical center. As for Li Zino, here she comes. Just as Xu Yuan finished asking, Li Xian appeared behind him, gently wrapping her arms around him. Her eyes sparkled with a smile as she asked, Xu Yuan, how was today's training? Ugh, Xu Yuan sighed, looking deflated. Same old, same old. No progress at all. I've had enough of that sauna room. Hey, don't get discouraged. This is just the beginning, Li Xian said as she sat down beside Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan kept his head down, silently poking at his rice, unable to shake off the feeling of disappointment and not in the mood to talk. Good afternoon, Professor Chen. Everyone greeted as Professor Chen walked in with his tray. He made his way directly towards Xu Yuan's table, acknowledging the greetings along the way, and sat down next to Zhang Fei. His gaze landed on Xu Yuan. You won't need to train in high-temperature conditions tomorrow. I'll arrange a different environment for you. All right, Xu Yuan replied weakly, picking up the water cup beside his tray. Suddenly, a burst of white mist emerged from his hand, instantly freezing the cup into a solid block of ice. What the? Xu Yuan jumped in shock, dropping the frozen cup, which hit the table with a loud clang. Professor Chen's eyes widened in surprise. Without hesitation, he reached out to grab the frozen cup. The moment his hand touched the icy surface, a sharp pain shot through his palm, as if countless tiny needles were piercing his skin. He immediately withdrew his hand. Professor Chen, Zhang Fei, sitting next to him, practically leapt up in alarm, his panicked voice drawing everyone's attention. He stared in disbelief at Professor Chen's right hand, which had turned red and swollen, with a hint of purplish discoloration where it had touched the ice. Seeing this, Li Xian quickly took out her phone and called Tang Yun. Yunner, come back quickly. Professor Chen's hand is frostbitten. Tang Yun responded on the other end and hung up. Meanwhile, Professor Chen seemed unfazed, his attention fixed on the frozen cup on the table. Xu Yuan, still startled, raised his right hand, which was emitting a faint chill, and asked in astonishment, can it be controlled? Professor Chen, ignoring his frostbitten hand, looked up at Xu Yuan. I'll try. Xu Yuan stammered, focusing his mind as he attempted to control the cold emanating from his hand. Gradually, the white mist thinned and eventually dissipated completely. Professor Chen nodded and shifted his gaze back to the frozen cup. They say it takes years for ice to form 3 feet thick, yet you managed to freeze it in an instant. Your ability is extraordinary. I've encountered many rare beasts and beast tamers with ice-controlling powers, but compared to you, they're no match. Throughout the exchange, Professor Chen remained composed, seemingly indifferent to the reactions of those around him, lost in thought. At that moment, Tang Yun hurried over, her hands glowing with a soft green light as she quickly healed Professor Chen's frostbitten hand. With the power of the mythical bird Yuan, healing an ordinary person's injury was effortless. The frostbite on Professor Chen's hand visibly improved, and within moments, it was fully healed. Thank you, Tang Yun, Professor Chen said calmly. He then picked up an empty tray, used the utensils to carefully place the frozen cup on it, and left, carrying the tray with him. Watching Professor Chen's retreating figure, Xu Yuan blinked and asked in confusion, Brother Zhang, isn't Professor Chen just an ordinary person? How can he stay so calm? Yeah, you'll get used to it, Zhang Fei replied casually. Zhang Fei confidently said. Whether it's domestic or international, all sorts of knowledge about rare and exotic creatures are engraved in his mind. He's practically a walking encyclopedia. There's nothing he hasn't seen or experienced. Li Xian glanced at Xu Yuan with a smile. Though the words were spoken casually, she thought it was a good start and encouraged him. Keep it up, little brother Xu Yuan. After dinner, Xu Yuan returned to his room, where the desk was piled with materials. Yet, his mind kept replaying the feeling he had in the restaurant, hoping to pick up some useful techniques. Meanwhile, Li Xian was lying on his bed, engrossed in a drama on her phone. Just then, there was a knock at the door. Xu Yuan looked up and called out, "Come in." The door opened, and Professor Chen walked in, adjusting his glasses. He was surprised to see Li Xian there. "Oh, Li Xian is here too? Perfect," he remarked. "Good evening, Professor Chen." Li Xian quickly stood up and greeted him politely. Professor Chen pulled out a chair beside Xu Yuan, sat down, and said seriously, "Starting tomorrow, the two of you will begin practical training. Xu Yuan needs to fully master the icy power of the ice dragon." Li Xian nodded solemnly. "Understood. Your nine-tailed fox abilities are versatile and can help Xu Yuan gain a lot of practical experience." Professor Chen continued, shifting his gaze to Li Xian. She nodded again, indicating her willingness to follow his instructions. A few days ago, during a team meeting, it had been decided that the primary mission for their trio was to guide Xu Yuan, while other tasks could be set aside for now. After briefing Li Xian, Professor Chen turned his attention to Xu Yuan. "I've named your power Absolute Frost. Do you have any objections?" Xu Yuan nodded. "No, it sounds great." "Good," Professor Chen replied as he pulled a small notebook from his pocket and began jotting things down. Dragon Tamer Xu Yuan. Tamed Exotic Creature Polar Specimen 007. Ice Dragon. Associated Power Absolute Frost. Attribute, Ice. After finishing his notes, he stood up, preparing to leave. "Get some rest." "Good night, Professor Chen." "You rest well too," Xu Yuan said, but Professor Chen had already left the room. Li Xian chuckled and said, "Well then, Xu Yuan, I'll be counting on you tomorrow. Big sister is going to rest now. Good night." Xu Yuan replied, "Good night, Xinjia." The next day, inside the combat room. This combat room also utilized virtual scene technology. At this moment, Xu Yuan, in his dragon transformation state, and Li Xian, in her beast transformation state, found themselves in a mountain stream. A gentle creek flowed between moss-covered ancient trees on both banks, clearly a favorable environment for the nine-tailed fox. According to Professor Chen's training plan, the battlefield would rotate every 3 days to help Xu Yuan adapt quickly to different environments. Unlike Tang Yun's Chilwan with its incredible speed, Li Xian's nine-tailed fox was agile and elusive, making it impossible for Xu Yuan to touch her. Li Xin's entire body was covered in snow-white fur, and her 9 tails moved unpredictably, forming energy orbs of various elements behind her. Boom! A lightning-charged energy orb exploded near Xu Yuan in an instant. He dodged swiftly, and when he looked back, an irregular crater had formed where he had just stood, tiny arcs of electricity crackling within. "Xinjia, you're really not holding back, are you?" Xu Yuan said as he stepped onto a sturdy tree trunk nearby, using the momentum to charge toward Li Xian. Li Xian gracefully sidestepped, lightly stepping on the air to avoid his sharp dragon claws, and replied with a smile, "If I hold back now, it would only harm you later." Xu Yuan missed his strike, and a frosty layer formed over his icy blue dragon eyes. Instantly, frost began to spread within a range of several meters around him. He realized that controlling the power of extreme ice was much easier in his dragon form, but he needed to master this ability in his regular state as well. A flicker of surprise crossed Li Xian's eyes. Xu Yuan's range had indeed increased since the morning. What a prodigy. After a full day of sparring, Xu Yuan felt drained after releasing this burst of cold energy. He collapsed to his knees, his dragon transformation gradually fading until he returned to his original form. Seeing this, Li Xian also reverted from her beast transformation and walked over to encourage him to regain his strength and continue training. "All right," Xu Yuan said, panting as he sat up. Looking at Li Xian, who seemed completely unfazed, he asked, "Xinjia, how long can you maintain your beast transformation?" Li Xian thought for a moment before replying, "Well, without using the nine-tailed fox's abilities, I can last almost 3 hours. But if I use my abilities, my stamina runs out in about an hour. In battles against beast tamers, we usually go all out, so the duration is even shorter." "That long?" Xu Yuan was stunned, thinking to himself that he could barely maintain his form for 10 minutes, and only a couple of minutes if he used his abilities. Li Xian gave him a mischievous smile and said, "So, Xu Yuan, you'd better train hard. After all, being too quick isn't exactly a good thing for a man." Xu Yuan regretted asking. This woman never missed a chance to tease him. Meanwhile, outside the combat room, Professor Chen was busy recording data, marveling silently. "Xu Yuan's growth rate is beyond anything I've ever seen. Beside him, Zhao Tianming, dressed in military uniform, asked, "Can you give a comprehensive evaluation at this point?" Professor Chen shook his head. "Not yet. There's still too little data. He'll need at least a few more months of observation." Zhao Tianming frowned slightly, pressed the intercom button in front of him, and said to the two inside the combat room, "Take a 10-minute break, and then continue." Still catching his breath, Xu Yuan complained to Li Xian, "Xinjia, isn't this place a bit inhumane?" Li Xian chuckled and replied, "You should consider yourself lucky you're training at just the right time." Li Xian raised an eyebrow, her tone carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. "Back in the day, our training involved fighting beasts heathen. One wrong move, and we could lose our lives." Xu Yuan glanced at Li Xian curiously, wondering exactly how long ago her back in the day referred to. He cautiously asked, "Xinjia, how long have you been a beast tamer?" Li Xian thought for a moment before answering. 10 years, maybe 11 or 12. "How old are you then?" Xu Yuan blurted out, only to see Li Xian's eyes narrow sharply. "Don't ask what you shouldn't," Li Xian snapped. "Haven't you heard it's rude to ask a lady her age?" Xu Yuan froze, instinctively repeating, "A lady?" Before he could process her words, Li Xian grabbed him and yanked him to his feet. "Less talking, more training. Get up." "No way. I haven't even recovered yet," Xu Yuan weakly protested. But the two continued their combat training until late into the evening. After the session, Li Xian effortlessly supported the utterly exhausted Xu Yuan as they exited the training room. She teased, "Little brother, you can't even keep up. I wasn't even warmed up yet." Her remark caught the attention of two soldiers standing guard outside the room. Xu Yuan's eyes widened in frustration. "Say that again, and I'll fight you for real." Li Xian laughed. "Oh please, you can barely stand. I'm not into soft, wobbly guys." Making sure no one else was around, Li Xian turned to the soldiers and asked, "Where is everyone else?" One of the soldiers immediately stood at attention and saluted her. "Captain, Professor Chun and the Lieutenant General received a call and left in a hurry." "How long ago?" Li Xian pressed. "Almost 10 minutes ago," the soldier replied. Li Xian nodded. "Got it." Supporting Xu Yuan, she grabbed her belongings from the rest area and left. On the way, Xu Yuan asked curiously, "Xinjia, you're a captain?" Without looking up from her phone, Li Xian explained, "Becoming a beast tamer comes with a military rank. Once you're capable of handling things on your own, you'll have one too." Xu Yuan thought to himself, "In our country, even graduate officers only get a second lieutenant rank. Becoming a beast tamer and getting a rank right away, what a deal." However, Li Xian's attention was fully on her phone now, her brows furrowed. Xu Yuan glanced over and saw a message from Zheng Fei. "Li Xian, come to the outpost after you're done." "Did something happen?" Xu Yuan asked. Li Xian frowned. "Probably. Let's go." The two hurriedly left the research facility. The atmosphere outside felt unusually tense, with barely anyone in sight. Despite the freezing 30°C temperature, they wore only thin adaptive uniforms, yet felt no discomfort. In fact, Xu Yuan found it oddly comfortable. The outpost was where Xu Yuan had first arrived and met Professor Chen. Now, outside the outpost lay the massive corpse of a beast, about 10 meters in diameter and covered in feathers. Its bizarre appearance was unsettling. A crowd of personnel had gathered inside the outpost. Li Xian and Xu Yuan pushed through the crowd, finding a bloodied man slumped in a chair. Tang Yun was crouched beside him, treating his wounds, while a few other medical staff conducted checks. Professor Chun, Zhao Tianming, and Zheng Fei were all present, their faces grim. The room was heavy with tension. Seeing the injured Han Ming, Li Xian was taken aback. "Han Ming, what happened to you? Where's Meng Chao?" At the sight of Li Xian, Han Ming could no longer hold back his tears. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Though Li Xian didn't know the exact details, she could guess the general situation. Her expression darkened. "You didn't even bring back the body." "I'm sorry, Captain. Han Ming's mental state is on the verge of collapse," someone reported gravely. Under the watchful eyes of the group, Han Ming eventually fainted. Zhao Tianming's face was heavy with concern as he instructed, "Tang Yun, there's no need to treat him now. Go and get some rest." Tang Yun nodded weakly, the tear stains at the corners of her eyes revealing she had been crying. A few medical personnel quickly placed Han Ming on a stretcher and rushed him to the medical facility. On the way back to the research institute, the group walked in silence. Xu Yuan followed quietly behind them. The institute was just within sight when Zheng Fei let out a sigh and said, "Come with me for a smoke." Xu Yuan hesitated. "Is it really appropriate for me to join?" Zheng Fei replied firmly, "Yes, you should come." With that, he turned and headed in another direction, with Xu Yuan, Li Xian, and Tang Yun trailing after him. This time, Zheng Fei didn't avoid the security cameras as he had before. Instead, he casually leaned against a snow vehicle, pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. He gazed up at the aurora shimmering in the night sky and exhaled a plume of smoke, his voice filled with regret. "It was my mistake in judgment. I shouldn't have sent the two of them on that mission." He paused before continuing. 2 days before you arrived in the Arctic, we discovered that strange creature on the other side of the glacier. The front line at the pole needed guarding, and I didn't want to let that creature go. At the same time, I received word that you were arriving soon, and General Zhao ordered me to return to the institute to wait for you." As Zheng Fei spoke, he handed Xu Yuan a cigarette. Xu Yuan lit it but didn't smoke, choosing instead to listen quietly. Zheng Fei's expression darkened as he recounted the events. "We weren't the only ones who found that creature. Other teams of beast tamers from different nations were there too. I gave Han Ming and Meng Chao the task of tracking it. I specifically warned them not to engage directly with that team or recklessly challenge the creature. So why did it still end up like this?" His voice cracked with remorse, his eyes reddening as he fought back the urge to cry. Tang Yuan, her voice trembling with emotion, tried to console him. "Captain, General Zhao also approved your plan at the time. It's not entirely your fault." Li Xian, choking back tears, added, "What's done is done." Zheng Fei took a deep breath, extinguishing his cigarette, and tossing it aside. "We'll wait until Han Ming wakes up to figure out the next steps. For now, everyone should go get some rest." That night, none of the members of Zheng Fei's team slept. Each of them stayed quietly in their own rooms, enduring the long hours until dawn. Early in the morning, everyone gathered at the medical facility, waiting by the bedside of the unconscious Han Ming. As a beast tamer, Han Ming's physical resilience far surpassed that of ordinary people. After a night of recovery, his injuries were barely visible, though he still appeared somewhat weak. Xu Yuan stood alongside Zheng Fei and the others in Han Ming's hospital room, with Professor Chen also present. Han Ming, looking dispirited, sat at the head of the bed and gave a brief account of the events. After receiving their mission, he and Meng Chao tracked the exotic beast and engaged in combat with beast tamers from another country. Before Meng Chao died, he entrusted Han Ming to ensure the exotic beast's corpse was delivered to Professor Chen. After a night of reflection, Zheng Fei had regained his composure and, as the team leader, needed to show strength. Standing beside Han Ming's bed, he spoke in a tone that was gentle but firm. "What's done is done. Don't blame yourself. We all feel the loss deeply. Losing a comrade we've spent every day with, and not even being able to bring back his body, it's hard for all of us. The exotic beast is being dissected, and some of its materials will indeed be useful. In a way, you completed the mission," Professor Chen said calmly, seemingly indifferent to matters of life and death. Zhao Tianming, however, wore a somber expression. "I've already informed the military unit in Meng Chaos hometown. He and his family will be honored with the status of a martyr." Han Ming lowered his head and softly murmured a response. "Get some rest. There are still important tasks ahead that need you," Zheng Fei said, patting Han Ming on the shoulder before leading Xu Yuan and the others out of the room. Outside the room, Zheng Fei turned to Xu Yuan and said, "The training plan Professor Chen prepared for you must not be delayed." Then, looking at Li Xian, who was equally downcast, he added, "Li Xian, you have a mission to carry out. Don't let personal emotions affect your progress." Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement. Her task was to accompany Xu Yuan in combat training. According to Professor Chen's plan, Li Xian would train with Xu Yuan for a month, followed by Tang Yuan for another month, and finally Zheng Fei himself for the last month. After these 3 months, with Xu Yuan's talent, he should be ready for frontline deployment. In the simulated combat room, the setting for today's training was a mountain ravine. Xu Yuan noticed that Li Xian was completely out of sorts and tentatively suggested, "Sister Xian, how about we take a break?" Li Xian nodded and followed Xu Yuan to a nearby rock, where they both sat down. Xu Yuan felt awkward, unsure of how to comfort Li Xian, as he had never experienced the kind of camaraderie they shared. Just 2 weeks ago, he had been an ordinary freshman in college. It was Li Xian who broke the silence. "Before I joined the captain's team, I was part of another squad. That year, in Shenangjia, we were tasked with venturing deep into the primeval forest to collect samples. Along the way, we encountered a giant serpentum Ming snake. That snake must have lived for countless years. Its power was overwhelming. There were 5 of us in the team, and I was the only one who made it out alive. Like Meng Chao, my 4 teammates didn't even leave behind bodies. They were all devoured by the Ming snake. I don't even remember how I got through that time. Those teammates I grew up with, who were by my side day and night, all died that day." Later, Xu Yuan stayed at the research institute in Shenangjia for a long time, until he encountered Captain Xu Yuan. He listened attentively, only responding when Li Xian called his name. "I'm here, Sister Xian. Go ahead," he said. Li Xian looked at him solemnly, her tear-filled eyes locking onto his. Xu Yuan turned his head to meet her gaze. "Xu Yuan, promise me," Li Xian said earnestly. "Whatever happens, don't die. And if you have to die, make sure it's after me. I can't go through this kind of pain again." Seeing the serious expression on her face, Xu Yuan nodded firmly. "Don't worry, Sister Xian. I won't die." Li Xian gently wiped her tears, stood up, and said gratefully, "Thank you, Xin. Let's continue our training." When Li Xian mentioned the Ming snake, Xu Yuan felt a jolt in his heart. He recalled the materials on mythical creatures provided by Professor Chen, which described the Ming snake as resembling a serpent but with 4 wings on its body. Its cry was said to sound like a resonating bell. In the ancient text Shan Hai Jing, the classic of mountains and seas, the Ming snake was considered a disaster omen, symbolizing severe drought. Half a month later, in the simulation combat room, Xu Yuan and Li Xian moved swiftly through a dense forest. The occasional booming sounds filled the air, quickening the pulse. Xu Yuan glanced at Li Xian, who stood on a tree branch not far away. Suddenly, a chilling frost erupted under his feet. In an instant, the trees within several meters of him were frozen solid, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. "Whoa!" Li Xian exclaimed, a smile spreading across her face. Her white silhouette vanished like a phantom, reappearing seconds later at a farther distance. "That's spatial teleportation, or what people call instant movement," Li Xian explained with a grin. Behind her, a glowing fireball shot forth, hurtling straight toward Xu Yuan. He raised his right hand, forming a claw-like gesture. Before the fireball could reach within 10 centimeters of his palm, it was instantly frozen into an ice block. "You're improving quickly, little brother Xu Yuan," Li Xian praised. "Still a long way to go," Xu Yuan replied, pushing off the ground and charging toward her with incredible speed. Over the past 2 weeks of sparring, Xu Yuan had felt a deep sense of inadequacy. No matter how much he advanced, Li Xian always seemed to maintain a level of strength just beyond his reach. Xu Yuan gradually came to understand Professor Chen's intention. Li Xian's nine-tailed fox abilities were diverse. Xu Yuan had already identified nearly 10 different powers she possessed. Fighting her allowed him to accumulate a wealth of experience in a short time. However, according to Li Xian herself, while she had a bit of everything, she excelled at none, which was characteristic of the nine-tailed fox. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, specialized in ice and snow abilities, rendering Li Xian's freezing powers ineffective against him. "All right, that's enough for today," Li Xian said as she noticed Xu Yuan nearing exhaustion. She reverted from her beast form and leapt down from the tree. Xu Yuan slumped against another tree, panting heavily. "So tired," he muttered. Li Xian smiled and replied, "That's how it should be. Pushing yourself to the limit is the fastest way to grow." She marveled inwardly at his rapid progress. Whether it was due to his own potential or the influence of the ice dragon, Xu Yuan's transformation duration increased each time he entered his dragon form. At this rate, his future strength would be unimaginable. "Phew, I really hope tonight's main dish isn't potato and beef stew again," Xu Yuan said, still catching his breath as he leaned against the tree. Li Xian chuckled. "This is the Arctiquery lucky to have a hot meal at all. Be good, and don't be picky." Xu Yuan had been pushing himself to his limits in every battle recently, yet his recovery speed was astonishingly quick. Professor Chen once mentioned that the ice dragon had elevated his physical constitution to an unimaginable level, and he would only grow stronger in the future. As Xu Yuan and Li Xian pushed open the door to the training room, they saw Zhang Fei waiting with Han Ming. Upon seeing them, Han Ming clapped his hands and said, "Impressive. I didn't expect you to be a rookie who's only been a beast tamer for less than a month." Xu Yuan felt a little embarrassed by his comment. Han Ming approached with a friendly smile and introduced himself. "Hi, Xu Yuan. I'm Han Ming, part of Zhang Fei's team." Xu Yuan replied, "Hello, brother Han Ming. I'm part of, the Hunan Provincial Finance." Before he could finish, Li Xian playfully wrapped an arm around his neck and teased, "He's currently under my care, your big sister here." Han Ming laughed and said, all right. Seeing you so lively, Sister Xian, puts me at ease." Then, turning back to Xu Yuan, he added, "I'm only a few years older than you. Just call me brother Han." Xu Yuan smiled, thinking Han Ming didn't seem much older, probably around 22 or 23. Zhang Fei widened his eyes at Xu Yuan and teased, "Were you just about to mention your school?" Xu Yuan scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. Li Xian explained that Xu Yuan was still a rookie and couldn't officially join a team yet, so he wasn't entirely sure where he belonged. The meals at the research institute, though monotonous, were hearty and filling. Zhang Fei, holding 4 steamed buns in one hand, wolfed them down and said to Xu Yuan, "Tomorrow, you'll train with Han Ming. He specifically got Professor Chen's approval." Xu Yuan responded, "Then he'll be in your care tomorrow, brother Han." He glanced over at Han Ming. "Don't take it the wrong way, Xu Yuan. I've just never sparred with a dragon tamer before, and am curious," Han Ming said a little apologetically. Zhang Fei, however, wasn't having it and interjected, "Don't hold back. I want to see how much Xu Yuan has improved over the past 2 weeks." He then turned to Xu Yuan and asked, "What do you think, Xu Yuan?" Xu Yuan nodded and replied, "I'm curious about my progress too. Brother Han, don't hold back tomorrow." Han Ming agreed with a grin, "You got it." The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Xu Yuan adjusted his state of mind, preparing to face the imminent battle. Outside the simulation training room, long unseen Zhao Tianming and Professor Chen were present. Zhang Fei and 2 other companions stood beside Zhao Tianming, observing the training inside through the glass wall. Professor Chen was at the control panel, selecting the scenario for today's simulation. Zhao Tianming suggested, Choose an environment that favors Han Ming and see how Xu Yuan responds. Professor Chen didn't reply to Zhao Tianming, focusing instead on choosing the scenario. Finally, he settled on an environment combining plains and hills. On the plain, the two stood facing each other. Han Ming extended his fist and smiled at Xu Yuan. Be careful, and let's see what you've got. Xu Yuan stepped forward and lightly bumped his fist against Han Ming's, then shouted, "Beast form." As Han Ming's voice fell, white fur instantly sprouted through his Baijie robe, markings appeared on his forehead, and a slender tail emerged behind him. His entire form resembled a leopard, though the patterns on his body were strikingly unique. Beast Tamer Han Ming, mythical Beast Mingji. Han Ming extended his right hand, the sharp claws of the leopard emanating an ominous threat. Dragon form. Xu Yuan dared not hesitate. As his voice rang out, a chill swept through the air, and the surrounding temperature plunged. White frost swirled around him, forming a small snowstorm as he transformed into his dragon state. Long silver-white hair flowed down his back, and the crystalline dragon horns on his head glimmered like ice sculptures. His body was covered in silver-white dragon scales, exuding an indomitable toughness. Snowflakes floated around him like a radiant halo. Han Ming froze in place, staring at Xu Yuan in shock, his heart in turmoil. This transformation was beyond his comprehension. In his past encounters with beast tamers, their beast forms retained only their facial features, while the rest of their appearance completely morphed into that of the mythical beast. At this moment, Xu Yuan's mind raced as he tried to recall the traits and abilities of Mengji, silently berating his poor memory. This unusual dragon transformation made Han Ming cautious, his previously relaxed expression turning serious. Inwardly, he thought, strike first, or suffer the consequences. With a powerful push off the ground, he accelerated in an instant. Xu Yuan only saw a white blur flash before him as Han Ming appeared directly in front of him, raising his sharp claws to strike. Clang! Xu Yuan quickly raised his arms in defense, crossing them in front of him. The silver-white dragon scales on his arms were as hard as dragon armor, forcefully blocking the sharp claws. Even so, the immense power sent him stumbling back 2 steps. Xu Yuan couldn't help but think, he's strong. At the same time, Han Ming's white pupils widened as he thought to himself, this newcomer has such strength. Outside, Zheng Fei couldn't hold back a smile as he understood Han Ming's thoughts. He mused, you didn't expect that, did you? Even I can't break through that dragon's defense. My turn. Xu Yuan muttered, his tone steady. He moved swiftly, leaving icy tracks on the grass. His silver-white figure leapt into the air, tracing a parabola before crashing down with immense force. Boom. The ground erupted as dirt flew in all directions, the airborne soil instantly coated with a layer of frost. Xu Yuan frowned, stood up cautiously, and scanned his surroundings. Han Ming's figure had completely disappeared, and even the faintest trace of his presence was undetectable. Xu Yuan felt a sinking feeling in his heart, and suddenly thought of Meng, Jia, mythical beast visible only to those with pure faith and a kind heart. As long as it held its breath, it could blend seamlessly into its surroundings. At that moment, Han Ming was observing Xu Yuan's every move from a distance, thinking to himself, what will you do next, Xu Yuan? Just then, Xu Yuan, with his dragon-scaled hands, suddenly slammed them down onto the ground. Instantly, a fierce, icy wind roared, and a powerful frost quickly froze the entire ground. A faint smile appeared on Xu Yuan's lips as his exhaled breath crystallized into frost in the cold air. He thought to himself, if I can't find him, I'll just cover the entire area. With that, a torrent of power surged forth like a flood, and in an instant, half the battlefield was enveloped in thick frost. Professor Chen, who had been watching from the sidelines, rarely smiled and remarked, an indiscriminate attack to force Han Ming out, while transforming the environment to his advantage. This kid's got potential. Hearing this, Zhao Tianming looked astonished. I've never heard you praise anyone before. Professor Chen replied. The others weren't worth praising. By this time, Han Ming had already retreated to the nearby hills. He couldn't stay hidden for long, and only revealed himself once he had widened the distance sufficiently. Found you. Before Han Ming's figure had fully appeared, Xu Yuan had already materialized before him like a phantom. Han Ming gasped so fast. Seeing the icy wasteland behind Xu Yuan, he immediately understood everything. This guy is even stronger in an environment of ice and snow. Unprepared and unable to dodge in time, Han Ming crossed his arms in front of him defensively. Bam! Xu Yuan's punch landed heavily on Han Ming's arms. The impact sent Han Ming flying several meters before he barely managed to steady himself. Just as he was about to counterattack, a sharp, piercing pain shot through his right arm. Looking down, he saw that the spot Xu Yuan had struck was now covered in a layer of frost. Xu Yuan stood where he was, coldly watching Han Ming, his long, silvery white hair swaying gently in the icy wind. Han Ming clenched his right arm, his left hand's claw crushing the frost, encasing it with a bit of force. The ice shattered, but the frostbite lingered, leaving his right arm less agile for the ensuing fight. With a faint smile, Han Ming thought to himself, I underestimated him. I need to be more careful. Xu Yuan, it's time for me to get serious. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, assumed a ready stance, preparing for Han Ming's next move. Suddenly, Professor Chen pressed a button in front of him, and the combat room's environment began to fade away, transforming into a blank white space. Professor Chen then spoke into the intercom. That's enough. Both of you come out. With that, he turned and left, carrying the data he had collected. Beside him, Zhao Tianming, still eager to see more, protested. Why stop now? Let them keep going. Zheng Fei chuckled and replied, there's no need. Didn't you notice, General? Han Ming has been testing Xu Yuan's abilities this whole time. Xu Yuan just went all out, but Han Ming hasn't yet. Li Xian added. Next, Han Ming would likely do what I would only use slightly more strength than Xu Yuan to counter him. Hearing this, Zhao Tianming stroked his chin thoughtfully, then left as well. Inside the combat room, Xu Yuan and Han Ming stood facing each other, their bodies gradually returning to their normal forms. What's going on, Han? Xu Yuan asked. The two of them stepped out of the combat room. Tang Yun hurried over, her hands glowing with a faint green light as she carefully treated Han Ming's frostbitten arm. Xu Yuan, still a bit confused, asked, what's going on, Brother Zheng? Zheng Fei shrugged and replied, Professor Chen told you guys to stop fighting. I have no idea why. Han Ming looked as though he wanted to say something, but hesitated. Zheng Fei immediately caught on and exchanged a glance with Li Xian. Li Xian, quick on the uptake, walked over and slung her arm around Xu Yuan's shoulders, teasing, not satisfied yet? Come on, let's find another combat room and keep training. Without waiting for his response, she grabbed him and dragged him away. Zheng Fei squinted at Han Ming and asked, what's on your mind? Han Ming shook his head in disbelief. Captain, he's insane. Hasn't he only been a beast tamer for less than a month? Zheng Fei nodded in agreement. You think so too, huh? No joke, at the rate he's improving, in a few months, I won't stand a chance against him. Han Ming continued. Captain, can we request to have Xu Yuan replace Meng Chao and join our team? Zheng Fei's eyes widened. You think I haven't thought of that? We're beast tamers, and he's a dragon tamer. Do you think he fits in with our team? You're right. Han Ming sighed, his face full of regret. What a shame. If he were with us, Captain Zheng wouldn't dare mock you anymore. Tang Yun, who had just finished treating Han Ming, looked at Zheng Fei with a sparkle in her eyes. What if, Captain? How will you know unless you try? Zheng Fei thought for a moment, rubbed his now-healed arm, and finally shook his head. No way. Letting a rookie surpass us in such a short time would be humiliating. Captain, spar with me. Han Ming requested. Zheng Fei grinned and agreed. All right, I've been itching for a fight anyway. Tang Yun chuckled and said, all right, Captain, you two stay here. They'll head over to Xian Zin's side. Zheng Fei and Han Ming nodded, watching her leave. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Inside the simulated combat room, the mountain stream was lush with greenery, and the flowers were in full bloom, creating a breathtaking scene. However, all this beauty was covered by a layer of frost. Xu Yuan and Li Xian were locked in an intense battle, while Professor Chen stood outside with a laptop, recording data. As he typed, he mumbled to himself, combat abilities have improved significantly. The dragon transformation duration has clearly increased, the freezing range is expanding, and physical strength and constitution have enhanced. Current compatibility between the ice dragon and Xu Yuan is at 30. More accurate data still needs continuous observation. After finishing, he glanced at Zheng Fei and asked, today's the last day of training for Li Xian and Xu Yuan, right? Zheng Fei nodded. Yes, starting tomorrow, it'll be Tang Yun's turn. Zheng Fei's eyes were also fixed on the two in combat. Li Xian was performing at more than half of her full strength, yet Xu Yuan was managing to hold his own against her. Professor Chen nodded in agreement and closed his laptop. The results aligned closely with my calculations. We can start control training tomorrow. Zheng Fei suddenly felt a twinge of sympathy for Xu Yuan. Professor Chen, can't we let him rest for a couple of days? For the entire month, Xu Yuan had been battling Li Xian almost daily. Whenever he was exhausted, he'd rest for 10 minutes, and then resume as soon as his stamina slightly recovered. While Professor Chen insisted this was the only way for Xu Yuan to quickly adapt to the ice dragon he had absorbed, the intensity of this training seemed almost inhumane. Professor Chen frowned. Don't pity him. The enhancements brought by the ice dragon are far from weak. Zheng Fei nodded, acknowledging the truth in his words. No matter how worn out Xu Yuan gets, after a night's sleep, he's back to full strength the next day, as if nothing happened. The combat room was bone-chillingly cold. Since last week, no matter what scenarios Professor Chen set up for Xu Yuan, they all ended up becoming icy, snow-covered landscapes. That's enough for now, Li Xian said, dispersing the pink energy ball in her hand and slowly reverting from her beast form. At this point, Xu Yuan had also returned to his normal state, kneeling on the icy ground, panting heavily with his hands pressed against the frosty surface. Li Xian walked forward and, with practiced ease, helped him up by his arm, guiding him toward the exit. Big sister's training for you is over. Starting tomorrow, it'll be Yunar's turn to teach you. Li Xin's brows furrowed slightly as she sighed inwardly. Over the past month, everyone could see Xu Yuan's determination and natural talent. Still catching his breath, Xu Yuan asked, Sister Tang Yun isn't really skilled in combat, is she? If I spar with her, wouldn't it before he could finish? Li Xian interrupted. Yunar isn't going to teach you combat. She'll be teaching you other things. Don't underestimate her, she's very capable. Alright then. As they pushed open the combat room doors, Zhang Fei patted Xu Yuan on the shoulder and looked at Li Xian. Thank you for your hard work, Li Xian. Li Xian responded with a smile. It wasn't hard for me. It's Xu Yuan who's been working the hardest. Xu Yuan, you've done well too. Go rest up, there's new training tomorrow, Li Xian added. Xu Yuan nodded. After taking a shower, he had just returned to his room when there was a knock at the door. Opening it, he found Zhang Fei standing there with a mysterious look. Glancing cautiously around to ensure no one was watching, Zhang Fei quickly slipped into Xu Yuan's room. Brother Zhang, why are you sneaking around like a thief? Xu Yuan's lips twitched slightly. Zhang Fei's shifty-eyed demeanor was completely at odds with his usual image as a rugged, 6-foot tough guy. Zhang Fei closed the door mysteriously, then pulled out a pack of canned beers from inside his jacket and grinned. This is my secret stash. Let's have a drink tonight. Xu Yuan's eyes lit up. He knew all too well that the research institute they had been living in for over a month had strict rules, especially when it came to smoking and drinking. He teased, Brother Zhang, impressive. Must taken some effort to sneak those in, huh? Of course. The inspections at the outpost are ridiculously strict. Zhang Fei fumed at the thought of all the things that had been confiscated before. He pulled up a chair and sat down as Xu Yuan tidied up the materials on the desk, stacking them neatly to the side. Once Xu Yuan sat down, Zhang Fei pulled out his phone. Let me text Tang Yun and Li Xian. Good things are meant to be shared. He chuckled, though he couldn't help but think about how 4 people would split 6 cans of beer. Not enough to go around, huh? Xu Yuan's lips twitched again, recalling his university days when he and his roommates had gone out drinking during their first weekend. Entire night of drinking left the floor scattered with empty bottles. Zhang Fei, noticing his expression, glared at him as if ready to scold him. Be grateful. You still want to get drunk? Should we call Hanga too? Ever since he sparred with you, he's been camping out in the training room, sleeping on the floor. That guy's relentless. Not long after, Li Xian and Tang Yun arrived, both looking a little guilty. Li Xian eyed Zhang Fei in disbelief. Captain, you've got guts. If we get caught, you'll get in trouble. Are you drinking or not? If not, leave. I'm drinking. Of course I am. Li Xian giggled, her eyes curving into crescents as she smiled at him. Tang Yun, on the other hand, quietly sat down with a small smile and had already cracked open a can of beer. Shocked, Li Xian quickly grabbed another can. Yunar, how are you so fast? Tang Yun laughed. If I were any slower, there'd be none left. You know the captain can finish a whole can in one gulp. Fair point. The 4 of them chatted in Xu Yuan's room for a while, finishing the beers, but not leaving. Zhang Fei regaled them with stories about how he became a beast tamer and the grueling training that followed. Xu Yuan, sharp as always, understood Zhang Fei's intentions. As Zhang Fei was about to leave, Xu Yuan called out to him. Brother Zhang, don't worry. I know you, Professor Chen, and everyone else mean well. They'll do my best. Zhang Fei froze for a moment, surprised by Xu Yuan's words. Then, a smile spread across his face. He didn't say anything, just patted Xu Yuan on the shoulder before turning and walking out. The next morning, Tang Yun arrived at the training room early, unusually dressed in her combat uniform. Ever since returning from the front lines, she had been wearing her own clothes, unlike Zhang Fei and Li Xian, who rarely took off their uniforms. Good morning, Sister Tang Yun, Xu Yuan greeted as he pushed open the door, seeing her adjusting the simulation equipment. Tang Yun turned to look at him, her lips curving into a smile. Morning, Xu Yuan. You're looking energetic. It's like this every day? Ever since becoming a dragon tamer, I feel like my boat is changing constantly, and my energy levels just keep improving. Xu Yuan replied with a cheerful grin. Tang Yun was the quiet type, always wearing a gentle, warm smile that made everyone who met her feel at ease, as if basking in the warmth of spring. When the training location was finally decided to be a regular forest, Tang Yun softly brushed her sleek, long hair aside, and was the first to step into the training room. Inside the training room, Tang Yun and Xu Yuan stood face to face, both dressed in black combat uniforms that rippled slightly with their subtle movements. With a warm smile, Tang Yun extended her slender hand and spoke in a soft voice. Let me formally introduce myself. My name is Tang Yun, and I belong to Zhang Fei's team. The beast I control is called Qing Yuan. Xu Yuan stepped forward, shook her hand, and replied earnestly. My name is Xu Yuan, and the beast I control is the Ice Dragon. Tang Yun took a deep breath, her clear eyes fixed on Xu Yuan as she spoke slowly. XINXN has been teaching you combat techniques. What it'll teach you is how to control your power, in particular, how to train your mastery of the extreme frost. As she spoke, she extended a long, elegant finger. A swirl of green wind coiled around it, like a lively, azure fish dancing at her fingertip. Try forming a perfectly round ice sphere in your hand, Tang Yun instructed gently. At her words, Xu Yuan extended his palm and focused his energy. Wisps of cold air began to emanate from his hand, gathering in his palm. Gradually, the frost condensed into ice. At first, it was just a tiny shard, but as Xu Yuan directed more of his power, the ice grew larger. However, its shape was far from smooth, with sharp, uneven edges. Suddenly, with a loud pop, the ice in his hand shattered and dissipated into the air in the blink of an eye. Xu Yuan let out a long sigh, looking slightly frustrated. This is so hard, he muttered. Tang Yun's tone remained soft and encouraging. Tilting her head slightly, her black hair cascading elegantly, she said, "It takes time to control it at will. I've watched you train with Xin. Every time, you freeze outward from yourself as the center, correct?" "Yeah," Xu Yuan nodded and added, "I can also freeze the opponent's attacks." Tang Yun continued, "Have you tried forming ice spheres, ice blades, or anything similar using your frost power?" Her every move was graceful, her demeanor poised, and her voice as soothing as a clear spring. Xu Yuan sighed and admitted, "I've tried, but it's just too difficult." Hearing this, Tang Yun gave him a sweet, radiant smile and encouraged, "Well, that's why I'm here to teach you how to control it." Xu Yuan's expression brightened with resolve. Respectfully, he said, "They'll be relying on you, Tang Yun." Tang Yun nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Her voice remained warm but carried a firm undertone as she said, "Let's begin. It's going to be tough, so you'll need patience." Xu Yuan took a deep breath, determination shining in his eyes, and responded earnestly, "They'll do my best." Tang Yun's guidance lasted an entire month. During this time, Xu Yuan was forbidden from using his dragon transformation ability and was instead required to master the control of extreme frost in his normal state. Inside the training room, Tang Yun's voice echoed, "If you can use it effortlessly in your normal state, you'll be even stronger after transforming." Sweat beaded on Xu Yuan's forehead as he focused intently on manipulating the ice crystals, striving for precise control. Day after day of training brought remarkable progress. Observing his rapid improvement, Tang Yun couldn't help but admire Xu Yuan's combination of talent and hard work, calling it truly extraordinary. On the final day of training, Tang Yun spoke with a hint of sympathy. "Starting tomorrow, the captain will be in charge of your training. Good luck, Xu Yuan." Xu Yuan, puzzled, couldn't understand what good luck implied. Outside the training room, Professor Chen sat in a chair, holding a thermos cup. He asked Xu Yuan about his experiences over the past month, and Xu Yuan answered honestly, though he admitted he still had doubts about controlling his powers after transforming. Professor Chen calmly set down the cup, picked up a tablet, and displayed the research facility's layout, pointing out the location for the next day's training. Just then, a soldier in uniform entered, carrying a plastic box. Professor Chen gestured for Xu Yuan to take it and explained, "These are your personal belongings that were confiscated when you first arrived. Your phone and keys are inside. Give your mother a call to let her know you're safe." With that, he and Tang Yun left the room. Left alone in the training room, Xu Yuan stared at the phone in his hand, his fingers hovering over the keypad as he hesitated. Taking a deep breath, he finally dialed the number. His mother's familiar voice came through, and Xu Yuan fought back tears, striving to keep his tone steady. He responded briefly to her concerns, but when she asked about his living expenses, he could no longer hold back his emotions. "It's enough, Mom. I can't talk right now. I need to study," Xu Yuan said hastily before ending the call, tears streaming down his face. Ever since arriving in the Arctic, he had been keeping his emotions tightly in check. Now, at last, he allowed himself a fleeting moment of vulnerability. "Take care of yourself and try to rest more," Tang Yun said over the phone. After hanging up, Xu Yuan couldn't calm his restless heart for a long time. It took him a while to compose himself. He wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes, opened the door, and found Tang Yun waiting for him. "Tang Yunjia," he greeted her. Tang Yun smiled gently. "Don't worry, I didn't hear anything. I just came to let you know there's news that another newcomer will join the Arctic Research Institute in a month." Although this small news didn't require her to wait for Xu Yuan specifically, Tang Yun, being considerate, thought he might need some comfort. However, seeing his composed expression, she realized she'd overthought it. Xu Yuan was stronger than she had imagined. A newcomer? Didn't Sun Wanlin fail to tame a beast last time? Xu Yuan scratched his head and asked. "That's right," Tang Yun replied. "Speaking of which, I haven't seen Sun Wanlin in a while. This year, including you, there are 24 newcomers. With the one coming next month, that makes 25. The two walked side by side toward the lounge. "Doesn't sound like a lot," Xu Yuan remarked. Tang Yun nodded. "It's not much this year. But next year, there should be a lot more newcomers. Reportedly, there are 300 observation candidates at the moment." Observation candidates. Xu Yuan looked at Tang Yun, puzzled. "Yes, they're being observed to see if they're suitable to become beast tamers." Sun Wanlin and the newcomer were both selected this way. You're a bit special, Tang Yin explained. We only found your personal information after you entered university. Before that, there was absolutely no trace of you. So that's why, Xu Yuan thought, finally understanding. No wonder Professor Chun had said that his father had done a great job protecting him. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Xu Yuan arrived at the training room on the west side of the institute. It was an entirely independent building with a closed interior. Inside, there was only a spacious area, and the walls were embedded with control screens, giving it a stark, utilitarian appearance. Good morning, Brother Zhang, Xu Yuan greeted as he stepped inside and saw Zheng Fei busy at a control screen. Morning, Xu Yuan, Zheng Fei replied, turning around. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Huh? You look pretty energetic today. Hee hee, not bad, Xu Yuan said with a grin. After the phone call with his mother yesterday, he felt much more at ease, and the tension in his mind had significantly lessened. Are you ready to start? Zheng Fei asked, wearing only a black training suit. Xu Yuan took a deep breath, removed his jacket, and said firmly, I'm ready, Brother Zheng. We can start any time. All right, Zheng Fei said as he pressed a control button with his right hand. In an instant, an immense force surged from all directions. Caught off guard, Xu Yuan dropped to his knees, his arms bracing against the ground. Beads of sweat quickly formed and rolled down his forehead. He lifted his head, his brows furrowed in concentration. Zheng Fei, calm and composed, walked toward him slowly. This is the gravity training room. Since it's your first time, I only set it to 10 times the normal gravity. Take your time to adjust. We'll both be living here for the next month. Meals will be delivered for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. As he finished speaking, Zheng Fei's body began to transform. In the blink of an eye, he had entered his beastly form. As Xu Yuan struggled to stand, a flicker of astonishment crossed Zheng Fei's face. He secretly thought to himself, just how much has this ice dragon enhanced this kid's physical capabilities? Gasping for breath, Xu Yuan felt as if his entire body had been filled with lead, and even the air around him seemed oppressively heavy. Zheng Fei swished his tail behind him and said firmly, for the next month, you're forbidden to use extreme ice. We're going for pure hand-to-hand combat training. Let's begin, Brother Zheng. Xu Yuan replied, his body gradually transitioning into dragon form. Only then did he realize the differences in his trainingly Xian-taught combat techniques. Tang Yin focused on control over abilities, but Zheng Fei's training was purely about raw, unadulterated strength. Zheng Fei's tiger-like claw struck Xu Yuan with immense force, sending him flying several meters away, completely unable to counter. Damn, Xu Yuan winced, feeling the searing pain in his abdomen. Zheng Fei's strength was already overwhelming, but in this high-gravity environment, Xu Yuan felt as if his internal organs were being shaken out of place. Zheng Fei's thunderous voice boomed. Don't even think about dodging. If you don't want to be a punching bag, fight back. As he spoke, he was already charging towards Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan's pupils contracted as he thought to himself, you've got to be kidding me. How can someone so strong also be this fast? Zheng Fei's fists, clenched tightly, came hurtling towards Xu Yuan with a sharp whooshing sound. Bam! Reacting swiftly, Xu Yuan crossed his arms in front of him to block the blow, but the sheer force left his arms numb. There was no time to recover as the next punch followed immediately. In this environment of 10 times normal gravity, even the slightest movement drained Xu Yuan's energy rapidly. Zheng Fei delivered another heavy punch. Gritting his teeth, Xu Yuan clenched his fists and met it heat-in. Bam! Zheng Fei's punch easily deflected Xu Yuan's, landing squarely on his chest with crushing force. Sent flying once again, Xu Yuan clutched his chest, his dragon form gradually dissipating. Moments later, he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Zheng Fei reverted from his beast state and walked over with a cheerful grin. Even resting has to be done under 10 times gravity. Don't get discouraged, alright? Back when I started, I couldn't even maintain my beast form for more than 1/20th of the time I could outside. But training in this kind of environment really pays off. Lying on the ground, Xu Yuan gasped for air, his body so heavy he could barely lift a hand. He couldn't help but think, no wonder Sister Tang Yin told me to take care of myself. Huh, huh, huh. Zheng Fei's hearty laughter echoed throughout the training room. Inside the gravity training room, the sound of fists colliding echoed relentlessly, deafening and intense. The sheer strength of the two beast tamers was enough to make the entire room tremble violently. At that moment, the gravity inside had been adjusted to 30 times that of the outside world. For an ordinary person, stepping into such an environment would result in being instantly crushed. At the doorway, two soldiers exchanged uneasy glances and involuntarily swallowed hard. The battles between beast tamers were something far beyond the capabilities of ordinary humans. Even standing outside, the sounds alone painted a vivid picture of the ferocity within. Just then, Professor Chun, bundled in layers of clothing, strolled over leisurely. The two soldiers immediately stood at attention, saluting in unison as they greeted, Professor Chun, is it not over yet? Professor Chen frowned slightly. One of the soldiers glanced at the time and replied, "About 10 more minutes to go." Professor Chen nodded, saying, "Then I'll wait here for a bit." With that, he found a step to sit on and settled down. Today marked the final day of training for Xu Yuan and Zheng Fei, and Professor Chen had timed his arrival perfectly. Over the past month, Xu Yuan and Zheng Fei had hardly left the training room, handling everything from eating to basic needs within the confines of the space. The gravity equipment had never been turned off. Instead, the gravity multiplier had been steadily increasing. Before long, the sounds of combat inside the room abruptly ceased. A few minutes later, the door to the training room slowly opened. Supported by Zheng Fei, Xu Yuan staggered out. The moment he stepped through the doorway, he caught sight of Professor Chen, hands tucked casually into his pockets. Professor Chen gave Xu Yuan a once-over, paused for a moment, and then asked, "How are you feeling?" Xu Yuan forced a wry smile and replied, "Feels like my whole body is falling apart." Professor Chen nodded knowingly. "Good. That's how it should be. You too. Help Xu Yuan back to rest," he instructed, gesturing toward the soldiers standing guard. Xu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I'm not that fragile. I can manage on my own." Under the watchful eyes of the group, Xu Yuan began making his way toward the resting quarters. After he had left, Professor Chen turned to Zheng Fei and asked, "Was the training carried out according to my original plan?" Zheng Fei, looking visibly fatigued, replied, "Not exactly. Actually, it progressed faster than you anticipated. This kid's adaptability is remarkable." "Oh." Professor Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Zheng Fei continued, "At first, the tenfold gravity was tough for him, just as you predicted. According to your plan, it would have taken him about half a month to adapt. But during the second half of the month, I kept increasing the gravity every day, and he managed to adapt quickly. 5 days ago, he fully adjusted to 30 times gravity 3 days ahead of your schedule. Honestly, I think he could handle even higher levels, but without your approval, I didn't dare to push it further." After reporting the month's progress, Zheng Fei hesitated, as though there was more he wanted to say. Professor Chen eyed him calmly and said, "You did the right thing. He doesn't need any more training for now. It's time for him to relax a bit." Then he asked Zheng Fei, "What else do you want to say?" Scratching his head, Zheng Fei grinned sheepishly and said, "Heh, Professor Chen, when will you make a training plan for me?" The two of them began walking side by side toward the research facility. Professor Chen nodded and said, "Your squad did an excellent job on this mission. He'll prepare a training plan for each of you as a reward." Zheng Fei's face lit up with excitement. "That's great. Oh, by the way, Professor Chen," he paused for a moment, then asked, "should we let Xu Yuan go all out and have another match with Han Ming?" Professor Chen kept his gaze forward and replied in an indifferent tone, "There's no need. I'm afraid Han Ming might lose and take it too hard." Hearing this, Zheng Fei's eyes widened in shock, almost rendering him speechless. "Are you serious?" He finally managed to find his voice. "Han Ming is incredibly strong." "I'm serious," the professor replied. "And Xu Yuan isn't as weak as you think he is now." Professor Chen continued walking without stopping, explaining as he went, "When training with Tang Yun, I didn't let him transform into a dragon. When training with you, I didn't let him use the extreme frost ice. There's a reason for this." With that, he left without looking back, leaving Zheng Fei standing there, utterly bewildered. The next morning, a familiar voice rang out outside Xu Yuan's room. "Xu Yuan, wake up. Time for breakfast." Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Xu Yuan opened the door to see Li Xine standing there, her face beaming with a radiant smile. "Good morning, Xine Jia," Xu Yuan yawned. Li Xine immediately hugged him tightly, excitedly asking, "Did you miss your big sister, Xu Yuan?" Xu Yuan mumbled vaguely. "Let me wash up first, okay, Xine Jia?" Go ahead, Li Xine said cheerfully. "After breakfast, let's go on a date." Breakfast at the research institute was simple, steamed buns and military rations, with a choice between rice porridge or soy milk. After eating, Li Xine naturally linked her arm with Xu Yuan's, and the two, dressed in casual attire, walked out of the cafeteria. Their appearance drew the curious gazes of soldiers and researchers around them. Just as they exited the cafeteria, they saw a tall man, as imposing as Zheng Fei, walking toward them. The man extended his hand warmly when he saw Xu Yuan. "Hello, Xu Yuan." Xu Yuan frowned slightly, puzzled. "Hello, and you are?" The man smiled and introduced himself. "I'm Jiang Shao, currently stationed at the polar front line. The last time I saw you, you were unconscious." Realization dawned on Xu Yuan, and his eyes lit up. "Oh, hello, Captain Jiang. Brother Zheng talks about you all the time." Jiang Shao laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, Zheng Fei has the nerve to mention me, huh?" His personality was quite similar to Zheng Fei, straightforward and easygoing, making him easy to get along with. "Curious," Xu Yuan asked, "shouldn't you be at the front lines, Captain Jiang?" Jiang Shao explained, "Well, we're expecting new recruits these days, and my team was assigned to escort them. So, I came back to pick them up. Been here 2 days now, and still no sign of them." Then he noticed Li Xian standing beside Xu Yuan. "Oh, Xian Mena, you're here too?" Li Xian rolled her eyes in mock irritation. Captain Jiang, you can still see me, huh? Jiang Shao chuckled. What do you mean by that? My attention's been on Xu Yuan, of course. Someone who could make Professor Chen travel all the way to the Arctic must be way more remarkable than you. With that, he waved at the two and said, all right, I'm off to eat. See you around. After Jiang Shao left, Xu Yuan turned to ask. He mentioned Professor Chen traveling a long way. What does he mean by that, Xian Jia? Li Xian sighed and explained. This is all because of you. Professor Chen retired years ago, but he's the most authoritative figure in his field. The country tried everything to invite him back, but he refused every time. If it weren't for finding you, he would never have returned to the institute. He's not a beast tamer, but he's a living legend. Xu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Oh, I see. Over the next few days, Li Xian acted like a dedicated tour guide, showing Xu Yuan around the institute and explaining the functions and features of each area in detail. Their time together indeed had the feel of a date. Until one afternoon, when Zheng Fei and Xu Yuan found themselves wandering aimlessly around the institute together. Today, Zheng Fei excitedly approached Xu Yuan, inviting him to go skiing together. However, before they could step out of the research institute's doors, Zhao Tianming sternly ordered them back. Left with no choice, the two wandered aimlessly inside the facility. Zheng Fei clutched his snowboard tightly, unwilling to let go of his anticipation. The newcomers are being handled by Jiang Shao's team, yet the lieutenant general won't let us leave. It's so frustrating, Zheng Fei complained, his tone filled with discontent. Xu Yuan nodded in agreement. Exactly. Being cooped up in this research institute all day is so suffocating. We can't even go out for some fun. It's way too boring. As they grumbled, an intriguing scene unfolded at the institute's entrance. Two soldiers escorted someone wrapped in a military coat inside. The person's head was covered with a black hood, a sight that made Xu Yuan's lips twitch with recognition. Suddenly, the hooded individual began to struggle violently, their voice filled with fear and anger. Let me go? I'm calling the police on you. This is a society governed by the rule of law. Kidnapping is punishable by death. Let me go? The young man's loud protests caught the attention of everyone nearby. From his voice, Xu Yuan guessed the newcomer was probably around his own age. Not far away, an elderly professor approached slowly, followed by Jiang Shao. Xu Yuan recognized the professor as Professor Zhang, whom he had met a few times before. Zheng Fei's eyes lit up with excitement. Oh look, the newbie's here. Xu Yuan, come on, let's go check it out, he exclaimed, hastily setting his snowboard aside. Xu Yuan couldn't hide his own excitement, his face brimming with anticipation. I've been waiting for this day for so long. The two jogged over to catch up with Jiang Shao. Seeing their grinning faces, Jiang Shao immediately guessed their intentions and teased. Here to watch the show, huh? Zheng Fei replied unabashedly, of course. This is way better than the New Year's gala. Professor Zhang stopped in front of the restrained individual and motioned for the soldiers to remove the hood. He scrutinized the young man before him and asked, Qi Tong? Blinking against the sudden brightness, Qi Tong squinted, his eyes darting around warily. His voice trembled with fear as he asked, who are you? Where am I? Why did you kidnap me? My family doesn't have money. Ignoring his questions, Professor Zhang simply said, follow me, before turning to head toward his office. Xu Yuan recognized this scenario all too well. He exchanged a knowing glance with Zheng Fei, both eager to see what would happen next. Without hesitation, they followed closely, ready to witness the unfolding drama. The atmosphere in Professor Zhang's room was heavy. As he flipped through Qi Tong's file, he pulled a confidential document from his drawer. Qi Tong, 17 years old, from Tai'an, Shandong province, had failed his college entrance exams and was now working as a cashier at his uncle's internet cafe. This type of situation was nothing new to Professor Zhang, whose face remained calm and composed. Yes, it's me. What exactly do you people want? Do you realize this is kidnapping? Qi Tong exclaimed, his eyes wide with a mix of anger and fear. Professor Zhang remained indifferent, calmly handing him the confidential document. Sign this. I'll explain after you sign it. If you don't, you won't leave this room. These two will keep an eye on you. He gestured toward Zheng Fei and Jiang Shao, standing behind Qi Tong. Qi Tong turned around to see two tall, burly men standing like sentinels. He couldn't help but swallow nervously. Zheng Fei grinned. Professor Zhang, I'm just here for the entertainment. Entertainment isn't free, you know. Professor Zhang retorted with a glance of mild annoyance. Nearby, Xu Yuan struggled to suppress a laugh. Jiang Shao and Zheng Fei stared at Qi Tong intently. Hurry up and sign, they urged. Xu Yuan watched in disbelief, thinking to himself, this is anything but voluntary. It's outright coercion. Professor Zhang then began explaining the situation to Qi Tong in a practiced, measured tone. As an influx of information beyond his comprehension flooded in, Qi Tong's worldview was completely upended. At last, he couldn't hold back anymore. Ridiculous. Absolute nonsense. Qi Tong shouted, his voice trembling with emotion. I don't believe in any of this superstitious nonsense. As Lu Sun once said, we must break free from superstition embrace science, reject ghosts and gods, and pursue progress. I'm a young man of New China, you won't brainwash me. As soon as he finished speaking, the room erupted in laughter. Zhang Fei wiped tears from the corners of his eyes, gasping for breath as he said, "This is the most entertaining part of working at the Arctic Research Institute." He turned to Xu Yuan. "Newcomers are always like this, right?" "Exactly," Xu Yuan replied, his face stiff from laughing. Hearing the laughter, Qi Tong turned his gaze to Xu Yuan, who appeared to be about the same age as him. Qi Tong rushed forward, placing his hands on Xu Yuan's shoulders and pleading, "Brother, this is clearly a scam organization. Don't let them brainwash you. The police will come to rescue us, we just have to hold on." Xu Yuan gave an awkward smile. "Nah, man, I'm here of my own free will." Professor Zhang sighed and glanced at Jiang Shao. "He's all yours." Jiang Shao nodded. "Don't worry, Professor." With that, he grabbed Qi Tong by the collar as if he were a chick and hauled him out of the room. Xu Yuan and Zhang Fei followed close behind. To Xu Yuan's surprise, Professor Zhang didn't make Qi Tong witness the transformation into beast form firsthand, a stark contrast to his own experience. As they stepped outside, they bumped into Li Xian and Tang Yun, who were carrying stacks of documents. The two women greeted them. "Good afternoon. Xu Yuan and the captain's here too." "Oh, Zhang Captain is here as well." Noticing Qi Tong and Jiang Zhao's grasp, they immediately understood the situation. "A newcomer?" Li Xian asked. Jiang Shao confirmed with a nod. "Yep, Professor Zhang wants me to take him to the front lines." "Thanks for the hard work, Captain Jiang. We've got some reports to finish, so we'll get going." The two waved and walked away. Qi Tong stared at the two women as they passed, momentarily entranced. For a brief moment, he seemed to forget just how bizarre and surreal his current predicament was. Xu Yuan gazed at the scene before him, while Zhang Fei's heartfelt advice echoed in his ears. "Buddy, listen to me. No matter how beautiful a girl is, looking at her 100 times won't make her yours. But if you read a book 100 times, the knowledge will be yours. Do you get it?" Xu Yuan nodded in agreement. "I get it, brother. So what should you do now?" Zhang Fei pressed further. Qi Tong's eyes grew determined as he declared firmly, "We must strive diligently, wield books and swords to bring glory to our nation, reject the temptations of women, starting with ourselves." Xu Yuan, however, shook his head and smirked slightly. "No, starting with you. I can't do it." With that, he walked off with Zhang Fei, leaving Qi Tong standing there, a bit bewildered. The two made their way back to where Zhang Fei had left his snowboard. Curious, Xu Yuan asked, "Brother Zhang, why is Qi Tong heading to the front lines right after arriving?" Carrying his snowboard, Zhang Fei patiently explained, "Every newcomer goes to the front lines first. The squads there have reconnaissance missions, and if they come across a suitable beast during their exploration, the newcomers can attempt to tame it on the spot. But you're different, you came here specifically for that ice dragon. Do you remember Sun Wanlin? She also went straight to the front lines when she arrived." "I see," Xu Yuan said, finally understanding. The following days fell back into a monotonous routine. That was until one afternoon when Xu Yuan, engrossed in studying materials in his room, heard a knock at the door. Standing outside were 4 members of Zhang Fei's squad, dressed in their adaptive combat uniforms with serious expressions. Zhang Fei spoke succinctly, "Xu Yuan, suit up. You're coming with us." "On it," Xu Yuan replied enthusiastically. He quickly shut the door and changed into his adaptive combat suit and black tactical vest. Following the group briskly toward the observation room, he felt a surge of excitement. Ever since training ended, he had been stifled by boredom. This place didn't even allow video games. It was Xu Yuan's second time in the observation room. Unlike before, the massive screen no longer displayed the projection of the ice dragon. Instead, it showed an enormous, crystalline serpent with 4 horns on its head, showing faint signs of evolving into a flood dragon. Professor Qin stood before the screen and immediately addressed the group as they entered. "This photo was just sent over by Jiang Shao. Our records contain no mention of an ice serpent." Nearby, Zhao Tianming, dressed in military attire, wore a grave expression. "Other countries are likely combing through their records as well. Before they determine where this ice serpent belongs, we need to claim it first." "Understood. Mission guaranteed," the group responded in unison. Professor Chen added, "For beasts with no clear documentation, they're considered fair game for everyone. But some countries exploit loopholes in the rules, they'd even fabricate a backstory for the beast if they had to. If they can bend the rules, so can we." He turned to Zhang Fei. "You all go make your preparations. Xu Yuan, come with me." Professor Chen led Xu Yuan into a room adjacent to the observation room. After closing the door, he motioned for Xu Yuan to sit before speaking. In the earlier mission report from Zhang Fei's squad, it was mentioned that the dragon you tamed was a juvenile. So I hypothesized that deep within the polar ice cave, there might be a more powerful ice dragon or a similar creature. If you encounter it, I hope you'll attempt to tame it. Even if you can't, such a formidable dragon would be a challenge for any foreign beast tamers to handle. Xu Yuan pushed open Professor Chen's office door, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had just tamed an ice dragon. Could he possibly tame another? Professor Chen's gaze carried a hint of mystery as he countered. Who told you it's impossible? Have you ever heard of a rule that one can only tame a single beast? Xu Yuan paused, thinking carefully. Indeed, he had never heard of such a restriction. Professor Chen continued, his voice low and steady. However, taming a second beast is an exceptionally difficult feat. He locked eyes with Xu Yuan and added, for this mission, you can try using the dragon lock chain. I've been studying it for a while, but progress has been slow. You'll have to figure out how to use it on your own. If you can master it, your strength will increase significantly. Xu Yuan nodded solemnly. Understood, Professor Chen. Professor Chen waved him off and turned his attention to the files on his desk. Go now. Zheng Fei and the team are waiting for you. Remember safety first. As Xu Yuan left the office, his emotions were a mix of anticipation and doubt. He knew Professor Chen had high hopes for him, but the dragon lock chain was a daunting challenge. He had already tried using it multiple times with no success. Besides, when he had restrained the ice dragon, it had been a purely instinctive act. It felt as if someone had told him he could fly and then expected him to take off. It was just as improbable. Outside the research institute, a familiar snow vehicle was waiting. Opening the door, Xu Yuan saw not only the 4 members of Zheng Fei's team, but also an unexpected face Sun Wanlin, whom he hadn't seen in a long time. Li Xian handed Xu Yuan a patch bearing the national flag. As Xu Yuan affixed it to his chest, Sun Wanlin noticed his 100 forms garment, and a look of realization flashed in her eyes. She tentatively asked, did you tame the ice dragon? Xu Yuan nodded, slightly surprised. You didn't know? Sun Wanlin's tone was subdued. I've only just recovered from my leg injury. Other than meeting Professor Zhang, I haven't seen anyone. He never mentioned it. Her gaze held a mix of admiration and envy as she looked at Xu Yuan. Li Xian scoffed lightly. It's better he didn't tell you. He probably didn't want you to worry and hinder your recovery. Zheng Fei started the engine, cutting off further conversation. Get ready to move out. The snow vehicle roared to life, speeding away from the institute toward the polar front lines. Inside, the atmosphere subtly shifted as everyone silently prepared themselves for the mission ahead. In the icy expanse of the Arctic, the land lay shrouded in perpetual polar night, while mesmerizing auroras danced across the night sky, adding an air of mystery to the frozen world. A snow vehicle sped across the icy terrain, its engine roaring and breaking the silence of the desolate polar wilderness. Zheng Fei gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes sharp and focused on the path ahead. His driving skills were impeccable, even in such harsh conditions. The vehicle maintained its speed and stability. Through the rearview mirror, his gaze shifted to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan, Zheng Fei's voice came through the warmth of the car's interior. I may not be your team leader, but there are a few things I must say to you. Xu Yuan, who had been lost in the excitement of nearing the front lines, immediately straightened up and nodded earnestly. Brother Zheng, I'm listening. Zheng Fei's tone turned unusually stern, a stark contrast to his usual demeanor. This mission to capture the exotic beast might involve combat. If you encounter people from other countries, don't hold back. Use all your strength. If you can kill, do it. His voice was low and commanding. Remember, this is the front line, not a place for playing games. Xu Yuan nodded firmly, a determined light flickering in his eyes. I understand. I've been ready for this. Good. Zheng Fei continued. On the battlefield, leave your compassion behind. If you don't kill them, they'll kill you. Some lessons can be taught by veterans, but others you have to experience firsthand to truly understand. A brief silence fell inside the vehicle, broken only by the steady hum of the engine. Sun Wanlin's gaze lingered on Xu Yuan, her expression carrying a hint of complexity. She recalled something Li Xian had mentioned before, about how she had followed orders to retreat in the past. Though she had nothing to say about that, she simply didn't like Xu Yuan. No other reason. Xu Yuan noticed Sun Wanlin's gaze, but, having had little interaction with her, only knew that she was a blunt-speaking girl, somewhat reminiscent of his high school class monitor. Considering that Li Xian had spent more time with her, Xu Yuan chose not to dwell on it. The snow vehicle pressed onward, soon arriving at the frontline base. A domed structure loomed over the icy plains, where 5 figures clad in combat suits stood ready. They were beast tamers, positioned at the edge of an ice cavern, their sharp gazes fixed on the opposing beast tamers from another nation. Under the dark sky, the tension around the ice cavern grew palpable. Beast tamers from various countries were steadily gathering, and the air was thick with the anticipation of an imminent clash. Jiang Xiao turned his head as Zheng Fei and his team approached, his expression grave. Beast tamers from every nation are assembling. This is going to be a tough fight. Hearing this, Zheng Fei clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles cracked. Damn it, he growled through gritted teeth. If I run into that team from the States again, I'll make sure they pay. Behind Jiang Zhao's team, a man bundled up like a bear caught Xu Yuan's attention. It was Qi Tong, his face barely visible except for his features, and his demeanor far different from when they first met. Qi Tong greeted Xu Yuan casually. Hey, brother Xu. Xu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had never introduced himself to Qi Tong. It must have been Jiang Xiao who had briefed him on the beast tamers currently in the Arctic. With a faint smile, Xu Yuan teased. Oh, not cursing anymore, huh? Qi Tong scratched his head sheepishly. I was immature before. You'll get used to it. A few months ago, I was just like you. Xu Yuan chuckled and turned his attention to Zheng Fei and Jiang Xiao, who were deep in conversation. Xu Yuan, come here, Zheng Fei called out, holding a small black object in his palm. As Xu Yuan approached, he realized it was a tiny black earpiece. Zheng Fei explained, this is our team communication earpiece. It also has a translation function, so you can communicate with beast tamers from other countries. Got it. Xu Yuan picked up the earpiece, slightly puzzled, and fitted it snugly into his right ear. Noticing Xu Yuan's confusion, Zheng Fei added, sometimes, the enemy of my enemy can become a temporary ally. After all, no one wants to risk their life unnecessarily. Whether or not to cooperate is up to your judgment. Understanding dawned on Xu Yuan, and he responded resolutely. Understood, Brother Zheng. Xu Yuan nodded slightly, her gaze sweeping over the team, now fully prepared. Jiang Xiao took a deep breath, his voice firm and commanding. Arctic Unit 008, the capture mission begins now. Mission operatives, Jiang Xiao's entire team, for members from Zheng Fei's team, and Dragon Tamer Xu Yuan. Commander, Jiang Xiao of Jiang Xiao's team. Zheng Fei immediately followed up, his tone equally resolute. Commander, Zheng Fei of Zheng Fei's team. The two shouted in unison. Mission start. Before their voices had fully faded, the captains of both teams sprang into the ice cave with the speed of arrows loosed from a bow. A member of Jiang Xiao's team tightly gripped Qi Tong and followed closely behind. Meanwhile, Tang Yun took charge of looking after Sun Wanlin. Altogether, the 11 members jumped into the polar ice cave one after another, their figures quickly swallowed by the darkness. Although the beast tamers from other countries were unaware of the ice serpent's exact location, they began to gather after witnessing the scene. The familiar sound of rushing wind whistled past. This time, Xu Yuan's eyes were resolute as she gazed downward, showing no sign of fear. Beside her, Li Xian noticed the change in Xu Yuan's expression and couldn't help but smile knowingly. Professor Chen's words echoed in her mind. A beast tamer's confidence stems from their immense strength. In the face of absolute power, all rules and restrictions are as insubstantial as clouds. The familiar landing area was surrounded by a maze of dense, winding ice tunnels stretching in all directions. Sun Wanlin, with her extensive experience in exploration, appeared calm and composed. Qi Tong, on the other hand, looked pale and immediately began to retch upon landing. Jiang Xiao quickly scanned the surrounding tunnels and glanced up to see beast tamers from other nations starting to descend. Without hesitation, he issued the command. Take the two rookies and don't stay close to me. With that, he plunged into one of the icy tunnels at an astonishing speed. Sun Wanlin and Qi Tong were practically dragged along, barely able to process what was happening. Zheng Fei followed closely behind. Although he didn't know the exact location of the beast, he trusted Jiang Xiao's lead unwaveringly. At a fork in the path, Jiang Xiao finally stopped and turned to Zheng Fei. Zheng Fei, you stay here. Tang, you're coming with me. Bring the rookie. Zheng Fei didn't question Jiang Xiao's orders in the slightest. He looked at Tang Yun and said, Tang Yun, follow Captain Jiang's instructions completely. Understood. Tang Yun replied softly. Jiang Xiao pointed to one of the tunnels. Follow this tunnel to the end. At the fork, take the third tunnel. That's where we'll be. Zheng Fei patted Jiang Xiao on the shoulder, urging, take good care of Tang Yun for us. Jiang Xiao gave him a reassuring smile. Don't worry. Even if our whole team has to risk everything, we'll make sure Tang stays safe. Right, guys? Right. Jiang Xiao's team responded in unison, grinning widely. Unlike Zheng Fei's team, Jiang Xiao's squad was comprised entirely of male combat-oriented beast tamers, while Zheng Fei's team had a more balanced composition. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xiao's group vanished around the bend of the ice tunnel. Zheng Fei immediately began issuing new orders. Han Ming, come with me. We'll set up an ambush 200 meters back. Xu Yuan, for now, follow my lead. Stay here with Li Xian and be ready to support us. Got it. Everyone replied in unison. Zheng Fei and Han Ming quickly retreated in the direction they had come from, leaving Xu Yuan and Li Xian alone at the site. Time passed quietly, the surroundings eerily silent except for the occasional faint cracking sounds of the ice. The ice crystals around them shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance, dazzling and mesmerizing. Suddenly, Xu Yuan broke the silence. Sister Xian, who do you think is stronger, Brother Zheng or Captain Jiang? Li Xian answered Xu Yuan's question without hesitation. A hint of helplessness flickered in her eyes, as if she were looking at a naive child. Little brother, have you not been paying attention in your studies? Li Xian chuckled lightly and shook her head. For beast tamers ranked in the top 100, every single rank higher is a world of difference. She paused briefly, her tone turning serious. Those in the top 100 are called the best of the best, and those in the top 20, they're called monsters. These individuals are powerful enough to shake entire regions. Xu Yuan listened intently, his eyes brimming with awe. He recalled how Zheng Fei had once mentioned that the strongest beast tamers possess the power to move mountains and fill seas. At this moment, he truly grasped how terrifyingly powerful Zheng Fei and Jiang Shao must be. After all, the two captains guarding the Arctic research facility were undoubtedly forces to be reckoned with. Just as Xu Yuan was lost in thought, a deafening explosion suddenly echoed from the direction they had come from. Almost immediately, Zheng Fei's urgent voice crackled through the headset, mixed with static. Damn it, the French sent 3 teams. Li Xian, Xu Yuan, head to the ice path on the right, where Jiang Shao directed. This will ensure his side can proceed smoothly. Understood, Captain. Li Xian frowned and quickly sprinted toward the designated ice path. Xu Yuan followed closely behind, occasionally glancing over his shoulder. As they ran, Li Xian reminded him, "Focus on your own task and trust the captain." The ice tunnels were a labyrinth of intersecting paths, with each corridor branching into dozens of forks at its end. A single misstep could leave someone hopelessly lost in this frozen maze. Li Xian led Xu Yuan at full speed until they reached the end of the ice path, where they finally stopped. The two of them quickly hid behind a massive ice crystal, holding their breath as they waited for Zheng Fei and Han Ming to arrive. By now, Li Xian had shed her usual playful demeanor, her expression turning stern. In a low voice, she said to Xu Yuan, "This mission is different from the last one. Last time, the other countries didn't dare openly interfere, but this time is different. An unidentified beast, whoever gets there first owns it." Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the ice tunnel. Li Xian instinctively tightened her grip on Xu Yuan's hand, her entire body tensing as she prepared for action. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Fei and Han Ming appeared in their line of sight. Both had entered their beast transformation states, clearly ready for battle. Zheng Fei immediately spotted Li Xian and Xu Yuan hiding behind the ice crystal and shouted, "Han Ming, they're here." Han Ming pushed off with a quick step, extending his left hand. Li Xian reacted instantly, grabbing Xu Yuan with her right hand while her left reached out to clasp Han Ming's. Standing beside Han Ming, Zheng Fei grasped his other hand. Xu Yuan felt a strange sensation wash over him, as if his body were gradually becoming transparent until it vanished completely. Under the concealment ability of the mythical beast Mengji, Xu Yuan, Zheng Fei, Han Ming, and another team member vanished without a trace, their presence completely undetectable. Barely 2 breaths after they disappeared, a group of about 15 foreigners with high-bridged noses stormed into the ice cave. These individuals were clad in combat uniforms resembling the versatile Baijie, with their respective national flags prominently displayed on their chests. Xu Yuan quickly counted and confirmed there were 15 of them, precisely 3 full teams. The 4 of them hid behind the ice crystals, holding their breath and staying utterly still. The foreigners were still some distance away, and though faint sounds of conversation could be heard, it was too far for the earpiece translator to clearly pick up. The foreigners lingered for less than half a minute before choosing a direction and swiftly departing. Once their presence completely dissipated, Han Ming lifted the concealment ability. Xu Yuan watched as his body gradually became visible again, marveling at the ability. Han Ming's concealment not only hid their physical forms, but also perfectly masked their aura, making it an exceptional tool for assassination. However, it seemed the ability couldn't be maintained for too long, or it would be overwhelmingly powerful. "Let's go. Head back to the ice path entrance and stand guard," Zheng Fei ordered with a furrowed brow, taking the lead. Their team's primary mission was to cover Jiang Zhao's team as they made their way to the ice serpent's lair. Cold, piercing winds occasionally blew out from the ice path entrance, but when they brushed against Xu Yuan's face, they brought him an odd sense of comfort. Disgusting. They've assembled 3 full teams. Those Gauls must have thrown all their resources in the Arctic into this, Zheng Fei said through gritted teeth, his face filled with anger. The enemy outnumbered them 3-1, making victory nearly impossible. It was well known that only the most elite beast tamers could reach the Arctic's front lines. Zheng Fei turned to Xu Yuan, his expression grim. "Xu Yuan, if we encounter other teams later, most of the rookies at the back of their formations won't have mythical beasts. Take them out on sight, no mercy." Xu Yuan nodded solemnly. "Understood. I know better than to nurture a future threat." Zheng Fei demonstrated his tactical expertise by not guarding the ice path entrance directly. Instead, he chose to set an ambush at a fork in the path. This way, even if enemy beast tamers arrived, they wouldn't be able to determine which path Jiang Zhao's team had taken. Before long, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from up ahead. Xu Yuan's heightened senses in the ice cave allowed him to discern more details, and he frowned slightly. 5 people, it's a full team. A flicker of excitement crossed Zheng Fei's eyes. "Impressive. You can tell just from that. Doesn't matter who they are, take them down." "You got it," Xu Yuan replied. No sooner had he spoken than 5 figures emerged from the bend in the ice path. They were dressed in earth-toned combat uniforms, national flags affixed to their chests. The group immediately spotted Zheng Fei, who was standing in the most conspicuous spot, and halted their advance, cautiously approaching. Indians, Zheng Fei muttered, his face darkening with murderous intent as he recognized the flags. A full Indian team. The leader of the opposing group furrowed his brows, and at the same time, Xu Yuan and the others heard a real-time translation through their earpieces. Zheng Fei. Saying, "You bastard. You're still alive." Zheng Fei spat, his body radiating heat as he prepared to enter his beast transformation state at any moment. Singh, clearly familiar with Zheng Fei's capabilities, raised a hand to signal his team to halt. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan and the others stepped out from behind the ice crystals, the two teams now facing each other in the icy corridor. The tension in the air grew thick, ready to erupt at any moment. Han Ming lowered his voice and cautiously reported to Zheng Fei. "Captain, the Indians had already assembled 2 squads before we even entered the ice cave. It seems the newcomer isn't with this group." Zheng Fei narrowed his eyes, his expression serious. "I know. Be ready to take action." Singh suddenly spoke up, his tone laced with provocation. "Zheng Fei, you didn't discover the latest beast first, did you? In India, we've dealt with snakes since ancient times. That ice serpent definitely belongs to India. Once the United Nations enforces national protection laws, you'll understand." His gaze remained fixed on Zheng Fei, scrutinizing every subtle change in his expression. Hearing this, Zheng Fei's anger flared up. "What utter nonsense. Did it have your name written on it? How dare you bark like that? Our Chinese mythology is full of all kinds of snakes. Why would it belong to you bunch of clowns?" Although Xu Yuan didn't know what the Indians were hearing through their earpieces, seeing Singh's face alternating between red and pale, he could tell the man likely understood Zheng Fei's words. Singh, enraged, shot back. "You're absolutely insane. Zheng Fei, you'll only have daughters in the future." Momentarily confused, Zheng Fei asked, "What's that supposed to mean?" Li Xian, standing nearby, explained, "Calling you insane is a sign of extreme disdain. Saying you'll have daughters is because in India, women are often viewed as burdens." Her large, curious eyes turned to Xu Yuan. "How do you know so much about this?" Feeling a bit awkward, Xu Yuan replied, "There's an Indian guy selling flatbread outside my neighborhood. I tease him sometimes." Zheng Fei's mouth twitched as he glanced at Xu Yuan. "You're no saint either." Then, turning directly to Singh, he raised his middle finger and growled, "Screw you. If I have a daughter in the future, she'd still be your mom. No, wait, I wouldn't want a grandson like you. With how chaotic your country is, Singh, do you even know who your father is?" Li Xian and the others fully understood the jab. In India, the lack of protection for women often led to high crime rates. Singh was so infuriated by Zheng Fei's words that his face twisted in anger. Had never won an argument against these Chinese, always ending up completely humiliated. Finally, Singh couldn't hold back any longer and roared, "Attack!" In an instant, Singh and his 4 companions entered their beast forms. Their transformations were bizarre, amplifying the animalistic traits on their bodies to an extreme. Singh morphed into a strangely shaped lion, the likes of which Xu Yuan had never seen before. He guessed it might be a mythical beast from Indian folklore. Seeing this, Zheng Fei immediately ordered, "Take them down. Don't let a single one escape." Before his words had fully landed, the features of the ferocious Qiongqi were already emerging on his body. Li Xian and Han Ming didn't hesitate either, completing their transformations in the blink of an eye. Suddenly, a silver-white figure flashed past Zheng Fei. In the next moment, Xu Yuan, already transformed into a dragon, surged to the forefront. His speed was astonishingly Xian even noticed that his tactical vest had not yet hit the ground. Xu Yuan's ice-blue dragon eyes glimmered with excitement, cold air swirling around him. The dragon scales on his right arm gleamed brilliantly against the icy backdrop as he launched a powerful punch straight at Singh's face. Singh barely had time to react. In desperation, he crossed his arms in front of him to block. With a thunderous bang, the force of the punch left Singh staggering, the pain in his arms causing his pupils to contract involuntarily. But Xu Yuan's onslaught didn't stop there. His second punch followed immediately, aiming directly at Singh once more. The team members behind Singh reacted instantly. 2 of them, with dark gray skin and hair blazing like green flames, were the first to strike, their sharp hands aimed directly at Xu Yuan. At this critical moment, Zheng Fei's thunderous roar echoed across the icy plains. "Do you think we don't exist?" His massive figure moved with astonishing agility, darting forward and delivering hammer-like punches that precisely repelled the 2 attackers. At the same time, a pulsating fireball appeared in Li Xian's palm as she quickly moved to Xu Yuan's side, warning in a low voice, "Those 2 are Yasha beasts. Be careful of the green flames." The entire exchange happened in a flash, over in the blink of an eye. The battlefield shifted rapidly as both teams assumed their stances. Singh stared at Xu Yuan in disbelief and blurted out, "Are you the beast master who controls the ice dragon?" Xu Yuan's lips curled into a confident smile. "I am the dragon master." Zheng Fei glanced at Xu Yuan, his tone filled with anticipation. Xu Yuan, I'll leave this Singai to you. Don't lose. Xu Yuan replied without hesitation. I won't. I've never lost a fight since I was a kid. Perfect chance to test the results of my training. Before his words had fully landed, Sing moved like a phantom, leaping into the air and closing in on Xu Yuan in an instant. However, Xu Yuan effortlessly dodged Sing's massive hand and countered. This is the land of ice and cold meat territory. As Sing was still midair, Xu Yuan delivered a merciless kick to his abdomen. Boom! The tremendous impact sent Sing hurtling like a cannonball, crashing heavily into the icy wall. The solid ancient ice, unyielding for millennia, shattered violently under the collision. Without missing a beat, Xu Yuan propelled himself forward like an arrow, charging towards Sing, who was embedded in the ice. But Sing, a seasoned team leader and beastmaster, reacted swiftly. He slammed his left hand against the ice wall, using the momentum to escape. Xu Yuan, unstoppable, unleashed a fierce punch at the spot Sing had just vacated. The sound of cracking ice echoed as the wall was instantly covered with web-like fractures, then collapsed with a deafening crash, leaving behind a gaping, jagged crater. The astonishing scene left not only the Indian beastmasters dumbfounded, but also shocked Zheng Fei, Li Xian, and Han Ming. A single question lingered in all their minds. Could this really be the power of a rookie? Sing struggled to steady himself, his expression dark as iron. Inwardly, he sighed. Another monster has emerged in Huaxia. It seems our days ahead are only going to get tougher. A smile lingered on Xu Yuan's face, but in Sing's eyes, it looked more like a menacing mask. Boom, boom. Two heavy punches struck the ice wall, sending shards of ice flying like a miniature hailstorm. Having suffered earlier, Sing dared not take the blows heat in again. Yet Xu Yuan's speed was as swift as lightning, forcing Sing to focus intently on his opponent's every move. Sing's beast transformation made him nearly 4 meters tall, towering even over Zheng Fei in size. In contrast, Xu Yuan's dragon form maintained his original height. However, this young man with silvery hair and crystalline dragon horns inspired no less caution in Sing. On another part of the battlefield, Han Ming and Li Xian were each locked in combat with their respective opponents. Zheng Fei, with his overwhelming strength, easily handled 2 adversaries at once, occasionally glancing toward Xu Yuan's situation. Li Xian chuckled and said, Captain, Xu Yuan's been smiling this whole time. That kid's been suppressing his true nature since we got to the Arctic. I noticed it during training's a natural-born fighter. Zheng Fei responded casually while effortlessly fending off his enemies. He sent one opponent flying with a single palm strike, then followed up with a ferocious knee blow to another's abdomen. The sheer force contorted the man's face in agony. Bang! As they spoke, a silver-white figure suddenly flew toward them. Upon closer inspection, it was Xu Yuan. He quickly got back on his feet, flexing his arms, his piercing gaze fixed in the direction from which he had been sent flying. Damn it! I knew that bastard was holding something back. Xu Yuan spat, his fists cracking as he prepared for the next round. Following Xu Yuan's line of sight, Zheng Fei spotted Sing. Sing's fur stood on end, with his short lion tail glowing a dull yellow. Noticing Xu Yuan's nonchalant expression, Zheng Fei couldn't help but warn. Be careful, Xu Yuan. Sing's no pushover is one of the best in India. Don't worry, Xu Yuan replied, his eyes locked on Sing. He suddenly launched forward like an arrow released from a bow. Bang! His fist stopped abruptly less than 10 centimeters from Sing's body, as though it had struck an invisible wall. Frowning, Xu Yuan quickly retreated to create some distance. It was then that Xu Yuan noticed the glowing tail behind Sing. His heart sank as he realized this might be Sing's special ability. Sing's expression darkened as he slowly approached Xu Yuan. Then, without warning, he burst into a sprint, his right fist surging forward with a powerful gust of wind aimed directly at Xu Yuan. The sudden attack left Xu Yuan no time to dodge. He crossed his arms to block, bracing himself against the heavy blow. Screeched dragon claws on his feet carved deep grooves into the icy ground as Sing's immense strength forced him back several meters. Sing was taken aback. By his calculations, this punch should have at least knocked Xu Yuan to the ground, if not sent him flying. Yet the young man had managed to withstand it. Shaking off his numbed arms, Xu Yuan remarked nonchalantly, You've got the speed, but not the power. However, the slight trembling of his lowered arms betrayed his true feelings. Not far away, Zheng Fei caught the subtle detail. His mouth twitched as he blurted out, What a tough talker. Then he shouted to Xu Yuan, there's something odd about Sing's ability. That invisible shield of his must have some kind of limitation. Li Xian quickly added, Finish this fast. Those gulls will turn back once they hear the noise from this fight. Got it, Sister Xian. Xu Yuan responded, swiftly regaining his composure. The crystalline dragon horns atop his head began to glow with a brilliant blue light, as if charging up for the fierce battle ahead. Singer's expression grew grim, his eyes flashing with disdain and contempt. He stared directly at the young beast tamer from Huaxia, his voice low and menacing. Young beast tamer of Huaxia, I admit you have potential, but thinking you can defeat me is nothing short of delusional. Before the words fully left his mouth, Singer suddenly opened his jaws and let out a thunderous roar. The sound, akin to a lion king's bellow, reverberated through the icy cavern, causing the surrounding ice walls to tremble and shards to fall. Xu Yuan remained unfazed. He stomped his right foot heavily, a confident smile appearing on his face. I am a dragon tamer. As his words echoed, a powerful and piercing dragon's roar resounded throughout the icy pathway. The sound was sharp and soul-stirring, cutting straight to the heart. Singer's body involuntarily trembled, his eyes filled with shock. This was the oppressive power of a height-year beast's bloodline, something he could not resist. Amid the dragon's roar, Xu Yuan's figure moved like lightning, icy blue light gathering around his right fist. He leapt into the air and launched a heavy punch directly at Singer. Gritting his teeth, Singer's tail glowed with a yellowish-brown light once more. Xu Yuan's frost-infused punch exploded against the invisible protective barrier surrounding Singer. A massive ice flower bloomed in front of Singer, obscuring his vision. In that instant, a strong sense of danger surged from above his head. Instinctively, Singer looked up, only to see a massive 5-meter-long ice spike suspended above him, radiating an intense chill. Xu Yuan had already retreated several steps away, his right hand raised high, glowing with icy blue light. A smirk played on his lips as he taunted. Let's see you block this. With that, he swung his right hand downward. The giant ice spike plummeted with a deafening whoosh, the temperature around it dropping sharply. Behind Singer, his lion tail lashed wildly, its yellowish-brown glow intensifying. Gradually, a faintly earthen-colored spherical shield materialized around him. Seeing this, a small grin spread across Xu Yuan's face. Got it out. Boom. The ice spike struck with immense force, sending shards of ice flying in all directions. The impact made the surrounding ice walls shudder and snow-like fragments cascade down. As the dust settled, Singer was left panting heavily, his lion tail's glow completely extinguished. Just as his vision cleared, he realized Xu Yuan had vanished. Damn it! Singer cursed under his breath, his instincts screaming in alarm. Suddenly, a terrified shout came from the Tianju beast tamer battling Han Ming. Captain! Hearing the cry, Singer instinctively attempted to dodge to the side, but was a fraction too slow. A searing, bone-chilling cold spread from his left arm. Eyes wide with shock, Singer rolled to the ground. Xu Yuan now stood in the spot Singer had just vacated, watching him with an amused expression. Singer's face was filled with horror as he looked at his left arm, now completely encased in ice, the chill piercing to the bone. Xu Yuan sneered. If I can't kill you, taking an arm will do. He clenched his fists tightly, preparing to strike again. At that moment, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the distance. Han Ming shouted, Captain, those Gauls are coming. Retreat. Zheng Fei barked, tossing aside the nearly defeated beast tamer in his grip. Li Xian quickly dispersed the energy orb in her hand and followed Zheng Fei's lead. Seeing Xu Yuan still motionless, Han Ming called out urgently, Xu Yuan, let's go. All right. Xu Yuan replied calmly, turning slowly, though his gaze remained fixed on Singer, as if silently declaring that their battle was far from over. A pained groan came from behind as Sing clutched his left arm, which felt as though countless needles were piercing through it. The excruciating pain contorted his face. What's your name? Sing asked with difficulty, his voice strained. Without turning back or slowing his pace, Xu Yuan replied, My name is Xu Yuan. With that, he quickened his steps to catch up with Zheng Fei and the others. Sing forced himself to his feet and shouted to his team, Move. The Gauls are coming, we won't stand a chance either. One of the injured beast tamers struggled to support a barely conscious teammate, and the group stumbled away from the icy path in a chaotic retreat. Zheng Fei led Xu Yuan and the others for over a kilometer before finally stopping, only when they could no longer sense the presence of the Gauls. The group reverted from their beast-taming states. While Zheng Fei and Li Xian appeared relatively composed, Han Ming was clearly exhausted, leaning heavily against the icy wall as he gasped for breath. Xu Yuan recalled Zheng Fei's earlier words. Han Ming, along with the deceased Meng Chao and Tang Yun, were not combat-focused beast tamers. Han Ming specialized in reconnaissance and had played a crucial role during the previous ice cave exploration. Zheng Fei hadn't mentioned Meng Chaos abilities, but Tang Yun was known for support and healing. Zheng Fei's team was well regarded in the beast-taming circles precisely because of their complementary skill sets. Xu Yuan also reverted from his dragon transformation, his gaze wary as he kept watch on the path they had come from. When he turned back, he noticed Zheng Fei, Han Ming, and Li Xian staring at him with an odd expression. What's wrong? Xu Yuan blinked, puzzled. Is there something on my face? Zheng Fei didn't bother to hide his astonishment. You're a real monster, Xu Yuan. No wonder Professor Chun agreed to come to the Arctic for you. Zheng Fei had initially been skeptical when Professor Chen claimed Han Ming would lose to Xu Yuan, but now, he couldn't deny it. Hearing this, Xu Yuan suddenly slumped to the ground like a deflated balloon. I was so nervous just now, damn it. Damn it. Zheng Fei and Han Ming echoed in unison. Li Xian, however, approached Xu Yuan with a cheerful smile and sat down beside him. So, were you completely confident your ice spike would be blocked just now? Xu Yuan nodded and explained, I observed Sing closely. His ability isn't continuous. He didn't use it when attacking me only when defending. So, I took the opportunity to form an ice spike above his head while he wasn't paying attention, betting that he'd focus his energy on blocking it. The moment he thought he had succeeded was my chance to strike. Zheng Fei looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. Kid, your combat IQ is off the charts. What kind of freak are you? Xu Yuan scratched his head sheepishly. It wasn't that impressive. Honestly, it was a gamble. I bet Sing would underestimate me as a rookie and wouldn't go all out. Fortune favors the bold, huh? Zheng Fei remarked, his eyes gleaming with a mix of surprise and admiration. Han Ming remained silent, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Witnessing a rookie, trained for just a few months, surpass him was a feeling that was hard to articulate. However, as he thought about the fact that Xu Yuan was bonded with the ice dragon, the very beast that had left them helpless, his frustration quickly dissipated. After all, their starting points were different, their talents incomparable. They were like ordinary cattle and horses, while Xu Yuan was born to be a king. Xu Yuan glanced around at everyone and said humbly, the strength I have today is all thanks to your patient guidance and rigorous training. His words were like a shot of encouragement, filling everyone present with genuine pride and satisfaction. Upon hearing this, Zheng Fei immediately beamed with a gratified smile. Li Xian, on the other hand, made no effort to hide her affection. She leaned closer and teased, wow, little Xu Yuan, your words are so sweet. Come, let your big sister have a taste. Xu Yuan, still brimming with excitement, found it hard to calm the storm within him. Although it was his first real battle, the thrill and adrenaline still surged through his veins, refusing to subside. He couldn't help but reflect. Back in school, no matter how hard he tried, he struggled to grasp academic knowledge. Yet, the combat techniques taught by Li Xian had been so intuitive for him to pick up. Perhaps he was never meant for academics, but was born for battle. Thinking back to the fight, Xu Yuan realized how significantly the extreme cold environment had enhanced his powers. From the moment he stepped into the ice cave, he felt an unprecedented sense of harmony, as if this place was his destined battlefield. Han Ming looked at Xu Yuan with a hint of envy in his eyes and said wistfully, how fortunate. My instructor back then convinced me, half jokingly, that Ming Ji, the beast I bonded with, was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And just like that, I ended up with it. Zheng Fei consoled him. It's all right. For your second beast, just make sure to choose one that's combat-oriented. Hearing this, Han Ming gave a bitter smile. With my talent, do you really think I can manage that, Captain? Zheng Fei thumped his chest confidently and assured him. Of course you can. If I say you can, then you can. I handpicked each one of you for this team, and my judgment is never wrong. Curious, Xu Yuan asked, Brother Zheng, why haven't I heard you all mention anything about bonding with multiple beasts before? Zheng Fei explained, because you're not at that stage yet. Then he turned the question back to Xu Yuan. How well do you feel you've bonded with that ice dragon so far? Xu Yuan paused to assess his connection carefully before replying. Probably around 60%. Zheng Fei nodded and elaborated. I'm not sure about dragon tamers specifically, but for beast tamers, you need at least a 50% bond with your beast to successfully bond in the first place. As you train and grow, the bond will gradually strengthen. However, most tamers hit a bottleneck at 90%, which is incredibly difficult to surpass. Many tamers spend their whole lives trying, but fail to break through. Only a rare few ever achieve a 100% bond with their beast. He stressed, but remember this, reaching a 100% bond is only the beginning. It's merely the prerequisite for bonding with a second beast. After that, there are numerous strict conditions and high risks involved. Xu Yuan listened intently, absorbing every detail and not daring to miss a word. Sitting beside him, Li Xian blinked her beautiful eyes and asked, do you still remember what I told you about the rankings of beast tamers in the country? Xu Yuan immediately responded, of course, Sister Xian. You said that those ranked in the top 100 are the best of the best, and those in the top 20 are monstrous in their abilities. Li Xian nodded in agreement. Exactly. The tamers ranked in the top 100 have all achieved at least a 90% bond with their beasts, and some have even reached a full 100%. But keep in mind, the rankings aren't solely based on strength. They reflect a combination of skills, strategy, and overall capability. As your skills improve, your ranking will naturally rise. She added, but what's truly awe-inspiring are the top 20 so-called monsters. Without exception, each of them has bonded with at least 2 beasts. That's why they're considered monstrous. As Xu Yuan and the others advanced through the icy path, they suddenly sensed an unusual movement behind them. They stopped cautiously, turning to face the unknown threat. Zheng Fei's expression grew serious as he spoke in a low voice. It's too late to retreat now. We must intercept them here and protect Jiang Xiao and the others' position. Taking a deep breath, Xu Yuan shouted loudly, "Come out!" His voice echoed through the silent, icy passage. A figure, fully clad in a tight suit, slowly emerged. The flag emblazoned on their chest caught Zheng Fei's attention, a red and blue Taiji emblem, with 4 trigrams on either side. Damned Koreans! Zheng Fei fumed, ready to charge forward, but Xu Yuan stopped him just in time. At that moment, Li Xian's voice rang out, filled with caution. "Captain, look!" Everyone looked up, only to see more and more figures appearing behind the Korean Beastmaster. Upon closer inspection, there were 10 of them in total, equivalent to the size of 2 full teams. Xu Yuan's heart surged with unease. He recalled the earlier conversation between Zheng Fei and Li Xian, realizing the gap between himself and the truly powerful. Though he felt he had grown strong, he was still far from matching Zheng Fei and Li Xian. Seeing the situation, Zheng Fei quickly adjusted their strategy. He scanned the surroundings to identify the best defensive position. Meanwhile, Han Ming silently moved to the rear of the group, ready to counter any potential ambush. Li Xian leaned in and whispered to Xu Yuan, "Don't panic. We still have a chance. Remember what Captain Zheng Fei said, strength isn't the only measure of a beast master's ability." Xu Yuan nodded, taking another deep breath to steady himself. He knew the battle ahead would be a tough one, but they had no other choice. They had to give it everything they had. Zheng Fei quickly calmed down, his brows furrowed. He glanced back discreetly. Jiang Zhao's team was positioned not far behind. He calculated in his mind if he could lure these 2 enemy teams over and join forces with Jiang Zhao, they could undoubtedly annihilate them. However, the current situation didn't allow for such a plan. There was still no communication from Jiang Zhao's team in the earpiece, evidently due to the distance disrupting the signal. Han Ming and Li Xian stood silently by his side, their expressions stoic, waiting for orders. "Captain, please give the command," Han Ming said in a low voice. Zheng Fei took a deep breath and was about to speak when the beast tamer who had appeared first suddenly spoke through the earpiece. "I knew following you guys would lead me to the ice serpent." The words instantly ignited Zheng Fei's suppressed anger. "Damn you!" He was about to curse when Xu Yuan interrupted him. "Brother Zheng," Xu Yuan called softly. Zheng Fei turned to look at the shorter Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan raised his head, his gaze firm. "The 3 of you go ahead. They'll cover the rear." "No way." Zheng Fei's eyes widened. "Before we came, the Major General specifically instructed that if anyone falls, it can't be you." Li Xian urgently added. "Xu Yuan, don't do anything reckless." Xu Yuan narrowed his eyes, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. "Relax, I'm not the type to sacrifice myself. Besides, there's something I've been wanting to try." Zheng Fei opened his mouth to protest, but Han Ming patted him on the shoulder. "Captain, does Xu Yuan look like he's planning to die?" Only then did Zheng Fei notice the mischievous yet excited smile on Xu Yuan's face. Various potential outcomes flashed through his mind before he finally patted Xu Yuan's shoulder and said solemnly, "I trust you. No matter what, your life comes first." "Understood," Xu Yuan replied firmly. With Xu Yuan's assurance, Zheng Fei and the other 2 resumed their dash deeper into the icy tunnel. As they ran, they kept glancing back, their faces etched with worry. The Korean beast tamer watched Zheng Fei's group leave, his eyes narrowing into slits as he sneered. "Your teammates have abandoned you. What's the point of staying here alone? Trying to buy time?" Xu Yuan didn't respond. Instead, he spread the fingers of his right hand and pressed his palm against the icy wall. A sly smile spread across his face, his gaze filled with amusement. "I just hope you don't run later." His grin widened. "I told you this is my turf. Detonate the ice." In an instant, it was as if a detonation switch had been flipped for the entire ice tunnel. Countless concealed explosives embedded in the endless icy walls detonated simultaneously. As Xu Yuan's voice rang out, the ice walls on both sides of the tunnel exploded in a spectacular chain reaction. Boom! Bang! The deafening roar of the explosions echoed like the furious growl of a colossal beast, shaking the entire ice tunnel violently. Countless chunks of ice rained down from above, cascading like an avalanche. Though the expressions of the beast tamers couldn't be seen clearly, the terror in their eyes was evident, much to Xu Yuan's satisfaction. Without a moment of hesitation, they turned and fled in a frenzy. The explosions along the ice walls continued unabated, detonating dangerously close to them. Shards of ice flew everywhere, and the scene descended into utter chaos. Zheng Fei and the others, who had just retreated a short distance, involuntarily stopped in their tracks, staring blankly behind them. The deafening sound of the ice walls exploding echoed continuously like thunder. From Li Xian and her team's perspective, the shattered ice walls resembled fireworks made of ice, a breathtaking display of power and beauty intertwined. The Korean beast tamers, however, had no time to appreciate the spectacle. Ignoring their teammates who had been caught in the explosions, their only thought was to escape the perilous icy path. The explosions lasted for what felt like an eternity, until the ice walls on both sides completely collapsed and the icy passage disappeared from view. Xu Yuan strolled over leisurely, while Zheng Fei stared at him in disbelief. "When did you learn to do that?" he asked, then turned to Li Xian. "Did Tang Yin teach him?" Li Xian shook her head, equally astonished. "I have no idea. Even Yunner doesn't know how to do that." Xu Yuan chuckled. "I don't just read up on information during my spare time, I also like to study my own abilities." Han Ming glanced at the now sealed icy path behind Xu Yuan and sighed. "How are we supposed to retreat after completing the mission?" Xu Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. "Well, there should be a way, I guess. I didn't really think that far ahead. There'll be a way. Let's move," Zheng Fei said decisively. The group arrived at the end of the icy path, entering a smaller chamber compared to the dragon's nest ice cavern. Inside, the scene was chaotic, with dozens of icy tunnels branching out in all directions. The surrounding ice walls were heavily damaged, bearing the marks of fierce battles. For members of Jiang Zhao's squad were locked in combat with a fully assembled team of American beast tamers, but Jiang Xiao, Tang Yun, and two newcomers were nowhere to be seen. Jiang Zhao's teammates were all injured, and the absence of one member put them at a significant disadvantage against a full team, especially when the opposing side had a captain-level beast tamer among them. Xiao Yifan had transformed into a massive black-horned bull emanating dark energy, engaging two of the American beast tamers in battle. However, he was clearly struggling, panting heavily as he retreated while repeatedly calling for backup. Calling Captain Zheng. "This is Xiao Yifan, do you copy?" But only silence answered him. "Damn it, looks like we're not getting out of this alive." One of the team members gritted his teeth. "Let's take them down with us. If we kill one, it's worth it. If we kill two, it's a profit." Just as the situation seemed dire, four figures suddenly burst out from one of the icy tunnels. It was Zheng Fei and his team. Zheng Fei had barely landed when he entered his beast transformation state, veins bulging on his forehead as his killing intent filled the cavern. "Lucas, we meet again," Zheng Fei roared, launching himself forward like a spring. A ball of raging wind energy formed in his tiger-like claws as he charged straight at the American team's captain. Xu Yuan focused his gaze and immediately recognized the American team. It was the same group they had encountered in the dragon's nest before. "Captain Zheng," Xiao Yifan shouted in surprise and relief, as if salvation had arrived. Zheng Fei was already upon Lucas, whose expression darkened. In an instant, a pair of massive black wings unfurled from Lucas's back, shielding him from Zheng Fei's ferocious attack. The wind sphere exploded against Zheng Fei's wings, unleashing a fierce gale that swept through the entire ice cavern, scattering shards of ice in all directions. Realizing his attack had failed, Zheng Fei quickly put some distance between himself and his opponent, retreating to stand in front of Xiao Yifan. Behind him, Li Xian and Han Ming closed in, blocking the rear of the team from the American squad. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan stood atop an ice crystal, completing the formation of an 8-person encirclement. In an instant, the situation shifted from a 4 against 5 to an 8 against 5 standoff. Zheng Fei's expression carried a murderous intent, though his tone remained calm. "Xiao Yifan, report the situation." Xiao Yifan reverted from his beast state, panting heavily as he recovered his strength. "After we arrived, we immediately engaged the ice serpent and quickly defeated it. Qitong attempted to tame it, but failed. Just as Sun Wanlin was about to try, 2 American teams barged in. As the fight began, the ice serpent suddenly regained its mobility and frantically fled deeper into the cavern. The captain and Yunjie pursued it with the 2 newcomers, drawing one team away. The 4 of us stayed behind to hold off this team while waiting for reinforcements." Zheng Fei furrowed his brows, sensing the severity of the situation. Over on Jiang Zhao's side, there were only Tang Yun and him, both beast tamers, along with 2 rookies, facing a full-strength, formidable enemy team. "Han Ming, Xu Yuan, go support Jiang Xiao," Zheng Fei commanded decisively. "Li Xian, stay with me. Let's deal with these guys." "Understood," the 3 responded in unison. Han Ming moved swiftly, following the trail of the ice serpent's markings on the frozen ground. Xu Yuan followed closely behind, the only one who remained in a normal state. Lucas watched as Han Ming and Xu Yuan left, wanting to stop them but unable to. His expression darkened, but he forced a sinister smile as he turned to Zheng Fei. "Zheng, even in that situation last time, you managed to escape. I really underestimated you." His beast companion was a strange-looking black bird. Clenching his fists, Zheng Fei's white wings contrasted sharply with Lucas's black ones. "Last time, I wasn't in top form. This time, I'll pluck every feather off your bird and make a shuttlecock out of them." He turned to his remaining teammates. "Can you all still fight?" "No problem, Captain Zheng," they replied with determination. "Good. Li Xian, attack with me," Zheng Fei commanded, pushing off the ground as threads of wind coiled around his tiger-like claws. "Understood," Li Xian responded, moving gracefully as her pure white tail swayed behind her. Several energy spheres of different elements gathered at her back. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan and Han Ming stopped at the end of the icy path they had been following. Before them lay two identical forks in the road, with even the markings on the ice looking exactly the same. Hang! This, Xu Yuan looked at Han Ming in astonishment. Han Ming reverted from his beast state, his lips twitching in frustration. Damn it, it's like some kind of illusion. They're completely identical. Xu Yuan stepped forward to touch the ice walls of both paths, finding them solid and tangible. Han Ming sighed helplessly. There's only one way to do this. We'll each take one path. Meet back here in 5 minutes. If someone doesn't show, the other will go in to find them. Xu Yuan nodded, sensing something unusual but seeing no other choice. Got it. With that, he randomly chose a path and dashed into it. Han Ming, without hesitation, took the other. The icy tunnel was eerily silent, surrounded by ancient, solid ice that had existed for millennia. The howling wind might have been piercing to an ordinary person, but Xu Yuan found it oddly comfortable. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, a nagging sense of unease gnawing at him. Rounding the final bend, the sight before him made Xu Yuan cry out in shock. What the? Dozens of identical forked paths appeared, each with entrances and markings that were indistinguishable. This is bad. Xu Yuan cursed under his breath. Just as he was about to turn back, he spotted a familiar figure emerging not far away. Hang! Xu Yuan. The two stared at each other in astonishment before cautiously approaching. Han Ming was the first to speak. What the hell is going on here? How would I know? Xu Yuan grinned nervously, turning his gaze back to the identical ice tunnels. He fell into deep thought. How could nature create so many identical passages? It was absolutely impossible. The two of them stared at each other, eyes wide with confusion. Han Ming and Xu Yuan stood up simultaneously, beginning a meticulous inspection of the entrances to each ice tunnel. They carefully examined every detail, but after a full round, they found nothing unusual. Han Ming sat down casually at one spot, his brows furrowed. Do you think it's the American's abilities? Or is it the ice serpent playing tricks? He asked thoughtfully. Could someone have altered the terrain around here? Xu Yuan frowned, incredulous. Is something like that even possible? Yes. Han Ming nodded firmly, recalling past events. Back in Zhangjiaji, we encountered a strange beast that could manipulate the terrain. We chased it for 4 whole days, but couldn't catch it. As he spoke, he looked up at Xu Yuan, who was standing in front of him. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Xu Yuan, can you blow this place up? The image of Xu Yuan blowing up the ice tunnel earlier was still vivid in his mind, but Xu Yuan shook his head. I can, but I'm worried Tang Yuan and the others might be in one of these tunnels. I don't want to risk hurting them, he explained helplessly. Clearly, he had already considered this idea, but dismissed it due to the high risk. Fair enough, Han Ming muttered after a moment of thought. He stood up decisively. There's no way the two of us can investigate all these ice tunnels. Let's head back for now. All right, Xu Yuan agreed. With no other options, they chose the ice tunnel Han Ming had come through and retraced their steps. However, the further they walked, the more uneasy Xu Yuan felt. Every turn, every hanging ice crystal in the tunnel was identical to what he had seen before. He began to suspect that if this was truly the work of the ice serpent, its abilities were far beyond merely altering the terrain. When they reached the original fork where they had split up, the sight before them left them completely stunned. The ice tunnel they had entered through was gone, replaced by over a dozen identical passages, each seemingly mocking their ignorance. What the hell? Xu Yuan blurted out, unable to hold back his frustration. He listened intently but couldn't hear anything unusual. Han Ming frowned, analyzing the situation calmly. If this is the ice serpent's doing, then it's still alive and being pursued. That's why it keeps using its abilities. He turned to seek Xu Yuan's opinion, only to realize that Xu Yuan was nowhere to be found. Xu Yuan? Xu Yuan. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan was inexplicably standing in another ice tunnel, his face full of confusion. He looked around and found himself back in the same icy environment. What's going on? How did I end up here? He muttered to himself, completely baffled. At the same time, a fierce battle raged inside the ice cavern. Zheng Fei and Li Xian, with their formidable strength and the assistance of 4 powerful beast tamers from Jiang Shao's team, had Lucas Group on the back foot. Suddenly, from the ice tunnel that Han Ming and Xu Yuan had previously pursued, a figure emerged. Zheng Fei glanced over instinctively and was shocked to see Jiang Shao stepping out with a bewildered expression. Jiang Shao! Zheng Fei exclaimed. Zheng Fei! Jiang Shao's eyes widened in disbelief. Neither of them could fathom meeting each other under such circumstances. In Zheng Fei's brief moment of distraction, Lucas seized the opportunity. His sharp claws, shrouded in dark mist, slashed fiercely at Zheng Fei. Damn it! Zheng Fei gritted his teeth in pain and quickly retreated to create some distance. Jiang Shao leaped forward, positioning himself in front of Zheng Fei, and swiftly assessed the situation around them. "I'm back here again?" Jiang Shao muttered in disbelief. Clutching his injured chest, Zheng Fei's golden yellow eyes flared with fury. "What the hell is going on with you?" Jiang Shao gritted his teeth and explained. "That damn ice serpent is messing with me. The tunnels inside are like a maze, constantly shifting. I have no idea what's going on. Zheng Fei's brows knitted tightly. Ignoring everything else, he asked urgently, "Where's Tang Yun?" It was clear that the safety of the two newcomers was the least of his concerns. His only worry was Tang Yun's whereabouts. Jiang Zhao's expression was as grim as iron. He said in a low voice, "Not sure. We were chasing that ice serpent for only a short time before we got separated. It happened suddenly, without any warning." Hearing this, Zheng Fei instinctively turned his gaze toward the deep, dark cave. His voice carried a hint of worry. "This isn't good. Han Ming and Xu Yuan went in to look for you." Jiang Xiao frowned slightly, but quickly relaxed. "With Han Ming there, it should be fine. Let's deal with these guys first." With that, he and Zheng Fei stood side by side, both entering their beast transformation state. Jiang Zhao's forehead began to change as a crimson horn slowly emerged. His vivid red first spread like flames, covering his entire body beneath the 100 Solutions robe. 5 tails unfurled behind him, giving him the appearance of a majestic red leopard. With a horn on his head, a fiery red body, a leopard-like figure, and 5 flowing tails, his menacing visage embodied the mythical beast he controlled. Jing. It possessed no special abilities, only raw, overwhelming strength. Jiang Zhao's figure grew rapidly, soon matching Zheng Fei's towering stature. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, exuding an oppressive aura that left their enemies breathless. Lucas's face darkened instantly as he realized the gravity of the situation. The legendary South Sea duo had reunited. Jiang Xiao grinned, his voice thundering. "Old Zheng, how long has it been since we fought side by side?" Zheng Fei thought for a moment before replying. "For 5 years, I think." A sly smile appeared on Jiang Zhao's fierce face as he roared at Lucas. "Lucas, you're done for today." Lucas hesitated only for a moment. He knew all too well that against these two together, he stood no chance. "Retreat," he shouted, but before the words fully left his mouth, a ball of energy, swirling with various elements, exploded behind him. The powerful elemental force wreaked havoc in all directions. Hovering in midair, transformed into a 9-tailed fox, Li Xian glared coldly. "Retreat? None of you are going anywhere." At that moment, Jiang Xiao raised his right hand, and a surge of energy rapidly formed in his palm. In the blink of an eye, a massive golden hammer materialized. Its unique design bore the distinct features of a mythical beast engraved on the hammerhead. Jiang Xiao grabbed the handle and rested the hammer on his shoulder. Zheng Fei stared in disbelief, blurting out, "You spent the past 6 months in the Arctic making this thing?" Jiang Xiao smirked proudly and teased, "Heh, old Zheng, the gap between us is only getting bigger." "Damn it," Zheng Fei cursed, unable to hide the envy in his eyes. Meanwhile, Lucas's resolve crumbled the moment he saw the golden hammer. Any trace of fighting spirit vanished. If there had been even a sliver of hope earlier, now only a dead end remained. Elsewhere, deep within the icy passageways, Han Ming crouched on the ground, racking his brain for a solution. He hadn't found Captain Jiang or Tang Yun, and Xu Yuan was nowhere to be seen. Frustration gnawed at him as he thought, "Even if I make it out of here, I'll definitely face disciplinary action. This is a complete disaster." At the same time, Xu Yuan wandered aimlessly through the labyrinthine ice tunnels. The silence around him was deafening, broken only by the sound of his own breathing echoing in the stillness. As he reached the end of one tunnel, he was met with a dozen identical branching paths ahead. "Unbelievable," Xu Yuan muttered under his breath, cursing his luck as he randomly chose another tunnel to explore. He still couldn't figure out how he and Han Ming had suddenly become separated. One moment, they were side by side, and the next, he found himself alone in this maze of ice. After walking for 4 or 5 minutes in the new passage, Xu Yuan abruptly stopped. His ears twitched slightly as he picked up a faint sound of breathing coming from nearby. It seemed to come from an adjacent tunnel. The sound was so subtle that it would have been impossible to notice without the heightened senses provided by the icy environment. Xu Yuan held his breath and gently placed his hands on the icy wall beside him, attempting to pinpoint the source of the faint sound. The ice wall shattered with a thunderous crash, revealing a massive opening. As shards of ice tumbled down, a deafening gunshot echoed from the other side, followed immediately by a whistling bullet hurtling straight towards Xu Yuan. Reacting with lightning speed, Xu Yuan raised his left hand and astonishingly caught the high-speed spinning bullet, letting it whirl continuously in his palm. Through the ice opening, Xu Yuan finally saw the figure on the other side. Both of them exclaimed almost simultaneously, "Sun Wanlin! Xu Yuan, what are you doing here?" Their voices reverberated in the cold air. Recognizing Xu Yuan, Sun Wanlin let out a long sigh of relief and slowly lowered the gun she had been gripping tightly. Xu Yuan swiftly slipped through the ice hole and stood in front of her, asking urgently, "What happened?" "I don't know either. We got separated all of a sudden," Sun Wanlin replied. She was bundled up like a polar bear, with only her bright eyes and delicate features visible. Xu Yuan couldn't help but recall how Zheng Fei had once joked that if not for Sun Wanlin's unapproachable personality, The two of them might have been a perfect match. At the time, Xu Yuan had responded to the teasing with an even heavier punch. Seeing a familiar face, the tension in Sun Wanlin's body finally eased, and she nearly collapsed, leaning weakly against the icy wall behind her. After a moment of thought, Xu Yuan asked, "So, you don't know where Tang Yun and Captain Jiang are either?" Sun Wanlin nodded lightly. Xu Yuan considered for a moment and then asked, "Can you still walk?" "Yes." Sun Wanlin quickly nodded, afraid that Xu Yuan might leave her behind. "Then stay close to me," Xu Yuan instructed. Without hesitation, he grabbed Sun Wanlin's scarf, holding one end in his hand and handing her the other. Sun Wanlin immediately understood his intention and gripped the scarf tightly with her left hand. Leading the way, Xu Yuan warned without looking back, "Don't let your guard down. There's still a team of beast tamers from the beautiful country somewhere in this maze." "Got it," Sun Wanlin replied, her gaze falling on Xu Yuan's upright silhouette. A mix of emotions churned within her. Xu Yuan, who had joined later than she did, had grown into a capable beast tamer, while she, despite spending so much time in the Arctic, remained an ordinary person. The stark contrast was hard to accept, but now wasn't the time to dwell on it. She followed closely behind Xu Yuan, scanning their surroundings warily and bracing herself for the unknown challenges ahead. The two of them moved silently through the icy passage until they reached the end. In front of them appeared a dozen familiar branching paths, resembling a complex spiderweb. Sun Wanlin stared at the scene in astonishment and couldn't help but ask, "Why are there so many forks?" Were you just waiting there the whole time?" Xu Yuan turned around with a slight frown. "You came in much earlier than I did." Sun Wanlin nodded lightly and explained, "In this kind of situation, I thought staying in one place and waiting for rescue would be the smartest choice." Xu Yuan didn't respond. Instead, he randomly chose another icy path to continue forward. Sun Wanlin's gaze remained fixed on him, her eyes filled with complex emotions. After hesitating for a long time, she finally spoke. "Xu Yuan, how does it feel to become a beast tamer?" Her tone carried far less of her usual arrogance. Xu Yuan stopped walking and replied, "I feel great, strong and healthy, and food tastes better too. But Professor Chen says I'm not a beast tamer, I'm a dragon tamer." He paused briefly before continuing. "Once you tame a mythical beast, you'll understand. It's a strange feeling, hard to put into words." As he spoke, curiosity sparked in Xu Yuan's mind. Turning to face Sun Wanlin, he asked, "Have you ever learned how to tame a mythical beast?" Sun Wanlin nodded. "Yes, but I haven't had the chance to practice yet." She thought for a moment and added, "I only know the theory, not the actual process. When I first arrived in the Arctic, Professor Zhang told me that people with the potential to become beast tamers would enter the mental space of a mythical beast when they come into contact with one that has lost its ability to move. Then, by using various methods to erase the beast's consciousness, they could tame it." Xu Yuan listened while recalling the dark space he had entered earlier. He remembered that the ice dragon seemed to have vaporized and entered his body directly, but he hadn't done anything actively, let alone erase the ice dragon's consciousness. He couldn't help but wonder if it was all thanks to the dragon lock chain. Sun Wanlin continued, "Earlier, I saw Qi Tong trying to tame that ice serpent. He stood in front of it and reached out to touch it, but before long, he coughed up blood and collapsed. Captain Jiang immediately declared the taming attempt a failure, and the ice serpent suddenly went berserk." Xu Yuan fell into deep thought, and Sun Wanlin stopped talking, quietly standing beside him. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the silence, pulling Xu Yuan back to reality. His expression darkened as he quickly stepped in front of Sun Wanlin. The footsteps grew louder and closer. Sun Wanlin held her breath, hiding behind Xu Yuan, not daring to make a sound. Around the corner, two foreigners with blonde hair and blue eyes came into view. The Union Jack patches on their chests clearly identified them as members of the British team that had followed them in. Upon seeing Xu Yuan and Sun Wanlin, the two British beast tamers stopped in their tracks, their gazes cautious as they assessed the pair. One of them frowned and said, "That woman is just an ordinary person. I've never seen that beast tamer before. Did China send another beast tamer team?" No way. The intel says China only sent 2 teams for this operation. Although they were a fair distance away, Xu Yuan could hear them clearly. However, the headset couldn't pick up their voices, so he struggled to fully understand what they were saying. Realizing that Xu Yuan was the only beast tamer nearby, the 2 British tamers became more confident and began walking toward him. Xu Yuan's expression remained blank, his tone calm as he said to Sun Wanlin behind him, "Stay right behind me." Sun Wanlin leaned gently against Xu Yuan's back, feeling the strength of his shoulders. Just then, a tall blond man stepped forward, staring directly into Xu Yuan's eyes with a hint of disdain in his voice. "So, you're the rookie who tamed the ice dragon?" Xu Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile, a glimmer of confidence flashing in his eyes. "That's right. Is there a problem?" The blond man and his companions suddenly burst into laughter, their mockery echoing in the air. "Ha ha! So, Huaxiao is so desperate that they're sending rookies to the battlefield now? Looks like you're running out of people. They clearly didn't take Xu Yuan seriously. In their minds, a rookie needed at least 2 to 3 years of rigorous training to be considered competent. Xu Yuan had only tamed the ice dragon a few months ago. How much progress could he have made in such a short time? The blonde man suppressed his laughter and proposed, "We'll give you a chance. Pick someone to fight Onion on. If you win, we'll let you leave." Xu Yuan let out a cold snort, his eyes glinting with a sharp edge. "This is a battlefield. Underestimating your opponent could cost you your life." "Just you." The two men erupted into laughter again, their derision filling the air. However, their laughter halted abruptly. Xu Yuan had raised his right hand, his palm glowing with a faint blue light. In an instant, a thick ice wall materialized behind the two Americans, sealing off their escape. Simultaneously, a similar ice wall rose behind Xu Yuan and Sun Wanlin, enclosing them. The mocking expressions on the Americans' faces froze. Is this guy insane? He even blocked his own way out. Xu Yuan's lips curled into a confident smirk. "No, I just don't want you running away. Transform." With a low command, Xu Yuan's body began to change rapidly. Snowflakes swirled around him, and an intense chill radiated from his being. In the blink of an eye, Xu Yuan had completed his dragon transformation. Sun Wanlin stared at him in astonishment. This was her first time witnessing Xu Yuan's dragon form. His entire body was covered in glimmering silver-white scales, with glowing ice-blue horns atop his head. His long, silvery white hair cascaded down his back like a waterfall. When Xu Yuan opened his eyes, they carried a piercing, icy gaze that seemed capable of freezing everything in its path. His expression exuded an unapproachable, frosty aura. Seeing Xu Yuan in this form, the two Americans dropped their dismissive attitudes and quickly shifted to their own beast forms. One transformed into a rhino-like creature, while the other took on the appearance of an unusual fish-like beast. "Seriously, no idea what that is," Xu Yuan muttered under his breath. The materials Professor Chun had given him mostly covered Huaxiao's mythical beasts, leaving him unfamiliar with foreign ones. Not that it mattered. Xu Yuan beckoned to the two with a taunting gesture. "Don't say I'm bullying you. Come at me together. Are you insane?" Sun Wanlin exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "The beast tamers on the front lines are almost all elites. You're just—" Xu Yuan cut her off. "If you can't fight, just stay out of the way and watch. Don't interfere. Boy, arrogance can be admirable, but it'll get you killed." The fish-like tamer sneered before charging towards Xu Yuan with his companion. The fish-like tamer was faster, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. He raised his right leg and aimed a powerful kick at Xu Yuan. Bang! Xu Yuan reacted swiftly, lifting his leg to block the attack. The sheer force sent a shockwave through the tamer's leg, leaving it numb. Before he could recover, an icy chill surged toward him. His right leg, which had struck Xu Yuan, was instantly frozen solid. The searing pain forced him to retreat quickly. "Ryan, don't make direct contact with him," the rhino-like tamer shouted as he rushed to support his companion. "What the hell is this guy?" The beast tamer, whose right calf was frozen, gritted his teeth, a flash of pain and unwillingness in his eyes. He had never encountered such a swift, freezing ability before, and a sense of caution quietly arose in his heart. Seeing this, Ryan quickly traced an arc in front of him with both hands. In an instant, a massive water sphere materialized out of thin air, spinning rapidly in his palms. The sphere compressed visibly, shrinking to the size of his hand, while radiating an astonishing amount of energy. "Iron water cannon," Ryan shouted as the water sphere shot forward like an arrow, hurtling straight towards Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan watched the incoming sphere, a smirk of disdain curling at the corner of his lips. "Using water in front of me? What were you thinking?" His tone carried a hint of mocking amusement. Before his words had fully landed, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and a bone-chilling cold swept through the air. Before the water sphere could even cover half the distance, it froze midair, transforming into a glistening, translucent ice ball. The next moment, the ice ball shattered violently, scattering countless tiny ice crystals that bloomed like a dazzling frost flower in the air. Xu Yuan's sharp gaze swept over the swirling ice crystals. "Compressing water, huh? If that sphere hadn't been compressed, it wouldn't have produced so many ice shards when it burst." Ryan's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. That water sphere, though small, contained an immense volume of water. How could it freeze completely in such a short amount of time? Xu Yuan lightly placed his right hand on the ice wall beside him, his lips curving into a faint smile. "How about we try this move on you next?" As his words fell, the ice wall seemed to come alive. The ice near the two beast tamers began to writhe like jelly. Suddenly, without warning, a sharp ice spike shot out from the wall. "Watch out, Ryan!" the injured beast tamer shouted in alarm. Ryan's pupils contracted as he dropped into a crouch with lightning speed, narrowly avoiding the spike's deadly thrust. However, the smile on Xu Yuan's face only grew colder. "And what about the second one? The third? The fourth?" With each word Xu Yuan spoke, another razor-sharp ice spike burst from the wall, hurtling toward the two beast tamers. Retreat. This Huaxiaogai's ability is too strange. Ryan yelled, dodging the relentless spikes while pulling his injured teammate, desperately trying to escape the perilous situation. A glint of murderous intent flickered in Xu Yuan's eyes. Brother Zhang made it clear none of you can leave. As his words echoed, the ice walls on both sides erupted simultaneously, unleashing a storm of ice spikes like a torrential downpour. Thud, thud, thud. The sharp spikes pierced mercilessly into the two men's bodies, their blood splattering across the icy ground, staining the pristine snow crimson. Sun Wanlin stood frozen in place, her gaze vacant as she stared at the countless ice spikes surrounding her. Slowly, she lifted her head to see the ceiling of the ice wall lined with menacingly jagged spikes, and a chill of fear crept into her heart. Xu Yuan gradually released his dragon transformation, lowering his gaze to his hands. So this is the power of extreme frost ice, he murmured, his eyes gleaming with excitement. In this frozen environment, Xu Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of invincibility. Although the range of his influence was still limited, his ambitions had already begun to swell. He envisioned a future where, if he grew strong enough, the entire Arctic ice continent could become his weapon. Above the lifeless bodies of the two beast tamers from the United States, two milky white orbs hovered gently, resembling ominous pearls. Xu Yuan stood nearby, his brows slightly furrowed, his thoughts lingering on the power of the extreme frost ice. He finally understood Tang Yun's original intentianto trained in control under normal conditions rather than directly entering the dragon transformation state. Now, his mastery of the extreme frost ice had become more refined and versatile. Sun Wanlin was still in shock, unable to regain her composure. Her vacant gaze was fixed on the scene before her. 2 against 1, and it was almost an instant defeat. Those two beast tamers were like paper figures in front of Xu Yuan, utterly powerless to fight back. Xu Yuan raised his right hand slightly, and the ice spikes that stretched across the icy path receded back into the ice walls like a retreating tide, vanishing without a trace in an instant. Then, the two initial ice walls he had created exploded with a thunderous crash, disintegrating into a flurry of ice shards. With calm and measured steps, Xu Yuan walked forward and carefully picked up the two orbs, examining them closely. Each orb was about the size of a walnut and entirely milky white. Within one orb, the faint shadow of a rhino with sharp horns on its back could be seen, while the other contained a peculiar-looking fish. Beast beads, Xu Yuan murmured to himself, recalling that he had obtained 2 similar ones before, only for them to disappear mysteriously after he woke up. They must have been taken by Zhang Fei and the others. He turned to Sun Wanlin and asked, "Do you know what these are?" The question snapped Sun Wanlin back to reality. She quickly ran to Xu Yuan's side, staring intently at the 2 beads. "They're beast beads, but I have no idea what they're for." Xu Yuan rolled his eyes, clearly dissatisfied with the answer. He handed the 2 beads to Sun Wanlin, saying, "My clothes don't have pockets, keep them for me, and return them later." "All right," Sun Wanlin replied, naturally taking the beads and tucking them into her pocket. A trace of regret flashed through Xu Yuan's mind. He had wanted to tear off the flag patches from the chests of the 2 beast tamers. Zhang Fei had once mentioned that those were personal medals, symbols of merit. Unfortunately, the ice spikes had reduced their bodies to a mangled mess, and the patches were likely long gone. After securing the beast beads, Sun Wanlin looked up at Xu Yuan. "Are we just going to keep wandering aimlessly? Do you have a better plan?" Xu Yuan countered. "No." "Then there's your answer." Having witnessed Xu Yuan's strength, Sun Wanlin felt her unease ease slightly. The two continued walking, one after the other, through the maze-like icy paths. They had no idea how long they had been walking when the surrounding ice walls suddenly began to tremble violently, then shattered like fragile glass. Xu Yuan observed the rapidly collapsing ice walls with a frown, noticing that the chunks of ice disappeared into thin air before even hitting the ground. "What now?" Xu Yuan cursed inwardly. Ever since entering this cursed place, strange occurrences had been unrelenting. As the ice walls on both sides dissolved, a wide and entirely different icy pathway revealed itself. Xu Yuan made a swift decision. "Stay close," he called, quickening his pace as he entered the new path. Despite Xu Yuan intentionally slowing down, Sun Wanlin still struggled to keep up. The ice crystals in this new path were much larger, some towering as high as 1 or 2 stories, emitting dazzling brilliance. At the end of the path sat a beautiful woman, with a pale-faced young man lying beside her. Xu Yuan's eyes lit up as he recognized them. It was Tang Yun and Qi Tong. "Tang Yunjia," Xu Yuan called out, forgetting about Sun Wanlin behind him as he sped up and ran toward her. Tang Yun, looking fatigued, managed a faint smile upon seeing Xu Yuan. "Xu Yuan," she said softly, attempting to stand up. Xu Yuan quickly stopped the panting Tang Yun and asked with concern, "Take a moment to catch your breath. What's going on?" Tang Yun took a deep breath and explained, "You must have been trapped in the maze created by the ice serpent." That creature manipulates the surroundings as it escapes, creating those repetitive icy paths. Luckily, I stayed close, or it would have gotten away. Xu Yuan frowned slightly, deep in thought. That was my guess too, just as we suspected before. At that moment, Sun Wanlin finally caught up to Xu Yuan, silently standing beside him, out of breath and saying nothing. Xu Yuan turned to look at Qi Tong behind Tang Yun and asked, "What's with him?" Tang Yun gave a weary smile. He succeeded in taming it. Otherwise, you wouldn't have made it out of the maze. At least the mission is complete. Xu Yuan was taken aback, exclaiming in surprise, "He succeeded?" Tang Yun nodded weakly. "Yes, Qi Tong managed it on his fourth attempt. If he hadn't, there would have been nothing else I could do." Xu Yuan could sense how utterly drained Tang Yun was, nearly collapsing from exhaustion. He couldn't imagine the immense effort this non-combat beast tamer had expended to stop the ice serpent. Sun Wanlin listened to their conversation, her gaze toward Qi Tong filled with complexity. Yet another person who had joined later than her had successfully tamed a beast. It was then that Xu Yuan noticed a deep, dark hole near Tang Yun, seemingly leading into infinite darkness. Following his gaze, Tang Yun explained, that ice serpent was trying to escape into this hole. Fortunately, Xu Yuan had already stepped to the edge of the hole, staring intently into its abyss-like depths. Tang Yun continued, "Professor Chen speculates that there might be a more powerful dragon-like creature at the North Pole's extreme point. If it exists, it should be down there." "Tang Yunjia," Xu Yuan called softly, his gaze resolute as he looked at her. "I want to go down and take a look." Tang Yun immediately shook her head, refusing without hesitation. "Absolutely not. That place is uncharted territory. We need to report back first. Besides," she glanced at her trembling hands, "I don't have the strength right now. I can't transform into my beast form and ensure your safety." Before she could finish speaking, Sun Wanlin pulled a packaged chocolate bar from her pocket and handed it to Tang Yun. Tang Yun frowned, puzzled, as she looked at her. "Eat it," Sun Wanlin said coldly. "It'll help you recover faster." Xu Yuan instantly saw through her intentions. She wanted Tang Yun to regain her strength quickly so they could all venture into the deeper ice cave together. He could guess there might be an even more powerful beast below, and clearly, Sun Wanlin wanted to claim it. Tang Yun hesitated for a moment, but soon understood the situation. She still accepted the chocolate from Sun Wanlin, thinking to herself, she must be anxious after hearing that Qi Tong succeeded in taming a beast. The group sat down to rest, while Xu Yuan remained standing at the edge of the hole. Before long, Qi Tong slowly regained consciousness, his face glowing with vitality, unlike before. "You're awake." Xu Yuan turned to Qi Tong. "Shuga." Qi Tong's face lit up with joy as soon as he saw Xu Yuan. He then looked down at his hands in disbelief and asked excitedly, "Did I succeed? Did I really succeed, Tangjia?" His eyes glistened with tears of exhilaration, overwhelmed by an indescribable excitement. Tang Yun replied calmly, "You succeeded. If you hadn't, you'd already be dead." Enduring the mental impact of 3 failed attempts, that ice serpent was destined to be yours. "Fantastic. Haha. From now on, I'm a beast tamer too." Qi Tong laughed uncontrollably, his voice echoing through the icy cavern. The louder he laughed, the darker Sun Wanlin's expression became, her brows furrowing tightly. By now, Tang Yun had mostly recovered. She slowly stood up and walked to Xu Yuan's side. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, gazing into the seemingly bottomless ice cavern ahead, with cold air rushing toward them. In a low voice, Tang Yun said, "Xu Yuan, we'll just explore inside. If we encounter any beasts, we'll leave immediately." Xu Yuan nodded solemnly. "All right." Just as Tang Yun was about to say something else, Sun Wanlin stepped forward abruptly and interjected firmly, "I'm coming too." Before her words had even settled, Qi Tong quickly raised his hand, clearly afraid of being left out. "I'm coming too. I'm already a beast tamer, so I definitely have the ability to protect myself." Hearing this, Xu Yuan felt a headache coming on and couldn't help but retort, "You don't even know anything yet. What kind of self-preservation ability do you have?" Qi Tong scratched his head awkwardly and muttered, "I just feel like I'll be fine." Tang Yun let out a long sigh, her gaze sweeping over the 3 people around her. Aside from Xu Yuan, the other 2 were complete rookies, which made her uneasy. She reiterated firmly, "Let me repeat this one last time. If we encounter any beasts, we retreat immediately." As she spoke, she turned to Xu Yuan with a helpless look. Xu Yuan responded decisively, "Got it." Without hesitation, he grabbed Qi Tong by the arm and leaped into the ice cavern. Qi Tong, newly initiated as a beast tamer, was clearly unaccustomed to such situations. His face turned pale instantly. The sound of rushing wind roared past as they fell, stretching time into an eternity. After what felt like forever, a faint light appeared below. Xu Yuan formed a claw with his left hand and forcefully plunged it into the ice wall to slow their descent. Meanwhile, Tang Yun held onto Sun Wanlin's arm as a pair of green wings sprouted from her back, allowing them to glide gently downward. The 4 landed steadily. Xu Yuan released his grip, but Qi Tong stumbled unsteadily before collapsing onto the ground. The sight before them was breathtaking, even causing the usually composed Tang Yun to gasp in awe. Wow, this place was entirely different from the icy cavern above. Beneath the ice cavern lay a vast, open space, so immense it was almost unimaginable. Qi Tong's eyes widened as he murmured, "It's like an underground world beneath the Arctic." The surrounding ice walls reflected an eerie blue light, making it feel as though they had stepped into a mysterious ice crystal palace. It felt like stepping into a mystical ice wonderland. Crystals of various shapes shimmered under the faint light, radiating dazzling, dreamlike colors that were utterly enchanting. The entire scene was serene and sacred, leaving one in awe of nature's extraordinary craftsmanship. Tang Yun's lips curled into an unconscious smile, her eyes sparkling with amazement. She murmured softly, "I've visited many beautiful places, but I've never seen ice and snow like this before." However, she quickly reined in her expression, regaining her cautious demeanor. She reminded herself that this was an unknown territory, and she couldn't afford to let her guard down. On the other hand, Xu Yuan wore a relaxed and contented smile. Ever since arriving here, he felt an unprecedented sense of ease, as if every pore in his body was greedily absorbing the chill in the air. Turning to Tang Yun, he said confidently, "Who knows, maybe that ice dragon came from here. Don't worry, Sister Tang Yun." With that, he strode ahead, taking the lead. The four of them moved forward in silence, the stillness around them broken only by the sound of their footsteps echoing through the icy world. Suddenly, the faint sound of flowing water reached their ears, disrupting the quiet. Qi Tong frowned in disbelief. "No way. How can there be an underground river in a place this cold? That doesn't make any sense." Following the direction of the sound, they soon came upon a river about 15 meters wide. Xu Yuan stepped forward, crouched down, and dipped his hand into the water. "It's cold, but just the right temperature for me," he murmured, his gaze following the gently flowing river, unable to determine its direction. He turned to Tang Yun, seeking her opinion. "Sister Tang Yun, should we follow the river and explore further?" Tang Yun's tone was gentle, but carried a hint of resignation. "Do you even need to ask?" Scratching his head, Xu Yuan teased. "Well, I have to check with you, don't I? After all, your word carries the most weight among the four of us." Tang Yun sighed and shook her head. "You, just remember what I said." Got it, got it. "If we encounter any strange beasts, we retreat immediately." Xu Yuan replied promptly, showing his understanding. The group followed the river's flow, proceeding cautiously. The bitter wind pierced through Sun Wanlin's collar and sleeves, causing her lips to turn purple and her face to grow increasingly pale. Her breaths became labored. Among the four, she was the only one who wasn't a beast tamer. Even Qi Tong, who had only recently become a beast tamer, had a physique far superior to hers. Walking at the front, Xu Yuan noticed her strained breathing and turned back with concern. "Can you keep going? If not, we can head back." Sun Wanlin forced herself to respond. "I'm fine. I can manage." Xu Yuan's expression returned to its usual calm. "All right, let's keep going." The river eventually led them to a cliff where the water cascaded down, forming a waterfall. Xu Yuan stood at the edge, peering down. The drop appeared to be several dozen meters. Strangely, despite the massive height, the waterfall made no sound as it descended. The view below was still a pristine world of ice crystals. In the distance, an ice crystal nest came into view. Resting atop the nest was a slumbering beast. It was a snow-white fox with a brilliant sapphire-like crystal embedded in its forehead, gleaming like a precious gem. Its tail, composed entirely of ice crystals, exuded an air of elegance and beauty. "Xu Yuan," Tang Yun called out softly beside him. Xu Yuan furrowed his brows and replied in a low voice, "I've never seen this before. It's not documented in the materials Professor Chen provided." Tang Yun nodded, adding, "Neither have I. The Arctic Research Institute hasn't been around for long." Professor Chen concluded that most of the Arctic's beasts are connected to ice. She glanced up at Xu Yuan, her long lashes fluttering slightly, a trace of worry evident in her eyes. "Let's go back and report what we found here," Xu Yuan said as he turned to leave, his tone carrying an air of unquestionable authority. Tang Yun's lips curved into a barely noticeable smile as she followed closely behind him. Qi Tong blinked her curious, wide eyes and quickly caught up as well. Only Sun Wanlin remained rooted to the spot, her gaze fixed intently on the distant ice fox. A mix of unwillingness and yearning flickered in her eyes. She bit her lower lip, torn over whether to let this opportunity slip away. The trio had already walked 7 or 8 meters when a sudden, urgent call came from behind them. "Xu Yuan." Sun Wanlin's voice rang out. Hearing her shout, Xu Yuan and Tang Yun exchanged a knowing smile, as if they had anticipated this. Xu Yuan turned around, raising an eyebrow. "What is it?" Sun Wanlin bit her pale lips, hesitating for a moment before summoning her courage. "Help me," she pleaded, her voice tinged with desperation and hope. Xu Yuan shook his head, his tone calm but resolute. "No. We need to take this back and let the Research Institute analyze whether this creature is suitable for you. He was well aware that the ice serpent was prioritized for Qi Tong to attempt to control. Tears shimmered in Sun Wanlin's eyes as she seemed to wrestle with a difficult decision. She locked eyes with Xu Yuan, her brows furrowed. I want that creature. If anything goes wrong, I won't hold it against you. Xu Yuan's expression turned conflicted. With just Tang Yun and me, I'm not sure we can handle it. We don't even know how strong that ice fox is. Qi Tong, standing nearby, eagerly raised her hand to volunteer, but Xu Yuan stopped her with a glance. Not you. Qi Tong reluctantly lowered her hand, looking disappointed. Please. Sun Wanlin bowed deeply, her voice filled with earnest pleading. Xu Yuan glanced at Tang Yun and smiled. Shall we give it a shot, sis? Tang Yun returned his smile gently. Why not? If we can't beat it, we'll just run for it. She pointed at Sun Wanlin and Qi Tong. You two, find a safe spot to hide. Encouraged by the response, hope reignited in Sun Wanlin's eyes. She quickly found a vantage point with Qi Tong where they could watch the ice fox from a safe distance. Xu Yuan and Tang Yun stood side by side on the cliff's edge, their eyes fixed on the ice fox in the distance. Tang Yun's face lit up with amusement. How did you know she'd come back to ask for our help? Xu Yuan snorted lightly. Her? She's just like my high school class president, competitive, arrogant, and overconfident. Dealing with people like her requires this approach. A memory of a ponytailed girl from his past surfaced in his mind. Tang Yun's eyes sparkled with laughter. You're so cunning. You've got that poor girl's thoughts completely figured out. Xu Yuan sighed in mock helplessness. What choice do I have, sis? We're all going to be comrades from now on, seeing each other every day. If she keeps scowling like that, it'll drive everyone crazy. A little pressure doesn't hurt. True. Tang Yun nodded in agreement. Xu Yuan gave her a sidelong glance, a teasing smile playing on his lips. What do you mean I'm cunning? You were playing along with me perfectly. Tang Yun's cheeks flushed. Say that again, and I'll ignore you. Not far away, Sun Wanlin watched the pair standing motionless and muttered to herself in confusion. What are they talking about over there? Qi Tong shook his head like a rattle drum, completely clueless about the tactical discussion between Xu Yuan and Tang Yun. Suddenly, Xu Yuan leapt forward, with Tang Yun close behind. The two shot downward like arrows released from a bowstring. A flash of blue light flickered in Xu Yuan's hand, instantly forming an ice platform beneath his feet. Using it as leverage, he propelled himself toward the slumbering ice fox. Tang Yun wasted no time either. With a soft cry of "Transform Beast," he completed his transformation midair. A pair of teal wings unfurled on his back as he followed closely behind Xu Yuan. Transform Dragon. Xu Yuan growled, and the surrounding air turned icy cold, as if everything was about to freeze solid. The massive ice fox suddenly awoke, rising to its full height, comparable to a one-story building. Its fur bristled as its fierce eyes locked onto the two intruders, a low warning growl rumbling from its throat. Xu Yuan, you go on the offensive, I'll support you. Tang Yun shouted from above. A green light enveloped Xu Yuan, flooding his body with a surge of warm energy. Strength coursed through him like an unstoppable tide. Xu Yuan was inwardly astonished, not expecting Tang Yun's abilities to be this powerful. Sensing danger, the ice fox leaned forward, raising its crystalline tail high. Countless ice shards shot out like a storm, raining down on the pair. Damn it! Xu Yuan's pupils constricted. He hadn't anticipated the ice fox's hidden attack. Tang Yun reacted swiftly, grabbing Xu Yuan by the shoulder and diving downward to evade the first wave of projectiles. The ice fox relentlessly adjusted its aim, launching another barrage of ice shards. Tang Yun maneuvered through the air with Xu Yuan, dodging wave after wave of attacks with rapid, sharp movements. When the ice fox finally ceased its assault, Tang Yun released Xu Yuan, and the two landed steadily on the ground, maintaining a distance of several meters from their opponent. By this time, the ice fox's crystal tail had entirely vanished, leaving it bare and somewhat less fox-like. So, it's a consumable weapon, Xu Yuan remarked with a faint smirk, his hands beginning to gather energy in preparation for a counterattack. An intense chill gathered between Xu Yuan's hands, forming an energy sphere that radiated an icy, bone-piercing aura. Even Tang Yun, hovering above him, couldn't help but shiver. Xu Yuan's adept control left Tang Yun secretly astonished. This was far from the behavior of a novice. To master his powers with such ease in just a few months was truly remarkable. Meanwhile, the ice fox was not about to be outdone. It opened its massive jaws, and an energy sphere identical to the one in Xu Yuan's hands began to take shape within its mouth. In the blink of an eye, Xu Yuan thrust his palms forward, sending the energy sphere hurtling forward as a beam of freezing light. At almost the exact same moment, the ice fox unleashed its own energy sphere in retaliation. Boom! The two icy forces collided violently in midair, unleashing a fierce, frigid wind. For a brief moment, the ice fox's energy sphere resisted, but it was ultimately overpowered and consumed by Xu Yuan's beam. The remnants of the beam surged forward, slamming into the ice fox's abdomen with unstoppable force. Arg! The ice fox let out a pained howl as the fur where it was struck instantly fell away. A flicker of hesitation flashed in its crimson eyes. It clearly hadn't expected to lose to a human in a contest of ice manipulation. Xu Yuan, look! Tang Yun suddenly cried out from above. Xu Yuan followed her gaze and saw the ice fox's tail beginning to slowly regenerate. Whoa, this thing's tail is like a machine gun out of ammo, but ready to reload. Xu Yuan murmured in amazement. Before the tail could fully recover, the ice fox decisively abandoned its energy-based attack. Its massive body charged towards Xu Yuan like a runaway truck. Wind Spirit Melody. Xu Yuan shouted, a massive azure glow spreading beneath his feet like a mystical array. Feeling the surge of power within him, a confident smile spread across his face as he braced himself to meet the ice fox's charge. Heat. Crash! Xu Yuan's left foot sank deep into the ground. His right shoulder muscles tensed as he absorbed the earth-shaking impact. The ice fox's immense force drove him backward, the glowing azure array beneath his feet sliding along the ground, carving deep grooves into the earth. Damn it! Xu Yuan gritted his teeth, slamming his hovering right foot down to stabilize himself. His legs, like steel pillars, held firm against the ground. The ice fox's momentum began to wane. But just as Xu Yuan thought he had gained the upper hand, the beast suddenly raised its right paw, bringing it down toward him with devastating force. Boom! The ground beneath them fractured into a web of cracks, spreading for several meters. Xu Yuan crossed his arms to block the blow, his body bending under the immense pressure, his face contorted in pain. If not for his quick reflexes, he would have been crushed. Xu Yuan! Tang Yun cried out, her wings flapping fiercely as she conjured a sharp, howling gust of wind aimed directly at the ice fox. The beast swiftly lifted its paw and darted to the side, narrowly evading her attack. Tang Yun quickly descended to Xu Yuan's side, her voice filled with concern. Are you okay? Cough, cough. I think I'll live, Xu Yuan replied, kneeling on one knee and spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood, clearly injured. Seeing this, Tang Yun gently placed her left hand on his back, channeling a soothing, healing energy into his body. This fox is even stronger than Brother Zhang, Xu Yuan remarked as his complexion gradually improved under Tang Yun's healing. Tang Yun sighed. The captain always holds back during training. If he went all out, you'd see how powerful he really is. I know, Xu Yuan said as he rose to his feet. This was his first time facing a beast Heiden, and it was nothing like battling a beast tamer. The raw, untamed power of the creature was far more unpredictable. We can't win by brute force. I'll have to rely on my abilities, Xu Yuan muttered, his mind racing to devise a strategy. This battle was far from over. At this moment, the ice fox's tail had completely solidified, resembling a sharp blade of ice. It stood 20 meters away, its raised tail like a scorpion's deadly stinger, poised to strike at any moment. Xu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, a plan forming in his mind. He turned to Tang Yun and asked, Tang Yunjia, can you create a tornado? Tang Yun blinked, hesitated briefly, and replied, I can, but its attack power isn't very strong. Doesn't matter, Xu Yuan said decisively. Create a tornado and aim it at that ice fox. Leave the rest to me. As he spoke, the dragon horns on his head and his hands began to glow a brilliant blue, as if gathering some immense power. Though Tang Yun was unsure of his intentions, she followed his instructions. With a wave of her wings, a fierce tornado quickly took shape, howling as it surged toward the ice fox. At that moment, the ice fox lashed its tail, sending countless ice blades hurtling through the air, aimed directly at Xu Yuan. To everyone's astonishment, however, the ice blades froze midair just as they were about to strike him. Xu Yuan waved his hands, and countless ice blades materialized around him. With a powerful sweep of his right hand, the blades shot forth like arrows, merging into the tornado Tang Yun had created. It was then that Tang Yun realized Xu Yuan's plan. He intended to turn the tornado into a devastating grinder. As the tornado, now filled with countless ice blades, swept across the icy surface, even the hardened ice was torn to shreds. Sensing the imminent danger as the tornado approached, the ice fox tried to flee. But Xu Yuan let out a cold laugh. Run? There's no escape. With a forceful motion, he pressed his hands downward, and the ice beneath them rippled like water. For massive hands made of ice emerged from the surface, firmly gripping the ice fox's limbs. The tornado, infused with ice blades, tore through the ice fox. Its agonized howls echoed through the wind, but soon faded into silence. Tang Yun controlled the tornado, keeping it in place, as the blades mercilessly slashed across every inch of the ice fox's fur. When the tornado finally dissipated, the ice fox lay on the ground, barely clinging to life. Its body was covered in deep wounds, blood seeping from its injuries. It was clear it no longer had the strength to move. Exhausted, Xu Yuan collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He turned to where Sun Wanlin was hiding and frowned. What are you waiting for? At that moment, Sun Wanlin and Qi Tong, who had been watching in stunned silence, were still processing what had just happened. Sun Wanlin was the first to react. She urgently turned to Qi Tong and said, "Take me down there." Though Qi Tong had only recently become a beast tamer, jumping from this height posed no difficulty for him. Coming to his senses, he picked up Sun Wanlin and leaped down. Once on the ground, Sun Wanlin ran to Xu Yuan's side and whispered a faint "thank you." Xu Yuan rolled his eyes and said coolly, "Save your thanks for after you've tamed it." Sun Wanlin nodded and quickly made her way toward the fallen ice fox. Meanwhile, Tang Yun was staring at Xu Yuan with a look of disbelief, as if he were some kind of anomaly. After a long silence, she finally asked, "Xu Yuan, can you control ice that's not created by you?" "Yeah," Xu Yuan replied, staring at his hands thoughtfully. "It seems I can control all ice and snow, but controlling ice that I haven't created myself takes a lot out of me." He recalled using this ability before while battling the two American beast tamers, which had nearly drained him completely. The earlier maneuvers had drained all of Xu Yuan's energy. He had stopped the ice fox's icy blade and turned the frozen surface into a massive hand to control its movements. These actions left Tang Yun visibly stunned, her eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment she couldn't hide. She understood all too well what this meant in this ice-covered Arctic land. Xu Yuan had the ability to command all the snow and ice around them. Breathing heavily, Xu Yuan sat down on the ground and looked up at Tang Yun. "Tang Yunjia, I couldn't have done it without your strength-enhancing skill," he said. Tang Yun was momentarily speechless and could only nod woodenly in response. Qi Tong ran over, his eyes shining with hope. "Shuga, I heard you've only been training for 3 or 4 months. Does that mean if I train for 3 or 4 months, I can be this strong too?" Still catching his breath, Xu Yuan replied briefly, "Maybe." At this moment, Sun Wanlin stood in front of the ice fox. She removed her gloves, placed her hands on the creature, and stood perfectly still with her eyes closed. The scene piqued Xu Yuan's curiosity. "Qi Tong, how did you manage to tame the ice serpent?" Xu Yuan asked. Scratching his head, Qi Tong chuckled and explained, "I entered this strange kind of space. The ice serpent kept chasing me, so I just ran like crazy. When it finally caught me and swallowed me, I woke up. Afterward, I felt dizzy, really uncomfortable, and I kept coughing up blood." Tang Yun sighed and added, "That was the ice serpent attacking your mental strength. The fact that you survived after failing 3 times is nothing short of a miracle. Is that so?" "Haha, maybe I just have a strong constitution," Qi Tong said, laughing. Xu Yuan listened intently and pressed further. "So how did you eventually succeed in taming it?" "By outrunning it," Qi Tong said casually, blinking. "When the ice serpent got too tired, it just burrowed into my body. It felt like I ran forever, but after waking up, it didn't seem that long." Frowning, Xu Yuan turned to Tang Yun. "So, Tang Yunjia, taming an exotic beast is essentially a battle of mental strength with it, right?" Tang Yun nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. It's about who can outlast the other. But most people don't succeed on their first try. Many beast tamers only succeed on their second or third attempt." She glanced at Qi Tong. "Someone like him, who managed to endure 4 attempts with one beast, is pretty rare. Typically, failing a third time means needing a long recovery period before trying again. Because an ordinary person's mental strength can't handle it, right?" Xu Yuan asked. "That's correct," Tang Yun replied. "I see," Xu Yuan said thoughtfully. "That clears things up a bit." The surroundings were utterly silent, enveloped in the unique tranquility of the Arctic, where the vast expanse of ice and snow stretched endlessly. The gentle sound of flowing water could be heard not far away, standing in stark contrast to the stillness of the ancient glaciers. Xu Yuan sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed as he meditated to recover his strength. Beside him, Tang Yun and Qi Tong stood motionless like 2 statues, their gazes fixed intently ahead. Sun Wanlin knelt on the ground, her hands resting lightly on the body of a dying ice fox. Her eyes were shut tightly, and her facial muscles twitched uncontrollably, revealing the pain she was enduring. Suddenly, Tang Yun spoke softly, "It's done." As her words fell, the ice fox's body abruptly disintegrated, scattering into countless rays of light that surged into Sun Wanlin's body. A faint white glow emanated from her, as though she was shrouded in some mysterious power. Xu Yuan keenly sensed the change. Sun Wanlin's aura was shifting, gradually transforming from that of an ordinary person to the distinct presence of a beast tamer. Qi Tong's eyes widened in astonishment. "How did she manage it so easily?" he asked. Tang Yun arched an elegant brow and explained. "The ice fox was already on the brink of death. How much resistance do you think a dying beast could muster?" Xu Yuan stood up slowly, scanning their surroundings before remarking, "It seems we've gone above and beyond on this mission." At that moment, Sun Wanlin opened her eyes slowly, her face pale with exhaustion. Just as she was about to speak, her eyes rolled back, and she collapsed. "Hey!" Qi Tong exclaimed, rushing forward to catch the fainting Sun Wanlin. Xu Yuan chuckled and said, "Qi Tong, you carry her. Let's head back." "Got it, Brother Xu." Qi Tong replied, a grin spreading across his face as he carefully cradled Sun Wanlin. He followed Xu Yuan and Tang Yun closely as they began their journey back. Meanwhile, within the ice serpent's lair, Zhang Fei and Jiang Xiao were seated on a block of ice, taking a moment to rest. Around them lay the bodies of 4 members of the American team, but Lucas was notably absent. Jiang Zhao's 4 team members, along with Li Xian and Han Ming, were also nowhere to be seen. A short while later, Xiao Yifan and the others emerged from various directions, shaking their heads at Jiang Xiao. Captain, no sign of them. Han Ming also appeared from one of the tunnels where he had been pursuing the ice serpent. He reported to Zhang Fei. Captain, there's no trace of them. Zhang Fei frowned deeply, muttering to himself. How can there be no sign at all? Just as Jiang Xiao was about to speak, Zhang Fei's eyes widened in frustration. Damn it. If we can't find them, neither of us is getting out of here. He looked around anxiously. Has Li Xian not returned yet? Elsewhere, deeper within the icy caverns, Li Xian stood at the edge of an abyss-like ice cave, peering down into its depths. She held a crumpled chocolate wrapper in her hand, her lips curling into a faint smile. A familiar presence was rapidly rising from below. She murmured softly, Found you. Xian. Tang Yun, now in her beast-transformed state, emerged from the cave entrance carrying Xu Yuan and Qi Tong. Upon seeing Li Xian, her face lit up with a radiant smile. Xu Yuan landed steadily beside Li Xian, greeting her cheerfully. Hey there, Sister Xian. Li Xian threw her arms around Xu Yuan, her excitement evident. I've missed you so much, little brother Xu Yuan. Akizi, Sister Xian. Xu Yuan gasped, struggling to breathe as he gently patted her shoulder. Tang Yun's voice, as gentle and melodious as a jade bell, chimed in. So full of energy, Xian. Li Xian released Xu Yuan and turned to Tang Yun, grasping her arm with concern. You're not hurt, are you, Yuner? Not at all. Xu Yuan was with me, Tang Yun replied with a soft smile, her eyes curving as she glanced at Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan puffed out his chest proudly. Of course, with me around. There's no way I'd let Sister Tang Yun get hurt. All right. Little brother Xu Yuan has grown so dependable, Li Xian said with a warm smile. Standing to the side, Qi Tong held Sun Wanlin in his arms, his gaze filled with a mixture of admiration and envy as he watched Xu Yuan. Then, glancing down at the unconscious Sun Wanlin in his embrace, a hint of pride flickered across his face. Li Xian keenly noticed the subtle changes between Tang Yun and Xu Yuan. Her gaze shifted back and forth between the two, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Looks like that ice serpent has been successfully tamed. Did you encounter another exotic beast in this cave? She asked, her tone carrying a mix of curiosity and excitement. Tang Yun nodded lightly, a trace of exhaustion flickering in her eyes. Yes, we'll talk about it later and include it in the mission report. Her reply was brief, clearly not wanting to delve into details at the moment. All right then, let's go. The captain and the others are still waiting for us. With that, Li Xian took the lead, stepping forward. Under her guidance, the 3 of them navigated the winding ice cave. The frigid air stung their faces, and the icy ground occasionally emitted faint cracking sounds beneath their feet. After about an hour, they finally returned to the ice serpent's lair. Sun Wanlin had already regained consciousness half an hour earlier. Despite her pale, paper-like complexion and evident exhaustion, she insisted on walking on her own, each step exuding remarkable determination. As soon as the group appeared at the lair's entrance, the attention of Zhang Fei and Jiang Xiao was immediately drawn to them, their eyes lighting up with joy. Li Xian couldn't resist boasting. Guess what, Captain? Xu Yuan and Yuner have achieved something incredible. Both rookies successfully tamed their beasts. Hearing this, Zhang Fei quickly strode over, his concerned gaze shifting between Tang Yun and Xu Yuan. Are you too hurt? He asked, his voice filled with worry. Xu Yuan shook his head, a faint smile tugging at his lips. No, with Sister Tang Yun here, even if I got hurt, she would have healed me. His tone carried genuine admiration for Tang Yun's abilities. That's a relief, Zhang Fei said, exhaling deeply as his tense shoulders relaxed. A weight seemed to lift off his chest. Jiang Xiao stood up slowly, his voice resonating as he addressed the group. Then let me officially announce that the Arctic Mission 008 to capture exotic beasts has been completed with outstanding results. As soon as he finished speaking, smiles of satisfaction spread across everyone's faces, and a palpable sense of relief filled the air. Let's head back and get some rest, Jiang Xiao said, waving his hand as he led the way toward the exit. Since the ice path they had used earlier was destroyed by Xu Yuan's explosives, they had to find a new route. Fortunately, with Han Ming's expertise in reconnaissance, they quickly located a safe passage. Once they returned to the Arctic frontline base, Jiang Zhao's team remained on standby for further duties, while Zhang Fei's team was assigned to escort Qi Tong back to the Arctic Research Institute. The addition of another person in the snow vehicle made it feel a bit cramped. Although Zhang Fei's team members weren't seriously injured, The relentless days of the mission had left them utterly exhausted. Not long after the vehicle set off, everyone except for Zheng Fei, who was focused on driving, had fallen into a deep sleep. Xu Yuan's head rested unconsciously against the window, while Li Xian leaned against his shoulder. Glancing at his sleeping team members through the rearview mirror, Zheng Fei's face softened with a smile of relief. In this perilous frontline environment, the mortality rate for beast tamers was alarmingly high. Seeing his team return safely was the greatest comfort he could ask for. At the Arctic Research Institute, Zhao Tianming and Professor Qin stood bundled in heavy military coats, braving the biting wind as they waited. When they saw the group groggily step out of the vehicle, a smile finally broke across Zhao Tianming's face. He approached Zheng Fei, giving him a firm pat on the shoulder. "Good work, Zheng Fei," he said warmly. "Just doing my duty, General Zhao," Zheng Fei replied with a grin. Praise from a superior always had a way of lifting spirits. Professor Chen, however, kept his gaze fixed on Xu Yuan. Only after confirming that the young man had safely exited the vehicle did he turn away, showing little concern for the rest of the team. Zhao Tianming glanced around at the group and said kindly, "All right, everyone, go get some rest. You can write the mission report after you've had some sleep. I've already arranged for meals to be delivered to your rooms." "Understood," they replied weakly, exchanging brief goodbyes before dragging their weary bodies to their respective rooms. Zhao Tianming, meanwhile, escorted Qitong and Sun Wanlin away to arrange new accommodations for them. Back in his room, Xu Yuan wasted no time devouring the meal that had been delivered, not even bothering to change out of his clothes. Once he'd finished eating, he collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. He slept through the morning and only woke up around noon when his stomach began growling. Noticing that the empty plates on the table had been cleared away, he realized someone must have entered the room while he was sleeping. After removing his multipurpose jacket, Xu Yuan headed straight for the bathroom. As he stood under the warm cascade of water, he suddenly heard faint rustling sounds outside. Wrapping a towel around himself, he peeked out of the bathroom, only to see Professor Chen seated at the table, with 2 steaming lunches laid out in front of him. Professor Chen glanced up at Xu Yuan and said calmly, "All right, clean yourself up quickly and come over to eat." Hearing this, Xu Yuan immediately grabbed a simple pair of military-style pants and a short-sleeved shirt issued by the Research Institute, quickly wiped himself off, and headed to the dining table. Professor Chen handed him a set of utensils and said evenly, "You've been asleep for 2 days." "What?" Xu Yuan froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had thought had only slept for a dozen or so hours. Who would have guessed it had been nearly 50 hours? No wonder he woke up feeling ravenous. Professor Chen remained composed and explained, "It's normal. Using your abilities frequently for the first time can cause this. I reviewed Zheng Fei and the others' mission report." Xu Yuan quickly responded, "They'll write mine right after this." "All right, eat first," Professor Chen nodded. The two began their meal. Xu Yuan ate voraciously, while Professor Chen maintained a much more refined demeanor. Neither of them spoke during the meal. It wasn't until Professor Chen finished his last sip of soup and wiped his mouth that he asked, "I didn't see any mention of you using the dragon lock chain in the mission report. What happened?" Xu Yuan frowned slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. "I have no clue how to use it. I tried, but that's fine. Take your time with it." Professor Chen nodded and continued, "This mission's success was largely thanks to you and Tang Yun. Zhao Tianming will likely reward both of you." Professor Chen's sharp eyes locked onto Xu Yuan, carrying an intensity that seemed out of place for someone his age. Seeing Xu Yuan remain silent, he went on, "There's another matter. Most winged beasts possess the ability to fly. Once a beast master bonds with them, they also gain that ability. For instance, Zheng Fei and Tang Yun. However, there are exceptions, such as your ice dragon. In ancient Chinese mythology and legends, dragons didn't have wings but could still soar through the clouds. So, you too have the ability to fly. You'll need to figure out how to use it." These words filled Xu Yuan with joy, and a smile unconsciously crept onto his face. After all, humanity has always dreamed of flight. Who wouldn't be thrilled by such a gift? As Professor Chen spoke, he pulled 2 milky white beast beads from his pocket and placed them on the table. "These are yours. Keep them safe." Xu Yuan picked up the 2 beads, recognizing them as the ones he had previously entrusted to Sun Wanlin. Curiously, he asked, "Professor Chen, what exactly are these beast beads for?" "Zheng Fei can explain that to you later," Professor Chen replied. "These 2 aren't of much use to you. Whether you give them away or sell them is up to you." With that, Professor Chen picked up the 2 empty plates and walked out of the room. Before leaving, he reminded Xu Yuan, "When you finish your mission report, bring it to my office." "Got it," Xu Yuan replied, watching Professor Chen leave. His heart was filled with both anticipation and questions about what the future held. The so-called mission report involves detailing every part of the experience, from entering the ice cave to completing the task. Xu Yuan sat at the desk in his dormitory, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he documented every moment of what had just happened. He recalled every detail of the ice cave, as if he were back in that bone-chilling environment. Once the report was finished, Xu Yuan stretched, picked up the printed document, and walked out of his dorm. Just as he stepped out, he saw Li Xian, who had just finished her workout. She was wearing fitted yoga pants and a sports top, her high ponytail swaying gently with her steps, and beads of sweat glistened on her smooth forehead. Xinjia working so hard. Xu Yuan's eyes lit up as he couldn't help but glance at her. In this research institute, predominantly filled with older professors and PhD students, the presence of Li Xian and Tang Yuan, two young women, undoubtedly brought a refreshing vitality to the otherwise serious atmosphere. Li Xian smiled brightly. Of course, seeing how quickly you're improving, even I feel the pressure, she said in a light-hearted tone, clearly in good spirits. Xu Yuan knew this was just her being modest. He recalled what Zheng Fei had mentioned before. Li Xian was not only the most talented in their team, but also the strongest in individual combat. While Zheng Fei was a strength-based beast tamer, Li Xian, as an all-rounder, had abilities through her nine-tailed fox that were simply extraordinary. No way, I'm still far behind you, Xinjia, Xu Yuan said humbly, pursing his lips. Li Xian casually hooked her arm around Xu Yuan's and glanced at the report in his hand. Delivering the mission report to General Zhao. Xu Yuan shook his head. No, it's for Professor Chen. Wait for me. Let me take a quick shower and change, and I'll go with you, Li Xian said as she turned toward her dorm. All right, Xu Yuan replied, deciding to wait outside her door. Before entering, Li Xian teased him, inviting him to join her in the shower, which Xu Yuan declined with a flushed face. Before long, Li Xian returned, freshly changed, her hair still damp. Let's go, she urged. The two arrived at Professor Chen's office, where Xu Yuan knocked and entered with ease. Professor Chen carefully read through Xu Yuan's report, his brows slightly furrowed. He then turned to Li Xian and said, Li Xian, inform Zhao Tianming and your team members to convene for a meeting. Understood, Professor Chen, Li Xian replied before leaving. Professor Chen set the report down and looked directly at Xu Yuan. You suspect that a stronger dragon resides deeper within the ice cave, correct? Yes, Xu Yuan confirmed with a nod. He had already included this suspicion in his report. Professor Chen continued. Some of the professors here refer to the area where you encountered the ice fox as the extreme cold ice cavern. Tang Yun's report mentioned that the temperature there was even colder, but I don't see that detail in your report. Xu Yuan was puzzled. Colder? I didn't notice any difference. Professor Chen didn't respond to Xu Yuan's comment and instead said, however, there's one point where I agree with your conclusion. The beasts appearing in the extreme ice cave all originate from that deeper ice cave. In fact, it's likely that all of the Arctic glacier continent's beasts come from there. He gave Xu Yuan a meaningful look. You must have realized by now that naming your ability Extreme Frost Ice wasn't arbitrary. It holds the power to control all ice and snow. Yes, but for now, the area I can influence is still too small, Xu Yuan said, looking down at his hands, his tone tinged with disappointment. Professor Chen dismissed his concern. Take your time. There's no need to rush. Your journey is just beginning. He stood up. Come with me to the conference room. Me? You want me to attend as well? Xu Yuan asked in surprise. Xu Yuan stood at the entrance of the conference room, his brows slightly furrowed. He watched as Zheng Fei and the other team members walked into the room with practiced ease, a hint of doubt creeping into his mind. Why had he never been invited to attend such meetings? The conference room was adjacent to the observation room. When Xu Yuan followed Professor Chen inside, the scene before him made him feel a bit pressured. 7 or 8 professors were already seated around the conference table, with Zhao Tianming and the members of Zheng Fei's team present as well. Professor Chen walked straight to the empty seat beside Zhao Tianming and sat down, while Xu Yuan chose a vacant chair next to Li Xian. The room was filled with an air of tension and focus. The professors were passing around Zheng Fei's team's mission report, the sound of rustling paper echoing continuously. Meanwhile, Professor Chen simply handed Xu Yuan's report to Zhao Tianming. After quickly skimming through it, Zhao Tianming did not pass it along, but instead slipped it into the folder by his side. Clearing his throat, Zhao Tianming began. First of all, congratulations to the 4 beast tamers of Zheng Fei's team, as well as dragon tamer Xu Yuan, for successfully capturing the Arctic beast number 008. Since Jiang Zhao's team isn't here, we'll start by recognizing each of you individually. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause erupted in the room. The professors clapped enthusiastically, except for Professor Chen, who remained expressionless, his gaze fixed on the documents in front of him. Once the applause died down, Zhao Tianming continued. Additionally, Xu Yuan and Tang Yun discovered the location of the extreme cold ice cavern and found an ice fox beast inside, which was successfully tamed by the newcomer Sun Wanlin. As for the ice cavern, Jiang Zhao's team has already begun an exploration based on the location provided by Li Xian, and we expect news from them soon. Beast tamer Tang Yun and dragon tamer Xu Yuan, you contributed the most in this mission and will be rewarded later. Xu Yuan, Your reward will be kept with me for now and given to you in the future. Hearing this, Xu Yuan's mouth twitched involuntarily. He thought to himself, another empty promise. Just empty promises. But outwardly, he could only nod silently, not daring to say more. The discussion that followed revolved mainly around the extreme cold ice cavern. Zhao Tianming and the professors engaged in a lively debate, while Professor Chen remained silent throughout. Xu Yuan, on the other hand, found himself struggling to stay awake, as if he were back in a high school math class. If not for Li Xian occasionally nudging him with her elbow, he might have already dozed off. About 45 minutes later, the discussion on the ice cavern finally concluded. Zhao Tianming turned his attention to Zheng Fei. Zheng Fei, the beast that Han Ming brought back last time, its corpse was used by the research department to create a beast weapon. Do you want it? Zheng Fei didn't hesitate for a second before firmly refusing. I don't want it. This immediately piqued Xu Yuan's curiosity. He leaned over and whispered to Li Xian, Sister Xian, what's a beast weapon? Without turning her head, her eyes still fixed on Zhao Tianming, Li Xian replied in a low voice. I'll explain it to you later. Zhao Tianming seemed unsurprised by Zheng Fei's response and smiled. Are you sure? If you don't want it, we'll send it back to the country. Zheng Fei's face was filled with disdain as he reiterated, I don't want it. I don't want anything artificial. Zhao Tianming didn't press further and instead said, all right. In a few days, I'll send you some profiles to review. See if any of them fit, and fill the vacant spot in your team. Zheng Fei nodded in agreement. All right. Clearly, he was aware that a lack of personnel could hinder the team's future missions. At that moment, Xu Yuan suddenly stood up, his voice carrying a hint of anticipation. General Zhao, can I join Brother Zheng's team? His words were like a bomb, instantly igniting the atmosphere in the conference room. All eyes turned to Xu Yuan. Even Professor Chen, who had been engrossed in his documents, looked up. The air was thick with an awkward silence. Zhao Tianming's expression turned serious as he locked eyes with Xu Yuan. His tone carried a note of authority. Xu Yuan, you are not yet qualified to join a team. Besides, you're still a rookie with a lot of training ahead of you. Unwilling to give up, Xu Yuan pressed on. Then what do I need to do to qualify for a team? Xu Yuan's gaze was sharp, locking directly onto Zhao Tianming's eyes. Zhao Tianming frowned deeply, his tone serious. Every newcomer has a 3-year training period before they qualify. Besides, once your training is complete, you'll have better teams to join. Zheng Fei's squad isn't even eligible. Xu Yuan responded calmly but firmly. I think Brother Zheng's team is great. All my skills were taught by them, and I don't want to join another team. Zhao Tianming's frown deepened, and his tone grew impatient. They taught you for mission purposes. Don't you understand? I understand. Xu Yuan's determined gaze left Zhao Tianming in a dilemma. He knew full well that Zheng Fei's squad wasn't qualified to accept Xu Yuan. With Xu Yuan's potential, elite teams ranked in the top 20 would be vying for him in the future. Moreover, Xu Yuan was still in his training period, and Zheng Fei's squad couldn't possibly wait 3 years. Amid the stalemate, Professor Chen, who had been silent all along, finally spoke. His voice was calm, yet commanding. I think it's not entirely out of the question. Professor Chen, are you serious? Zhao Tianming's eyes widened in disbelief. Everyone present, except Xu Yuan, turned to Professor Chen in shock. Professor Chen's piercing gaze met Zhao Tianming's directly. Why do you always assume I'm joking? Zhao Tianming was rendered speechless. Everyone knew that Professor Chen never joked. His expertise and experience were invaluable to the nation, and he held a prominent position in the country's beast-taming circle, even commanding the respect of the highest-ranking officials. Professor Chen slowly stood up, and the room instantly grew solemn. He turned to Zhao Tianming, his tone calm but resolute. The training plan I've designed for Xu Yuan is different from the traditional approach. It requires the assistance of a beast-taming team. Xu Yuan has already built a bond with Zheng Fei's squad over the past 4 months. This is an excellent choice, especially since Zheng Fei's team has a vacancy. Why not take advantage of it? As soon as Professor Chen finished speaking, Zheng Fei couldn't hide his excitement. He knew very well that his squad wasn't qualified to take in Xu Yuan. This felt like a gift from the heavens. Zhao Tianming's face darkened as he shot Zheng Fei a glare. Forming a team requires mutual agreement. Zheng Fei, you. Before he could finish, Xu Yuan stepped past Li Xian, standing directly in front of Zheng Fei. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. Brother Zheng, would you be willing to accept me as a member of Zheng Fei's squad? I would. Zheng Fei's face lit up with a grin so wide it nearly reached his ears, deliberately avoiding Zhao Tianming's fiery gaze. Xu Yuan extended his hand, his tone sincere. Captain, I look forward to learning from you. Without hesitation, Zheng Fei grasped Xu Yuan's hand firmly, his voice booming with enthusiasm. Xu Yuan, I look forward to working with you too. Zhao Tianming's eyes widened with fury, his heart burning with anger. He wished he could tear Zheng Fei and Xu Yuan apart, but he was powerless. Professor Chen, rarely showing a smile, looked at Zhao Tianming with interest and said, Old Zhao, isn't team formation among beast tamers supposed to be voluntary? His words left Zhao Tianming speechless. Although they were high-ranking officers and Zheng Fei's superiors, they truly had no authority to interfere in the matter of beast tamers forming teams. The others clearly noticed Zhao Tianming's frustrated expression. Li Xian and Tang Yun struggled to suppress their laughter, while Han Ming openly burst into laughter. Sitting down with a troubled look, Zhao Tianming sighed. It seems we have to change the plan. Professor Chen picked up his thermos calmly and said, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Without waiting for Zhao Tianming's response, he turned and left. Covering his face with his hands, Zhao Tianming frowned and said, meeting adjourned. Let's go, go. Li Xian, her eyes sparkling with amusement, quickly pulled Xu Yuan out of the conference room. As soon as they stepped outside, Zheng Fei's team of four surrounded Xu Yuan excitedly. Xu Yuan, welcome to the team. Surrounded in the center, Xu Yuan's eyes crinkled into a smile. Thank you everyone. Please take care of me from now on. Captain, Sister Xine, Sister Yun, Brother Han. Tang Yun squinted her eyes with a meaningful smile. So you finally stopped calling me Sister Tang Yun, huh? Li Xian teased Tang Yun with a grin. Oh, is our Yuner jealous? Not happy that he calls me Sister Xian, but doesn't call you Sister Tang Yun. Tang Yun quickly denied it. No, Xian, don't say that. Her eyes still glistened like water. Although Han Ming hadn't interacted much with Xu Yuan before, he was genuinely happy. Xu Yuan, thank you. You have no idea how many times the captain applied to have you join the team, only to get rejected. Hearing this, Xu Yuan glanced at Zheng Fei. The burly man looked a bit embarrassed and could only chuckle awkwardly. Suddenly, Zheng Fei clicked his tongue. Oh no, I'm out of supplies in my room. How am I supposed to organize a welcome party for Xu Yuan? Xu Yuan quickly waved his hands. Oh, there's no need for that, really. Li Xian chuckled and said, we'll make it up to our little brother Xu Yuan when we get the chance. At this moment, Zhao Tianming, the last to leave the meeting room, stopped in his tracks. Watching the lively group, he shot a sharp glare at Zheng Fei before turning and walking away. The following days went on as usual. Zheng Fei spent almost all his time in the meeting room. Xu Yuan's sudden addition to the team required many plans to be adjusted. The meetings, all initiated by Professor Chen, left Zhao Tianming with no choice but to follow through with his plans. After lunch, Xu Yuan was taking a leisurely walk and chatting with Tang Yun. Li Xian and Han Ming were off training, leaving only the two of them with no pressing tasks. Things were quiet at the medical facility, giving Tang Yun little to do. Xu Yuan had thought about training, but was strictly forbidden by Professor Chen. Left with no other options, he wandered aimlessly around the research institute. As they strolled near the training room, Xu Yuan noticed through the glass wall that a stranger was instructing Qi Tong. Sister Yun, who is that? I haven't seen him before, Xu Yuan asked curiously. Tang Yun shook her head as well. I haven't seen him either. He must be Qi Tong's instructor. His own abilities probably aren't outstanding, so he's only responsible for training newcomers. Xu Yuan and Tang Yun stood outside the training base, their eyes fixed on the beast tamers in the midst of their training. Xu Yuan turned to Tang Yun and explained, in our country, the roles of beast tamers are clearly defined. Those with exceptional skills are selected for elite squads to carry out high-risk missions, while the others handle routine tasks. Tang Yun nodded in understanding and added, Zheng Fei once mentioned that the truly capable beast tamers serve in various war zones. Although there are many beast tamers domestically, most don't meet the standards required for the battlefield. Of course, there are still some powerful ones who stay behind to take on special assignments. As they spoke, Qi Tong, who was training, noticed them. He quickly ran out of the training room, a bright, excited smile on his face. Brother Su, Sister Tang, did you come to see me? Seeing the anticipation in Qi Tong's eyes, Xu Yuan couldn't bear to tell the truth and nodded instead. Yes, we came especially to see you. Tang Yun smiled encouragingly. Keep it up. The road ahead will only get tougher. Encouraged by her words, Qi Tong immediately straightened up with renewed energy. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and said with determination, Don't worry, I'll do my best. I'll head back to training now. Goodbye, Brother Su, Sister Tang. The two waved goodbye to him with a smile. They then walked to another training room and saw Sun Wanlin. A young woman in her 20s was guiding her. Xu Yuan asked Tang Yun about the instructor's identity, but Tang Yun replied that she didn't know. She explained that beast tamers who spent years on the front lines were often unfamiliar with their domestic counterparts. Noticing Xu Yuan and Tang Yun, Sun Wanlin walked out to greet them. Her usual pride was absent, replaced by sincerity as she said, Since the ice cave incident, I haven't had the chance to thank you both in person. Tang Yun maintained a faint smile without speaking, while Xu Yuan waved it off casually. When you get a chance to return home, just treat us to a meal. Of course. Sun Wanlin nodded firmly, then asked, Xu Yuan, I heard you joined Zheng Fei's squad. Yes, Xu Yuan replied succinctly. Sun Wanlin frowned slightly. What a pity. Her words caused the smile on Tang Yun's face to fade as well. After a brief exchange, Xu Yuan and Tang Yun continued their stroll around the base. A few days later, as evening approached, Zhang Fei knocked on Xu Yuan's door. Xu Yuan, meet at the outpost in 10 minutes. Got it, Captain. Xu Yuan set down the documents he was reading, quickly packed up, and headed to the outpost. The polar night in the Arctic would last for over a month. At the outpost, soldiers armed with rifles stood in 2 rows, with Zhao Tianming positioned in the center. Zhang Fei's squad was already assembled. Xu Yuan walked over to Zhang Fei and quietly asked Han Ming about the situation. Han Ming replied in a low voice, "A new team is being transferred from another war zone, and we're here to welcome them." Upon hearing this, Li Xian's expression darkened with displeasure. Of all people, it had to be her. Xian Jia, you know her? Xu Yuan asked curiously. Know her? More than that, Li Xian replied, her face filled with disdain. At that moment, a snow vehicle came into view and soon stopped in front of the outpost. The car door slowly opened, and a long, slender leg stepped out first, followed by a tall, poised woman. She was dressed in black cargo pants and a black tank top, walking down from the vehicle with a confident stride. Xu Yuan instinctively held his breath, feeling an invisible pressure bearing down on him, as if he were standing before a towering mountain. This kind of aura could only belong to a true powerhouse. The woman walked straight up to Zhao Tianming and gave a crisp military salute. Lieutenant General. Zhao Tianming gave her a slight nod. Ling Shuang, you've had a long journey. Zhang Fei stepped forward with a friendly smile, extending his right hand. Ling Shuang, it's been a while. However, Ling Shuang acted as if she didn't see him, striding past him and heading directly toward Li Xian, leaving Zhang Fei awkwardly standing there with his hand suspended midair. Ling Shuang's expression was as cold as ice, her gaze devoid of any warmth. She stared directly at Li Xian, her tone laced with obvious disdain. Li Xian, you're still in a team like this? Are you planning to muddle through life like this forever? Li Xin's eyes instantly sharpened, and she retorted without hesitation. Why don't you worry about yourself instead? My business is none of your concern. Their gazes clashed fiercely in the air, neither willing to back down. Ling Shuang's beauty was on par with Li Xin's, but the impression they gave was completely different. Li Xian was like the warm sun on a winter's day, while Ling Shuang was like the icy chill of a perpetual glacier, beautiful, yet sending shivers down one's spine. Humph. Ling Shuang let out a cold snort, her gaze shifting to Xu Yuan. Her voice carried a hint of mockery. So, you're the dragon tamer? What guidance do you have for me? Xu Yuan met Ling Shuang's icy gaze without flinching, but before he could respond, Ling Shuang had already turned back to Zhao Tianming and saluted again. Lieutenant General, I'll head back to rest now. Go ahead, Zhao Tianming said with a nod. With her head held high, Ling Shuang strode off, followed by 4 equally stern-looking female team members. It was only then that Xu Yuan noticed Ling Shuang's entire team consisted of women, forming a stark contrast to Jiang Xiao's team. Zhang Fei quietly sidled up to Xu Yuan and lowered his voice to explain. That's Ling Shuang, known as the Ice Queen. Her face is always that cold. She's ranked 22nd nationally and is one of the strongest out there. She and Sister Xian. Xu Yuan was about to ask more when Zhang Fei quickly patted him on the shoulder and leaned in to whisper. Has Li Xian ever mentioned her previous team to you? She has, Xu Yuan nodded. When Li Xin's team encountered that Ming snake before, Ling Shuang's team was nearby, but Ling Shuang refused to help. Why? Xu Yuan asked, puzzled. Though the two had lowered their voices, Li Xian still caught fragments of their conversation. She bit her lip, a flicker of pain flashing in her eyes. No reason. That woman is just a cold-blooded snake. She turned to Zhang Fei, her tone tinged with concern. Captain, we're not going to have to work with her in the future, are we? Zhang Fei shook his head, reassuring her. Don't worry. She's here to replace us. We've got a new mission. That's a relief, Li Xian said, exhaling softly as her shoulders relaxed slightly. Back in the dormitory, Li Xian was still caught up in her emotions, her face reflecting a mix of complex feelings. Tang Yun, noticing her friend's unusual demeanor, silently followed her into the room, ready to lend an ear to her troubles. 3 mornings later, as sunlight just began streaming through the window, Zhang Fei's team received an urgent meeting notification. In the meeting room, Lieutenant General Zhao Tianming and Professor Chun sat upright, waiting. Once the entire team had arrived, Zhao Tianming began speaking. A few days ago, Team Ling Shuang came here to take over your duties. However, due to Xu Yuan's addition to your team, your mission has changed. He paused briefly before continuing. This year's training period for new recruits has arrived. Including Xu Yuan and Qi Tong, there are 25 recruits in total. The training will take place in the Kunlun Mountains, and your team will escort Xu Yuan there. For the next 3 years, your team will be stationed domestically. Hearing this, Zhang Fei and his teammates exchanged looks and broke into smiles, their eyes gleaming with joy. Finally, we're going back home. They cheered in unison. A look of relief crossed Zhao Taiming's face. Consider this a bit of a break for you all. But make no mistake, the mission in the Kunlun Mountains must still be completed. Understood, Lieutenant General. Zhang Fei responded immediately. All right, go pack your things. You'll set out at noon today, Zhao Tianming said, waving his hand dismissively. Then he added, Zhang Fei and Xu Yuan, stay behind. The other team members left cheerfully, eager to get their belongings ready. Turning to Zhang Fei, Zhao Tianming said, Zhang Fei, when you return, see if Li Xian can manage to control a second beast. She's been capable for a while now, but she hasn't been able to overcome her mental block. Zhang Fei's expression turned serious. Understood, Lieutenant General. Li Xian has become much more open in recent years. They'll do my best. Professor Chun, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Additionally, there's another task. It's not mandatory, but you should try your best to accomplish it. Professor Chen, what task? Zhang Fei blinked, puzzled. Try to achieve what you couldn't last year. Professor Chen said calmly. Huh? Are you talking about the beast weapon? Isn't it too soon for Xu Yuan? Zhang Fei asked, visibly shocked. It is a bit early, Professor Chen replied slowly. That's why I'm asking you to guide him through it. I understand. They'll do my best, Zhang Fei said, standing straight and saluting Zhao Tianming. Then, they'll take my leave, Lieutenant General. Zhao Tianming nodded. All right, stop dragging it out. You'll be reassigned to the Arctic again in the future. Xu Yuan walked over to Professor Chen and bowed deeply. Professor Chen, thank you for your guidance during this time. Please take care of yourself. Professor Chen turned to him, holding a thermos cup in his hand. Are you saying goodbye to me? Xu Yuan froze. Yes. Aren't I heading to the Kunlun Mountains? Professor Chen narrowed his eyes, looking at Xu Yuan with amusement. I came to the Arctic because of you. Wherever you go, I go. You'll retire when you're ready to stand on your own. Well, that's great. Xu Yuan grinned widely. Well, that was a waste of sentiment just now. Professor Chen stood up. They'll take those two new recruits with me. See you at the Kunlun Mountains. See you at the Kunlun Mountains. As they walked out of the meeting room, Xu Yuan asked curiously, Captain, is Sister Xine really able to control a second beast now? Zhang Fei sighed. She's been capable for years. Li Xian was the most talented of her cohort. But after that incident, she changed completely. It's only in the past couple of years that she started to recover a little. Xinjia's abilities left Xu Yuan utterly amazed. As he delved deeper into the world of beast tamers, he became increasingly aware of how high the threshold was for controlling a second exotic beast. After lunch, Li Xian and Tang Yin appeared before the group, dragging several suitcases of different sizes. In stark contrast, Xu Yuan, Zhang Fei, and Han Ming had packed everything into just one backpack each. Outside the outpost, a snow vehicle had been waiting for some time. The Ling Shuang team was already there, prepared to carry out a send-off ceremony. Jiang Xiao had made a special trip back from the front lines to see Zhang Fei and his team off. Wearing a bitter expression, he leaned in and complained to Zhang Fei in a low voice. Old Zhang, you're leaving, fine. But why did you replace yourself with her? I can't handle that woman. Zhang Fei shrugged nonchalantly. The order came from the Major General. Go take it up with him. Besides, the Ling Shuang team complements your Luohan squad perfectly. He grinned, clearly enjoying the drama. Jiang Zhao's face twisted further, as if he were in agony. Damn it, you think I don't want female team members? But no one wants to join me. Damn. Seeing this, Zhao Tianming urged impatiently. All right, enough. Just get moving already. You two grown men are still bickering like this. Zhang Fei stood to attention and saluted Jiang Xiao and Ling Shuang. Captain Jiang, Captain Ling, I wish you success in battle. The two returned the salute crisply. Safe travels, Captain Zhang. Jiang Xiao bid farewell to everyone one by one, while Ling Shuang's gaze lingered on Xu Yuan and Li Xian, as if pondering something. Li Xian, however, rolled her eyes at Ling Shuang throughout the entire exchange. With the farewell ceremony complete, the five of them boarded the snow vehicle and departed. They traveled to the edge of the Arctic continent, where they transferred to a ship bound for Longyearbyen in Norway. Located on the largest island of the Svalbard archipelago, Longyearbyen is the closest human settlement to the North Pole. At the Longyearbyen airport, a plane bearing the flag of Huaxiao was parked on the tarmac, the same aircraft that had brought the Ling Shuang team a few days prior. Before boarding, Zhang Fei sighed with a hint of regret. It's a pity. I've been to this city so many times, but never had the chance to explore it. It's always just landing and taking off, rushing around. Han Ming urged. Come on, Captain. Isn't anywhere back home better than here? Once we're back, we can take our time to explore. Ever since learning they were returning home, he had been eager to leave. You're right about that. Zhang Fei nodded in agreement. The five of them boarded the plane, their faces lit with excitement. After stowing his luggage, Zhang Fei sat down across from Xu Yuan. The peaceful life we'll have in the next few years is all thanks to you, Xu Yuan. Thank you, thank you. The other team members chimed in, expressing their gratitude to Xu Yuan. Embarrassed by their enthusiasm, Xu Yuan could only scratch his head in response. Once the plane was in stable flight, Zhang Fei's expression turned serious. Xu Yuan, word about you has spread throughout the beast-taming community back home. You'll need to be cautious after we return. Cautious about what? Xu Yuan asked, puzzled. We're going back home. What is there to be cautious about? Zhang Fei explained. This community isn't as harmonious as you might think. The state doesn't oppose conflicts between beast tamers. In fact, it even encourages them to some extent. Resources are limited, and whoever has the strongest fist gets them. Although our country has long valued morality and etiquette, it has never lacked a spirit of martial prowess. Zheng Fei, with a serious expression and sharp gaze fixed on Xu Yuan, spoke firmly. The principle of survival of the fittest is self-evident. No matter who you face, strike without hesitation will bear the consequences. Li Xian and the others echoed in unison, nodding solemnly. Tang Yun's lips curved slightly as she said softly, "You need to gradually adapt to this environment. Remember, your teammates are the only ones you can truly rely on. That's the purpose of us forming a team." Li Xian, abandoning her usual playful demeanor, nodded seriously at Xu Yuan. "I understand." Xu Yuan responded with a serious and resolute expression. The plane flew at an altitude of 10,000 meters for nearly 11 hours before finally descending. Xu Yuan felt his entire body ache, as if every muscle protested against the prolonged journey. By evening, the plane finally landed. The setting sun painted the sky with fiery hues, creating a stunning canvas. Standing in the open expanse of the airport with a small backpack, Xu Yuan greedily inhaled the air of his homeland. Beside him, Li Xian and Tang Yun stretched their weary bodies, the twilight glow on their faces making them appear breathtakingly beautiful. The landing site was a military district airport, where 4 or 5 fighter jets sat silently in the distance. Rows of soldiers stood in perfect formation, ready to welcome Zheng Fei's team. A man who appeared to be an officer quickly approached and saluted Zheng Fei. "Major General." He then saluted Li Xian and the others. "Captain." Zheng Fei and his team returned the salute one by one. At this point, Xu Yuan, who had no military rank yet, recalled Li Xian mentioning that he would be granted one after completing the training period. "You must be exhausted from the journey," the officer said with respect in his eyes, clearly aware of their identities. Zheng Fei nodded. "Please arrange for a spacious vehicle." The officer hesitated momentarily. "Major General, wouldn't you like to rest here for a while?" "No, we still have a mission to complete. We'll rest in the city." Zheng Fei politely declined. "Understood. Xiao Wang, prepare a vehicle." The officer promptly instructed a soldier. "Yes, sir." The soldier responded and left. Soon, a military off-road vehicle with white license plates arrived. The 5 of them loaded their luggage into the car. Zheng Fei took the wheel. Han Ming sat in the front passenger seat, while Xu Yuan was sandwiched between Li Xian and Tang Yun in the back seat. As the soldiers saluted them off, the vehicle slowly drove out of the military district. "Captain, where are we?" Xu Yuan asked as he looked around. Apart from the military buildings, the surroundings were barren, making it hard to determine their location. Zheng Fei kept his focus on the road and replied, "This is the Hebei Provincial Military District. We're heading to Tsangzhou." "What are we going to do in Tsangzhou?" Xu Yuan asked, puzzled. As soon as the question was voiced, the atmosphere in the car grew heavy. Han Ming turned to look at Xu Yuan, his tone somber. "Meng Chao's hometown is in Tsangzhou. We need to visit." Xu Yuan nodded silently, refraining from asking further. The car fell into an uneasy silence, with only the hum of the engine resonating through the night. Late at night in Tsangzhou City, Zheng Fei drove a vehicle with military plates into the bustling night market district. Most restaurants had already closed, making the night market their saving grace. Once the car came to a stop, Zheng Fei turned to his companions and said, "Let's make do with a quick bite tonight. Tomorrow, I'll treat you to a proper feast." The night market was lively and vibrant, with rows of tables and chairs set up in front of barbecue stalls. Young people raised their glasses, laughing and chatting cheerfully. The appearance of the military-plated car drew a few curious glances. Li Xian took a deep breath and grinned. "It smells way better than the Research Institute's cafeteria." Under the glow of streetlights, the air was filled with the enticing aromas of various snacks. Zheng Fei and his group found a table and sat down. Li Xian and Tang Yun eagerly studied the menu, their eyes sparkling with anticipation for the food. After enduring the hardships of life in the Arctic, they cherished this rare moment of indulgence. Zheng Fei's gaze kept drifting to the bottles of alcohol on the neighboring table. His Adam's apple bobbed, clearly revealing his craving for a drink. Standing up, he began scanning the area. Xu Yuan curiously asked, "What's the captain up to?" Han Ming chuckled knowingly. "He's probably looking for a hotel. That craving for alcohol must have hit him hard." Sure enough, Zheng Fei soon pointed to a nearby location and instructed, "Li Xian, Han Ming, you two come with me to check into a hotel. Xu Yuan, you and Tang Yin stay here and order whatever you want." Xu Yuan's lips twitched slightly, thinking that Han Ming had nailed it. Tang Yun added with a cheerful smile, "Got it. We'll make sure to order some drinks too." The 3 of them drove off to a nearby hotel to handle the check-in. By the time they returned, the table already had 2 cold dishes, while the hot dishes and barbecue were still being prepared. Zheng Fei wasted no time cracking open a beer and raised his glass. "It's simple, but still beats the Research Institute. Let's toast to welcoming Xu Yuan to the team. Cheers." Everyone sipped their drinks, but Zheng Fei downed an entire bottle in one go, leaving Xu Yuan wide-eyed in astonishment. Li Xian laughed and explained, "You'll get used to it. That's just the captain's one hobby." The long overdue relaxation brought a sense of ease to everyone's faces. Li Xian and Tang Yun's natural beauty stood out in the night market, contrasting sharply with the heavily made-up women around them. Occasionally, someone would sneak a glance at them, but Zheng Fei's imposing build was enough to deter any would-be suitors. The bustling crowd moved through the streets, and Xu Yuan found himself feeling a bit dazed, as if their time in the Arctic was nothing more than a distant dream. Noticing his expression, Han Ming teased, "Don't tell me you're missing the research institute." Xu Yuan shook his head. "Not at all. It just feels surreal." Han Ming, munching on a skewer, reassured him, "That's normal." Holding a skewer in one hand and a beer in the other, Zheng Fei suddenly remarked, "Before we left, the lieutenant general told me that because of you, our team will most likely be stationed in the Arctic for the long term." Li Xian frowned at the news. "Oh, come on, don't say that." Zheng Fei chuckled and joked, "Well, if you don't want to go, we could always vote to kick Xu Yuan out of the team." Li Xian quickly shook her head, her gaze softening as she looked at Xu Yuan. "No way, no way. I like our little Xu Yuan. If it comes to that, he'll just stay in the Arctic with you." Xu Yuan shivered slightly, instantly sensing that Li Xian was about to say something else that would make him blush. "Hurry up and grab some food for Li Xian. Eat more, Xian Jia. Eat more, eat more." The laughter around the table was endless, and the atmosphere was lively. After the meal, the five of them headed back to the hotel together. Zheng Fei originally suggested drinking some baijiu, but considering they had important matters to attend to the next day, the others politely declined, and he had to let it go. The five of them were assigned rooms on the same floor, one room per person. Lying on the soft bed, Xu Yuan's thoughts drifted. Without an ID, he had still managed to check in, likely thanks to the military IDs of the other four. After a quick shower, he sank into a comfortable sleep. The next morning, the gentle sunlight woke Xu Yuan. After freshening up, he went to the hotel lobby. Zheng Fei and Han Ming were already there waiting. Zheng Fei was casually smoking with his legs crossed, his leather jacket giving no hint of his military background. "Xian Jia and Yun Jia aren't up yet?" Xu Yuan asked, sitting down next to Han Ming, who was engrossed in a mobile game. Zheng Fei exhaled a puff of smoke and chuckled. "They're awake, but you know how girls are, they take their time." Watching Han Ming play, Xu Yuan couldn't help but tease, "Han Gu, you're terrible at this game." Han Ming's face reddened as he defended himself. "What do you know? I'm just out of practice. Give me a bit, and I'll be back in shape." Half an hour later, Li Xian and Tang Yun finally arrived. The group drove to a supermarket and bought a large amount of gifts, more precisely, care packages. The car eventually stopped outside a residential compound. Han Ming's expression turned serious, clearly uneasy about meeting Meng Chao's family. Zheng Fei made the call. "Han Ming, you and Xu Yuan wait outside." Han Ming was about to protest, but Tang Yun interrupted. "Listen to the captain." Li Xian suggested, "Why don't you two grab some breakfast? We'll find you later." Zheng Fei pulled a bank card out of his pocket and handed it to Xu Yuan. "This was given to me by General Zhao to pass on to you. It's an account under your name. It contains your salary and mission rewards from the Arctic, about 300,000. Xu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? That much?" "It's not that much. Most of it is from the mission rewards," Zheng Fei said nonchalantly. The three of them carried the gifts into the compound, leaving Xu Yuan and the dejected Han Ming behind. Looking around, Xu Yuan spotted a nearby burger shop. "Come on, Han Gu, breakfast is on me." "No, let me treat you instead," Han Ming sighed, following Xu Yuan. It was a weekday morning, so the burger shop wasn't crowded. Xu Yuan walked briskly to the counter, eager to order. "Hi, I'd like a chicken burger, fries, popcorn chicken, and a Coke." The cashier paused for a moment and kindly suggested, "Sir, we have combo meals available." Xu Yuan insisted, "No, I'll stick with this." Han Ming, sitting beside Xu Yuan, widened his eyes in disbelief as he watched her devour her food. "Were you starving to death before or something? Even if you've got money now, you don't have to eat like you're getting revenge on life." Xu Yuan shot him an annoyed glance, her mouth still stuffed with food. "You call eating fast food revenge spending? I'm just in a good mood today." She swallowed her food and took another big bite of her burger. Han Ming sighed helplessly. "Fine, they'll just order the same as you." As he spoke, he pulled out his wallet to pay. Quick as lightning, Xu Yuan slapped his hand down. "I said I'm treating. How could I let you pay?" She deftly pulled out her bank card. "Swipe it." Han Ming's forehead creased with a few black lines. "I can just use mobile payment, you know." "Swipe the card," Xu Yuan insisted, handing the card to the cashier. The two of them scarfed down their first round of food, only to realize that Zheng Fei and the others hadn't arrived yet. Xu Yuan's eyes gleamed mischievously. "We're still not full, so why not order a bit more to try?" Han Ming nodded in agreement, and the two ordered some snacks to share. Just as they were enjoying their second round of food, Zheng Fei and his group entered through the door. After everyone placed their orders, They chatted casually, steering clear of any mention of main chaos familia topics Xu Yuan and Han Ming tacitly avoided. After finishing breakfast, the group got ready to leave Zhangzhou. As soon as they got in the car, Zhang Fei turned and asked, Xu Yuan, you're from Changsha, right? Xu Yuan nodded. Yep, my school's in Changsha too. Hearing this, Zhang Fei immediately opened his phone's navigation app and entered Changsha. Xu Yuan blinked curiously. Why are we going to Changsha? Zhang Fei smiled faintly. There's something related to you we need to take care of. Plus, it's a chance for you to visit your family. Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile, her lips curving upward. The thought of going home to see her family naturally filled her with joy. Sitting nearby, Li Xian batted her pretty eyes and studied Xu Yuan with interest. No wonder Xu Yuan's such a handsome young man. Turns out he's a charming guy from Changsha. Flustered by the compliment, Xu Yuan quickly changed the subject. Xinjia, where are you from? Li Xian chuckled. I'm from northern Jiangsu. Yuner is from southern Jiangsu. And you know the captain's from the northeast. Han Ming's from Luoyang in Hunan. Xu Yuan grew curious and pressed on. Northern and southern Jiangsu? That's Jiangsu province, right? Exactly. Tang Yin nodded from the side. Xu Yuan was about to ask which cities they were from when both Li Xian and Tang Yin interrupted in unison. Don't worry about it. Their faces lit up with mysterious smiles, clearly unwilling to reveal any more details. The journey from Zhangzhou to Changsha, spanning over 1,300 kilometers, finally came to an end under Zhang Fei's steady driving. As night fell, the city lights adorned the streets, which felt both unfamiliar and familiar at the same time. Standing by the hotel window, Xu Yuan gazed down at the city he had been away from for several months, a wave of indescribable melancholy washing over him. The faint glow of his phone screen illuminated the darkness as Xu Yuan mechanically scrolled through his contact list. The chatter in his middle and high school group chats was lively, but the avatars of most others remained silent. His finger hovered over his mother's number for a moment before he decided against making the call. They'll be home tomorrow anyway, he consoled himself. The next day at noon, the group finally stepped out of the hotel. Xu Yuan, familiar with the city, led the way through a maze of streets and alleys until they arrived at an unassuming little restaurant. Han Ming glanced up at the almost falling apart signboard, frowning slightly. Are you sure this place is good? Xu Yuan shot him a glare. Don't trust a local? I could take you to the snack street instead if you want to get ripped off like a tourist. He explained that this was a spot he frequented during middle school, a place only locals would know authentic Hunan cuisine. Sure enough, as the dishes were served, the group of 5 devoured the food with gusto, thoroughly enjoying the meal. Han Ming, patting his now round belly, laughed and apologized to Xu Yuan. Even Li Xian and Tang Yun, momentarily abandoning their diets, ate to their heart's content. Tasting the familiar flavors of his hometown, Xu Yuan felt a comforting warmth rise within him. After the meal, Zhang Fei handed him a phone. Help me navigate to your school. Though puzzled, Xu Yuan entered the address for the Hunan University of Finance and Economics. The military-plated SUV drove into the campus, drawing curious stares from students. Xu Yuan and Zhang Fei headed straight for the male dormitory, climbing to the 3rd floor. When they pushed open the door to his room, they found one of his roommates wearing headphones, engrossed in a video game. Upon seeing who it was, the roommate froze in shock. Xu Yuan? They let you out. Damn, man, I've never even been in there. Xu Yuan clenched his jaw as memories surged back like a flood. That day, 2 soldiers had barged in, hooded him, and taken him away, leaving behind a dormitory filled with whispers and rumors. Zhang Fei, expressionless, gave the roommate a brief glance before urging, Xu Yuan, hurry up. Xu Yuan quickly gathered his belongings. His bed was covered in dust. He only took his ID card and a recently purchased laptop. The roommate stared at him the entire time, unable to hold back his curiosity. Xu Yuan, are you dropping out? Enough studying, the world is waiting for me to save it. Xu Yuan said with a grin, holding his laptop and charger. His roommate, Zhang Fei, turned to leave, and Xu Yuan quickly followed after a brief goodbye. Although it had only been a little over a month since the semester began, the two weren't particularly close yet, so they walked in silence. As they exited the dormitory building, Xu Yuan noticed a black Passat parked behind Zhang Fei's car, with a few middle-aged men standing nearby. One of them, dressed in an administrative jacket, immediately recognized Zhang Fei and stepped forward to greet him. Hello, comrade, the man said. Zhang Fei shook his hand and replied hastily. We're in a rush. Let's make this quick. Of course, right away, the man responded. Both cars headed toward the administrative office building on campus. As soon as they arrived downstairs, Xu Yuan spotted the principal standing with a few school officials, waiting to greet them. Xu Yuan recognized the principal from the opening ceremony. Director Wang, what brings you here? The principal greeted warmly, addressing the man in the administrative jacket, who turned out to be the director of the Education Bureau. Director Wang tactfully stepped aside, signaling for Zhang Fei to speak. Zhang Fei, now with a serious expression that contrasted with his usual easygoing demeanor, said, I'm here to handle some paperwork for Xu Yuan. Sorry to trouble you, Principal. The principal immediately realized the significance of this group and quickly replied with a polite smile. No trouble at all. No trouble at all. Please, let's head to my office for some tea. In the principal's office, Director Wang's staff worked on a computer, searching for information, while Zheng Fei and Han Ming supervised. The principal, meanwhile, studied Xu Yuan carefully before asking, Xu Yuan? Are you the same Xu Yuan who accidentally went to the girls' dormitory on the first day of school? Xu Yuan gave an embarrassed chuckle. Haha, that's me. I just got lost, that's all. He wished he could disappear into the floor, not expecting even the principal to know about such an awkward incident. Li Xian couldn't help but laugh softly, teasing. So you have a story like that, huh? Don't bring it up, Sister Xian, Xu Yuan said, his face turning red. Soon, the Education Bureau staff completed the paperwork. Back in the car, Xu Yuan finally asked, Captain, what exactly were they doing just now? Zheng Fei explained. They erased all your personal records. From now on, no one can find any trace of you unless they access our internal network. Zhao Tianming specifically ordered this to ensure your protection. All right, everything's done. Let's take you home, Zheng Fei said. Xu Yuan nodded. Okay. The SUV pulled up outside Xu Yuan's apartment building. Zheng Fei reminded him. Xu Yuan, you know what to say and what not to say, right? Don't worry, Captain, Xu Yuan replied, already thinking about how to explain to his mother why he had only called once in the past 6 months. He retrieved the key from under the doormat and opened the door, finding his mother sitting on the couch watching TV. Xiao Yuan, his mother exclaimed in surprise. Mom, I'm back, Xu Yuan said with a smile. His mother quickly got up and hugged her long-absent son tightly. At the same time, she noticed Zheng Fei and the others standing outside the door. For a moment, familiar memories flashed through her mind. Mom let go of Xu Yuan, her eyes red and fixed intently on her daughter. Xu Yuan lowered her head guiltily, not daring to meet her mother's gaze. Outside the door, Zheng Fei and the others stood uneasily, the atmosphere heavy with tension. After a long silence, Mom choked back her tears and finally spoke, her voice trembling. Xiao Yuan, did you do something like your father? The words struck like a bolt of lightning, stunning Xu Yuan and leaving Zheng Fei and his companions gasping in shock. Xu Yuan stammered, her head hanging low, unable to respond. Mom struggled to hold back her tears, taking a deep breath as her complicated gaze swept over Zheng Fei and the others. Zheng Fei stepped forward decisively, shielding Li Xian and the other two behind him. Auntie, we're Xu Yuan's teammates, he declared firmly. Don't just stand there. Come in, Xu Yuan's mother said, waving them inside with a pleading look. Xiao Yuan, you don't need to say anything. In the living room, the four of them sat down while Xu Yuan and her mom prepared tea. Once everyone had a cup, Xu Yuan and her mother finally took their seats. As soon as she sat, Mom asked, Xiao Yuan, how many more days are you staying at home? Xu Yuan hesitated and glanced at Zheng Fei, who gave a nod and said, stay as long as you want. I'm fine with it. A smile finally broke across Mom's face. Then all of you can stay here too. It's your first time in Changsha, right? Let me show you around. Li Xin's eyes curved into a cheerful smile. Thank you, Auntie, for the trouble. Seeing the two young women, Mom also smiled warmly. Oh my, such beautiful girls. Zheng Fei raised his teacup and took a sip. Auntie, in that case, we'll gratefully accept your hospitality. That's the spirit, Mom said with a laugh. Over the next 3 days, Xu Yuan and her mother became tour guides, taking Zheng Fei and the others to explore all the famous sites in Changsha. Meals were enjoyed at renowned local restaurants. Although the house was a bit cramped, everyone managed to make it work. Han Ming shared a room with Xu Yuan, Li Xian and Tang Yun bunked together, and Zheng Fei slept on the sofa in the living room. To Zheng Fei and the others' surprise, Mom never once brought up Xu Yuan's job during those days, as if the matter had never happened. The explanations Zheng Fei had painstakingly prepared were left unused. The unexpected calmness was both a relief and a source of quiet unease for them. Before their departure, Xu Yuan's mother remained silent, unwilling even to see them off downstairs. Zheng Fei, fully aware of her feelings, took Xu Yuan, who appeared puzzled, and left the house. As the vehicle merged onto the highway, streams of traffic blurred past the windows. Xu Yuan gazed at the fleeting scenery, lost in thought. The journey began in Changsha, passed through Chongqing, entered Chengdu, and eventually arrived in Qinghai. The majestic Kunlun Mountains stood tall at the intersection of Qinghai, Xinjiang, Tibet, and Gansu, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. Over the week-long trip, the group of 5 traveled leisurely, taking turns enjoying the journey. Zheng Fei and Han Ming alternated driving, while Xu Yuan, Li Xian, and Tang Yun relaxed in the back seat, taking in the stunning landscapes. Finally, the car came to a stop in a remote mountain village. Xu Yuan looked up and saw the towering Kunlun Mountains shrouded in mist, their sheer magnificence leaving him speechless. As Zheng Fei unloaded their luggage, he asked with a grin, beautiful, isn't it? Xu Yuan nodded dumbly, overwhelmed by the breathtaking sight. The village was home to not only ordinary residents, but also a significant military presence, with soldiers and military vehicles stationed throughout. Puzzled, Xu Yuan turned to Tang Yun and asked, Sister Yun, do these locals know about the existence of exotic beasts? Tang Yun nodded and explained, they do. You see, this area is under military jurisdiction. These villagers have guarded this land for generations. Don't worry, they're all on our side. Zheng Fei chimed in. Back in the early days of our country's founding, all researchers and beast handlers gathered here in Qinghai. Researchers worked on the atomic bomb in Shihai town, while the beast handlers were here, putting in considerable effort to gain the trust of the mountain guardians. Over time, with the state's support, the local villagers began supplying living essentials to the Kunlun mountain research personnel. Xu Yuan looked up again at the imposing Kunlun range. The snow-capped peaks shimmered in the golden glow of the horizon, creating a scene of unparalleled beauty. Suddenly, a soldier in uniform ran toward them excitedly, shouting, Brother Zheng! Brother Zheng! Zheng Fei recognized him immediately and exclaimed with delight, Xiaohua, you're still stationed here. Xiaohua beamed with pride, his sun-darkened face glowing. I got promoted, Brother Zheng. I specifically requested to stay here. Zheng Fei laughed heartily, giving Xiaohua a firm pat on the back, nearly knocking the wind out of him. Xiaohua then greeted Zheng Fei's companions one by one. When his gaze landed on Xu Yuan, he hesitated, as if realizing something. Cautiously, Xiaohua asked, Brother Menghe? Zheng Fei sighed. He fell in the Arctic. Xiaohua's face darkened momentarily, but he quickly composed himself and extended a hand to Xu Yuan. Hello, you seem younger than me. Just call me Brother Hua. Xu Yuan smiled and shook his hand. Nice to meet you, Brother Hua. I'm Xu Yuan. Hearing the name, Xiaohua's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to Zheng Fei. Brother Zheng, is he really that Xu Yuan? Before Zheng Fei could respond, Han Ming draped an arm around Xiaohua's shoulders and laughed. That's right. It's that Xu Yuan. Surprised? Xiaohua gave Xu Yuan another once-over, still stunned. Xu Yuan, feeling awkward under his gaze, asked curiously, Am I really that famous? Xu Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. After exchanging pleasantries, Zheng Fei turned to him and said, Xiaohua joined the army at 18 and has been stationed here ever since. It's been 7 or 8 years now, right? He'll take us into the mountains tomorrow. All right, Xu Yuan nodded in agreement. At that moment, Li Xian stepped forward, looping her arm around Xu Yuan's and smiling. Xu Yuan, let me take you to a restaurant I used to frequent. Yun, are you coming? Tang Yun rubbed her stomach and replied, Sure, I'm a bit hungry too. Li Xian turned to Zheng Fei and said, Captain, Han Ming, we'll leave the luggage to you guys. Don't worry, Sister Xian, I've got it covered. Han Ming assured her confidently, patting his chest. The three of them walked along the narrow village path. As they strolled, Li Xian began recounting past events. 5 years ago, we were stationed in the Kunlun Mountains for a mission and stayed here for about a year. After that, the whole team was transferred to the South China Sea battlefield for 2.5 years, and then we spent another year and a half in the Arctic. Xu Yuan listened attentively while observing the surroundings. The village had no tall buildings, mostly single-story houses. At the far end was the military camp, where villagers and soldiers seemed to coexist harmoniously. Before long, Li Xian pulled Xu Yuan into a small shop. As soon as they entered, she called out warmly, Auntie Wang, are you here? A slightly plump middle-aged woman emerged from the back, her face lighting up when she saw them. Oh, Li Xian. And Tang Yun is here too. She quickly removed her apron and came over to embrace the two women warmly. Li Xian grinned. It's been ages, Auntie Wang. I came to see you as soon as I got here. Auntie Wang's smile deepened as her gaze landed on Xu Yuan. And who's this handsome young man? Li Xian playfully threw an arm around Xu Yuan's neck and teased. My new boyfriend. Handsome, right? Very handsome, very handsome. Auntie Wang nodded enthusiastically. You always did have a good eye. Take a seat. All of you. I'll whip up something delicious for you. The three of them sat down, and Tang Yun remarked, Back when we were stationed here, Xian used to sneak over to eat because she didn't like the food at the research center. I always brought you along, didn't I? Li Xian shot her a mock glare, pretending to be annoyed. Hearing this, Xu Yuan couldn't help but look a little worried. Does that mean the food at the Kunlun Mountain Research Center isn't good either? Tang Yun reassured him. Don't worry, it's better than the Arctic's. Just a little better, Li Xian added with a pout, clearly unimpressed with the research center's meals. Xu Yuan thought to himself, as long as it's better than the Arctic, he'd survive. He wasn't particularly picky about food. Auntie Wang's cooking lived up to its reputation. Soon, the table was filled with an array of Qinghai specialty dishes. Xu Yuan found the flavors unfamiliar at first, but the more he ate, the more he enjoyed them. Before long, he was devouring the food enthusiastically. Watching him eat, Auntie Wang shook her head with a smile. This boy must have been starving. Li Xian reached out and ruffled Xu Yuan's hair affectionately, laughing. He's young, with a big appetite. After their meal, the three chatted with Auntie Wang for a while. By the time they left, Night had already fallen over the village. Before heading out, they grabbed 3 bottles of beer from the shop, planning to drink as they walked. The trio strolled along the main road toward the military camp at the edge of the village. The night sky in Shanghai was vastly different from the Arctic. Stars were vivid and seemed almost within reach. The crisp air and gentle evening breeze were incredibly refreshing. Holding a half-finished beer in his hand, Xu Yuan asked, "Sister Xine, are we heading into the mountains early tomorrow?" Li Xine replied lazily, "Nope. We'll sleep in and shop for some supplies first. We'll head into the mountains after lunch." Walking ahead, Tang Yin added, "The research center does have supplies, but they're not as varied as the ones sold here. The villagers here rely on the research institute and the military for their livelihood." Xu Yuan glanced around. The streets were sparsely dotted with passers-by, including some outsiders and beast tamers. He keenly sensed the presence of these tamers, but judged them to pose no threat. Li Xin, with her eyes closed, held on to Xu Yuan's arm, letting him lead the way. She lazily raised a bottle of liquor, thanking him for the leisurely time he had provided. Tang Yun smiled and reminded them of the tasks still at hand, prompting Li Xin to playfully complain about the mood being spoiled. The military dormitories resembled college dorm rooms, with Xu Yuan sharing a room with Zheng Fei and Han Ming, while the 2 girls stayed in another. As they entered the room, Zheng Fei put down his phone and teased Xu Yuan for returning from a date. Xu Yuan rolled his eyes at him and kicked off his shoes before climbing onto his bed. Han Ming, engrossed in his game, suddenly erupted in anger, cursing his teammates as useless noobs and slamming his phone in frustration. After the lights were turned off, the 3 of them lay in bed, chatting idly. Xu Yuan inquired about the Kunlun Mountain Research Institute, and Zheng Fei explained, "It's a bit larger in scale than the one in the Arctic. New recruits and domestic beast tamers are arriving for rookie training. Temporary teams are formed with 3 tamers and 2 recruits to complete training tasks in Kunlun Mountain." Han Ming, growing drowsy, reminisced about his own days as a rookie. Zheng Fei added, "Sometimes, official teams temporarily take in 1 or 2 new recruits, and it's our responsibility to train them. It's not mandatory. As the team leader, I have the final say. Some leaders choose recruits with potential not only to nurture talent, but also to prepare for future team needs. After all, the casualty rate for beast tamers isn't low." Xu Yuan suddenly understood. As they talked, Han Ming fell into a deep sleep, his even breathing filling the room. Before long, Zheng Fei also started snoring. Xu Yuan didn't find the noise disruptive. Before he knew it, he too drifted off into a peaceful slumber. Under the vast blue sky, the Kunlun Mountains stretched endlessly, resembling a mighty dragon lying across the land. Known as the backbone of Asia, this majestic mountain range stood proudly in the western part of China. Xu Yuan stood on the field, staring intently at the breathtaking scene. Suddenly, Xiaohua appeared silently beside Xu Yuan, exclaiming excitedly, "Magnificent, isn't it? I've been looking at it for years and still can't get enough. Every time I open my window, I'm awestruck." Xu Yuan nodded in agreement. "Yeah, it's both beautiful and majestic." Xiaohua gave a mysterious smile, his eyes gleaming mischievously. "Don't get too impressed just yet. There's something even more astonishing coming your way." "What is it?" Xu Yuan asked curiously. "You'll see when the time comes," Xiaohua replied with a grin, flashing his bright white teeth before running off. At that moment, the 2 women and Han Ming had gone out to buy supplies, while Zheng Fei was busy loading luggage onto the vehicle. Although Xu Yuan and the others didn't have much luggage, Li Xin and Tang Yun had packed several suitcases of clothes. Zheng Fei seemed used to it, taking charge of the task without any complaints, showing none of the airs of a team leader. Xu Yuan approached Zheng Fei, offering to help, but not moving a muscle. "Captain, let me give you a hand." Zheng Fei rolled his eyes so hard they nearly reached the sky. "You're all talk. By the time you're done chatting, I'd have finished it myself." Xu Yuan grinned cheekily. "Hee hee, the stronger ones should pitch in more. You'll get an extra helping at lunch." "Do I need you to tell me that?" Zheng Fei retorted, his bull-like eyes glaring at Xu Yuan. By noon, the 3 who had gone shopping finally returned. Li Xian and Tang Yun each carried 2 bags, while poor Han Ming was practically buried under a mountain of bags, barely visible. Xu Yuan and Zheng Fei, sitting on the steps, couldn't help but laugh. With a cigarette between his fingers, Zheng Fei chuckled heartily. "Xu Yuan, now you know why I'd rather stay here and load the stuff, huh?" "Good thing I slept in," Xu Yuan replied with relief. Zheng Fei smirked, gesturing with his chin. "And this is just in the village. If we were in the city, these 2 would be like weasels in a chicken coop. You should try going with them next time." Xu Yuan shivered at the thought. "No thanks. I remember going shopping with my mommy, legs were dead by the end of it. If I went with these 2 shopaholics, I'd probably collapse in the middle of the street." They quickly loaded the bags into the car. Li Xian pulled a small piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Zheng Fei. "All set, Captain. Time to reimburse us." "Sure, he'll reimburse you," Zheng Fei said with a smile, pulling out his phone to transfer the money. It was an unspoken rule within the beast tamer team that the captain would cover expenses. Xu Yuan glanced at the shopping list, which included essentials like toothbrushes, slippers, towels, toiletries, and bedding. Once everything was packed into the car, Han Ming plopped down next to Zheng Fei, panting heavily. Next time, no way, I'm not going again, he huffed. Xu Yuan and Zheng Fei exchanged a knowing smirk, but didn't respond. At lunchtime, the military provided simple yet nutritious meals with vegetables, meat, and soup. 3 or 4 others, also dressed in casual uniforms, sat nearby. Judging by their aura, they were beast tamers as well. They occasionally glanced over at Xu Yuan's table. Zheng Fei noticed immediately. Rookies, don't mind them. Xu Yuan, holding a bowl of soup, asked curiously, are they going into the mountains with us? Zheng Fei replied casually. No, the military doesn't have that much free time. They'll wait until there's a full group of people needing to go in, and then they'll be sent in together. Previously, Xu Yuan learned from Zheng Fei that there are 3 major research institutes in the country: the Arctic, Kunlun Mountain, and Shenanjia. Small and medium-sized research institutes are scattered in remote areas where exotic beasts are frequently sighted. Training for newcomers is usually held at Kunlun Mountain or Shenanjia, as the Arctic is considered a war zone and unsuitable for training purposes. After lunch, Xiaohua drove a spacious 7-seater truck, carrying Xu Yuan and his group to the Kunlun Mountain Research Institute. The truck's trunk was packed with supplies, but the seats inside were exceptionally comfortable. The vehicle slowly left the village, passing through several layers of strict checkpoints before reaching the mountain entrance. In early summer, Kunlun Mountain offered a unique scene. Its peaks were covered in snow, while the base was brimming with spring vitality. Along the winding mountain roads, numerous checkpoints were set up, each manned by fully armed soldiers standing ready at their posts. Xu Yuan couldn't help but ask, is the security here always this tight? In such a remote area, having so many checkpoints seems like overkill. Zheng Fei explained. It's to ensure that information can be relayed immediately if enemies are detected. Enemies? Li Xian chimed in. Our western border neighbors several countries. Since their exotic beast resources are scarce, they often try to sneak into Kunlun Mountain. Xu Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. You're telling me they even steal exotic beasts? Zheng Fei nodded affirmatively. Exactly. So, Xu Yuan, if you ever encounter such a situation, don't hesitate, take them out. Got it. Xu Yuan responded solemnly. The drive lasted nearly 3 hours, and the scenery along the way was breathtaking. Xu Yuan didn't notice anything unusual until Zheng Fei suddenly turned to him with a mysterious smile. We're about to enter the Celestial Dome. The Celestial Dome? What's that? Xu Yuan asked, puzzled. Li Xian explained. You can think of it as an illusion barrier that envelopes the entire Kunlun mountain range. The entire Kunlun mountain range? You've got to be kidding. Xu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. Zheng Fei smirked. It's absolutely true. The Celestial Dome was created by a single individual. You might meet them someday. Xu Yuan was stunned, thinking to himself how limited his own abilities were in comparison. For someone to cover the entire Kunlun mountain range, their power must be unimaginable. As Xu Yuan pondered this, his surroundings suddenly became blurry, and a powerful force seemed to ripple through the air. He could sense everything around him, yet nothing appeared clear. The truck's speed noticeably slowed. Li Xian gently held Xu Yuan's hand to reassure him. Don't worry, this is just the effect of the Celestial Dome. It's completely normal. A few minutes later, the vehicle rounded a sharp bend, and the terrain became dramatically steeper. The winding road seemed to cling precariously to the cliffside, with a sheer drop on one side and a towering rock face on the other. As the blurriness in front of him gradually faded, Xu Yuan rubbed his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. It was a sight he would remember for the rest of his life. A massive creature resembling a whale, with enormous wings on either side, gliding slowly through the sky above the Kunlun mountain range. Its movements were so deliberate that it almost appeared motionless at first glance. The sudden and surreal appearance of this majestic being was an overwhelming visual spectacle, leaving everyone in awe. Whoa! Xu Yuan's jaw dropped as he stared in utter shock at the sight before him. The Kunlun Mountains, so grand and majestic, appeared insignificant in comparison to the colossal being before them. That enormous figure, could it really be the legendary Yuan? Every cell in Xu Yuan's body trembled as his astonishment was written all over his face. Even though the others in the car had seen this scene before, their eyes still gleamed with awe and wonder. Xiaohua, who was driving, glanced at Xu Yuan's expression in the rearview mirror with a smug grin. Well, pretty overwhelming, isn't it? Even more so than the Kunlun Mountains, right? Incredible. Xu Yuan could only manage these 2 words, his gaze fixed on the Yuan. Its massive form exuded an unparalleled majesty, and as its tail glided through the water, it left a trail of dazzling brilliance, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. Overwhelmed by the sheer spectacle, Xu Yuan found himself murmuring softly. In the northern seas, there exists a fish. Its name is Yuan. So massive is the Yuan, its size spans thousands of miles. He couldn't help but exclaim, "This is insane. Compared to this, the ice dragon I rode in the Arctic is nothing more than a worm." "Why is it here?" Xu Yuan asked curiously. Tang Yin shook her head slightly. "No one knows. Not us, not anyone. Even the scientists and professors couldn't figure it out." Li Xian grasped Xu Yuan's hand tightly, her excitement evident. "Once you learn how to fly, take me up there. Let's go on a date on its back." "What? You can actually go up there? Isn't it dangerous?" Xu Yuan felt like his worldview had been shattered yet again. Li Xian raised an eyebrow and smiled. "Of course you can. Yinner secretly took me up there once before. It's not dangerous at all." Ahem, ahem. Zhang Fei coughed a few times, cutting in with a serious tone. "The Institute has strictly forbidden any contact with this Kuan. If you're caught, you'll face serious consequences." Li Xian lowered her voice and leaned close to Xu Yuan's ear, whispering, "We just have to make sure we don't get caught. We'll sneak up there." Everyone present, except Xiaohua, was a beast tamer with exceptionally sharp hearing. Despite her whispering, Li Xian's words were crystal clear to the group. Zhang Fei looked helpless but said nothing more. What could he do? He could only indulge his team members. Xiaohua, still feeling proud, said, "I just love seeing that look on your faces. Once the new batch of beast tamers arrives, I'll drive them here too." "Huh." Zhang Fei nodded in agreement. "I get it. Back in the Arctic, my biggest joy was watching rookies have their worldviews shattered." His amusement mirrored Xiaohua's exactly. Xu Yuan gazed out of the car window, deeply moved by the breathtaking scenery. The vehicle traveled along a precarious cliff road above the clouds. Through the thin mist, the faint outline of the research facility came into view. Xiaohua explained that the winding mountain road would take them until evening to reach their destination. "Brother Zhang," Xiaohua suddenly turned to Zhang Fei, a sly glint in his eyes. "Now that you're back, let me handle the job of delivering supplies to the mountains from now on. Just let me know what you need, and I'll take care of it." He raised his eyebrows meaningfully as he spoke. Zhang Fei immediately understood and grinned. "You sly kid. All that care I gave you before wasn't in vain." Although the Kunlun Mountain Research Institute had strict rules against alcohol and tobacco, with Xiaohua as an insider, sneaking some in wouldn't be too difficult. Xu Yuan rested his chin on his hand, his eyes fixed on the massive creature outside. "How on earth did this thing come to be?" he murmured to himself. Li Xian leaned closer to Xu Yuan, patiently explaining. "Exotic beasts are essentially wild animals with special abilities. They can't be tamed, and many of them are the result of mutations. It's a complex issue, and the Research Institute has been working hard to find answers. There's an old legend in our country. A dragon has 9 offspring, each different. But there's also the saying, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes to phoenixes. Some genetically compatible exotic beasts can even crossbreed to produce even stranger creatures." Xu Yuan seemed deep in thought, his gaze shifting as if pondering something profound. Through the rearview mirror, Xiaohua glanced at Xu Yuan and asked curiously, "Xu Yuan, I bet you've tamed an incredible exotic beast yourself, right?" Xu Yuan snapped out of his thoughts. "Huh? You don't know, Brother Hua." Xiaohua pursed his lips. "How could I possibly know? And you don't need to tell me what it is sometimes. The less you know, the better." Zhang Fei chuckled from the side, chiming in, "You'll find out eventually." Xiaohua only knew that the Arctic Research Institute had a remarkable newcomer named Xu Yuan, but he had no idea what kind of exotic beast Xu Yuan had tamed. Such information was only shared among those within the beast-taming circle. "A few days ago, I escorted Professor Chun into the mountains," Xiaohua continued. "He had 2 rookies with him. I guess he came here because of you." Xu Yuan nodded. "Seems like it. That's what the captain and the others said." Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. He understood Professor Chin's significance and realized that this young man before him was destined for greatness. As the vehicle climbed higher along the mountain road, melodic tunes from Jackie Chung's classic songs played softly inside the car. At the mountain's summit, the expansive sky stretched endlessly. The setting sun painted the horizon with vibrant hues, resembling a phoenix reborn from the ashes, soaring with majestic splendor. The snow-capped peaks turned shades of orange and red, while the distant mountains blended into this dreamlike palette, leaving everyone mesmerized. The scenery inside and outside the Kunlun Mountains was strikingly similar. Above the clouds lay endless snowy peaks, while the foothills were lush and verdant. Occasionally, deafening roars of beasts echoed, clearly the cries of exotic creatures. Xu Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the skill of the beast tamer who had created the celestial canopy. Without this massive barrier, the enormous Kuan would be impossible to conceal. Its presence would be visible even before entering the Kunlun Mountains. With the canopy in place, the entire Kunlun mountain range appeared no different from any ordinary mountain range when viewed from the outside. The winding mountain roads of the Kunlun Mountains twisted and turned, with the car surrounded by towering peaks. At the foot of the mountains, lush grasslands spread out, dotted with wildflowers in full bloom. As night fell, the Research Institute lit up brightly, resembling a shining pearl nestled within the mountains. Xiaohua, like a diligent guide, enthusiastically introduced everything to Xu Yuan. These roads were all built by the military, Xiao Hua explained. In their spare time, they often speculate about the origins of that coin. Xu Yuan listened intently, filled with curiosity about this fascinating new world. The vehicle slowly approached the outpost, where soldiers conducted routine inspections. In Zheng Fei's bag, they found 2 bottles of liquor and a pack of cigarettes, which caused him a pang of regret. My treasures, he lamented. How many times has this happened? You never learn. Li Xian rolled her eyes at him in exasperation. Finally, the vehicle stopped in front of the largest building, which was clearly the main research facility. Standing at the entrance was a tall, bald elderly man in a military uniform, his demeanor exuding authority and charisma. Surrounding him were a group of researchers in white lab coats, seemingly awaiting someone important. Zheng Fei and his group, including Xiao Hua, immediately got out of the car, stood straight, and saluted in unison. Commander! Xu Yuan looked on in surprise at the commander, who bore the insignia of a general, realizing he was the highest-ranking leader of the Kunlun Mountain Research Institute. Although Xu Yuan held no military rank, he mimicked their salute out of respect. The commander approached Xu Yuan, scrutinized him briefly, and then smiled warmly. You must be Xu Yuan? Yes, Commander. Xu Yuan nodded in response. I'm Zhu Buqing, the leader of the Kunlun Mountain Research Institute, Zhu Buqing said. You don't look much like your father. Xu Yuan smiled. Everyone says I take after my mom. He wasn't surprised that Zhu Buqing knew his father. Zhu Buqing turned to the still saluting Zheng Fei and the others. All right, enough with this routine every time we meet. If you're not tired of it, I certainly am. Zheng Fei immediately dropped his hand and grinned as he approached. How's your health been lately, Commander? Zhu Buqing gave him a pointed look. You rascal, you never come to visit me, and now you're concerned about my health? I've been busy with missions these past few years, Zheng Fei replied, sounding almost childlike in Zhu Buqing's presence. Zhu Buqing then turned to Li Xian and asked with concern, How are you feeling these past couple of days, Li Xian? Much better, Commander. Give me a little more time, and I think I'll be back to normal, Li Xian replied with a smile. Zhu Buqing's expression turned regretful. It's a shame. If it weren't for what happened back then, you'd probably be even more capable than that Ling Xuan girl by now. Before Li Xian could respond, an urgent voice called out from inside the research institute. Which one is Xu Yuan? Let me have a look at him. An elderly man, disheveled and wearing a research coat, came rushing out in a flurry. He completely ignored Zheng Fei and the others' greetings and even pushed Zhu Buqing aside as he made a beeline for Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan stood still, allowing the elderly man to scrutinize him from head to toe. The old man's wrinkled fingers unceremoniously pried open his mouth to examine his teeth with meticulous care. The scene left Xu Yuan both amused and speechless, wondering whether he was being inspected as a person or as livestock. Zhu Buqing stepped in at the right moment and introduced. This is Professor Lu Shunsun. After completing his examination, Lu Shunsun nodded with satisfaction, a glimmer of sharpness flashing in his eyes. A good seedling. No wonder even that old fossil Chun was stirred up. Before his words fully landed, he turned around and disappeared into the research institute. Xu Yuan was dumbfounded, completely at a loss about what had just happened. Seeing his confusion, Zheng Fei sighed and explained, Professor Lu and Professor Chun have vastly different personalities. One is impulsive, the other deliberate. Professor Lu is a notorious workaholic, equally authoritative as Professor Chun, though they each have their own distinctions. What's the difference? Xu Yuan blinked curiously. Han Ming chuckled and offered an analogy. It's like comparing someone who just reached the rank of king in a game to someone who's a top-tier king with thousands of points. Xu Yuan suddenly understood and then exchanged a few pleasantries with the other professors. With the soldiers' assistance, they moved all the supplies from the truck into the dormitory. After unpacking and sitting down for a moment, Xu Yuan saw Professor Chun leisurely appear at his door, holding a teacup. Xu Yuan, he called calmly. Professor Chun. Xu Yuan's eyes lit up as he immediately stood up. Seeing Professor Chun in this unfamiliar environment brought him an unexpected sense of familiarity. Professor Chun glanced around the dormitory and said lightly, These dormitories are all built from the same blueprint, just like those at the Arctic Research Station. Stay here for the night. Tomorrow, I'll arrange new accommodations for you. Huh? I think this place is fine, Xu Yuan replied, puzzled. Professor Chun narrowed his eyes slightly. You don't need to stay in the dorms like everyone else. Tomorrow, after you wake up, have Zheng Fei and the others come to my office. Understood, Xu Yuan responded. After seeing Professor Chen off, Xu Yuan quickly washed up and lay down on the bed. His mind kept replaying the image of the enormous koan. The day's events had left him profoundly shaken. That beast. Could anyone possibly tame it? He murmured to himself, startled by his own thought. Something like that it's impossible for anyone to control. The night passed without further incident. The next morning, Xu Yuan followed Zheng Fei and the others to the cafeteria. The breakfast spread was abundant and diverse, a testament to the ample resources available domestically. Xu Yuan noticed that the cafeteria was filled with ordinary researchers. There wasn't a single beast tamer in sight. Tang Yin explained, "This is the East Cafeteria. The Kunlun Mountain Research Institute has 4 cafeterias in total. Over the next few days, we'll take you to try them all." "Thank you, Sister Yun," Xu Yuan said with a smile. Beside them, Li Exine pouted and playfully said, "Don't go with Yuner. Let Big Sis take you instead." After a satisfying meal, the group of 5 stepped out of the cafeteria. Gazing ahead, they were greeted by the sight of endless snow-capped mountains unfurling like a massive painting. Mist swirled around the mid-slopes, creating an ethereal, almost otherworldly scene. In stark contrast to the towering snowy peaks, the research institute at their feet was vibrant with life-lush green trees, splashes of red flowers, chirping birds, and the gentle murmur of flowing streams painted a picture of vitality. However, nothing was more striking than the colossal creatures scattered throughout the landscape. Their sheer presence was jarring yet undeniably real, leaving the group breathless in awe and amazement. Xu Yuan and the others exchanged glances, realizing they had no idea where Professor Chen's office was located. After asking around for directions, they finally found the right place. Pushing open the office door, they saw Professor Chen deeply engrossed in the documents in his hand, his brows slightly furrowed in thought. Noticing their arrival, he looked up and greeted them. "You're just in time, Xu Yuan. Come over here." Xu Yuan complied and took a seat. Professor Chen slid a file across the desk toward him. "Take this and read it thoroughly later." Xu Yuan accepted the file, his eyes scanning the title on the first page. Project: Preliminary Hypothesis for a Dragon Rider to Control a Second Dragon. The title alone made Xu Yuan gasp in shock. He thought to himself, "Isn't this progress way too fast? I haven't even fully bonded with the first dragon yet." Professor Chen handed Xu Yuan another document, a schedule. "This is this year's training plan. I've marked the courses you need to attend in red. You can skip the rest of the classes and training." Xu Yuan asked in confusion, "Then what am I supposed to do here?" Instead of answering directly, Professor Chen turned to Zheng Fei. "Zheng Fei, your team will be responsible for guiding Xu Yuan through various missions over the next 3 years. He'll inform you directly whenever there's a task." "Understood, Professor Chen." Zheng Fei responded immediately, and the other team members' faces lit up with relief. After all, performing tasks at the Research Institute was far safer and more relaxed compared to being on the front lines of the battle zones. Professor Chen pressed a button on his desk phone, and soon a young soldier entered the room. "Xiao Zhang. Take them to their accommodations," Professor Chen instructed without looking up from his documents. "Xu Yuan, come find me after you've settled in." "Yes, sir," Xiao Zhang replied before turning to Zheng Fei and the others. "Please pack up your belongings and follow me." Zheng Fei sighed with a hint of exasperation. "You've got to be kidding me. We just cleaned up our rooms last night, and now we're moving again?" Xiao Zhang chuckled and reassured him, "Don't complain yet. Once you see your new place, I guarantee you won't have any complaints." Professor Chen interjected, "Take it outside. Don't interrupt my work." The group quickly said their goodbyes. Xu Yuan, Zheng Fei, and Han Ming packed up efficiently, while the 2 female team members took significantly longer. Half an hour later, they finally arrived, dragging their suitcases behind them. Li Exine grumbled, "If I'd known this, I wouldn't have bothered being so thorough yesterday." "Let's go, Sister Exine," Xu Yuan said as he stepped forward to help load their luggage onto the vehicle Xiao Zhang had prepared. The vehicle slowly drove away from the Research Institute, heading up the mountain. Zheng Fei's eyes widened. "Wait, are you telling me the new accommodations are outside the institute? How are we supposed to eat now?" He was accustomed to the convenience of living inside the institute and felt a twinge of reluctance at the impending change. Xiao Zhang simply smiled throughout the journey, saying nothing as he kept glancing at Xu Yuan through the rearview mirror. Xu Yuan had grown used to the curious stares coming from all directions over the past few days, as if he had become some sort of rare specimen. The vehicle left the Research Institute and headed toward a nearby mountain stream. The tires rumbled softly over the uneven mountain road. Skillfully maneuvering the steering wheel, Xiao Zhang enthusiastically introduced the surrounding scenery. His eyes sparkled with excitement. If this area were developed into a tourist spot, it would make a fortune. He then shook his head with a self-deprecating smile. "But I guess that idea will never see the light of day." As the car rounded a bend on the winding mountain road, the narrow path barely wide enough for one vehicle, the view suddenly opened up. A grove of purple trees unfolded like a painted scroll. Xu Yuan didn't know the name of these purple trees, but the serene atmosphere they exuded made him feel an involuntary sense of calm. Passing through the enchanting purple forest, a 2.5-story villa stood proudly at the end of the path. A bright little stream gushed happily by the villa, its gentle murmurs creating a soothing melody. Lush vegetation surrounded the area, with the mountain stream reflecting the blue sky, white clouds, and the purple forest. It felt like a secluded paradise, a sanctuary where one could rediscover inner peace and a sense of belonging. The vehicle stopped in front of an archway with the words Zillian Shan Yuan written on a plaque, and finally came to a steady halt in front of the villa. Zheng Fei and the others eagerly jumped out of the car, their faces lit with amazement as they took in the scenery. The crystal-clear mountain stream, the vibrant plants competing in beauty, and the sunlight dancing on the water through the gaps in the leaves, all of it made the place look like a paradise. Xiaozhang stepped out of the car with a proud smile on his face. This is Xilin Shangyuan. The inscription on the gate was personally written by the commander. The villa was only completed last year and was originally intended for Professor Liu, but he declined to move in. A few days ago, after Professor Chen arrived, the commander suggested using this as his office, but he also politely declined. In the end, Professor Chen decided that your team should stay here. No way. Zheng Fei couldn't help but exclaim, unable to hide the grin spreading across his face. Is this really where we're staying? Xiaozhang chuckled and explained. Professor Chen specifically mentioned that you have Xu Yuan to thank for this. Otherwise, this place would have been reserved for the commander himself. Xu Yuan, I love you to death. Li Xian exclaimed excitedly, throwing her arms around Xu Yuan in a tight hug. For soldiers used to the harsh conditions of war zones, a place like this was unimaginable. Xu Yuan gently patted Li Xian's shoulder. Take it easy, Xinjia. Calm down. Xiaozhang casually lit a cigarette, blowing out a smoke ring as he teased. Captain Zheng, still have complaints now? Standing in front of the villa with his luggage, Zheng Fei scratched his head sheepishly. No more complaints. I was too hasty earlier. Xu Yuan, you're the best damn lucky charm our team could ask for. He gave Xu Yuan a hearty slap on the back, which would have knocked him over had he not already mastered controlling the exotic beasts. Xiaozhang helped unload the luggage and said, all right, let's get everything inside. Once you're settled, I'll take you back to the research institute. Got it, got it. The group eagerly rushed into the villa. The entire house was designed with high ceilings. The first floor featured a spacious living room, dining room, and a fully equipped kitchen, while the second floor housed the comfortable living quarters. It didn't take long for the team to assign rooms to everyone. Xu Yuan carried his luggage into his room and looked around. The space was at least twice the size of the dormitory at the research institute. The plush king-size bed looked incredibly inviting, while the large desk and built-in wardrobe hinted at meticulous attention to comfort and design. Standing there, Xu Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how this place far exceeded all of their expectations. The window was a large floor-to-ceiling sliding glass panel. Xu Yuan stood by it, gazing out at the entire research institute in the distance. Immersed in the beauty of the surroundings, he was startled when Li Xian suddenly popped her head out from the side and said with a cheerful smile, Xu Yuan, looking forward to working with you. This unexpected moment made Xu Yuan freeze as if struck by lightning. It was only then that he realized his balcony was connected to Li Xian's room. His mouth twitched slightly, and he forced a smile while replying, looking forward to it too. Xinjia. Li Xian nodded with a grin and retreated back into her room to continue unpacking. Xu Yuan quickly arranged his belongings and then leaned over the second floor railing to take a closer look at the villa. The house was constructed entirely of natural wood, exuding a rustic charm. Each room on the second floor came with its own private bathroom, while the first floor featured a spacious living room and dining area, complete with an open kitchen. The scenery outside the villa was breathtaking, making one feel as though they had stepped into a tranquil paradise. The second floor had a total of 7 rooms. Their team occupied 5 of them, leaving 2 vacant. As Xu Yuan pondered the purpose of the half floor above, Xiaozhang, who was standing in the first floor living room, looked up and asked, so, what do you all think of this place? Excited voices immediately echoed from the rooms. We love it. It's amazing. Haha. This is way better than the dorms at the research institute. Han Ming, overwhelmed with emotion, exclaimed, how on earth did I, Han Ming, get so lucky to live in a place like this in Kunlun Mountain? I'm going to cry. Xiaozhang beamed with pride, as if he had personally built the house. He added, once you're done settling in, head over to Professor Chen's office. He asked me to let you know. On our way. Coming right away. Everyone responded enthusiastically. After organizing their rooms, the members of Zheng Fei's team couldn't hide their smiles. For these beast tamers, who had spent most of their lives in war zones, this place felt like a utopia. Even Tang Yun, who was usually reserved, couldn't help but grab Xu Yuan's hand and say with heartfelt emotion, Xu Yuan, it's so great to have you in our team. Xu Yuan smiled back. You're too kind, Yunjia. He knew Professor Chen had a soft spot for him, but he hadn't expected it to go this far. A place like this would normally be out of their reach, yet Professor Chen had managed to secure it for them from Commander Xu. Before they could fully process their excitement, the group followed Xiaozhang to the car. On the way, Xiaozhang continued. Professor Chen also requested 2 vehicles from the commander for your team's exclusive use. They'll make it easier for you to travel between Xilin Shangyuan and the Research Institute. Zheng Fei could no longer contain his excitement and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. This is insane. I never even dared to dream of this. Ha ha ha. Completely disregarding his image, he laughed so hard that he was doubled over, tears streaming down his face. On the way from Xu Yuan to Professor Chen's office, a cheerful smile lit up the faces of Xu Yuan and his companions. Along the way, Xiao Zhang introduced himself as the assistant assigned by the commander to Professor Chen, responsible for taking care of the professor's daily needs. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xiao Zhang hurriedly left, leaving Xu Yuan and the others behind. Professor Chen put down his steaming thermos cup and asked gently, "Are you satisfied with your accommodations?" Zhang Fei quickly replied, "More than satisfied. Thank you, Professor Chen." Professor Chen shook his head with a smile and said, "That place is too extravagant for old folks like us. It's better suited for you young people." He stood up and glanced around at everyone in the room. "Now that Xu Yuan has joined your team, there are some things you're entitled to know. Come with me." As they stepped out of the research institute, Xiao Zhang was already waiting by a black sedan, standing beside the tall and imposing Commander Zhu Buoqing. Zhang Fei and the others immediately approached and saluted respectfully. Zhu Buoqing gave a slight nod and said, "Get in." The vehicle departed from the research institute, heading in the opposite direction of Xu Yuan. Throughout the journey, both Zhu Buoqing and Professor Chen remained silent, and Zhang Fei and the others barely dared to breathe. At the end of the concrete road, a concealed dirt path emerged, hidden among dense woods. Zhu Buoqing gave an order. "The car can't go any further from here. Well, walk. Xiaozhang, stay here." Xiaozhang hesitated. "Commander, you didn't bring a weapon. What if?" Professor Chen interrupted. "Do you think Zhang Fei's team of beast tamers is just for show?" Only then did Xiao Zhang realize his concern was unnecessary. The group set off on the rugged dirt path, which seemed to have been worn down over time. Zhu Buoqing strode ahead with a brisk pace, leading the way. Zhang Fei noticed Professor Chen struggling to keep up and offered to carry him, but the professor politely declined. Without looking back, Zhu Buoqing teased, "Old Chen, still refusing to admit your age? What about that Xiao Zhang? Should I assign someone else?" Professor Chen replied calmly, "No need. He might be a bit slow, but he's fine." The deeper they ventured, the more Xu Yuan's brows furrowed. An inexplicable sense of unease welled up within him. Professor Chen and Zhu Buoqing occasionally glanced back to observe Xu Yuan's reaction. Li Xian asked curiously, "Commander, why are we here?" Professor Chen gazed intently ahead and replied, "To show Xu Yuan something." After passing through the woods, the view suddenly opened up. A cluster of dilapidated buildings stood on a vast open space. The largest structure bore a weathered sign that read, "Kunlun Mountain Research Institute," barely hanging on. Zhu Buoqing explained, "This is one of the restricted zones of the Kunlun Mountain Research Institute. Early beast tamers were once stationed here. When the new institute was built, all the critical materials were relocated, leaving only these abandoned buildings behind." Han Ming blinked and asked curiously, "What's there to see for making wishes here? There's no information left. What could possibly be interesting?" Zhu Buoqing gave a mysterious smile and said, "Follow me." He led the group past the dilapidated buildings to an old well made of irregular stones. A ladder extended from the well's edge, leading straight down into the darkness. Without a word, Zhu Buoqing took off his shirt and prepared to climb down. The sight frightened Zhang Fei, who hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Zhu Buoqing shot him an impatient glare and said, "I don't need your help. I've been here many times before. You'd better assist old Chen instead." Professor Chen, fuming, retorted, "I don't need help either." Inside, he cursed the old man for mocking his age all along. Despite their confusion, Zhang Fei and the others followed the two elder experts down the well. After all, these were national treasures. Any mishap would be a disaster for the entire team. The well was incredibly deep. It took the seven of them quite a while to reach the bottom. As soon as they landed, a pungent smell hit their noses, making everyone frown. Surprisingly, the bottom of the well was dry, contrary to what they had expected. It was pitch black, with not a sliver of light. "Li Xian," Zhu Buoqing called out. Li Xian immediately understood, spreading the fingers of her right hand. A bright energy orb quickly formed in her palm, illuminating the entire bottom of the well. The space was vast, resembling an air raid shelter. However, the surrounding walls appeared strange, unlike anything man-made. A winding tunnel stretched into the unknown. Zhu Buoqing dusted off his pants and said, "Let's go." Li Xian held the glowing orb and cautiously took the lead. Seeing her tense expression, Zhu Buoqing reassured her, "Don't worry. There's nothing dangerous here. Just keep moving." Professor Chen kept his gaze fixed on Xu Yuan and asked, "Xu Yuan, do you feel anything?" Xu Yuan shook his head lightly. "I feel uneasy, restless. I can't quite describe it." The sensation was hard to put into words. A flicker of unease crossed Professor Chen's face. Tang Yun, walking beside Xu Yuan, noticed but chose to remain silent. The seven of them proceeded through the tunnel until they reached its end. Li Xian stood frozen, staring in shock at the scene before her. The energy orb in her hand slowly dimmed as she murmured, "This? Why is this here?" Hearing her, Zhang Fei and Han Ming forgot all decorum, rushing past Zhu Buoqing to see for themselves. "What is it? What are you looking at?" they asked. When they finally saw the sight before them, they too were stunned. Oh my god! This! At the end of the tunnel was a massive circular valley, surrounded by towering mountains and covered in cold moss. A hole at the top allowed beams of gentle sunlight to stream down, making the entire valley resemble a giant eggshell with a crack. In the very center of the valley lay an enormous jet-black dragon, bound tightly by countless thick black chains. The chains stretched out to every corner of the valley, anchoring the dragon firmly in place. Sensing the presence of humans, the dragon laboriously lifted its eyelids. Its eyes exuded an overwhelming aura of majesty, and its heavy breaths carried a faint, fishy smell. Deep within the valley, a colossal jet-black dragon lay coiled in silence. Its massive body was awe-inspiring, devoid of any other color or ornamentation. Though it appeared lifeless, an aura of solemnity and divinity still radiated from it, enveloping the entire valley. Among the 7 people present, only Xu Yuan and Professor Chun remained composed, while the other 5 were left utterly speechless by the breathtaking sight. Professor Chen turned to Xu Yuan and said calmly, "Xu Yuan, this is the reason we brought you to the Kunlun Mountain Research Institute. The materials I gave you today are conclusions I derived based on the information left behind by your father. You need to study them carefully when you return." Xu Yuan picked up the conversation, a flicker of reminiscence in his eyes. That night, 10 years ago, your father suddenly returned to the Kunlun Mountain Research Institute. Thunderstorms raged incessantly, and the entire Kunlun Mountain range shook violently. The beast tamers stationed here were overwhelmed by a powerful force, unable to even catch their breath. No one dared to investigate what was happening. The next morning, he knocked on my door, covered in wounds, and told me about the existence of this dragon. After that, no one ever saw him again or knew where he went. Xu Yuan listened intently, lost in thought. 10 years ago was precisely when his father left home and never returned. Struggling to calm the turmoil in his heart, he looked up at Professor Chun and asked, his voice trembling slightly, "Did my dad die?" Professor Chen shook his head, his gaze sincere. "I don't think so. Those chains are dragon-binding chains, a unique technique of your Xu family. If your father had truly died, these chains would have disappeared as well. Of course, this is just my hypothesis." Without saying anything further, Xu Yuan suddenly leaped into the valley. Zheng Fei and the others instinctively reached out to stop him, but Zhu Buqing held them back. "Let him go." Zheng Fei's attention was drawn to the dense network of dragon-binding chains. He couldn't help but ask, "Professor Chun, these chains are much thicker than the ones Xu Yuan released before, aren't they?" Professor Chen glanced at him, a hint of emotion in his voice. "When his father made his name, you were all still rookies. You have no idea how powerful he was. But..." He paused, furrowing his brow. "But what?" Zheng Fei pressed, curious. "Professor Chen, don't keep us in suspense." Zhu Buqing let out a sigh and revealed a startling truth. "This dragon is the very same one that Xu Yuan's father once controlled." "What?" The 4 of them stared in disbelief at the scene before them. Li Xian, her face full of confusion, voiced her incredulity. "How is that possible? Can a tamed beast emerge from its tamer's body?" Professor Chen frowned deeply and shook his head. "I don't know. This is completely beyond my understanding. I can't figure out how he managed it." Zheng Fei was silent for a long time before he could only express his shock with 2 words: incredible. Xu Yuan leaped into the valley, moving slowly toward the enormous dragon. His gaze remained locked on the dragon's eyes, while the black dragon stared intently at the approaching human. On the cliff above, the 6 onlookers had their eyes fixed on Xu Yuan. Zheng Fei furrowed his brow, his concern evident. "Xu Yuan won't be in danger, right?" Zheng Fei couldn't help but ask. Professor Chen replied firmly, "No, he won't. I've studied this. The dragon-binding chains have been absorbing the dragon's power. It can't move." Li Xian, looking worried, murmured to herself. "He wouldn't be foolish enough to try and tame it, would he?" Professor Chun, his gaze never leaving Xu Yuan below, said resolutely, "He will." By this time, Xu Yuan had reached the black dragon. He didn't touch the dragon directly, but instead turned to carefully examine the dragon-binding chains restraining it. This was his first time seeing the legendary chains in person, a stark contrast to his experience during the Arctic mission. He recalled Zheng Fei's description. Those chains were only as thick as a wrist, but the ones before him were as thick as power poles, on a completely different scale. Unable to resist, Xu Yuan reached out to touch the chains. The moment his hand made contact, a jolt ran through his body, a tingling sensation sweeping over him like an electric shock. Startled, he quickly pulled his hand back. Watching this, Professor Chen allowed himself a rare smile. This kid's still thinking about studying the chains at a time like this. He's got nerves of steel. Xu Yuan turned to face the cliff and called out to Professor Chun and Commander Zhu Buqing. "Professor Chun, Commander." The 2 exchanged a glance before nodding in acknowledgement. With their approval, Xu Yuan approached the black dragon again. Under the intense scrutiny of its massive eyes, he slowly raised his right hand. Just as his hand was about to touch the dragon, the black dragon suddenly went berserk, thrashing violently. A deafening roar echoed through the valley. forcing Xu Yuan to stumble back a few steps. The clanging of chains reverberated around them as the dragon writhed, desperately trying to free itself from the unyielding dragon-binding chains. But the chains didn't budge, holding the creature firmly in place. After several intense struggles, the black dragon seemed to exhaust all its energy and collapsed to the ground, motionless. Professor Chun frowned deeply, muttering to himself. To have such power even while restrained by the dragon-binding chains, what an extraordinary creature. Once the dragon calmed down, Xu Yuan lowered his hands from his ears and exhaled deeply. He couldn't help but marvel. No wonder Zhang Fei described the Arctic dragon as just a hatchling. Compared to this black dragon, it was indeed insignificant. The black dragon was at least 5 times larger and far stronger than the ice dragon. Xu Yuan once again raised his hand, reaching toward the black dragon. Everyone watching held their breath, their hearts pounding. Zhang Fei, in particular, was ready to leap down at a moment's notice to rescue him. This was all uncharted territory, and no one knew what would happen next. The instant Xu Yuan's hand touched the dragon, an overwhelmingly powerful psychic force surged into his mind. In his consciousness, the dragon's enormous eyes glared at him coldly, scrutinizing him like prey. Before those piercing eyes, Xu Yuan felt utterly insignificant. The immense mental impact caused Xu Yuan's vision to go dark. He staggered, struggling to keep his balance, and took a few unsteady steps back. Xu Yuan, Zhang Fei shouted in alarm. Without hesitation, he leapt off the cliff. With a powerful burst of strength, Zhang Fei dashed to Xu Yuan in the blink of an eye, steadying her with both hands as she was about to collapse. Xu Yuan's consciousness was fading, her eyelids heavy. She managed a fleeting glance at Zhang Fei before succumbing to unconsciousness. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Fei prepared to leave but inadvertently caught the gaze of the black dragon. Its overwhelming presence made it hard for him to breathe. Struggling to keep his composure amidst the mental strain, he leaped onto the platform above the valley. Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan. Li Xian hurriedly took Xu Yuan from Zhang Fei's arms, her face filled with worry. Zhang Fei collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, panting heavily as beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The monstrous black dragon was far from ordinary. Fear lingered in Zhang Fei's heart as he glanced back at the black dragon in the valley. From this vantage point, the earlier oppressive aura seemed to have diminished. Zhu Buqing cast a glance at Zhang Fei and asked, "How does it compare to the one you saw at Dongting Lake?" "It's much stronger. The dragon at Dongting Lake can't even compare to this black dragon," Zhang Fei replied between heavy breaths, standing up with Han Ming's help. After hearing this, Zhu Buqing turned to Professor Chun and asked, "Old Chun, any thoughts?" "Not much to go on, I'm afraid. There's still a long way to go," Professor Chun sighed. He knew very little about dragon tamers. Professor Chun had devoted his life to studying rare creatures and beast tamers. However, he had only ever encountered 2 dragon tamers, Xu Yuan's father and Xu Yuan herself. Yet, how that man managed to separate the dragon from his body was beyond Professor Chin's understanding. It defied all logic. As a result, he couldn't determine Xu Yuan's fate either. After separating the dragon, Xu Yuan's father was no longer considered a dragon tamer, which is why Xu Yuan is regarded as the only dragon tamer in the country. In a hazy dream, Xu Yuan felt the black dragon's eyes fixed intently on her. She suddenly woke up, drenched in sweat, lying on Li Xian's lap. "Xu Yuan!" Li Xian exclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone in the vehicle. Xu Yuan's wide eyes reflected confusion and fear, her chest rising and falling rapidly. "Xu Yuan, how are you feeling?" Professor Chin turned to ask. "My head. It hurts," Xu Yuan murmured weakly, turning her head slightly. "I was too impatient," Professor Chin thought to himself, shaking his head silently. Zhu Buqing pointed ahead. "Xiao Zhang, take them directly back to their residence." "Yes, Commander," Xiao Zhang responded, but his eyes kept darting to Xu Yuan in the rearview mirror, lying on Li Xian's lap. He thought he had just heard the roar of a beast, an exotic beast, no doubt, but he couldn't identify what it was. However, he was certain it had something to do with Xu Yuan. When he saw her being carried out earlier, he couldn't hide his surprise. They stayed at Zilin Shangyuan for a week. During this time, Xiao Zhang frequently delivered supplies, including all kinds of furniture and appliances. Every 2 days, fresh vegetables and meat were brought in. Zhang Fei and the others spent their days cleaning and setting up the villa. Xu Yuan wanted to help, but the 4 of them firmly refused and advised him to get some proper rest. Outside the house, under a tree, a stone table stood silently. Left with no other choice, Xu Yuan dragged over a recliner and spent his days resting beside the stone table. Occasionally, he experienced headaches. These past few nights, he had been dreaming of that dragon and those intimidating eyes. However, starting last night, the mental strain had begun to ease. At this moment, Xu Yuan was lying on the recliner next to the stone table, where a steaming pot of date tea sat. Tang Yun was quietly sitting beside him, holding a book. Ahead of them, Li Xian and Han Ming were playing badminton, while a car was parked in front of the villa. Zhang Fei and Xiao Zhang were unloading supplies from the vehicle. After finishing, Xiao Zhang clapped the dust off his hands, walked over to Xu Yuan, and asked, Xu Yuan, Professor Chen asked me to check how you've been resting these past few days. Great. I feel completely fine now. Xu Yuan's spirits lifted instantly upon hearing this. He had been bored out of his mind these past few days, unable to do anything he wanted. All he could do was sleep, and if he couldn't sleep, he had to rest with his eyes closed. The two playing badminton stopped and glanced in their direction. Not far away, Zhang Fei stood smoking. Hearing Xu Yuan's response, Xiao Zhang smiled and said, Professor Chen mentioned that if you're feeling fine, you can head to the Research Institute tomorrow. All the new recruits for this year have gathered. All right, I'll go first thing tomorrow morning. Xu Yuan nodded eagerly like a woodpecker. Li Xian and the others couldn't help but smile as they watched him. They all knew how restless Xu Yuan had been these past few days, but understood there was nothing they could do. Xiao Zhang said, All right then, take your time to rest. I'll head back now. He waved goodbye to everyone before leaving. Xu Yuan stretched comfortably, thinking to himself that these idle days were finally coming to an end. Zhang Fei chuckled and remarked, You should be grateful. Days like this won't come often. He busied himself in the kitchen, preparing an abundant dinner. Though the ingredients were a bit off, the flavors were authentically northeastern. Zhang Fei had been cooking for everyone these past few days. As the team leader, he was more like the caretaker of the group, handling all sorts of tasks for Thema, truly admirable man. At the dinner table, Li Xian asked Zhang Fei, Captain, are we taking on any auxiliary team members this year? Zhang Fei, savoring his meal, replied, We'll see tomorrow. It depends on whether there are any promising candidates. We don't even know how many teams will show up. Xu Yuan understood what he meant. Auxiliary team members referred to temporary recruits who were brought into the team to help them complete their 3 years of training. Including Xu Yuan, there were only 25 new recruits this year, the lowest number in years. What if there's another freakishly gifted recruit, like Xu Yuan? Han Ming started to say, but Zhang Fei immediately interrupted, holding his chopsticks horizontally in front of Han Ming's face. No what ifs. There won't be any. I'm just saying. You wouldn't dare to say it, and I wouldn't even dare to imagine it. Han Ming retorted. Zhang Fei rolled his eyes at him and continued serving himself more rice. Hurry up and finish eating. We have to head to the Research Institute early tomorrow morning. Got it. To the west of the Kunlun Mountain Research Institute, a large number of beast tamers had gathered, including both newcomers and those who were already well known. Several dozen officers and researchers were also busy at work in the area. At this moment, Xu Yuan and his group were making their way from the eastern side of the institute to meet up in the west. The corridor they walked through was spacious, with transparent glass walls on both sides, offering a clear view of the staff working inside. As they passed by a laboratory, Xu Yuan couldn't help but stop in his tracks, his gaze fixed intently on the scene inside. In the lab, the suspended corpse of a strange beast was being dissected by hundreds of fully armed personnel under the direction of a disheveled professor, Lu Shunsen. Xu Yuan recognized him and felt a hint of surprise. What is that thing? Xu Yuan leaned against the glass wall, staring unblinkingly. Zhang Fei chuckled beside him and said, You're in luck. In the next couple of days, you'll get to enjoy some exotic beast meat. Xu Yuan looked incredulous. You mean you can actually eat that thing? Zhang Fei teased. Come on, humans will eat just about anything. Tang Yun smiled softly and added, They're dismantling this beast. Aside from the meat, which isn't usable, its hide, scales, and horns can all be used to craft beast weapons. With his hands in his pockets, Zhang Fei elaborated. Beast weapons are forged by refining parts of these creatures, and they're exclusively tied to the refiner. But the process is extremely challenging, and very few beast tamers actually possess one. Jiang Shaoha's night was only recently completed. Turning back, Zhang Fei resumed walking and urged, Let's go, time's almost up. Xu Yuan nodded, though he wished he could linger a little longer to watch. However, the situation didn't allow it. As they continued, Xu Yuan recalled what Zhang Fei had told him on their flight back from the Arctic. Their team had 3 objectives for this return mission. Firstly, to have Xu Yuan complete his training. Secondly, to help Li Xian find a suitable beast and attempt to tame her second one. And thirdly, to have Xu Yuan attempt to refine his own beast weapon. Zhang Fei had also mentioned that he had tried refining one himself in the South China Sea battle zone before heading to the Arctic, but his attempts had all failed. As they moved forward, a staff member approached Zhang Fei to speak with him. Zhang Fei responded with a chuckle and turned to the group, saying, It seems no official team is here to select new recruits. Looks like it's going to be a tough year for the rookies. Li Xian smiled and replied, Of course, Captain. This year, Xu Yuan is the only standout among the rookies, and he's already officially joined the team. The other teams aren't likely to bother picking anyone else. The western side of the Research Institute was packed with beast tamers. In the center stood 24 rookies, while directly in front of them were several officers and a group of researchers in white lab coats, likely professors or doctors. Behind the rookies were dozens of seasoned beast tamers. Many of them recognized Zhang Fei's team and greeted them with waves as they entered, their gazes often lingering on Xu Yuan. At that moment, one of the officers at the front, holding a list in his hands, cleared his throat and addressed the crowd. All right, everyone. Now that we're all here, let's begin. Hearing this, the new recruits in the center of the field turned around one after another. They scanned the circle of beast tamers, and finally, their gazes landed on Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan also recognized two familiar faces. Qi Tong raised his right hand high and shouted loudly, Brother Xu! Brother Xu! Xu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, looking a bit embarrassed, and waved his hand to signal him to lower his voice. Meanwhile, Sun Wanlin nodded politely in greeting, surprising Xu Yuan. The surrounding crowd whispered among themselves, clearly aware of the unconventional Xu Yuan, who had quickly become a beast tamer and joined official missions, formally integrating into the team. Xu Yuan carefully observed them. These were his peers, varying in age. Some looked like middle-aged men, while others seemed to be just 14 or 15 years old. All right, that's enough. A stern voice called out from the front, and everyone's attention shifted to the officer standing there. My name is Zhou Wenjing. From now on, I'll be your direct superior. You can call me Major General Zhou. Zhou Wenjing appeared to be about the same age as Zhao Tianming, both holding the rank of Major General. The professors behind me will be responsible for your training program, he announced, gesturing to the professors standing behind him. As you've noticed, those beast tamers will serve as your instructors. They'll form teams of 3, and later, 2 of you recruits will be selected to join each team temporarily. You'll be working together for the next 3 years, completing training and a series of missions, all outlined in your training plans. Let me make one thing clear in advance. The temporary team assignments will be decided collectively by the 3 instructors. The selection of you recruits is also their joint decision. Not everyone will be chosen. If you want to catch their attention, you'll need to put in the effort. After finishing his speech, Zhou Wenjing glanced at the professors beside him. Professors, you may go ahead and make preparations. Everyone else, follow me. Zhou Wenjing tidied up the documents in his hands and walked out. Behind him, a large group of recruits followed closely. Xu Yuan's team brought up the rear, and he couldn't help but ask, Captain, what's the testing content? Unknown duels. Winners will face each other in their group, and the same goes for the losers, Zhang Fei replied without hesitation. He was all too familiar with these procedures. It was the same for every beast tamer. Outside the research institute, the sun shone brightly. Looking up, the massive koan slowly glided through the sky, presenting a strangely incongruous sight. After crossing several streets, they arrived at a building resembling a sports arena. Under Zhou Wenzhang's lead, the group entered the facility. The interior was fully enclosed, with a spacious open ground in full view. Overhead, a ring of glass-encased viewing stands hung suspended, packed with spectators. Xu Yuan scanned the crowd and spotted Commander Zhu Buoqing, Professor Chun, and Professors Lu Shunsen among them. Zhang Fei leaned closer to Xu Yuan and whispered, Keep an eye out for any promising recruits. If we find someone good, let's add them as a temporary team member. Got it, Captain. Xu Yuan nodded in agreement. He understood Zhang Fei's intention. It was a sign of valuing talent. Those with exceptional talent grow faster when surrounded by the strong. As soon as Zhang Fei finished speaking, everyone except the 25 newcomers swiftly ascended to the stands. No sooner had they stepped onto the stands than an instructor clapped Zhang Fei on the shoulder, his laughter hearty. Old Zhang, you're something else. Snatching the strongest newcomer halfway through, your luck is off the charts. Zhang Fei's smile was unrestrained, his eyes gleaming with pride. Someone nearby chimed in. Your team's got 2 beauties, plus Li Xian, the famous genius. Now you've got another formidable newcomer. You've really hit the jackpot. Meanwhile, the rest of us mediocre folks can only look on with envy. His tone carried a mix of admiration and resignation. On the stands, several professors were deeply engrossed in operating the complex instruments before them, while others meticulously studied the fitness assessments of the newcomers. Suddenly, the sound of synchronized footsteps echoed. A group of individuals who had just arrived snapped to attention and saluted, shouting loudly, Commander! Zhu Buoqing waved dismissively, his tone impatient. Enough already. Do we have to go through this every day? He turned to Professor Chun, his gaze questioning. Old Chun, you and Old Lu agreed on this approach. Professor Chin's sharp eyes were fixed on Xu Yuan below, his tone resolute. For once, we're on the same page. Let's give it a try. I have faith in that kid. Lu Shunsen nodded slightly. I, too, am eager to see this firsthand. A faint smile crept onto Zhu Buoqing's face. All right then, let's see what happens. At that moment, a researcher in a white lab coat approached briskly, saluting respectfully. Commander, adjustments are complete. Begin. Zhu Buoqing's command rang out, and the entire arena underwent a breathtaking transformation. Lush trees, towering mountains, flowing rivers, and muddy swamps appeared out of nowhere on the previously flat ground. The sudden change left the newcomers stunned, their wary eyes scanning the altered surroundings. Xu Yuan calmly observed the shifting environment, quickly understanding. The entire arena was a massive simulated training ground. Zhu Buoqing's voice boomed through the microphone, resonating across the venue. All right, rookies. Scatter to any spot you like, go wherever you want. As soon as he finished, the group dispersed like arrows shot from a bow, spreading out in all directions. Xu Yuan was about to move when Zhu Boqing's voice stopped him. Xu Yuan, stay put. Before long, everyone else had scattered. Though Xu Yuan couldn't see their exact positions, he could distinctly feel their presence. Zhu Boqing's voice echoed again, each word laden with authority. For this training test, everyone except Xu Yuan has one task: defeat Xu Yuan. Whether you act solo or form alliances, it's entirely up to you. As for you, Xu Yuan, your task is the same: defeat all 24 of them. There's only one rule: no fatalities. As long as they're not dead, go all out. After a brief silence, Zhu Boqing's voice thundered like an explosion. I now declare the test begin. Even the crowd in the stands couldn't believe their eyes as they turned their attention toward Zhu Boqing. Commander? Are you serious? This is utterly absurd. 24 against 1? Isn't this outright bullying? Commander, while Xu Yuan may be the most gifted among the rookies this year, this is just too much. The onlookers erupted into chatter, the scene becoming chaotic and unprecedented. Only Zheng Fei's team and Professor Chen remained composed. Professor Lu scoffed with a cold snort. Let's see what tricks this boy has up his sleeve, he muttered. Standing in the center of the field, Xu Yuan furrowed his brows slightly. This was completely different from the unknown match Zheng Fei had mentioned earlier. How did it turn into a group assault? Tang Yun asked softly. Captain, with Xu Yuan's personality, do you think he'll take the initiative to attack? Zheng Fei grinned. Absolutely. That kid isn't one to back down. The memory of Xu Yuan's first battle was still vivid in his mind, though Tang Yun hadn't witnessed it herself back then. Xu Yuan began stretching his body, shrugging off his jacket to reveal the training attire underneath. He thought to himself, are they treating me as some kind of test subject? Turning an unknown test into a gang fight, this is just trouble for me. Well, as long as no one gets seriously hurt, I guess. Swinging his arms, he glanced up at the stands. Zhu Boqing nodded slightly, as if silently confirming the situation. He was curious. To had only read about Xu Yuan in reports and files, but had never seen him in combat. All right then, Xu Yuan muttered, locking onto the closest presence to him. The person hiding behind a tree trunk shivered, feeling as though a predator had fixed its gaze on them. Meanwhile, the 24 individuals surrounding the field kept their eyes on Xu Yuan, each unwilling to be the first to step forward. Well, everyone, are you planning to team up and attack, or should I drag you out one by one? Xu Yuan raised his voice, a hint of mockery laced in his tone. He wasn't joking. Zheng Fei had told him that strength wasn't the only measure of a beast tamer's worth. But in their world, a strong fist earned respect. This was the perfect opportunity to establish his reputation. Not coming out? Then you'd better hide well, he added with a smirk. Xu Yuan's lips curved into a grin as he raised his leg, preparing to move. Just then, a girl stepped out from the side. Her long, jet black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her delicate features exuded beauty, though her eyes gleamed with battle intent. Sun Wanlin. Xu Yuan's brows knitted slightly. I hadn't expected this. Sun Wanlin walked toward him, stopping about 5 meters away. Xu Yuan, she said, her voice steady. Whether it's in the Arctic or on Kunlun Mountain, the Institute's resources have always been tilted in your favor, intentionally or not. If I defeat you, would those resources come to me instead? She met his gaze directly, fully aware of his strength. After all, her icebox was a gift from Xu Yuan. Hearing this, Xu Yuan smiled faintly. Maybe, he replied before his expression turned serious. But first, you'll have to defeat me. Ever since becoming a beast tamer, I've trained relentlessly. I have absolute confidence. Sun Wanlin held her ground, shifting into a combat stance. From the stands, Zheng Fei, standing behind Professor Chen, let out a cold chuckle. Confidence is good, but overestimating yourself? That's where you're wrong. Meanwhile, Li Xian's emotions flared. Her beast was taken down by Xu Yuan and Yun'er. How could she even dare? She exclaimed. Calm down, Xian Jia, someone reassured her. Let's keep things in perspective. Han Ming quickly restrained Li Xian, who was about to leap up. Li Xian bit her lip in frustration and glared at Zheng Fei. Captain, you can't pick her as a temporary team member. Zheng Fei patted his chest confidently and promised. Don't worry, I don't like her personality either. Hearing this, Zhu Boqing shot Zheng Fei a disapproving look. How can you let personal feelings get in the way? Meanwhile, Lu Shunxin grew anxious. I was wrong, Commander. Can you all just zip it? The fight's about to start. Focus on what's happening out there. Zheng Fei stepped forward, gently patting Lu Shunxin's back with an apologetic smile. Calm down, sir, calm down. In the arena, Sun Wanlin frowned. Aren't you going to make a move? Remember, you're the challenger. Su Yuan's tone was lazy, but he was clearly ready for action at any moment. Sun Wanlin's face flushed red, then pale, as she let out a sharp command. Beast form. White fur began to spread across her body, seeping through her clothes. A gleaming ice blue gem slowly emerged on her forehead. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and icicles materialized out of thin air, gathering behind her to form a thick fox tail. Unlike ordinary transformations, Sun Wanlin retained only her facial features while the rest of her transformed into the form of an ice fox, her gaze exuding an enchanting, fox-like allure. Xu Yuan squinted at her, thinking to himself, Sun Wanlin's around my age, and she's undeniably beautiful, but her arrogant personality is such a turnoff. Sun Wanlin opened her mouth, her voice ethereal. Before she could finish, a figure suddenly darted in from the side. Wait, wait, wait. Both of them turned to look at was Qi Tong. Sun Wanlin asked irritably, what are you doing here? Qi Tong jogged over with a grin. Wanlin, you might not be able to beat Brother Su alone. Let me help you. Sun Wanlin's expression darkened, clearly not amused. If you keep calling me that, he'll kill you. Qi Tong immediately corrected himself and stood beside her. Throughout the exchange, Xu Yuan looked on as if watching a comedy show. He hadn't expected Qi Tong to have feelings for Sun Wanlin. Maybe this guy was a bit of a masochist. Sun Wanlin, aware of how formidable Xu Yuan was, tacitly accepted Qi Tong's offer to team up. Meanwhile, the other newcomers hid in various corners, their eyes glued to the scene, hoping to gauge Xu Yuan's strength through this fight. Beast form. Scales quickly covered Qi Tong's body, though his hands remained clawless, merely coated in the same scaly texture. A thick tail sprouted behind him, and four horns grew from his rounded head, giving him a peculiar appearance that starkly contrasted with Xu Yuan's dragon-like horns. Standing side by side, the two made quite the pair. Qi Tong's gaze grew serious as he spoke in a hoarse voice. Brother Zu's ability is ice-based too, so we're not at a huge disadvantage. With the two of us, we should be able to overpower him. Watching from the stands, Professor Chen let out a cold laugh. This kid is way too naive. Don't hold me back. Sun Wanlin snapped, launching herself forward with a powerful leap. Qi Tong followed closely behind. As the two charged at him, Xu Yuan remained calm, sidestepping Sun Wanlin's sharp claws with a slight shift of his body. At the same time, he lifted his right leg and delivered a fierce kick to Qi Tong's abdomen. Qi Tong's pupils contracted as he felt the immense force slam into his stomach. The next moment, his body flew backward uncontrollably. Sun Wanlin caught herself with one hand on the ground, stabilizing her stance. Her face showed shock as she thought to herself, Xu Yuan still in his normal state, hasn't even transformed into his dragon form yet. Qi Tong shot out like an arrow from a bow, but abruptly swung his tail at the last critical moment, forcibly halting his momentum. Xu Yuan suddenly found himself caught in a pincer attack, with a fierce opponent watching him intently on either side. Sun Wanlin's expression turned sharp. She slapped her hands against the ground, and her ice-laden tail rose high into the air, poised to strike. This was a scene Xu Yuan was all too familiar with, but his focus was entirely on Qi Tong, silently wary of this unknown adversary. Qi Tong raised his hands high, conjuring a fist-sized ice sphere between his palms. Damn it, why is it still this small? He cursed inwardly. No matter how much effort he put in, the ice sphere remained stubbornly unchanged. After all, he had only been a beastmaster for less than a month. Achieving this level of control was already remarkable. Suddenly, a sharp whistling sound sliced through the air by Xu Yuan's left ear. In the blink of an eye, countless razor-sharp ice shards came hurtling toward him. Simultaneously, Qi Tong mustered all his strength and hurled the tiny ice sphere. Xu Yuan's eyes narrowed as the temperature around him plummeted. With a sudden stomp of his right foot, the ground reverberated with a resounding boom. The ice shards and sphere collided explosively less than 2 meters away from him. In an instant, fragments of ice scattered like petals in the wind, spiraling and falling gently around Xu Yuan. This astonishing display left Sun Wanlin dumbfounded, her eyes wide with disbelief. Xu Yuan leisurely rolled his wrists and tilted his chin upward, locking eyes with Sun Wanlin. Don't play with ice in front of me. We're not even on the same level. Ow, how is this possible? Sun Wanlin panted heavily, the recent attack appearing to have drained her strength. The tail behind her was regenerating at a visibly slow pace, far inferior to the recovery speed of an ice fox. Meanwhile, Qi Tong had returned to his normal state, supporting himself on the ground with both hands as he gasped for breath. Both of them had been beastmasters for barely a month, while Xu Yuan had undergone several additional months of rigorous training, making the gap between them unmistakable. The stands erupted into chaos. The beastmasters in particular were abuzz, fully aware of the implications of Xu Yuan's earlier move. Discussions broke out everywhere. What the hell was that? There was no energy fluctuation. Did that guy just use the same ice-based ability to blow up their attacks directly? Are you kidding me? He didn't even activate beast form. Is this for real? Ice nullification? No way. That's nonsense, absolute nonsense. I don't buy it. As the crowd's voices grew louder, Zheng Fei and his companions simply smiled and watched Xu Yuan in the arena. This was exactly the reaction they had been hoping for. The crowd in the stands was dumbfounded, and the people in the arena weren't much better off. Their eyes were fixed on Xu Yuan as he strolled casually toward Sun Wanlin, their gazes filled with astonishment as if they were looking at a monster. The fact that Xu Yuan remained completely unharmed even after taking a full-force attack from two beastmasters in their transformed states was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Sun Wanlin was still in her transformed state, though that last attack had drained all her energy. She barely managed to stand, her legs trembling uncontrollably. Xu Yuan's face was full of disappointment as he thought to himself, can she still fight? If not, I could at least. Sun Wanlin panted heavily, the tail behind her now entirely still, showing no sign of recovery. She took a deep breath, gathered her remaining strength into her right hand, and, with heavy steps, began walking towards Xu Yuan. Her current state reminded Xu Yuan of his own past experiences back when he had just started and could barely last 3 minutes in his dragon-transformed state against Li Xian. The transformation consumed an immense amount of stamina every second, and without exceptional physical fitness, it was impossible to sustain. However, back then, he was merely a beginner, and things only improved from there. Sun Wanlin, on the other hand, had been focusing solely on learning the abilities granted by the Ice Fox, with almost no personal training. In the stands, Zheng Fei watched the scene unfold with concern for Xu Yuan, silently praying, "Don't hold back, Xu Yuan. That's a big mistake." By now, Sun Wanlin was completely spent. Xu Yuan sighed, effortlessly dodging her final attack before driving his knee forcefully into her stomach. The intense pain caused Sun Wanlin to widen her eyes in frustration before her beast transformation slowly faded away. Finally, she collapsed to the ground with a thud. Wanlin, Qi Tong, not far away, weakly raised his hand, still worried about Sun Wanlin. Xu Yuan turned around and chuckled lightly. "Don't worry, she's just passed out from exhaustion and the impact," he said. Meanwhile, in the stands, the Beastmasters were passing around the newcomers' profiles and data, praising the pair. "These two are impressive, becoming capable Beastmasters in less than a month. They're worth nurturing," someone remarked. "I'm calling dibs on them," another declared. "Why should you get them?" Someone retorted indignantly. "Relax," someone else chimed in. "There might be more talents like Xu Yuan further down the line." Though they comforted themselves, they all knew such talent was rare. After confirming that Sun Wanlin was unharmed, Qi Tong sighed in relief and passed out contentedly. Xu Yuan, however, had no time to pay attention to them. He scanned the surroundings and asked, "So, are you all planning to keep hiding?" The moment his words fell, several figures emerged from the shadows, their faces tense as they stared at Xu Yuan. Staying hidden was clearly not an option. Everyone understood that to catch the instructor's attention, they had to take initiative. A man with a short stubble stepped forward. His beard wasn't long, no more than 3 or 4 days unshaven. His skin was sallow, his face rugged and chiseled, and his gaze sharp. "My name is. I'm an active duty soldier and now a beastmaster," he announced sternly. Xu Yuan was caught off guard by his formal demeanor, thinking to himself that it wasn't really necessary to introduce oneself before a fight. I'm Xu Yuan," he said awkwardly, scratching his head. "You don't need to introduce yourself. Everyone's already seen you're not someone who can be taken down by just a few of us," said. As he finished, more figures emerged hesitantly from the shadows, ready to face the challenge ahead. Xu Yuan scanned the area and realized that among the 17 people surrounding him, Qi Tong and Sun Wanlin were already incapacitated, while 5 others were lurking in the shadows. Despite the situation, Xu Yuan remained fearless, his gaze sweeping over the 17 individuals. The leader's expression darkened as he sneered. "Young man, arrogance must have its limits. My captain once taught me that arrogance combined with strength is the foundation of survival in this circle." Xu Yuan smiled faintly, inwardly grateful for having such a capable captain. On the viewing platform, Zheng Fei gritted his teeth, silently cursing. "You little brat, I never said anything about arrogance." One of the beast tamers, holding a file, remarked. He served in the Southern Military District for 14 years and was only recently discovered to have the potential to be a beast tamer. Interested? Another tamer standing nearby asked. The first one shook his head. "No, his age and service years both surpass mine. I wouldn't dare try to manage him." After confirming no one else would appear, the leader contemplated briefly before saying, "Let's test Xu abilities. Everyone, follow my lead." With a sharp command, he shouted, "Beast transformation." As soon as the words left his mouth, his body began to change. His hands morphed into sharp claws, his feet became hoof-like, his limbs were marked with red patterns, and a tail resembling that of a bull extended from his back. His overall form resembled a horse with red-striped limbs. Xu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, recognizing the creature from the files, an exotic beast known as the water horse. While observing Lu Jiangwo, Xu Yuan suddenly felt a wave of intense heat from behind. Turning quickly, he saw a petite girl who had already completed her transformation. Her form resembled a crane, with flames atop her head and cyan fur streaked with red patterns. A bifong. Xu Yuan mused inwardly, noting how rare they were. He glanced at the others' beastly states. Aside from the water horse and bifong, the rest were unimpressive. Zheng Fei looked down at the file on the girl who had transformed into the bee form. Her name was Lu Ro, 16 years old, with average physical attributes post-transformation, and hailing from the Huayan Mountain Research Institute. Lu Jiangwo's voice carried a strange, commanding tone as he shouted, "Xu Yuan, your turn to transform." Xu Yuan smiled faintly. "Apologies, mine isn't called beast transformation. It's called dragon transformation." As his words fell, the temperature in the room plummeted to freezing. Snowflakes began to drift within the enclosed training chamber. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Xu Yuan swiftly completed his transformation. His body became covered in dragon scales, a pair of translucent dragon horns sprouted from his head, and his long, silver-white hair cascaded down to his waist, flowing as though caught in an unseen breeze. His face remained unchanged, yet it exuded an otherworldly, unapproachable air. His white eyebrows furrowed slightly, and an intangible pressure radiated from him. Everyone on the viewing platform held their breath, their eyes fixed on Xu Yuan. Unlike their beast transformations, Xu Yuan's form emanated an unparalleled majesty. The invisible pressure expanded outward from him, causing several weaker beast tamers to be unable to maintain their transformations. Within moments, they were forcibly reverted to their human forms. Professor Lu frantically typed on his computer, recording every detail. Dragons were the pinnacle of exotic beasts, and even when tamed, they retained their supreme dignity. In contrast, ordinary beast tamers couldn't maintain their transformations in the presence of a dragon tamer. "For dragon tamers, my hypothesis is," Lu Shunsen muttered to himself, but no one paid him any attention. All eyes were glued to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan's clear voice rang out. "Everyone, shall we begin?" It was as resounding and awe-inspiring as a dragon's roar. Xu Yuan gestured politely with a faint wave of his hand, his expression calm and composed. At that moment, was left speechless in shock. Although he had only recently become a beast tamer, he could clearly sense that Xu Yuan was on an entirely different level. "Oh, by the way, I don't quite like this environment," Xu Yuan remarked casually, his eyes flickering slightly. Suddenly, the grass beneath his feet froze at an astonishing speed, and a fierce, icy force began spreading outward. Snowflakes started falling from the sky as the temperature plummeted. On the stands, Li Xian's lips curled into a faint smile, as though she had seen this scene before. During her training sessions with Xu Yuan, no matter what environment they simulated, it always ended up as a frozen, snowy landscape. S eyes widened in alarm as he leapt away to avoid the rapidly spreading ice beneath him. Behind Xu Yuan, Lu Ro conjured a line of flames to shield herself. However, the ice seemed to ignore her fire entirely, continuing to spread right under her feet. Shocked, Lu Ro thought to herself, "How is this possible? Fire can't counter the ice?" "We're going in," shouted as he landed steadily on the icy ground, crouching low like a wild horse ready to charge. He burst forward at full speed toward Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan cast a quick glance at the scene. The four who had just reverted from their beast forms were now joined by an additional 13 charging toward him. Remaining unperturbed, Xu Yuan suddenly pushed off the ground with force, leaping high into the air. The drifting snowflakes around him began to coalesce, forming countless slender icicles. "Damn it!" cursed under his breath as his horse-like head swung in an arc, generating a rippling water shield above him. Lu Ro, nimble and alert, quickly retreated a few steps, her entire body engulfed in flames. The intense fire around her, especially over her head, radiated a scorching glow. Each beast tamer employed their unique abilities. Some novices, still unskilled in controlling their powers, scrambled to find cover. "Fall," Xu Yuan commanded softly, his voice calm, yet resolute. In an instant, he descended alongside a storm of icy spears raining down from above. Watching Xu Yuan stand there so effortlessly and at ease, couldn't help but feel a subtle shift in their gaze. This guy's control over his abilities was astonishing, completely unlike a rookie. If his control was this impressive, his strength must be formidable as well. Contemplating silently, charged towards Xu Yuan, their hooves like feet splashing through the water. Their fist, swift and powerful, cut through the air with a whistle as it aimed directly at Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan casually shook his hand, spreading the fingers of his right hand to meet his punch. Bang! The tremendous force came with a gust of wind. Xu Yuan frowned slightly, thinking to himself. As expected of a soldier, their physical fitness was already exceptional, and becoming a beast tamer had amplified their strength exponentially. But compared to Zheng Fei, there's still a long way to go. How could this be? Gritted their teeth in disbelief, quickly retracting their fist and assuming a combat stance. Even though the commander had said they could go all out as long as they didn't kill, worried their punch might be too heavy for Xu Yuan to handle. Xu Yuan met S eyes and shook his head lightly. Hearing this, S suppressed frustration flared instantly. Channeling all their strength into their right fist, a faint ripple of water wrapped around it like a glove made of liquid. They shouted, "Don't just stand there, everyone. Attack together." Their feet struck the icy surface, leaving dents as the immense force propelled them forward at full speed. As launched their attack, The other beast tamers nearby surged towards Xu Yuan as well. Xu Yuan grew serious. Getting hit by such punches wouldn't be pleasant. Clenching his right fist, a chilling frost began to emanate from it. Bang! Their two powerful fists collided. Before could react, the rippling water around their fist froze solid, and the frost crept up their entire arm as if alive. As for the other charging beast tamers, Xu Yuan moved with agility and precision, striking each one down with a single punch, showing no mercy. The weaker rookies were instantly knocked out of their beast forms, writhing on the ground in pain, clutching their injuries. Amid the heated battle, a sudden fiery projectile shot out from the side. Xu Yuan hadn't noticed the petite girl who had transformed into a bifong. He dodged just in time, the fireball grazing his dragon horn as it roared past. Boom! The fireball exploded violently against a frozen mountainside in the distance. Xu Yuan was taken aback and instinctively glanced in the direction of Lu Ro. By now, Lu Ro had completely reverted to her human form, her delicate face glistening with sweat as she gasped for air. It seemed that fiery strike had drained all her energy. Taking advantage of Xu Yuan's momentary distraction, quickly retreated. By now, their right arm was entirely encased in ice. Staring at Xu Yuan in disbelief, they couldn't fathom how their full-strength punch had been effortlessly blocked, as if Xu Yuan hadn't even used his full power. Xu Yuan merely glanced at Lu Ro before his ghost-like figure flickered across the battlefield. In mere moments, all the beast tamers had been knocked away. When it came to raw strength, Xu Yuan had endured a month of relentless sparring with Zheng Fei. For combat skills and speed, he had been honed by Li Xian, who trained him tirelessly, leaving him feeling like a kite in the wind for over a month. As for his abilities, there was no need for elaboration. Professor Chen himself had praised Tang Yun as an exceptional teacher. After dealing with the weaker beast tamers, Xu Yuan barely touched the ground with the tip of his foot before propelling himself forward like a spring, heading straight for who was still in his beast transformation state. Had no time to react, only catching a fleeting glimpse of a silver-white figure before Xu Yuan was already right in front of him. "I told you, you can't handle this," Xu Yuan declared, throwing a powerful punch midair. Gritted his teeth, ignoring the intense pain in his left arm, and crossed his arms in an attempt to block the deadly strike. Boom! The sheer force was overwhelming, and was unable to withstand it. Almost instantly upon impact, he was sent flying, crashing heavily into the ice mountain behind him. The mountain shattered on contact, sending shards of ice and debris scattering in all directions. His arms were already deformed. Thankfully, his left arm had taken the brunt of it. If it had been his right arm, it would have been completely destroyed. Beast transformation dissipated immediately, and blood spewed uncontrollably from his mouth. Xu Yuan landed firmly beside him, his expression cold. "Continue? Or do you surrender?" I surrender." Could barely muster the strength to speak, lying sideways in the pile of rubble, unable to stand. Hearing his response, Xu Yuan waved his hand lightly, and the ice on S' right arm shattered, revealing his frostbitten hand underneath. His entire right arm was likely frostbitten, though it was concealed beneath his battle attire. After ensuring this was done, Xu Yuan turned his gaze to the only person still standing in the field, Lu Ro. "And you, little sister?" "I surrender too. I surrender." Lu Ro raised both hands high, a tired but relieved smile on her face. The spectators in the stands were silent, their eyes fixed on the events that had just unfolded. None of the beast tamers spoke a word. However, a young officer furrowed his brows, clearly displeased. "Isn't Xu Yuan being too harsh? S arm is probably broken." Before any of the beast tamers could respond, Zhu Buqing shot the officer a glare. "If you don't understand, then keep quiet. Holding back now would only harm them. No one holds back on the battlefield." The officer's face turned pale, and he dared not meet Zhu Buqing's eyes. As an ordinary human, he had no place intervening in the affairs of beast tamers. By now, the entire arena had turned into a frozen wasteland. Snowflakes danced in the air, and a chilling wind occasionally swept through. Zhu Buqing turned his attention back to the scene. "And the remaining 5? How long are they planning to hide?" "Let them hide," Chen Professor said with a faint smile, his confidence in Xu Yuan unwavering. Lu Shunsen shook his head. "There's no need to bother with those 5. Soldiers who cower at the back have no place on the battlefield." Zhu Buqing nodded in agreement, then turned on the microphone. "Since the 5 of you have chosen to hide, the combat evaluation is over." "Wait, Commander!" Xu Yuan quickly intervened, his lips curling into a barely noticeable smile as he lowered his voice. "Cowards must pay a price." From the stands, Zheng Fei grinned. "This kid isn't done playing yet." Xu Yuan crouched down, placing his claw-like hands on the icy surface. The translucent dragon horns on his head glimmered with light. "Shatter the ice." Boom, 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 boom. A series of deafening explosions erupted, shaking the entire arena violently. Each blast sent shockwaves through the air, leaving everyone on edge. The arena seemed like it was filled with landmines. As Xu Yuan's shout echoed, explosions followed one after another. Debris of stones, dirt, trees, and shards of ice filled the air, creating a spectacular and chaotic scene. Xu Yuan skillfully avoided areas where incapacitated individuals lay, while every other corner of the arena erupted indiscriminately. Soon, the explosion subsided, and Xu Yuan stood in place, scanning the scene below. Apart from the intact ground beneath the beast tamers, the rest of the arena was left in ruins. At that moment, lay at Xu Yuan's feet, a peculiar look flashing in his eyes. He had heard Xu Yuan's words loud and clear. Cowards will pay the price. He couldn't agree more. On the battlefield, the most dangerous thing isn't the enemy, but a cowardly teammate. On the spectator's stand, Zhu Buoqing's face was filled with a mix of distress and exasperation. He thought to himself, this kid, not only does he flip the table after eating, but now he's blowing up the whole place. With this stunt, we're out of funds again. Seeing Zhu Buoqing so agitated, Zheng Fei quickly approached to calm him down, patting his back. Take it easy, Commander. We'll just hunt some exotic beasts to make up for the budget. Don't worry, all right. Zhu Buoqing shot Zheng Fei a glance, but then a satisfied smile crept onto his face. Who said I'm worried about the money? Heh, we found a real gem here. Meanwhile, Lu Shunxin was also staring at Xu Yuan with excitement, thinking to himself, we've truly struck gold this time. The beast tamers in the stands wore knowing smiles. Anyone could see the immense potential Xu Yuan possessed. Give this kid a few more years of training, and those foreign fighters will know what hit them. The Pacific War Zone has always needed talent, hasn't it? This kid will undoubtedly become a cornerstone of the Pacific War Zone in the future. With a satisfied grin, Zhu Buoqing grabbed the microphone and announced, combat training is over. As soon as the words left his mouth, several beast tamers, all healers, rushed into the arena. Hearing Zhu Buoqing's voice, Xu Yuan finally reverted from his dragon transformation and hurried to help up, asking with concern, are you all right, big brother? I'm fine. Coughed, looking at Xu Yuan's gentle expression with a moment of confusion. Just moments ago, Xu Yuan was like a completely different person during the fight. Could this guy be one of those battle maniacs? A true combat enthusiast? Sorry, big brother. I might have gone a bit overboard, Xu Yuan said apologetically. During combat training, they were enemies, but now that it was over, they were comrades again. It's not your fault. I'm the one who wasn't skilled enough, replied, shaking his head with a pale face. At that moment, a beast tamer with hands glowing softly with white light approached to heal S injuries. The healer glanced at Xu Yuan with admiration in his eyes. Xu Yuan, you can leave now. They'll take care of him. All right. Thanks for your hard work. Xu Yuan nodded and leaped down from the platform. The beast tamers in the stands began entering the arena, followed by a group of researchers. Professor Chen raised his hand to stop them. Don't go in yet. Xu Yuan's ice hasn't melted, it's freezing in there. Oh right, got it, they replied. Zhu Buoqing, a few professors, and the researchers decided to wait outside. Meanwhile, Tang Yun wasn't idle either. The moment she stepped into the arena, she joined the healers in their efforts. Xu Yuan slowly approached Sun Wanlin, who had already regained consciousness. Her face was etched with exhaustion. She raised her head and locked eyes with Xu Yuan, her tone cold as she said, are you here to humiliate me? What the? Xu Yuan couldn't hold back and cursed. I came over to check on you, for crying out loud. We're at least acquaintances from the Arctic, and this is the attitude I get. The words of concern he intended to say were swallowed back. After a brief pause, Xu Yuan replied, you're too impatient. Practice more and come back. They'll be waiting any time. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving only the sight of his retreating figure. To Sun Wanlin, it felt like pure provocation, blatant and unreserved provocation. Xu Yuan stepped toward Tang Yun, who was crouching on the ground, tending to an injured newcomer. Sensing Xu Yuan's approach, Tang Yun looked up, a trace of surprise flashing in her eyes. For broken ribs, how much force did you use? Tang Yun asked while continuing to focus on her treatment. Xu Yuan scratched his head, looking slightly embarrassed. Maybe 60 or 70%. He turned to the injured man lying on the ground and apologized. Sorry about that, buddy. The man's eyes briefly showed a hint of resentment, but quickly softened. It's fine. At least you held back. Xu Yuan grinned, relieved. Tang Yun, however, wasn't fazed. She was used to this, knowing Xu Yuan's strength was honed under Zheng Fei's training. Just then, Zheng Fei and his group strolled over casually. Zheng Fei burst into hearty laughter, his voice booming. Xu Yuan, well done. You've really made me proud. His laughter echoed in the air. Li Xian hurried to Xu Yuan's side and boldly wrapped her arms around his neck. Her beautiful eyes blinked rapidly, filled with curiosity as she asked, how did it feel? Was it intense? Xu Yuan, already accustomed to Li Xian's affectionate gestures, chuckled lightly. Not bad, but still far from what I experienced in the Arctic. He knew full well that back in the Arctic, there were many experts supporting him, and his victory over that Indian opponent was largely due to the latter's carelessness. Otherwise, even 10 of him wouldn't have stood a chance. Xu Yuan silently recalled the situation with the beast tamers. Those stationed in war zones were all skilled fighters. Nationwide, there were nearly 3,000 beast tamers, with the top 1,000 or so distributed across various war zones. Those with average abilities were assigned to border posts. The ones around Xu Yuan were of modest talent, tasked with relatively easier missions within the country. The Arctic, being a new contested zone, had stricter regulations. Each country was allowed no more than 4 teams to be stationed there, making it relatively more peaceful compared to other zones. Zheng Fei had once mentioned that the casualty rate among beast tamers was alarmingly high. New recruits were constantly being discovered, but as they grew stronger, older veterans often perished in battle. This cycle had persisted for years. The ranking system was rather peculiar, determined by the nation based on a combination of strength, leadership, observational skills, and adaptability. Zheng Fei had admitted that while his ranking seemed high, it wasn't entirely reliable. There were plenty of beast tamers ranked below him who could defeat him in combat. At that moment, Zheng Fei crouched down and lowered his voice. "Have you spotted any promising newcomers?" Xu Yuan nodded, his gaze sweeping across the area. Already, many beast tamers had gathered in groups, discussing temporary team formations. These individuals had sharp instincts and could gauge strength based on the aura a beast tamer exuded. Wang Jianjun and Sun Wanlin were undoubtedly the top picks. Besides himself, among the other 24 newcomers, Xu Yuan could also sense their relative strength through their auras. After becoming a beast tamer, one emitted a unique energy field that others of the same kind could instantly detect. Zheng Fei patted Xu Yuan on the shoulder and deliberately raised his voice. "Go and bring that one over. We're an official team, and we have first pick." His words immediately drew the attention of those around them. For newcomers, joining an official team's auxiliary squad was the best opportunity for rapid growth. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xu Yuan walked forward steadily. At that moment, Sun Wanlin's eyes sparkled with hope. She, too, longed for this chance. Just when everyone thought Xu Yuan would choose Sun Wanlin or someone else, he walked straight past them, his gaze locked firmly ahead. The direction of his gaze? A lively young girl, Lu Ro, who had just transformed a beast into the mythical bird by Fong. Standing in front of Lu Ro were 3 beast tamers holding files in their hands. When they saw Xu Yuan approaching, they couldn't help but smile wryly. It seemed their chance at claiming credit had been snatched away. Xu Yuan stopped in front of Lu Ro, staring at her expressionlessly. It was only then that he noticed her petite figure, her round face adorned with a pair of large, sparkling eyes. She met Xu Yuan's gaze fearlessly, thinking to herself, "Wow, a Baijid cutie. I was so focused on fighting earlier that I didn't notice." Xu Yuan, meanwhile, maintained a composed demeanor, though he thought to himself, "She's got guts." Outwardly, he asked, "What's your name?" "Lu Ro." She replied, her big eyes gleaming with light. Witnessing this, one of the beast tamers holding the files patted Xu Yuan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "All right, the benefits go to your team. Orders from the captain." Xu Yuan shrugged helplessly, and the 3 beast tamers waved goodbye, turning to select another recruit. Lu Ro appeared to be in good shape, showing no signs of injury. She had merely been exhausted earlier. "Are you choosing me?" she asked, having clearly heard Zheng Fei's earlier shout. "Yeah." Xu Yuan nodded before turning around. "Follow me." Seeing Lu Ro following behind Xu Yuan, Tang Yun gave a knowing smile, thinking to herself, "Xu Yuan hasn't forgotten what I taught him." "What do you mean?" Han Ming asked, puzzled, as he looked at Tang Yun. Zheng Fei chuckled and said, "I've read her file. She's from the Flaming Mountain Research Institute and has only been a beast tamer for 5 months. Li Xian nodded in agreement. Her strength and combat skills may not be much, but her control over her own abilities is exceptional. She's got potential. Xu Yuan recalled Tang Yun's teachings. A beast tamer with good control over their abilities is never a bad choice. Leading Lu Ro over to Zheng Fei and the others, Zheng Fei crossed his arms and scrutinized Lu Ro closely. She seemed a bit nervous, fidgeting with her hands. Bowing slightly to the group, she said in a soft voice, "Hello, everyone. My name is Lu Ro. They'll save the rest for later, let's go." Zheng Fei finally assumed the demeanor of a captain, saying nothing unnecessary as he turned and led the group away. Tang Yun gently said to an injured beast tamer, "They'll be heading off now. Someone else will come to treat you shortly." The man blushed, watching Tang Yun's departing figure with an infatuated gaze. Suddenly, a burly man appeared in front of him, placing glowing white hands on his chest. "Stop dreaming. You're not the only one with a crush on the dazzling Tang Yun." At the sight of the burly man, the injured beast tamer's fantasies crumbled, and he slumped back in defeat. Zhou Wenzheng stood at the exit of the arena, accompanied only by a few soldiers. The professors and researchers in white coats had already departed. Holding a stack of documents, Zhou Wenzheng glanced at Zheng Fei. "Zheng Fei, you're taking on new recruits this year. That's rare." Zheng Fei grinned. "Heh, when there's good talent, you've got to nurture it." Hearing this, Zhou Wenzheng smiled lightly before turning his gaze to Lu Ro. "Lu Ro, you're in luck. From now on, your training will be arranged by Zheng Fei." Lu Ro nodded slightly, still feeling a bit incredulous. "Understood, Commander," she replied. Zhou Wenzheng, however, looked troubled. If your team takes one person, the other will be left alone. It's really worrying, he said with a sigh. Zhang Fei waved dismissively and said with a smile, you can keep worrying about that, Commander. We're heading back. With that, he led Lu Ro towards building number 3 of the Kunlun Mountain Research Institute, where the girls' dormitory was located. You have 20 minutes to pack your things, Zhang Fei instructed Lu Ro. Although she didn't understand what was about to happen, she had no choice but to follow his orders. She dashed upstairs, her excitement evident in her quickened steps. Zhang Fei glanced at Xu Yuan and thought to himself that, apart from Xu Yuan, none of the other recruits impressed him much, including Sun Wanlin. Although they had potential, they still didn't meet his standards. His decision to pick Lu Ro was based on his trust in Xu Yuan's judgment. Sensing Zhang Fei's mood, Li Xian asked, Xu Yuan, tell me, why did you choose her? Don't tell me you have a crush on her? Is she your type? Xu Yuan quickly denied it. Of course not. I'm not into little girls. Besides, how could she compare to you, Xian Jia? You're far more beautiful. Li Xian beamed with delight. Oh, I love hearing that. Come here, let me give you a kiss, she teased. Xu Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. Stop teasing me, Xian Jia. I really don't know why, I guess it's just a gut feeling. Back in the frozen arena, when everyone else was dodging, she was the only one focusing her abilities under her feet. And later, when the entire arena was frozen, I noticed the ice around her was the thinnest. Plus, she timed her attack on my fireball perfectly, hitting me right in my blind spot. After hearing Xu Yuan's explanation, Zhang Fei fell into thought. Quick reflexes, good timing. Another control-oriented type, like Li Xian? And her beast is a Bifong? Not bad, he muttered. He nodded and said to Xu Yuan, let's give her a chance. If she shows promise, keep her until the end of the training period. If not, don't waste our time. As the captain of the official team, Zhang Fei could dismiss Lu Ro at any time since she was only a temporary member. Before long, Lu Ro came downstairs, carrying a large suitcase. She seemed to have collected herself and now wore a cheerful expression. With a cautious smile, she asked, should I call you captain now? Yes, I'm Zhang Fei, the captain of this team, he replied, adopting a more authoritative demeanor. The others, including Li Xian, introduced themselves one by one. When it was Xu Yuan's turn, he was about to speak when Lu Ro interrupted him. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. No need to introduce yourself. You're Xu Yuan, I've heard of you back when I was in Xinjiang. Xu Yuan was momentarily flustered. So this is what it feels like to be famous? Not bad. Lu Ro introduced herself enthusiastically. I'm Lu Ro from the Flaming Mountain Research Institute in Xinjiang. I'm 16 years old, a high school freshman, and I live on Dingxi Road in Chongning District, Shanghai. Zhang Fei quickly raised his hand to stop her. All right, let's keep some mystery here, he said. Lu Ro giggled, her joy evident in her eyes. Han Ming, bring the car around. Zhang Fei commanded. In front of the villa, Lu Ro looked at the Twanda-half-story house with surprise and delight. She couldn't help but ask in her heart, are we really going to live here? Zhang Fei gave a small smile, secretly feeling pleased with himself, always enjoyed seeing the astonished expressions of newcomers. Lu Ro couldn't hold back her curiosity and asked, Sister Li Xian, do all official team members get to live in villas? Li Xian shook her head with a smile. Of course not. We're only lucky because of Xu Yuan. She didn't dislike Lu Ro, at least appreciating her polite demeanor. The rooms on the second floor were mostly the same, differing only in layout, so there was no distinction between a master bedroom and secondary bedrooms. There were 7 rooms in total, and with Lu Ro taking one, only one room remained vacant. After Lu Ro finished unpacking and came downstairs, she found everyone busy with their own activities. Han Ming was sprawled on the sofa, playing games on his phone. Tang Yun was reading a book at the tea table, and Xu Yuan and Li Xian were watching TV. Zhang Fei, meanwhile, was rummaging through the refrigerator, frowning as he pondered what to make for dinner. Seeing this scene, Lu Ro felt a sense of unfamiliar ease. She hadn't experienced such a relaxed moment in a long time. She cautiously asked, Captain, what should I do? Without turning around, Zhang Fei continued searching the fridge and replied, just do whatever you enjoy. Feeling momentarily lost, Lu Ro thought for a moment, and then sat down on the sofa to watch TV with Xu Yuan and Li Xian. On the television, a drama was playing. Su Xian was speaking to Bai Sujin. I told you to leave. Fahai is after me. He's jealous of me. He can't stand our love. He's gone mad being a monk. Li Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter, slapping Xu Yuan's leg. Ha ha, this is my favorite part. Xu Yuan, exasperated, protested. Sister Xian, could you slap your own leg? Not mine. Lu Ro sat stiffly, wanting to laugh but hesitant, which Xu Yuan noticed. After a moment of thought, Xu Yuan asked, do you know how to play badminton? Lu Ro shook her head, her large, bright eyes sparkling with excitement. No, but I can learn. Xu Yuan's face lit up. Great, I'll teach you. Outside, under the trees near the villa, Xu Yuan began teaching Lu Ro how to play badminton. Lu Ro picked it up quickly, and was soon able to hit the shuttlecock back and forth with ease. Just then, a car slowly pulled up and stopped steadily under the trees. Xiao Zhang quickly got out, hurrying to the back door and opening it. Professor Chen stepped out leisurely, holding a teacup. Seeing this, Xu Yuan immediately set down her racket and walked over quickly. The others inside the house also came out. Zheng Fei, holding a kitchen knife and wearing an apron, beamed when he saw Professor Chen. Professor Chen, what brings you here? Zheng Fei's appearance startled Xiao Zhang, who quickly moved to shield Professor Chen. Oh, sorry, my apologies. Zheng Fei placed the knife on a nearby stone table and wiped his hands with his apron. Professor Chen's expression remained calm as his gaze shifted to Lu Ro, who stood with her head lowered, avoiding eye contact. He asked, I heard Xu Yuan picked her. Zheng Fei nodded. Yes, she seems promising. We're giving her a trial run. Professor Chen nodded in agreement. Good. There aren't many who can handle a bifong, but none have truly excelled. This girl has solid control over her abilities. She's worth nurturing. After speaking, he turned to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan, come here. Xu Yuan quickly stepped forward. At Professor Chen's signal, Xiao Zhang struggled to lift a heavy chessboard from the car's trunk. Zheng Fei rushed over to help. Zheng, give me a hand. Xiao Zhang gritted his teeth, barely able to hold on to the weight. Zheng Fei stepped forward, lifted it easily with one hand, and gave it a little shake, exclaiming in surprise, wow, this is really heavy. Xiao Zhang then took out 2 boxes of chess pieces from his bag and stood beside Professor Chen. Professor Chen looked at Xu Yuan and said earnestly, being competitive is a good thing, but you must also work on cultivating your temperament. A calm mind allows you to observe more clearly during battle. Tang Yun, Professor Chen called out. Here. Tang Yun stepped forward and nodded slightly. I remember you know how to play Go, right? Yes, Tang Yun nodded. Then, when you have free time, play a game of Go with Xu Yuan. Professor Chen continued. Sure, Professor Chen. Xiao Zhang leaned in and whispered to Xu Yuan. That chessboard is made of Wangwali wood, and these 2 boxes of chess pieces are Yongzi from Yunnan. They're treasures from the commander, borrowed by Professor Chen. Hearing this, Xu Yuan was both flattered and surprised. He smiled and said to Professor Chen, Thank you, Professor Chen. No need to thank me. How's your flying practice coming along? Professor Chen asked. Xu Yuan didn't say much. He closed his eyes, and a chill enveloped his body. Slowly, his feet lifted off the ground, and he began to hover in midair. However, in less than 10 seconds, he lost strength and landed back on the ground, sighing in frustration. It's tough. This is all I can manage for now. Seeing this, Professor Chen's eyes lit up. Though he maintained a calm demeanor, his expectations had clearly been exceeded. Keep at it, he said. Zheng Fei and Xiao Zhang placed the chessboard on the tea table inside the house and called out for Zheng Fei to help carry more items. At the back of the car was a large piece of meat wrapped in plastic wrap, weighing around 100 pounds. Whoa, Zheng Fei exclaimed, unable to contain his shock. It's massive. Without turning his head, Professor Chen continued speaking to Xu Yuan. Beast meat is very valuable. It significantly aids in post-battle recovery and enhances physical strength. Make sure to eat plenty. Professor Chen, can we eat it too? Zheng Fei's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he hoisted the large slab of meat onto his shoulder. Yes, you can, Professor Chen replied calmly. Awesome. Zheng Fei cheered, hopping up and down with excitement as he carried the meat into the house. Li Xian chuckled softly and said, Professor Chen, you're so biased towards Xu Yuan. You'd better watch out, or people at the research institute might start gossiping about you behind your back. They wouldn't dare, Professor Chen replied in his usual tone. Aren't you coming in for a cup of tea? Tang Yin asked, holding a book in her arms. No, I already have some, Professor Chen replied, raising the teacup in his hand. Before getting into the car, Professor Chen paused and said, the next few days will just be boring theory lessons. Xu Yuan, you don't need to attend. The day after tomorrow, I'll assign a new mission to your team. Yes, sir. As soon as they heard there was a mission, Zheng Fei and the others immediately stood at attention and saluted. Professor Chen turned to Lu Ro and said, forget about your training tasks for now. Follow their team and do whatever they do. All right, Professor Chen, Lu Ro replied timidly, nodding her head. It was her first time meeting Professor Chen, and she couldn't help feeling nervous. Even after the car drove away, Zheng Fei's grin remained plastered on his face. Ha ha, roasted meat for dinner tonight. We're in for a feast. Long live the captain. Long live Xu Yuan. Han Ming and Li Xian joined in the cheering, while Tang Yun remained composed. Lu Ro, holding her badminton racket, blinked and looked at Xu Yuan. Brother Xu Yuan, are we still playing? Not anymore, not anymore. I'm going to help the captain. I'm really curious about how that meat tastes. Then I'll come too. Early that morning, Zheng Fei and his team arrived at the research institute. Xu Yuan and Lu Ro were brimming with excitement after days of waiting. They could finally begin their training. In Zhu Boqing's office, Professor Chen was also present. A map of the Kunlun Mountains, centered on the research institute, was spread out in front of Zhu Boqing. The map was divided into several zones, and he pointed to Zone 7. explaining the news brought back by reconnaissance personnel last month. Traces of a strange beast had been discovered in Zone 7. Based on its physical characteristics and related data, it was identified as a Tu-Lu. Your mission is to locate the exact position of the Tu-Lu, try to capture it alive. But if that's not possible, eliminate it, Zhu Buqing instructed. Xu Yuan and the others stood upright and responded in unison. Understood. Professor Qin turned to Xu Yuan and spoke earnestly. There's a reason I didn't let you train earlier. You'll grow faster through real combat experience. Zheng Fei, when you encounter the beast, Xu Yuan will take the lead. The rest of you should assist her, but safety must always come first. Zheng Fei nodded solemnly, signaling his understanding. With the mission assigned by their superiors, there was no room for casualness. Zhu Buqing added, if all goes well, you can proceed deeper into Zone 7 to help Li Xian locate a second strange beast. The team replied in unison, understood. Zhu Buqing waved them off, reminding them to stay safe. Zheng Fei, experienced in such missions, led the team to the supply department to collect the equipment necessary for the task. Each member carried a hiking pack filled with essential survival gear and a small amount of simple food. The vehicle drove them far from the research institute. When they reached the drop-off point, the soldier driving the vehicle turned to them and said, this is as far as I can take you. From here on, you'll have to proceed on foot. Good luck. Zheng Fei thanked him and led the team out of the vehicle. The soldier stepped out as well, saluted them sharply, and wished them success and a safe return. Zheng Fei and his team returned the salute silently. Beyond this point, the road ended, giving way to the untamed and mysterious expanse of the Kunlun Mountains. Zheng Fei's expression grew serious as he addressed Xu Yuan and Lu Rou. This is your first time entering the mountains. Be extremely cautious, there are countless unknown and dangerous creatures and plants here. Xu Yuan nodded firmly to show she understood. Zheng Fei continued, we will try not to intervene unless absolutely necessary, so you must take the lead when danger arises. Xu Yuan understood that both Professor Chen and Zheng Fei were thinking about her future. Facing challenges head-on was the quickest path to growth. The 5-person team, including temporary member Lu Rou, adjusted their packs. Zheng Fei gave the command. Zone 7 reconnaissance mission. The objective, capture the Tu-Lu. Mission start. There was no path in the valley ahead. The vegetation was dense, and the ground beneath their feet was a mix of gravel and soil. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a dappled glow over the gently flowing stream, creating a serene and picturesque scene. The melodious calls of birds echoed through the mountains, making it feel like a hidden paradise. Han Ming led the group at the front, followed closely by Zheng Fei, while Li Xian and Tang Yun brought up the rear, ensuring Xu Yuan and Lu Rou stayed in safe positions. Looking up, one could see the Kuan gliding gracefully above the mountain range, a sight that was both majestic and calming. After several hours of trekking, Lu Rou's stamina began to wane. Zheng Fei noticed this and called out to Han Ming ahead. Han Ming, find a spot for us to rest for half an hour. Han Ming responded promptly. Got it, Captain. Zheng Fei glanced at Xu Yuan and observed that while she seemed fine, her breathing was slightly labored. This mountain trail is really tough, much more physically demanding than usual, he thought to himself. Han Ming soon found a relatively open area with scattered rocks to sit on, next to a small stream. Tang Yun set down her backpack and pulled out a water bottle, asking softly, does anyone want some water? Yes, thank you, Sister Yun, Xu Yuan replied, rummaging through her own bag to retrieve a water bottle provided by the supply department. Li Xian smiled and said, Yuner, I'd like some too. Tang Yun chuckled and walked over to the stream with the bottle. The water was crystal clear, a natural spring that was perfectly safe to drink. Zheng Fei sat on a rock and instinctively pulled out a cigarette. He turned to Lu Rou and asked, haven't you done any strength training at the Flame Mountain Research Institute? Lu Rou hesitated for a moment and replied, I have, but am struggling to keep up with the pace. Her face was pale, and she seemed to still be catching her breath. Zheng Fei exhaled a long puff of smoke and said earnestly, Lu Rou, listen to me. Nearby, Li Xian couldn't suppress her laughter and leaned over to Xu Yuan, whispering, the captain's about to start. Start what? Xu Yuan asked, puzzled. She turned to look at Zheng Fei, who was puffing on his cigarette, his expression turning contemplative. You need to train harder. This circle is harsh, and you have to become stronger. Throughout history, only the victors are remembered. Who cares about the losers? Zheng Fei raised an eyebrow as he looked at Lu Rou. Lu Rou nodded vigorously, her expression filled with admiration as she gazed at Zheng Fei. Xu Yuan raised her hand and said dryly, well, actually, Xiang Yu was a loser, yet not only is he recorded in history books, he even has his own biography. Zheng Fei's face flushed with embarrassment, his eyes widening in irritation. He turned to Han Ming and demanded, what's this about a biography? Captain, just drop the act. If you want Lu Rou to work harder, just say so, Han Ming replied, exasperated. But before he could finish, Zheng Fei stormed toward him angrily. Startled, Han Ming quickly leapt off the rock he was sitting on. "They'll go find some food," he said, making a hasty retreat. Zhang Fei clenched his teeth in frustration and sat back down. "Anyway," he said, "Xu Yuan's strength training is under my supervision, and once this mission is over, you need to catch up as well." Lu Ro nodded solemnly. "Understood, Captain." Not long after, Han Ming returned with a handful of wild fruits. The group ate the fruit and drank the spring water, enjoying a brief moment of relaxation. Zhang Fei pulled out a simple map from his backpack and began explaining to Xu Yuan. "This is a rough map of Zone 7. So far, we've only explored the outer perimeter. In the outer perimeter, sightings of exotic beasts were rare. Based on their current pace, it was estimated they would leave the outer perimeter and reach the edge of the inner perimeter in 3 days. Their mission's destination lay precisely there. Although the earth mole wasn't among the rarest of exotic beasts, its ferocity was not to be underestimated." As Zhang Fei spoke, he glanced at Xu Yuan and asked, "You've experienced the difference between exotic beasts and beast tamers, haven't you?" Xu Yuan nodded, recalling the encounter with the Arctic ice fox. Compared to Sun Wanlin's abilities, the ice fox's strength was on a completely different level. Xu Yuan had read in the materials that a beast tamer could only match an exotic beast if they achieved complete compatibility with it. In other words, for Sun Wanlin to be on par with the ice fox, she would first need to reach that level of harmony, which was an extraordinarily difficult feat. This challenge was precisely why beast tamer teams had come into existence. Some highly skilled beast tamers were fully capable of taking down an exotic beast. Lu Ro blinked and asked, "Captain, what's the difference between the inner and outer perimeters?" Zhang Fei replied seriously, "The inner perimeter is the habitat of exotic beasts. The flora and fauna there are completely different from the outer perimeter, and danger lurks everywhere." Xu Yuan thought to himself that the outer perimeter was like the Arctic's surface ice caves, while the inner perimeter resembled the deeper caverns they had explored last time. Unable to resist, he asked, "Why hasn't the Kunlun Mountain Research Institute explored the inner perimeter after all these years?" Tang Yin shook her head gently. "It's not that they haven't tried, it's just too dangerous." Years ago, the commander assembled 6 beast tamer teams to explore District 3. Out of 30 people, only 7 returned. Li Xin's expression was equally grave. "Remember when I told you my story? Ordinary beast tamer teams stand no chance against powerful exotic beasts. They can only flee for their lives. Only the top-ranked elite can venture deep into exploration, but they're too busy with the war zones." Han Ming listened while chewing on a wild fruit. Zhang Fei put away the map and added, "When we faced that ice dragon in the Arctic, Professor Qin assured us that with you there, would be fine. That's the only reason we dared to enter the cave. Otherwise, both our team and Jiang Shao's team would have been wiped out." Xu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. "All right, that's enough rest. Let's keep moving," Zhang Fei said, tucking the map back into his pack and shouldering his gear. Along the way, he explained to Xu Yuan the usual procedures for new recruits, which were similar to their current mission exploring various areas of the Kunlun mountain range. However, most could only reach the edge of the inner perimeter. If they encountered weaker exotic beasts, they could use the opportunity for training, but encountering stronger exotic beasts often meant the annihilation of the entire team. For now, those recruits were still undergoing extensive training at the Research Institute, learning theoretical knowledge and wilderness survival skills. It would take at least a year before they were ready for missions. As the group ventured deeper, the air grew increasingly humid. They pressed on until the sun had completely set. "We'll rest here. Tomorrow morning, we'll continue," Zhang Fei ordered. Li Xian and the others took out simple blankets from their backpacks, clearing away branches and stones on the ground before laying the blankets down. Xu Yuan followed Li Xin's example, while Han Ming gathered dry wood, placing it in the middle of their blankets to set up a small, makeshift campfire. Chewing on a piece of compressed biscuit, Li Xian seemed a little dissatisfied. Just a few days ago, they had feasted on the juicy meat of exotic beasts, but now they were back to eating these bland, compact rations. Zhang Fei understood her frustration. The contrast was indeed stark. "Don't worry, Sister Xian. If we run into another exotic beast, I'll take it down, and we can have a proper barbecue," Zhang Fei said reassuringly. Li Xian flashed a sweet smile and playfully replied, "Hee hee, you're the best, wishing brother. But just the thought is enough to make me happy." Meanwhile, Han Ming, who had eaten plenty of wild fruits earlier, was lying on a blanket, muttering lazily, "Wishing, if we come across an exotic beast, we should probably just run. Losing our lives wouldn't be worth it." Hearing this, Li Xian couldn't help but let out a paw, almost spitting out her biscuit. Zhang Fei quickly finished his biscuit, even though it made him feel slightly choked, and lay down straight. "Get some rest. Li Xian and Tang Yun, you two take the first watch. Han Ming and I will take the second shift. Wishing and Lu Ro, you two can sleep through the night," he instructed. Everyone responded in unison. "Got it." The night in the Kunlun Mountains was exceptionally pure, untainted by the pollution of big cities. The clear night sky was dotted with countless stars, so beautiful that they seemed within reach. Above them, A Kuan was gliding slowly, its wings and tail trailing luminous streaks like shooting stars. The glowing specks flickered briefly before vanishing, only to be replaced by new ones moments later. The night was quiet and still, devoid of any signs of wildlife, with only the occasional calls of birds breaking the silence. Wishing tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. It was his first time spending the night outdoors in the depths of the mountains. He stared at the starry sky for a long while. Zheng Fei had already started snoring about 10 minutes ago. Turning his head, he saw that Li Xian had fallen fast asleep, leaning on Tang Yun's shoulder. Tang Yun sat cross-legged on a blanket, her eyes closed as if meditating. Since he couldn't sleep, Wishing decided to get up and sit beside Tang Yun. He called out softly, Sister Yun, Sister Yun. Without opening her eyes, Tang Yun asked gently, Can't sleep? Yeah, Wishing replied, sitting cross-legged next to her and gazing up at the sky. The night is so beautiful, so peaceful and comforting. I wish it could stay like this forever. Tang Yun was silent for a moment before opening her eyes, her gaze warm and tender. Wishing, what the captain said to you earlier was just to scare you. Huh? Wishing looked puzzled. Our team is really strong, Tang Yun continued. The captain told you those things to remind you to always have a healthy respect for exotic beasts. Among us, I'm the only one lacking in combat ability. Han Ming's exotic beast is quite unique, but he's still young. Given some time, he'll become formidable. Xin is incredibly talented, on par with you. Both she and the captain are capable of hunting exotic beasts on their own. Even if we encounter something we can't defeat, escaping is definitely not a problem. So as long as it's not a particularly rare exotic beast, we can handle it. I hope you understand the captain's good intentions. It was the first time Wishing had heard Tang Yun speak so much in one go. He looked at her with a newfound sense of closeness. I understand, Sister Yun, he said with a soft smile. Tang Yun let out a gentle sigh. I might end up being the one who holds everyone back in the future. Don't say that. Yunar is not a burden. Li Xian, who had woken up at some point, leaned against Tang Yun's shoulder, her eyes filled with determination. Tang Yun smiled faintly, the corners of her eyes crinkling. Li Xian glanced past Tang Yun to look at Wishing. Wishing brother, aren't you going to sleep? You need to rest and recharge, she said. I can't sleep. I'll keep watch with you two lovely ladies, Wishing replied calmly. Li Xian's eyes curved into crescent moons, her face glowing with a smile. She had always loved the way Wishing spoke. Xu Yuan couldn't remember when she had fallen asleep, but the next morning, she was woken up by Han Ming, who had been on night watch. She opened her eyes to a misty view, the air feeling increasingly damp. Zheng Fei had already packed up and, frowning, announced, the fogs rolled in, making the path even harder to traverse. You've got 10 minutes to get ready to move out. Shaking off her drowsiness, Xu Yuan quickly folded her blanket and stuffed it back into her backpack. Han Ming made sure the campfire was fully extinguished, and the group set off deeper into the mountains. The weather in the mountains changed quickly, and by midday, the fog had only just begun to lift. But before it could fully clear, a light rain started to fall, turning the ground into a muddy mess and making the trail even more treacherous. Despite the challenging conditions, no one in the group, including Li Xian and Tang Yun, uttered a single complaint. It was clear they were well accustomed to this environment. As they trudged on, Zheng Fei glanced back and asked, the weather's bad today, so no breaks. Lu Ro, can you keep up? Lu Ro was already exhausted, but she gritted her teeth and replied firmly, I'm fine, Captain. Let's keep going. She knew her role in the team and understood that if she faltered now, she'd have no choice but to return to her old life once this mission was over. Zheng Fei gave her a brief look, but said nothing. The rain finally eased off by evening, but the difficult terrain had delayed their progress significantly. The original plan to reach the edge of the inner zone within 3 days would now likely take an extra day. The rain-soaked ground would only make the journey harder tomorrow. Over the next few days, the team pressed on relentlessly. Though Xu Yuan was visibly fatigued, she kept her composure, while Lu Ro remained silent throughout. Zheng Fei didn't bother suggesting any breaks. By dusk that day, the group finally arrived at the outskirts of the outer zone. Beyond this point lay the inner zone of the 7th sector, forbidden area for humans. The surroundings were damp, with moss growing everywhere. Not far ahead, a slow-moving stream emerged from a dark cave, its waters hiding an ominous mystery. Zheng Fei set down his backpack and announced, we'll rest here for the night. Tomorrow, we enter the inner zone. He walked over to Xu Yuan, pointing toward the shadowy cave from which the stream flowed. Once we go through that cave, it's like stepping into another world. Be prepared tonight. Xu Yuan nodded, her expression tinged with concern. She could sense faint, peculiar presences emanating from within the cave, indescribable and unsettling. As they ventured deeper into the 7th sector, daylight became increasingly scarce, and the environment grew eerier. Along the way, venomous creatures and swarms of insects became a constant presence. At one point, Han Ming, carrying his backpack, crouched by the riverbank and grabbed a snake. Laughing, he walked over to the group, holding it up. Haha, Captain, looks like we've got an extra meal for tonight. Zheng Fei's eyes lit up after days of eating nothing but compressed rations. He was more than ready for something different. Meanwhile, Lu Ro stared in horror at the snake, which was as thick as her wrist, breaking into a cold sweat. Li Xian reassured her, "Don't worry. That snake is more afraid of you than you are of it. To ordinary animals, a beast tamer's presence is pure danger. They wouldn't dare come near you." Li Xian then patted her face and said, "I need to wash up by the river." Tang Yun immediately set her backpack down and followed. "Me too. Wait for me, Xian. Xu Yuan, sitting on the ground, turned to Lu Ro, who was frowning. "Aren't you going? After these past few days, with all the rain and sweat, I imagine you'd want to freshen up a little." "I want to go, but there are snakes in the river." Lu Ro looked at Xu Yuan with innocent wide eyes. Xu Yuan shrugged, "Up to you. If you're scared of snakes, then don't go." Lu Ro hesitated for a moment, but eventually ran over. With Li Xian and Tang Yun there, her fear diminished significantly. "Xu Yuan, come here. I'll teach you how to kill a snake." Han Ming pinned down a snake as Zheng Fei pulled a military knife out of his bag. Zheng Fei moved swiftly and skillfully, cutting off its head, extracting the gallbladder, and skinning it in one fluid motion. Xu Yuan stared in shock. "Captain, is your family in the butchery business?" Xu Yuan asked incredulously. "Of course not. Back when I was at the research institute in Shenangjia, we caught and ate snakes every day. Practice makes perfect," Zheng Fei replied with enthusiasm. "Captain, you handle this. I'll go find a stone pot." Han Ming said excitedly. "Hurry up. This snake is big, get a large pot," Zheng Fei urged. Han Ming found a rock, split it open with a swipe of his leopard-like paw, and carved a hole in the middle with his sharp claws. Xu Yuan muttered to himself, "What a beast." As night fell, the surroundings grew quiet. Since yesterday, there hadn't been the sound of birds, only the crackling of the campfire. A stone pot was placed over the fire, simmering with snake soup. Zheng Fei pulled out a packet of mixed seasonings from his backpack, drooling as he carefully poured it into the pot. He reluctantly discarded the empty packet afterward. Seasonings were treasures in the wilderness. Everyone gathered around the stone pot, clutching their meal boxes with eager eyes except for Lu Ro. Each of them had a military-grade meal box for easy carrying. "It's ready, Captain." Han Ming couldn't hold back any longer, but a stern look from Li Xian stopped him from sneaking a taste. "Come on, everyone, grab a bowl and dig in," Zheng Fei said, gesturing. Han Ming was the quickest, handing over his bowl first. Xu Yuan smiled as he ate, savoring each bite. "This is my first time eating snake meat. It's so good," he exclaimed. "Of course. It's tender and deliciosa, so hot," Zheng Fei replied, chatting with Xu Yuan while eating. Tang Yun squinted and said, "Captain, swallow your food before you talk." Lu Ro frowned, holding her bowl of snake soup, unable to bring herself to eat. Li Xian chuckled softly and said, "Just eat it. It's no big deal. Back then, Yunner and I didn't want to eat it either. But in a place like this, if you don't eat, you'll go hungry." After an internal struggle, Lu Ro finally took a bite. After everyone had their fill, the watch schedule resumed as usual. Xu Yuan, exhausted from the past 2 days, fell asleep right after the meal. Li Xian and Tang Yun sat on either side of the group, keeping watch. Unlike before, vigilance was crucial here. Although they hadn't entered the inner circle yet, occasional sightings of strange beasts were possible. Around 1 a.m., Zheng Fei and Han Ming took over the night watch. Li Xian and Tang Yun, now lying on either side of Xu Yuan, slept soundly. Zheng Fei sat on a rock, smoking, his eyes scanning the surroundings cautiously. Suddenly, a crisp, rhythmic chirping sound came from the river, brief but distinct. Zheng Fei practically sprang up, standing firmly on a rock, his gaze fixed intently in the direction of the sound. Han Ming frowned and glanced at Zheng Fei. "Captain, could we really be this unlucky?" At that moment, Xu Yuan, who had been fast asleep, suddenly opened his eyes wide upon hearing the sound. He quickly rolled over and stood up, his voice tinged with panic. "What was that sound?" Zheng Fei cast a quick glance at Xu Yuan, thinking to himself, "This kid, is he really this sensitive to strange beasts?" Tang Yun, stirred awake by Xu Yuan's voice, rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up. "What's going on?" Xu Yuan was about to reply, but noticed Zheng Fei shaking his head at him. Relaxing his tense posture, Xu Yuan softly said to Tang Yun, "Nothing, Sister Yun. I just had a bad dream. Go back to sleep." Tang Yun groggily murmured in acknowledgement and rolled over, lying back down. After confirming that Tang Yun had fallen asleep again, Xu Yuan leapt onto the rock where Zheng Fei stood. "Captain, what's going on?" Zheng Fei frowned and replied, "Not sure. It sounds like mandarin ducks. But how could there be mandarin ducks here?" Xu Yuan tilted his head, recalling some information in his mind. "Some strange beasts can make peculiar sounds. Should we check it out?" Zheng Fei was about to refuse Xu Yuan's offer to go along, but then seemed to reconsider. Turning to Han Ming, he said, "Han Ming, stay here and don't move, no matter what happens." Han Ming nodded firmly. "Yes, Captain." During missions, team members were required to follow the captain's orders without question. Zheng Fei patted Xu Yuan on the shoulder. "Stay close to me. With that, he leapt off the rock, and Xu Yuan followed right behind him. The two moved cautiously toward the river. They were now in a dense forest of rocks and trees, with only faint moonlight filtering through the canopy above. The river was less than 10 meters away from their current position. Pushing aside some tall grass, they found themselves facing a 20-meter-wide river. There were no trees in this spot, allowing the moonlight to shine directly onto the water, making the surface shimmer beautifully. Xu Yuan looked upstream, where the river emerged from a cave in the mountains. The cave was about 100 meters away, and under the moonlight, its dark entrance was clearly visible. Suddenly, a strange chirping sound echoed again. Chirp, 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 chirp. This time, both Zheng Fei and Xu Yuan heard it clearly. The sound was coming from the water near the cave entrance. Zheng Fei muttered under his breath. Damn it, just our luck. He knew their plan had been to enter the cave in the morning. This river flowed from the inner zone through the cave, and the only way to navigate the cave was via the water route. Xu Yuan seemed to guess what Zheng Fei was thinking and whispered, Captain, can't we just fly over the mountain and bypass the cave? Zheng Fei sighed. Don't even think about it. The airborne beasts are even more dangerous, and only Tang Yun and I have the ability to deal with aerial threats. I'm not risking the entire team like that. Xu Yuan kept his eyes locked on the direction of the strange sound. Then there's only one option left, Captain. Zheng Fei looked at Xu Yuan and stayed silent for a long moment before finally speaking. Let's check out what it is first. If the two of us can handle it, we'll take it down tonight. Maybe we can add it to tomorrow's breakfast. Xu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. That's exactly what I was waiting to hear. Zheng Fei stepped ahead of Xu Yuan. Stick close behind me. We'll approach quietly along the riverbank. Xu Yuan nodded. Got it. The bright moonlight cascaded down, turning the river's surface into a silvery, silk-like sheen. The moonlight illuminated everything clearly, except for the pitch-black entrance of the cave, which remained shrouded in darkness. Strange plants surrounded the cave's entrance, occasionally emitting faint glimmers of light, as if fireflies were dancing among them. The peculiar chirping sound continued to echo in their ears, never fading. The two moved cautiously along the riverbank, with Zheng Fei taking slow, deliberate steps, his gaze fixed in the direction of the sound. Xu Yuan sensed the unique aura of a mystical beast, his brows furrowing slightly. When they were less than 10 meters away, Zheng Fei stopped and whispered, I see it. Xu Yuan frowned slightly and looked up at Zheng Fei, noticing that his eyes had turned into glowing yellow tiger eyes, faintly luminescent in the night. This was a partial beast transformation, a skill Xu Yuan had yet to master. Zheng Fei squinted and stepped forward, disturbing the creature in the river. Ripples spread across the water, and a golden-red dorsal fin surfaced. Under the moonlight, Xu Yuan finally saw the creature clearly a massive fish, about 4 or 5 meters long, with a shimmering golden-red body. The most bizarre thing was its physique was identical to that of a human. A human-faced fish, a kairu. Xu Yuan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. This creature was highly prized, as legend had it that eating its flesh could ward off illnesses. Xu Yuan, freeze the river. Zheng Fei called out, his face brimming with excitement. Xu Yuan, too, recognized the kairu. These creatures were known to live in groups, and capturing a lone one was a rare opportunity. Acting swiftly, Xu Yuan focused, and Zheng Fei immediately felt the temperature around them plummet. In the next moment, Xu Yuan transformed into a dragon, standing atop the river as the water beneath him rapidly froze. Boom! Zheng Fei's feet launched him into the air, completing his beast transformation mid-leap, leaving a crater in the rocky ground where he had stood. With his tiger-like fists, he struck the kairu with tremendous force. Their movements were perfectly synchronized. The kairu let out a sharp, eerie cry, and Zheng Fei seized the opportunity to grab its 2 whiskers near its mouth. You're coming out, he roared. With a mighty pull, he yanked the kairu out of the frozen river and slammed it onto the ice with a deafening crash. Xu Yuan spread his arms, and countless ice arrows materialized behind him. Captain, move aside. I'll turn it into a pincushion. Zheng Fei lightly tapped his feet on the ice, retreating swiftly to the riverbank. With a whoosh, an unrelenting barrage of ice arrows rained down upon the kairu. Its golden-red scales shimmered faintly, as though coated in a layer of metal. The arrows struck its body with metallic clangs. What so tough? Xu Yuan exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief at the fish's resilience. As the kairu's body radiated faint light, Zheng Fei sprang into action. Leaping high into the air, he brought his feet together and descended with explosive force. Boom! The impact shattered the ice, sending shards flying everywhere. Xu Yuan felt the ice beneath him quake, as an uncanny energy surged up from the river below. Alarmed, he shouted at Zheng Fei. Captain, there's something wrong with this river, the ice is melting. What did you just say? Zheng Fei turned his head, his tiger eyes wide with surprise. Though their battle had been brief, the kairu seemed momentarily stunned by their relentless attacks. Taking advantage of Zheng Fei's distraction, it suddenly lashed its heavy tail against the ice with a resounding crack. Its entire body launched into the air, its eerie human-like face locking eyes with the two of them. Zhang Fei quickly retreated and slid to Xu Yuan's side. At that moment, Xu Yuan was staring at the ground, clearly sensing the ice below rapidly melting. "Look up," Zhang Fei said, his tone calm and emotionless. Xu Yuan lifted his head and saw the crimson Qi Ru hovering in the air. Its massive body was swelling like a balloon, as if something was about to burst from its mouth. The creature looked on the verge of exploding, with blood and flesh visible at the base of its scales. Bang! Bang! Two muffled blasts echoed as two water projectiles, each about half a meter in diameter, shot out of its mouth. Xu Yuan instinctively raised his hands to catch one, but Zhang Fei shouted, "Don't catch it directly." The water projectiles moved at such speed that there was barely any time to react. One of them struck Xu Yuan square in the abdomen, sending him flying backwards with tremendous force. A glint of seriousness flashed in Zhang Fei's eyes. He crossed his palms in front of him, mustering all his strength to block the other water projectile aimed at him. Xu Yuan felt as though he were being propelled backward by a cannonball. A sharp pain radiated from his abdomen. Clenching his teeth, he wrapped his arms tightly around the water projectile. His sharp claws dug into the ice beneath him, producing a piercing sound as they scraped against the surface. As the water sphere on his stomach began to freeze, Xu Yuan's momentum finally halted. He coughed violently, tossing the frozen sphere aside, and collapsed onto his knees on the ice, his pale face etched with pain. Looking up, he realized he had been pushed over 10 meters away from Zhang Fei. Holding his abdomen, Xu Yuan rose to his feet, his eyes burning with intense, killing intent. The ice beneath the Qi Ru had completely melted, forming a hole in the surface that continued to expand. The creature's human-like face showed no emotion as it extended its head, staring at the two men in an eerily unsettling scene. Without taking his eyes off the Qi Ru, Zhang Fei asked, "Are you all right, Xu Yuan?" "I'm fine, Captain. Don't interfere, I'm going to kill this thing myself," Xu Yuan said as he approached Zhang Fei. Hearing this, Zhang Fei turned to look at him. Those ice-blue dragon eyes of Xu Yuan's were filled with murderous intent. Deciding to let him handle it, Zhang Fei leaped to the riverbank to observe the fight. With a loud slap, the Qi Ru's tail struck the water, propelling it back into the air. It seemed intent on repeating its previous attack. Narrowing his eyes, Xu Yuan's dragon horns atop his head began to glow. Meanwhile, back at the campfire, Li Xian and the others had been awakened by the sounds of battle. They turned their attention in the direction of the commotion. "Is everyone awake?" Han Ming asked, glancing back. "Yes. Let's go check it out," Li Xian replied. Han Ming took the lead, running towards the source of the sounds, with the others following closely behind. Zhang Fei had left him at the camp to protect the others, but now that everyone was awake, it was time to lend a hand. Back at the river, the ice beneath Xu Yuan's feet had almost completely melted. He summoned the power of extreme frost to refreeze the surface. Placing both hands on the ice, he locked his gaze on the bloated Qi Ru in the air. With a low shout, he commanded, "Ice spike." At his word, a massive ice spike erupted from the frozen surface, resembling a giant spear. The sharp tip pierced straight through the Qi Ru's entire body. Golden red blood dripped down the ice, glistening as it slid. Han Ming and the others arrived just in time to witness this scene. The enormous ice spike, like the horn of a narwhal, had skewered the grotesque, massive fish clean through. Xu Yuan's breathing was labored as his dragon transformation began to fade. The river water was unervingly strangite had taken a tremendous amount of energy just to freeze it. Using his abilities on ice formed from this water consumed even more strength. Under the moonlight, Tang Yun could finally make out the shape of the fish and frowned slightly. Was it a Qi Ru? Its human-like face was no longer recognizable, and its body had been pierced through completely. Wishing leaped back onto the shore and said to the captain, "My ice melts quickly. Let's wait for its body to fall." Zhang Fei glanced at Wishing, his eyes carrying a hint of meaning, and nodded slightly. Li Xian asked with concern, "Are you okay, Wishing?" "I'm fine, Sister Xian, just a bit drained," Wishing replied, rubbing his stomach. After mastering the ice dragon, his physique had been steadily improving. The pain from being hit by the water cannon earlier had already subsided and would likely vanish completely soon. Zhang Fei stared at the Qi Ru suspended in midair, its body impaled, and his brows furrowed deeply. "You all take Wishing back to rest. Han Ming, come with me." With that, Zhang Fei headed straight toward the dark cave entrance. "Yes." Han Ming followed without hesitation. Lu Ro, her eyes red from lack of rest, picked up Wishing's jacket from the ground and handed it to him. "Here, Brother Wishing." Li Xian naturally took the jacket, intending to help support Wishing, but he raised his hand to decline. "I'm fine, Sister Xian, not that fragile." Li Xian smiled knowingly. When they returned to the camp, the bonfire had already gone out. Li Xian gathered some dry wood from around the area, conjured a small flame in her right hand, and reignited the fire. Wishing took a sip of water, slowly regaining his strength, as the three beautiful women stayed by his side. About half an hour later, Zhang Fei and Han Ming returned. Han Ming was dragging the Chi Ru by its tail and casually tossed it next to the camp. Zheng Fei sat down by the fire, his expression grave. Han Ming and I explored the cave just now. The situation isn't good. What happened? Li Xian asked, frowning. Zheng Fei let out a long sigh, pulled a cigarette from his bag, and lit it using the fire. There's a group of Chi Ru in the cave. Wishing and Li Xian were both taken aback. Zheng Fei rubbed his temples, his face heavy with worry. Wishing, you mentioned earlier that the river water seemed off. It's probably because of those creatures. Han Ming shrugged and roughly estimated. There are about 20 to 30 of them. Zheng Fei ran his fingers through his hair, his cigarette barely offering any comfort. The group fell silent, unable to come up with a solution. If there were only a few, their team could handle it easily. But with such numbers, the mere thought was daunting. Han Ming, ever carefree, sat on a nearby rock and joked, you guys should rest first and think about how to cook this exotic fish tomorrow. Zheng Fei shot him a glare. All you ever think about is food. But with no immediate ideas, he waved a hand and told Li Xian and the others to rest. Get some sleep. We'll figure it out tomorrow. Their responses were muted, clearly drained. That night, none of them slept well, each preoccupied with thoughts of how to navigate the cave the next day. Only Lu Ro, lying on the blanket and hugging her backpack, slept soundly. The next morning, the sky was overcast, heavy with dark clouds. A giant kuan swam through the layers of clouds, while several large pieces of fish meat sizzled over the campfire, releasing a tantalizing aroma. Han Ming, not far away, was skillfully dissecting the crimson RU with a small knife. He looked up and called out, Captain, what should we do with these fish scales? Zheng Fei, busy turning the fish over the fire, ignored him. Han Ming pouted and muttered under his breath. And he says I only care about eatings worse than me. Zheng Fei snapped. What did you just say, you little punk? Li Xian yawned and leaned listlessly on Xu Yuan's shoulder. Tang Yun frowned slightly, lost in thought. After a while, the fish was nearly done cooking. Lu Ro rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up, asking, is it morning yet? The group remained silent. Zheng Fei cracked a smile and said, lucky girl, come eat. Still half asleep, Lu Ro sat on the blanket, her eyes unfocused. The meat of the exotic beast was incredibly tender and flavorful, requiring no seasoning. As they ate, they could feel a surge of strength coursing through their bodies, more invigorating than any energy supplement. The three men, having been the main force in taking down the fish, soon ate their fill, their stomachs round. Zheng Fei leaned against a rock, burping contentedly. All right, let's hear everyone's ideas. A full stomach helps with brainstorming. Xu Yuan looked at Zheng Fei and suggested, Captain, how about we have Brother Han make us invisible and sneak through? Han Ming shook his head. No way. I can't maintain it for that long. It'll take a lot of time to get through the cave. Li Xian chimed in, exactly. When we came here a few years ago with the captain, it took forever to get through that cave. Xu Yuan scratched his head. Then I guess my other idea won't work either. I was thinking of freezing the whole river and just running across. Zheng Fei's face darkened. Why don't you train for a few more years first? Do you have any idea how much energy it'd take to freeze an entire river? Then, reconsidering, he realized Xu Yuan didn't even know what the cave looked like inside. The group was stumped. They couldn't fly over the mountain, and trying to cross directly would mean facing attacks from the Crimson RU swarm. They were at an impasse. Han Ming rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What if we wait? Maybe the RU will leave, and then we can cross. Zheng Fei's frustration flared. Wait, what if they stay here for a year or more? Are we supposed to camp out here that long? Li Xian rolled her eyes at Han Ming. Honestly, that's the dumbest thing I've heard all day. Han Ming turned away, sulking. Lu Ro listened to their discussion, a sense of admiration growing in her heart. None of them had even considered retreating. Zheng Fei smoked several cigarettes, fully aware that danger was an inevitable part of their mission. Snuffing out his cigarette, he stood up and declared, there's one last option. We take a gamble. Xu Yuan and the others stood as well, waiting for Zheng Fei to explain further. After entering the territory of the red fish-like creatures, Zheng Fei turned to Han Ming and said, you lead us past them with your invisibility. Your ability can conceal both our presence and aura. When you can't hold on any longer, Li Xian, I remember your teleportation can be used multiple times in succession. Try to take us as far away as possible. If we still can't escape their range, Tang Yun, we'll fly out together. After laying out the plan, Zheng Fei glanced at the group. Except for Lu Ro, who looked a bit confused, everyone else had a determined look in their eyes, silently accepting the plan. Lu Ro, only familiar with wish-granting abilities and exotic beasts, had no idea how strong the others were. Han Ming reassured her. Don't worry, Sister Xian, I'll hold on as long as I can. Normally, this remark would have been met with teasing from Li Xian, but at this moment, she wasn't in the mood for jokes. Zheng Fei raised an eyebrow and asked, any objections? Seeing everyone remain silent, Zheng Fei slung his backpack over his shoulder and decisively said, then let's move out. The six of them headed toward the cave entrance. Beyond this cave lay a world full of strange wonders. From a distance, the cave entrance appeared dark and foreboding. but upon approaching, they noticed that some plants inside emitted a faint glow, almost completely covering the stone walls. Zheng Fei gave the command, "Into the water." The group tightened their backpacks and followed him as he jumped into the water. Lu Rou felt a wave of nervousness just yesterday. She had watched Han Ming catch a large snake in this very river, and the memory made her uneasy. Gritting her teeth, she followed the others into the water. The river was icy cold. Zheng Fei led the way, while Lu Rou, not being a strong swimmer, lagged behind. After nearly an hour of swimming, Han Ming spoke up. "Captain, it seems like the red creatures are moving deeper." Zheng Fei nodded in response. Yesterday they discovered the group of creatures within half an hour. Now it's been almost an hour, and we still haven't sensed them, which means they're swimming further in." A few minutes later, the river began to shallow, and the group transitioned from swimming to walking. The water now reached Xu Yuan's waist and came up to Lu Rou's chest. The surroundings grew increasingly damp, with dark moss spreading across the stone walls alongside the glowing plants. Han Ming quietly called out, "Captain." Zheng Fei nodded, as everyone could feel the presence of a group of exotic creatures not far ahead. Zheng Fei signaled to Han Ming with his eyes, and Han Ming immediately extended his hand. The group understood the gesture. Xu Yuan took Li Xian's hand. Li Xian held onto Tang Yun, and Tang Yun grabbed the hand of Lu Rou at the back. Slowly, their figures and auras faded away until nothing remained visible, leaving only ripples in the water. In the faint light, Xu Yuan could clearly see a group of enormous red creatures gathered together, most of their bodies floating above the water with only their mouths submerged. All of them had their eyes closed, seemingly resting. Han Ming led the group cautiously past them, moving at a painstakingly slow pace to minimize the ripples caused by their movement. Lu Rou's heart was pounding in her chest as she held her breath, her delicate features tense with anxiety. The red creatures formed an endless line in the river, stretching far into the distance. Xu Yuan had no time to count their numbers everywhere he looked. It was just an unbroken sea of red bodies. As the group proceeded with extreme care, an abrupt and unfamiliar aura suddenly broke into the scene. Han Ming froze for a brief moment, but quickly regained his composure and continued leading the team forward. Xu Yuan sensed an unusual presence, not a mythical beast, but an ordinary animal. Instinctively, he looked up, and under the faint light, a massive snake, thicker than a water barrel, was coiled around the stone pillar above them, its enormous body writhing slowly. "SHD, Xu Yuan cursed silently, his hair standing on end. The group tacitly remained silent, fearing to alarm the colossal creature, and even more worried that Lu Rou might break down on the spot if she saw it. Han Ming's strength was waning as his grip tightened slightly. Zheng Fei immediately understood and gently squeezed Xu Yuan's hand, passing the signal down the line to Lu Rou at the back. Ahead, they could see normal river water. The group was about to pass through the shoal of red fish-like creatures, the Qi. Just as Han Ming breathed a sigh of relief, the invisibility effect on the group began to fade. Without hesitation, Li Xin's eyes turned fox-like, her pupils flashing with a glint. In the next moment, Xu Yuan felt a blur in his vision, and suddenly, they were 100 meters away. Chirp, 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 chirp. The moment they teleported, the Qi shoal erupted into chaos. Their eerie calls echoed through the cave as they swarmed toward the group. At the same time, the giant snake above them went berserk, lunging toward them with a chilling hiss. Lu Rou's face turned ashen as she witnessed everything from the back of the group, terror written all over her expression. Li Xin's face was grim as she performed several more teleports in succession. However, the Qi moved with alarming speed, their grotesque fish bodies with human-like faces emitting unsettling sounds that sent chills down everyone's spine. Above them, the giant snake, at least 100 meters long, pursued them relentlessly. "Damn it!" Zheng Fei cursed angrily. A blue light flashed around Xu Yuan as he quickly froze the river water behind Lu Rou. "Tang Yun!" Zheng Fei shouted, sprouting a pair of wings from his back. Tang Yun also extended a pair of green wings that gently flapped. Zheng Fei grabbed Han Ming and Xu Yuan, while Tang Yun carried Li Xian and Lu Rou, lifting them out of the water. From the air, Xu Yuan could see clearly that his ice froze the river momentarily, but melted instantly when the Qi approached, as if it were made of tofu. It melted far faster than it had the previous night, and he surmised it must be due to the sheer number of Qi. While a single one couldn't overcome his ice, the combined force of the swarm was terrifying. As they ascended, the group drew closer to the mountain peak, and the colossal body of the giant snake became even more vivid. Lu Rou's lips turned pale, and tears welled up in her eyes. Ahead, Zheng Fei and Tang Yun flew swiftly, while behind them, the frenzied Qi and the massive snake gave chase. Han Ming's forehead was drenched in sweat, yet he burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! Captain, this is way more thrilling than the battlefield." Not just Han Ming, but Zheng Fei, Li Xian, and Tang Yun all had smiles on their faces. Xu Yuan's heart raced. but the faint smile tugging at his lips revealed that he, too, was enjoying every moment of it. Lu Ro, don't close your eyes. Open them and take a look. Xu Yuan's grin grew wider. I don't want to. I don't want to. Lu Ro screamed in terror, while the others erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. The cave was dim and shadowy, with faint glimmers of fireflies flickering on the stone walls. Above, a massive serpent twisted and writhed forward, its lantern-like eyes glowing with an eerie light. Boom, boom, boom. From the river, the crimson fish-like creatures, the Chi-Ru, launched water projectiles, hundreds of them raining down like a storm of bullets. Zheng Fei and Tang Yun, seasoned warriors from the battlefield, relied on their sharp instincts to dodge the incoming blasts effortlessly. Crash, crash, crash. The immense force of the water projectiles struck the cave walls, shattering stones and sending debris flying everywhere. The serpent's slithering body above made a sinister rustling sound, chilling everyone to the bone. One water projectile struck the serpent directly, tearing through its body like paper. With a pained thud, the massive creature fell from the ceiling, its anguished cry echoing throughout the cavern. The strange, piercing sound continued even as it plunged into the water, and without hesitation, it resumed its pursuit of Xu Yuan and the others. Xu Yuan, carried midair by Zheng Fei, kept his eyes fixed on the giant serpent, his brows furrowed. It seems like it's trying to escape, he muttered. Hearing this, Li Xan turned her gaze to the serpent and was startled to notice a look of fear in its glowing eyes. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless water projectiles tore more bloody holes into the serpent's body. Yet, instead of slowing down, it sped up, thrashing its massive frame through the river with terrifying speed, its gaping maw wide open. Holy crap, Zheng Fei exclaimed, his eyes widening as he watched the serpent streak past beneath them with astonishing swiftness. Captain, Xu Yuan shouted urgently, sensing the serpent was about to overtake them. Zheng Fei immediately understood and dove toward the river, landing on the serpent's back. Brother Snake, if you're escaping, we're coming with you, he called out. The three of them landed steadily on the serpent's slick, writhing body. Tang Yun followed closely, grabbing Li Xian and Lu Ro as they descended. Facing the swarm of Chi-Ru in the river behind them, the group couldn't help but feel a rush of adrenaline, smiles lingering on their faces. The serpent's slime-coated body was slippery, and its rapid movements made it hard to maintain balance. If not for their skills as beast tamers, they might have been thrown off entirely. Boom, boom. Another series of water projectiles came hurtling toward them. Zheng Fei stepped forward, shielding the group, his palms transforming into tiger claws. With a single strike, he swatted one of the projectiles away. Grinning, he called out, Brother Snake, you get us out of here, and I'll keep these guys off your back for now. The serpent let out a hiss in response, as if acknowledging his words. The Chi-Ru swarm pursued them relentlessly, their eerie, human-like faces surfacing repeatedly in the water. Zheng Fei stood near the serpent's tail, his towering frame exuding a sense of safety that reassured the others. It was then that Xu Yuan realized the serpent shared their goal, to escape this place. However, its presence had inadvertently alerted the Chi-Ru, dragging it into the chaos alongside them. Tang Yun glanced at the serpent's bloodied wounds and shook her head slightly. This snake isn't going to make it, she said softly. What a shame, Brother Snake. Zheng Fei, without turning back, replied in a tone devoid of pity, his focus unwavering. The serpent's movements grew slower and more labored. Just then, Han Ming shouted, Captain, I see the exit. The group turned toward his voice and spotted a faint white light piercing through the darkness ahead. Li Xian, Zheng Fei called out, swatting another water projectile aside. Can you still teleport? Teleportation was already taxing, and with the strain of carrying so many people and performing it multiple times earlier, Li Xian's answer would be crucial. Even someone as strong as Li Xian was beginning to struggle at this moment. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, I can jump one more time, right in front of that snake. Xu Yuan, Zheng Fei shouted loudly. Xu Yuan understood the captain's intention and had a general idea of Zheng Fei's strategy. The giant snake beneath them gradually stopped moving. The six of them held hands, and in a dizzying moment, they suddenly found themselves suspended in midair. Xu Yuan's entire body emitted an icy blue glow, and the river beneath them froze instantly. The power of extreme frost spread outward rapidly, heading straight for the exit. The group landed steadily on the frozen surface, while the giant snake behind them remained motionless. Xu Yuan could clearly feel that the snake's presence had completely vanished. Ahead of them, the scarlet fish-like creature opened its jaws and mercilessly devoured the corpse of the giant snake. Bright red snake blood dyed the river crimson. The 10 scarlet creatures, undeterred by the fallen snake, continued their relentless pursuit of the group. Run now, someone shouted. Everyone clutched their backpacks tightly and sprinted across the ice. Lu Ro, being slower, was quickly hoisted onto Zheng Fei's shoulder as he dashed forward. Near Xu Yuan, Li Xian's breathing grew labored, and her strength was nearly depleted. Sis Xian. Xu Yuan frowned slightly, grabbing her hand and pulling her into his arms. Li Xian wrapped her arms around Xu Yuan's neck, her slightly parted lips gasping for air. A faint smile played on her lips as she teased. With everyone here, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Sis Xian, there's a time and place for jokes. Xu Yuan said, his lips twitching as his gaze remained fixed on the ever-brightening light ahead. Han Ming led the way at the front, while Zheng Fei, carrying Lu Rou, brought up the rear. As he ran, he shouted, "Sorry, Brother Snake. I'll come back and set up a memorial for you later." The scarlet creatures were closing in fast. The ice beneath their feet began to melt rapidly under the creatures' pursuit. Xu Yuan continued running, holding Li Xian tightly. Everyone except Lu Rou was laughing. Xu Yuan even shouted, "Captain, if I were that snake, I'd make sure to bite you one last time before I died." Laughter erupted. Ahead, the river water kept freezing, but the ice behind them melted just as quickly. The scarlet creatures let out eerie cries, determined not to stop until they caught their prey. "Once we exit the cave, everyone jump to the right. Get away from the water first." Zheng Fei shouted. "Got it." The group responded in unison. The white light at the cave's exit grew brighter and brighter. Xu Yuan watched as Han Ming and Tang Yun disappeared into the light. The next moment, holding Li Xian tightly, he charged out of the cave. The sudden intense light blinded him, leaving him dizzy and unable to see anything. With a forceful push off his left foot, he leaped to the right, landing with Li Xian on a soft patch of grass with a muffled thud. Still unable to see, Xu Yuan rolled over onto the grass, his arms falling limply to his sides. His right hand seemed to touch something soft. "Who is it?" Li Xian's startled voice rang out beside him, making Xu Yuan quickly withdraw his hand in alarm. After a long moment, his vision gradually returned, and he sat up, only to find Li Xian looking at him with a mischievous grin. She leaned in close to his face, raising an eyebrow playfully. "Next time you want to touch, just let me know. No need for all the sneaky moves." "I didn't mean to." Xu Yuan's face flushed red as he thought to himself. "No one's going to believe me now, no matter what I say." Xu Yuan glanced to the side. Zheng Fei stood nearby. Tang Yun was seated, taking a break, while Han Ming lay sprawled on the ground. Lu Rou's face was pale, and she was panting heavily, as if still shaken from the earlier ordeal. It was only then that Xu Yuan noticed their surroundings. Before them stretched a vast lake, shimmering like a sapphire set amidst towering mountains. The surface was as still as a mirror, shrouded in layers of mist that gave the place a dreamlike quality. Several streams branched out from the lake, one of which was the river they had followed to get here. Verdant peaks surrounded them, their midsections cloaked in snow that glinted gold under the sunlight. Along the lake's edge, countless unfamiliar birds and beasts roamed, and even some faintly breathing exotic creatures could be seen. Looking up, Xu Yuan noticed Li Xian standing beside him, a faint smile playing on her lips. Following her gaze, he saw something astonishing, a massive waterfall at one end of the lake. Strangely, the waterfall defied gravity, flowing upward along the mountain and disappearing into the sky. At its peak, the cascading water formed a circular rainbow that spiraled around the top. Above it, the sun hung high, encircled by a magnificent halo. Turning his head slightly, Xu Yuan caught sight of a giant Kuan, a mythical creature, gliding gracefully above the Kunlun mountain range. The entire scene was breathtakingly beautiful, as though every otherworldly wonder had converged in this one place. Lu Rou stared at the inverted waterfall in awe, her mouth agape. "It's so beautiful," she exclaimed. Tang Yun smiled softly and explained, "Everyone is stunned the first time they see it." Zheng Fei took a deep breath and reminded the group, "We've reached our destination. This is the edge of the inner circle of the seventh zone. See that lake? It constantly flows outward, yet no water ever flows into it." He continued, "Some professors have speculated there might be exotic creatures in the lake, but no one has dared to investigate." Xu Yuan remained in awe of nature's unparalleled artistry. The stark contrast between the damp, gloomy cave they had traversed earlier and the breathtaking scenery before them was almost surreal. Zheng Fei had mentioned that the weather within the inner circle could shift dramatically, sometimes cycling through all 4 seasons in a single day. Theories about the phenomenon range from magnetic fields to the influence of exotic beasts, but no one knew for sure. After all, only beast tamers dared to venture here. Ordinary people were strictly forbidden. Xu Yuan glanced at the river nearby, noting that the red carp-like creatures they had encountered earlier were nowhere to be seen. Stretching lazily, Li Xian smiled and said, "The sun feels great. Captain, why don't we rest here for a while before moving on?" Zheng Fei nodded. "All right, everyone, take some time to recover. We'll need to be at our best for the journey ahead." The group lay down on the grass to rest, but Xu Yuan remained standing, his gaze fixed on the horizon. His expression was thoughtful, as if lost in deep contemplation. Zheng Fei's gaze swept over the group before finally landing on Xu Yuan. He waved towards Xu Yuan, who was standing nearby. "Xu Yuan, come take a break." Xu Yuan seemed to awaken from a deep thought. He slowly walked over and sat cross-legged. His eyes remained fixed on the distant horizon, as if something had caught his attention. Li Xian quietly moved closer and asked softly, "What are you thinking about?" Rubbing his eyes, Xu Yuan replied in a calm tone, "I can't describe it. There's this strange feeling, like the presence of many exotic beasts swirling in my mind." His words immediately caught Li Xian and Zheng Fei's attention, and they exchanged a meaningful glance. Xu Yuan, however, paid no mind to their reaction. He stood up and stretched his limbs. Zheng Fei pulled a map from his backpack, and everyone gathered around. Pointing to a tributary of the lake, he explained, "Our destination is here. The earth borers prefer rocky environments, so we'll avoid the central lake area and pass through here. The plan is to set up camp near the target before sunset and search for traces of the earth borers tomorrow." Turning to Lu Ro, Zheng Fei asked with concern, "Lu Ro, the journey ahead will be tough. Will you manage?" Lu Ro nodded firmly. "No problem, Captain." She silently resolved to perform well during this training mission and secure her place on the team. Han Ming stretched lazily and grumbled, "This mission is a real drag. Let's hope things go more smoothly from here." As Zheng Fei folded the map, he nodded in agreement. "You're not wrong. When the scouting team came here before, there were definitely no crimson eels in the cave, maybe just one giant snake. The scouting team wasn't particularly strong, but even that snake wouldn't dare act recklessly. All right, let's move out." Zheng Fei's command set everyone into action, and they left the grassy area behind. The mountains were tranquil and shrouded in mist, cloaking everything in an air of mystery. Along the way, Zheng Fei continued explaining things to Xu Yuan and Lu Ro. Even at their pace, it would take at least 3 days to traverse the edge of the inner region, assuming they didn't encounter any exotic beasts. Further in lay the forbidden zone for beast tamers. This trip also included the task of finding a second exotic beast for Li Xian, so they would venture slightly deeper, relying entirely on luck for success. Following their plan, the team bypassed the massive lake and reached the target tributary without incident. The tributary meandered like a crystalline stream, and ahead, 2 mountain peaks joined to form a natural archway through which the river flowed. Lu Ro frowned at the sight of the cave, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. Curious, Xu Yuan moved closer to examine it. He noticed faint glimmers dotting the cave walls, tiny bioluminescent organisms he had never seen before. The cave was littered with fallen rocks, and the river wove its way through the stones. The group carefully traversed the rocky terrain. The archway wasn't very deep, and the exit was clearly visible, where sunlight streamed in, creating a breathtaking scene. Emerging from the archway, the vegetation grew increasingly sparse. The stones in the river were polished smooth by the water, some even gleaming with a jade-like luster. Along the way, Zheng Fei frequently checked in with Xu Yuan about his sensory perception, as Xu Yuan's ability to detect exotic beasts far surpassed that of the others. By the time the sun set, they hadn't sensed the presence of any strange beasts. Ordinary animals were scarce as well. The river eventually formed a pool at the base of a nearby mountain. The team now found themselves in a barren area, devoid of vegetation, surrounded only by scattered rocks and towering cliffs above. Zheng Fei gazed at the pool in the distance and decided they would rest nearby for the night. He turned to Han Ming and said, "Find a spot, but don't get too close to the pool." Han Ming responded swiftly, "Understood, Captain." He dropped his backpack and, as quick as the wind, leapt across the rocks, disappearing from sight. The remaining members rested where they were, waiting for Han Ming's return. Zheng Fei had mentioned before that Han Ming was an expert in scouting and tracking, having joined the team 3 years before Xu Yuan. His strange beast abilities were still not fully developed. Before long, Han Ming reappeared from behind a rock. "Captain, there's a collapsed area up ahead that's formed a natural shelter. I've checked it out, no danger." Zheng Fei nodded. With nightfall approaching, he stood up and headed in Han Ming's direction. As Han Ming had described, a shallow cave had formed in the cliffside, creating a natural hideout. Zheng Fei ran his hand along the rocky surface, his brow furrowing. "This doesn't look like a natural collapse site, seems like something smashed into it." Han Ming froze for a moment and asked, "There aren't any strange beasts around here, are there?" "I didn't sense anything." Zheng Fei turned to Xu Yuan, who was standing at the cave's entrance, pointing toward the distant pool. "There's one in that pool. It's too far to sense clearly, but it feels strong." Han Ming's lips twitched. "You can sense it from this far? You're a monster yourself." Xu Yuan gave a wry smile. "There's no vegetation around here, not even branches to start a fire. Looks like we'll be spending the night without one." The 6 of them leaned against the rocky walls to rest. Seeing Xu Yuan deep in thought, Tang Yun couldn't help but ask, "Xu Yuan, what's on your mind?" Xu Yuan replied, "I'm wondering what kind of strange beast is in that water." Tang Yun chuckled lightly. "There are so many types of aquatic strange beasts. How could you possibly guess?" Li Xian also smiled softly. "Xu Yuan, you've been tense ever since we got here." Xu Yuan sighed and gave a helpless smile. "People are always afraid of the unknown. I'm no exception. I'm just not used to this place." As they nibbled on compressed biscuits and chatted, the mood lightened slightly. The cave was cramped and poorly ventilated. After eating, Zheng stepped outside to smoke. Xu Yuan, feeling stifled, followed him out. Want one? Zheng offered a cigarette from his jacket pocket. Xu Yuan waved it off. No thanks, I don't smoke. Don't waste it on me. Who knows when we'll get back? You should save them for yourself, Captain. Zheng lit his cigarette, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Good kid. You're considerate, I'll give you that. The night deepened. Han Ming and Tang Yun were assigned to take the first watch, while Zheng and Li Xian would take over in the second half of the night. Xu Yuan and Lu Rou had offered to help, but Zheng had declined. His reasoning was, it's your first mission. We don't make the rookies stand watch, it's a little perk. Outside, it was eerily quiet, without a single sound. The moonlight illuminated the dark night like a silvery glow. Suddenly, a piercing cry, eerily similar to a baby's wail, shattered the silence. Xu Yuan jolted awake, shivering. The others were startled awake as well. After arriving here, everyone seemed somewhat tense, and their sleep became unusually light. A strange noise echoed nearby, prompting Xu Yuan to slap his face with both hands and hurriedly crawl out of the cave. Zheng, with a cigarette between his fingers, stared intently at the distant pond with a grave expression, thinking to himself, this damn thing just won't let us rest, choosing to stir up trouble in the middle of the night. The group stood outside the cave, gazing at the pond under the bright moonlight. In the center of the water, a strange bird stood motionless, with half of its body emerging from the surface. A hint of excitement appeared on Xu Yuan's face. It was indeed the exotic beast he had sensed earlier that evening. As the strange bird rose further out of the water, its presence became more distinct. Though its features were still unclear due to the distance, the eerie sound of a crying baby sent chills down everyone's spine. Zheng extinguished his cigarette and turned to the group. How's everyone holding up, he asked. Xu Yuan raised his right hand, cracking his knuckles with a grin that radiated energy. Seeing this, Zheng couldn't help but smile as well. Since we've come across it, there's no reason to back down. Brothers, this is our chance to strike it rich. For the beast taming squad, only the mission target needed to be brought back, while any other gains were theirs to keep. The quickest way to cash in was to sell their findings directly to the Research Institute, which paid generously based on value, simple and straightforward. Tang Yun furrowed her brows slightly, seemingly deep in thought, but unable to recall something important at the moment. Let's move, Zheng commanded, and the group swiftly prepared for action, leaving their jackets and backpacks behind in the cave. Dressed only in their lightweight gear, they charged forward. Han Ming led the way, and the team sprinted over the rugged terrain at an impressive speed. As they neared the pond, Tang Yun suddenly remembered something and shouted, "Wait, Captain!" The group stopped immediately, but it was too late. They had already entered the strange bird's detection range. A piercing cry rang out, cutting through the night. The strange bird flapped its wings and rose from the water, its sharp gaze locking onto Zheng and the others. Xu Yuan finally got a clear look. It had no legs, resembled a cormorant in shape, but had a pair of sharp horns on its head and a massive body as tall as a three-story building. All eyes were fixed on the bird. Tang Yun frowned and murmured, a water-dwelling flying beast with a cry like a baby's wail. There's only one thing that fits, the man-eating gujiao. Xu Yuan's mind raced through the information provided by Professor Chen. In the water, there exists a beast called gujiao. It resembles an eagle with horns, its cry like a baby's, and it has a taste for human flesh. Zheng expression darkened as he cursed inwardly. Damn it. Just our luck to run into this thing. Han Ming's mouth twitched as he turned to Zheng. Captain, do you think we can still make a run for it? Zheng mind worked quickly, and he made a decisive call. This thing has no special abilities, just brute strength and a vicious temper. When it comes to strength, I'm not scared of you. Forget running, let's take it down. Got it, Xu Yuan exclaimed, his fists clenched as a surge of battle spirit ignited within him. The cry of the gujiao was sharp and piercing, resembling the wails of an infant. Ever since Lu Rou learned it fed on humans, her gaze toward the creature had shifted, filled with a mix of unease and wariness. At Zheng command, the team quickly formed their positions. Li Xian and Tang Yun, as the strength-based members, took the front line, while Xu Yuan led the attack. Han Ming and Lu Rou assumed supportive roles. Xu Yuan stood at the forefront, in line with Zheng special instructions to prioritize his growth during combat, a decision that justified his inclusion as an official team member. The gujiao is incredibly strong, but its attack patterns are simple. Avoid direct confrontation, Tang Yun reminded them. Don't worry, Sister Yun. Let me test its strength first. Xu Yuan replied, icy petals swirling around him as he completed his transformation into dragon form. However, Zheng interjected. How can it be called training if you don't face it heat-in, right, Xu Yuan? You're absolutely right, Captain. Xu Yuan responded with a confident smile, his silver-white eyebrows relaxing. Just then, Li Xian's voice came softly from behind. It's coming. The Gujiao beat its wings and took to the air, folding its body like an arrow as it dived straight towards Xu Yuan. He didn't dare let his guard down. His right hand transformed into a dragon claw, and he clenched his fist to meet the creature's hardened beak heaten. Bang! A powerful shockwave erupted from the clash between his fist and the beak. Xu Yuan's expression twisted as the impact felt like punching a thick iron plate, sending a numbing pain up his arm. Transform, now. Lu Ro's voice rang out beside him. Xu Yuan caught a glimpse of a flash of fire to his left, and in the next instant, a fireball the size of a basketball hurtled toward the Gujiao. The Gujiao, however, was unfazed. With a flap of its wings, it deflected the fireball, which left only a few charred marks on its feathers. Lu Ro gasped in disbelief. What? Even after transforming, the Gujiao is this powerful. Despite being support members, Zheng Fei and Han Ming refrained from intervening. The Gujiao launched itself at Xu Yuan again, completely ignoring Lu Ro. Xu Yuan's pupils contracted as he thought. This creature reacts way too fast. He raised both hands, claw-like, to forcibly withstand the Gujiao's assault. Its immense strength pushed him back continuously, its sharp talons scraping against the rocky ground and sending shards of stone flying. Li Xian and Tang Yun wisely stepped aside, choosing not to intervene. Lu Ro, don't you have a stronger attack? Xu Yuan gritted his teeth, feeling the overwhelming force pressing against his hands. I'll try, Lu Ro replied in a fluster, quickly adjusting her stance. Flames erupted at her feet, forming a fiery line that rapidly coalesced into a larger, hotter fireball. The intense glow illuminated the surroundings. Xu Yuan thought to himself, she's just like Manu to being a beast tamer, her techniques still rough around the edges. The fireball grew larger and brighter, as if it was draining all of Lu Ro's energy. Xu Yuan shouted, you wretched thing. With a surge of strength, his muscles bulged, and the dragon scales on his arms glinted. His right hand clamped down on the Gujiao's beak, and with a burst of power, he hurled it backward with all his might. Boom! The Gujiao's massive body crashed into the ground, leaving a deep crater. Xu Yuan's overwhelming strength elicited a pained howl from the creature. Han Ming's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, no way, an over-thresholder throw. Zheng Fei grinned, his eyes brimming with excitement. This kid's power was even stronger than back in the Arctic. Lu Ro. Xu Yuan's breathing was slightly labored. The earlier attack had drained a good amount of energy. Here we go. Explosive fireball. Lu Ro's clear voice rang out as a massive fireball, accompanied by a howling sound, shot toward the Gujiao on the ground. Xu Yuan lightly tapped his toes and quickly distanced himself from the creature. Hiss boom. The fireball exploded upon impact with the Gujiao, lighting up the entire night sky with a dull roar as waves of heat and force swept outward. Xu Yuan stood still, the heat waves parting around him as if intimidated by the icy aura surrounding his body. Wah, wah, wah. The Gujiao let out a piercing, sorrowful cry, flapping its wings as it rose into the air, shaking off the flames that clung to its body. It turned sharply, seemingly intending to retreat toward the pond. Tang Yun shielded her face with her right hand against the heat and called out, Xu Yuan, it can't stay out of the water for too long. It's still on fire, don't let it escape. Got it. Xu Yuan nodded, his gaze flickering to Lu Ro nearby. At this moment, Lu Ro was panting heavily, her beast transformation on the verge of fading, leaving her unable to provide further assistance. As the Gujiao ascended, Xu Yuan reacted swiftly, leaping up to grab hold of its tail. The Gujiao flapped its wings furiously, letting out a pained wail as it surged toward the pond. Li Xian's face showed concern as she asked, Captain, will he be okay? He'll be fine. Xu Yuan is incredibly strong, Zheng Fei replied confidently. Splash! The Gujiao plunged into the pond with Xu Yuan in tow, extinguishing the flames. Ripples spread across the water's surface, which quickly returned to an eerie stillness. The group rushed to the edge of the pond, their eyes fixed on the water. Bloop bloop. Countless bubbles began to rise. Beneath the surface, Xu Yuan was locked in a fierce struggle with the Gujiao, gripping its tail with one hand while delivering punch after punch with the other. Without the burning flames, the Gujiao's ferocity returned. Its eyes glinted dangerously as it suddenly turned its massive eagle-like head and clamped its gaping beak around Xu Yuan, swallowing him whole. The water's surface grew calm once more. Though the group could still sense Xu Yuan's presence, their expressions remained tense with worry. Splash! The Gujiao's massive body burst out of the water, its wings flapping as it hovered above the pond. The group could sense Xu Yuan's aura clearly, but there was no sign of him. Li Xian's face darkened. He's inside its stomach? Damn, it ate him. Zheng Fei's pupils contracted as he prepared to transform, but then delicate snowflakes began to drift eerily through the air, and the surrounding temperature plummeted. Li Xian set aside her worry, a knowing smile spreading across her face. Looks like there's nothing to worry about. The Gujiao let out a heart-wrenching wail that sounded like the cry of a baby. Uft! A sharp ice spike suddenly pierced through its body. Puffed, 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 puffed. One after another, more ice spikes erupted from various parts of the Gujiao, transforming it into a grotesque, ice-covered creature resembling a sea urchin made of frost. Among the ice spikes, one quickly retracted, and in the next moment, a pair of crystalline, ice-blue dragon horns emerged from the Gujiao's body. Xu Yuan, bloodied but resolute, stood atop the creature's massive frame as it plummeted back into the pond. Splash! The Gujiao's enormous body hit the water, sending up a towering spray. Unbelievable. Damn, that's insane, Zheng Fei exclaimed, his mouth slightly askew, his face full of admiration for Xu Yuan. Han Ming gritted his teeth. I want that power too. Xu Yuan. Li Xian's joyful voice rang out as she stepped onto the water's surface, running toward him without hesitation. If you looked closely, Li Xian's feet never actually touched the water. Instead, she ran lightly across the air just above the surface. By this time, Xu Yuan was completely drained of energy. He lay sprawled on the Gu Jiao's body, panting heavily, as his dragon transformation gradually faded. Beneath him, the Gu Jiao was lifeless completely, undeniably dead. Li Xian stepped forward, helping Xu Yuan up without the slightest hesitation despite the blood covering him. She asked with genuine concern, Are you okay, Xu Yuan? I'm fine. It's my first time being swallowed whole, though, Xu Yuan replied, still catching his breath but unable to hide the wry smile on his exhausted face. Another life experience unlocked. Next time I get eaten, I'll know what to expect. Li Xian's eyes curved into crescent moons as she smiled. She grabbed Xu Yuan's arm and draped it over her shoulder, her right hand supporting his waist as she helped him toward the shore. Nearby, Zheng Fei nudged Han Ming with his elbow and signaled toward the Gudiao. All right, let's start harvesting it. Got it. At the edge of the pool, under the moonlight, Xu Yuan was washing the blood off his body. His Bai Jia Yan enigmatic garment made of unknown material didn't need washing, as it seemed to cleanse itself. While blood still lingered on Xu Yuan's face, the stains on the Bai Jia had already vanished completely. Meanwhile, Han Ming and Zheng Fei were hard at work dismantling the Gujiao's body. Only a small amount of its meat was edible, but the most valuable parts were the sharp horns atop its head. Xu Yuan and Lu Rou sat on a broken rock nearby, resting as they watched the two busy with their task. Tang Yin approached the pair with a smile, congratulating them. Well done. Two newcomers working together to take down a beast he never heard of something like that before. Xu Yuan felt a bit embarrassed by her words, while Lu Rou, still breathing heavily, murmured softly. It was all thanks to Xu Yuan. I don't even know if my attacks did anything. Li Xian interjected from the side. Come on, just be honest. You contributed, so you deserve credit too. Xu Yuan didn't say anything, but he gave Li Xian a thumbs up with a smile, silently affirming her point. Li Xian glanced back at him, her eyes crinkling with amusement. Lu Rou lowered her head shyly, though her face glowed with happiness. All right then, Han Ming suddenly called out while slicing into the Gu Jiao's body. He turned to Zheng Fei and asked, Hey, Captain, do you think this meat, after being chilled, could be eaten raw as sashimi? Why don't you go ahead and poison yourself? Zheng Fei shot back, exasperated, his face dark. He looked as though he was seriously considering dismantling Han Ming along with the beast. Just asking. Fine, we'll grill it tomorrow, then, Han Ming said with a cheeky grin. Disassembling the body of the Gujiao took Han Ming quite some time, especially removing its horns, which required a great deal of effort. As the night gradually faded, the first light of dawn painted the horizon. Han Ming dragged several pieces of the dismembered beast's meat to the entrance of the cave. He carefully hid the horns in a secret spot, planning to retrieve them once the mission was over. When he returned to the cave, no one was sleeping anymore. Lu Rou leaned against the stone wall, exhaustion written all over her. Captain, I'll go find something we can burn, Han Ming said, setting down the meat and addressing Zheng Fei. Go ahead, but be careful. Got it, Han Ming replied cheerfully before disappearing along the rocky wall, out of sight. Xu Yuan leaned against the stone wall with his eyes closed, gradually regaining his strength. Ever since he had tamed the ice dragon, he could clearly feel his physical condition improving, and his ability to transform into a dragon was lasting longer. However, using his powers in this environment consumed far more energy than it did in the Arctic. Xu Yuan, how did it feel being swallowed? Zheng Fei asked with a smile, his gaze falling on Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan opened his eyes and shook his head. Not great. It felt like being in a gravity chamber, with my entire body being crushed by immense pressure. Tang Yun unscrewed her water bottle and handed it to Lu Rou. You should be thankful that avian beasts just swallow their food whole. If they chewed, you'd really be done for. Good point. Lu Rou nodded in agreement. After about half an hour, the night had completely receded, and the sky grew brighter, though the sun was nowhere to be seen. Han Ming returned, carrying a large bundle of branches tied together with thorny vines. His hands had partially transformed into beastly claws to avoid being pricked by the thorns. Captain, the weather doesn't look too good today, Han Ming said. dropping the bundle of branches at the cave entrance and tossing the vines aside. Zheng Fei stood at the entrance, gazing at the sky. Thick clouds loomed in the distance, signaling an impending storm. Let's eat something and rest for now. The cave was too cramped to light a fire inside, so they had to cook outside. The gujiao's meat had a texture similar to beef, with little fat and a satisfying layered taste. Lu Rou picked up a piece of meat that was slightly charred and ate it with great relish. Beast tamers typically recovered their stamina quickly, but Lu Rou's physical condition was nowhere near Xu Yuan's. By the time Xu Yuan had almost fully recovered, Lu Rou had only regained roughly half her strength. Boom! A clap of thunder split the sky, and large raindrops began to patter onto the scattered rocks outside. Quick, quick, back into the cave! Han Ming shouted. A piece of meat clamped between his teeth as he hastily grabbed the remaining pieces cooking on the fire and rushed back into the cave. The sky was dark and oppressive, with storm clouds hanging low and thunder echoing constantly. Xu Yuan and Zheng Fei sat at the cave entrance, eating meat while watching the torrential rain pour down. From their vantage point, there was no vegetation in sight, only endless rocky terrain and massive stones. If not for the small cave halfway up the mountain, they would have been drenched outside. Outside, the wind howled fiercely, and the rain poured down like a massive tilted waterfall, as if trying to tear the world apart. Move back a bit, Xu Yuan said gently, nudging Lu Rou, who was sitting too close to the entrance and occasionally getting splashed by the rain. Zheng Fei's broad frame made the cave feel even more cramped. Li Xian gazed at the storm outside and sighed. Captain, it looks like we won't be able to carry out today's scouting mission. Zheng Fei was so frustrated that he gritted his teeth, trying in vain to find a comfortable position after adjusting for what felt like ages. Outside, a thunderstorm raged on relentlessly, showing no signs of stopping. The six-member team had already been stuck in this cramped mountain cave for 2 whole days. As the third day approached evening, the rain still poured without respite. Zheng Fei scratched his head in agitation, thinking that if they stayed any longer, they might very well start growing mold. Tang Yun sat to the side with her arms wrapped around her knees, sighing in resignation. What's the use of being anxious, Captain? She said. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan was staring intently outside, his brows furrowed as though he had sensed something. It feels like something's coming, he murmured. The others finally noticed Xu Yuan's unwavering gaze toward the storm outside. The torrential rain veiled the world in a thick curtain of water, making it almost impossible to see clearly. Suddenly, a roar, deep and resonant like a dragon's cry, echoed through the downpour. Everyone leaned forward, straining to peer through the rain at the massive figure in the distance. Zheng Fei's eyes instantly transformed into tiger-like pupils, glowing a bright yellow. His gaze locked onto the strange beast, and except for Xu Yuan and Lu Rou, the rest of the team's eyes also shifted into beast-like forms, narrowing slightly as they tried to pierce through the rain to discern the creature's shape. Unfortunately, it was too far away, and the rain obscured their view. Zheng Fei's eyes returned to normal, and he rubbed them in frustration. At that moment, Xu Yuan stood up, hunched over, and stepped out of the cave into the pouring rain. The storm lashed against him, but his focus remained fixed on the distant beast. Xu Yuan? Li Xian called softly, but he didn't turn back. His voice was calm, but firm. Its aura, it feels like a dragon. The group was shocked. Zheng Fei didn't hesitate. He stepped out into the storm, his expression serious as he stared at the giant creature in the distance. The beast stood silently on the mountaintop, as if admiring the beauty of the thunderstorm. Zheng Fei's mind raced. He could only think of 3 known dragons: the Arctic Ice Dragon, controlled by Xu Yuan; the Black Dragon, locked away at the old research facility; and the one spotted years ago at Dongting Lake. But no matter how Zheng Fei looked at it, this creature didn't resemble a dragon. He quickly made a decision and called back to the others in the cave, "Pack up. We're going to find out what that thing is." Lu Rou hesitated, glancing at the raging storm outside, uncertainty written on her face. The others, however, didn't waver. As soon as Zheng Fei finished speaking, they began gathering their belongings. Seeing everyone busy, Lu Rou set aside her doubts and hastily packed her bag. Before long, all 6 of them stood at the cave entrance, letting the fierce wind and rain batter their bodies. Small and slight, Lu Rou tightened the straps of her backpack, while Zheng Fei grabbed onto it to keep her from being swept away by the wind. His tone was grave as he said, "There haven't been any reports of dragon-like beasts in the Kunlun Mountains. This could be significant." The others, including Li Xian, shared his solemn expression, fully aware of the potential importance of the situation. Another deep, thunderous roar echoed across the sky. The creature raised its head and bellowed, releasing an invisible force that cut through the storm and rippled outward. In an instant, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently, and the very air seemed to shift in color. Han Ming suddenly shouted, "Move," and darted forward without hesitation. Xu Yuan looked up and saw countless massive boulders tumbling down from the mountain peak like raindrops. "Oh, come on," he gritted his teeth, about to move. But Tang Yun grabbed him and pulled him forward, running at full speed. Meanwhile, Zheng Fei picked up Lu Rou, planted his feet firmly, and charged ahead with great force. The boulders cascaded down like a raging tide, the ground beneath them cracking and splitting into an intricate web of fissures. Roar! Roar! The strange beast continued its relentless howling, each roar carrying immense power that shook the heavens and the earth. The deafening echoes reverberated across the valley, causing the surrounding mountains to tremble in response. A low hum followed by a thunderous crash resounded as the mountain began to collapse, crumbling like a giant beast roaring in agony. In an instant, the peak where they had just been standing came crashing down. The group felt a chill run down their spines, but silently thanked their luck for escaping the cave in time. Run! Zheng Fei bellowed amidst the torrential rain as he darted forward with Lu Rou in his grasp, his body already in its beast-transformed state. The others dared not hold back, instantly transforming into their beast forms, their speed surging as they leapt over the fissures in the ground, rushing toward the strange beast. At that moment, Xu Yuan finally understood the source of the shattered rocks and boulders scattered across the ground. The deafening sounds came one after another, indistinguishable from the rumble of thunder or the cracking earth. Suddenly, the ground beneath Li Xian's feet split open, and she slipped. Tang Yun, quick to react, grabbed her hand and lifted her into the air. Rapid footsteps echoed behind them, and the group turned to see a peculiar creature resembling a goat charging toward them with all its might. Zheng Fei's eyes darkened, and his beast-transformed voice growled. It's that earth might. Xu Yuan. With that, he hurled Lu Rou toward Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan leapt forward, catching Lu Rou midair with precision before sprinting ahead. Zheng Fei came to a halt, his white wings retracting as he fixed his gaze on the earth, might barreling toward him. Behind the creature, countless falling rocks followed, as if it, too, was fleeing for its life. Captain, Li Xian shouted toward Zheng Fei. Don't worry about me. Keep moving. Stay away from that beast, identify it, and retreat immediately. Zheng Fei's voice cut through the thunderstorm, clear to everyone despite the chaos. For him, the mission always took precedence over his own life. Now that their target had appeared, he had no intention of letting it go. Ever since Xian transformed into a dragon, the beast atop the mountain had been fixated on them, its eyes glowing like lanterns through the curtain of rain. Xu Yuan could feel it keenly. The creature had locked onto him, its awareness astonishing even from such a distance. Roar! The giant beast atop the mountain let out another thunderous dragon-like roar. The immense force rippled outward, shaking the ground violently before it shattered into countless pieces, sending debris flying into the air. Xu Yuan's figure was soon swallowed by the chaos. Xu Yuan, Li Xian, carried by Tang Yun, cried out in alarm. She was about to teleport to him when the ground beside her suddenly surged upward, forcing her back. Tang Yun gritted his teeth, clutching Li Xian tightly as they ascended higher. The ground around them closed in, blocking their view. Thunder and the rumble of the earth merged into an overwhelming cacophony as the rain poured harder, reducing visibility even further. Xu Yuan held Lu Rou tightly, his expression tense. Brother Xu Yuan, put me down. Lu Rou's voice trembled, on the verge of tears. Shut your mouth. Xu Yuan snapped, gritting his teeth as he leapt upward from one crumbling piece of ground to another. But the collapsing terrain only grew worse, eventually engulfing them both entirely. A thunderstorm raged on, with howling winds and the relentless symphony of rain and thunder creating a wild orchestration of nature. The night hung heavy, shrouded in thick clouds and utter darkness. Xu Yuan lay amidst scattered rubble, his eyes barely open, pupils slowly focusing. His consciousness crept back sluggishly, his mind still clouded, needing time to fully awaken. Cold rain mercilessly poured over him as he gritted his teeth and struggled to rise. He realized his backpack was missing, and waves of pain coursed through his body, as if every muscle protested his movements. Lu Rou, Xu Yuan called out hoarsely, his voice nearly drowned by the pounding rain. There was no reply, only the ceaseless sound of rain and thunder filling his ears. After several minutes, Xu Yuan began to regain some clarity. Fighting through the pain, he stood and surveyed his surroundings. The scene before him resembled the aftermath of an earthquake, chaotic and directionless, scattered with rocks of various sizes. Not far away, Lu Rou lay slumped over a rock, her lower body submerged in pooling rainwater, unconscious. Gritting his teeth, Xu Yuan dragged his battered body toward her. As he approached, he noticed a deep, gruesome wound on her right side, near her ribs, almost exposing the bone. It was unclear what had caused the injury, but oddly enough, the fabric of her body was slowly mending itself. Xu Yuan crouched and checked Lu Rou's breathing, relieved to find she was still alive. The rain had formed streams around his feet, and he glanced up at the surrounding peaks. On one mountaintop, he could faintly make out the silhouette of a strange beast. Wasting no time, Xu Yuan removed the backpack from Lu Rou's body and slung it over his own. Carefully, he lifted her into his arms and began moving forward. He didn't know how long he walked, but he could feel his strength and stamina gradually returning. Ahead, a mountain loomed with a natural arch-like cave at its base, resembling a bridge. Xu Yuan decided to take shelter there from the rain. Inside, the ground was littered with loose stones. He selected a relatively flat one and gently placed Lu Ro down, covering her with a blanket he retrieved from the backpack. Next, Xu Yuan gathered some damp branches scattered within the cave. Though far from ideal, it was all he had. Using a fire starter from the backpack, he crouched and blew on the kindling for what felt like ages until the branches finally ignited. The fire brought a sense of comfort and safety amidst the storm. From their current position, the mountaintop beast was no longer visible. Xu Yuan searched the cave further, collecting more branches to dry near the fire for later use. He then pulled out an emergency medical kit from the backpack, intending to treat Lu Rao's wound. However, when he lifted the blanket, he was astonished to see that the Bai Jie had completely repaired itself on the outside. Tentatively, he touched the area and confirmed that the wound beneath the fabric was still present. Hiss! Xu Yuan inhaled sharply, caught in a dilemma. He knew the Bai Jie was worn directly against the skin, and treating the wound would require removing it. Setting the medical kit aside, he hesitated. Observing her closely for a while, he noted that Lu Rao's breathing was steady, and her forehead showed no signs of fever. Sigh. Xu Yuan exhaled heavily. It doesn't seem life-threatening. He'll wait until she wakes up. Sitting by the fire to warm himself, Xu Yuan's thoughts drifted to the beast on the mountaintop. What was that creature? Its aura felt draconic, similar to the one sealed beneath the valley at the old research site, yet something about it was different. And judging by its silhouette, it didn't quite match the appearance of a dragon. Xu Yuan sank deeper into thought, realizing that this mystery might be even harder to unravel than their current predicament. The earth-shattering power must have been its doing. Cough. Cough. After a few hours, the unconscious Lu Ro suddenly let out a series of coughs. Wishing, who had been resting with his eyes closed, quickly opened them and rushed over. Lu Ro's face was contorted in pain, her head heavy and drooping. Brother Wishing, don't move just yet, you're injured. Wishing firmly pressed down on Lu Ro, who was trying to sit up. Lu Ro let out a faint whimper, her gaze slowly focusing on Wishing. After a moment, she regained her clarity. Brother Wishing, where are we? I don't know. Wishing shook his head and began recounting the events that had occurred since he woke up. A trace of guilt appeared on Lu Rao's face. I'm sorry. I've been such a burden to you. She thought to herself that if Wishing hadn't been carrying her, with his abilities, he could have easily escaped the earlier predicament. Don't apologize. Someone once told me that the only ones you can trust and rely on are your teammates. Wishing waved it off nonchalantly. He handed her the medical kit beside him. Take care of your wounds yourself. All right. Lu Ro accepted the medical kit and stood up. He'll wait outside. Let me know when you're done, Wishing said as he rose to head out of the cave. It's okay, Brother Wishing. You don't have to leave, Lu Ro quickly called out to him. Wishing paused, turning back to meet her wide, earnest eyes glimmering with sincerity. All right, I want peek, Wishing promised, then walked over to the campfire and sat down with his back to her. He had no idea what time it was. The world outside the cave was pitch black, indicating it was likely the middle of the night. After tending to her wounds, Lu Ro wrapped herself in a blanket and sat down beside Wishing. There are still some biscuits and water in the backpack. Don't worry, it's enough for both of us. As long as we don't encounter any beasts, we'll make it through, Wishing reassured her, noticing the unease on her face. Lu Ro nodded lightly. I'm thinking about the captain and Sister Li Xin. You don't need to worry about them, Wishing said with a faint smile. They're all very strong. He hesitated before adding, though I suspect they might be hiding something from me. Huh, why do you think that? Lu Ro looked up at him in surprise. Wishing shook his head slightly. It's just a feeling. They seem a bit unusual. When I think about it, they've never really displayed exceptional combat skills in front of me, yet they're part of an official beast tamer team. Don't you find that odd? When Wishing had first joined, he hadn't thought much about it. But as he learned more, he couldn't shake the feeling that Zheng Fei and the others were acting strangely. Lu Ro remained silent. She wasn't familiar with what Wishing had experienced before, so she didn't know what to say. Besides, during the most chaotic moment earlier, the captain's aura when facing that earth mole was completely different. I've never sensed such a powerful presence from him before, Wishing murmured, narrowing his eyes as he recalled everything that had happened since arriving in the Arctic. I feel like I've walked into a trap. As he spoke, he added more wood to the fire. He pondered for a while, but couldn't make sense of it all. How did you become a beast tamer? Wishing asked Lu Ro. Well, I was taken from my classroom. It was shortly after the start of my first year in high school. I hadn't even gotten to know all my classmates yet when two people in military uniforms came and took me away, Lu Ro said, her large, watery eyes wide with recollection. And then they said they were taking me to a place. They assured me my family wouldn't worry and that someone from the relevant department would inform them. Then I was taken to Turpan in Xinjiang and brought into the Flaming Mountain Research Institute. After hearing Lu Rao's words, Xu Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. We're pretty much in the same boat. At least the people who brought you here talked to you. I was taken by two mute guys. Lu Ro suddenly asked. Xu Yuan Ji, you've gone to college, right? Xu Yuan nodded with a hint of confusion. Yeah, why? A bright smile spread across Lu Rao's rounded face. Then can you tutor me in my studies in the future? Xu Yuan shook his head helplessly. You're still thinking about studying at a time like this? Lu Ro pouted. What else can I do? Back at the place where we stayed, everyone had something to do, but I had nothing to occupy my time. You're such a good kid, Xu Yuan thought to himself. He had always preferred staring into space all day rather than studying. The two of them stayed in the arch-shaped cave for 4 whole days. Xu Yuan's bruises healed quickly, while Lu Rao's wounds were also healing, albeit slower than his. They survived on a few biscuits and some water from their backpacks for those 4 days. That day, the thunder outside gradually subsided, but the torrential rain showed no signs of stopping. Xu Yuan had contemplated going out to search for Zheng Fei and the others, but he couldn't bring himself to leave Lu Ro alone, nor could he risk taking her out in the rain while she was injured. So the idea was dismissed. Without a watch, they had no way to keep track of time. The continuous rain outside made the scenery unchanging, leaving them unable to distinguish between day and night. The fire they had lit went out 2 days ago, as the limited supply of branches in the cave couldn't sustain it for long. Here, eat this, Xu Yuan said, pulling out the last piece of compressed biscuit from his bag and handing it to Lu Ro. Lu Ro frowned. Xu Yuan Ji, you should eat it. If we run into danger, you'd be more useful than me. Stop saying nonsense and eat it, Xu Yuan said firmly, shoving the biscuit into her hand. Beast tamers like him could go long periods without food due to their physical condition, but eating would help him recover his strength and energy faster. At the moment, Xu Yuan appeared unfazed, while Lu Ro was still nursing her injuries. Lu Rao's large eyes sparkled. After some hesitation, she finally tore open the package, broke the biscuit in half, and handed one piece back to Xu Yuan. Let's split it. Is that okay? All right, Xu Yuan agreed, taking it and finishing it in a few quick bites. The dryness in his throat was unbearable, as their water bottle had long been emptied. After consuming the last of their food, Xu Yuan sighed and closed his eyes, thinking about what to do next. Just as he was deep in thought, 2 familiar presences suddenly surged into his mind. Lu Ro, our people are here. Xu Yuan opened his eyes, excitement gleaming in them. Lu Rao's face lit up with joy as she followed him to the edge of the cave. Through the gray mist of rain, 2 familiar figures were approaching. Xu Yuan smiled as he gradually made out their features through the rain. Raising his arm, he waved. Sister Xian, Brother Han, Xu Yuan. Li Xian rushed in, and the strong momentum sent Xu Yuan tumbling to the ground. Li Xian's face was filled with a mix of worry and grievance, her tears blending with the rain, blurring her vision. She sobbed, "Well, you scare me to death, little brother." Li Xian hugged Xu Yuan's neck tightly, and the two remained sprawled on the ground. Xu Yuan, almost out of breath from the collision, gently patted Li Xian's arm to comfort her. "It's okay, Xianjia, I'm fine." Han Ming remained indifferent, but he noticed that Lu Ro's aura seemed weak, and he thought to himself that she might be injured. Han Ming, go. Why are it just you and Xianjia here? Where are the captain and Tang Yunjia? Lu Ro instinctively covered her injured spot. Han Ming shook his head and replied, "We haven't found them. We've been searching for days." Lu Ro's mood sank, and she murmured softly, "I see." Han Ming, however, smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry. The captain and Tang Yunjia are both incredibly capable. They'll be fine." He retrieved some compressed biscuits and water from his and Li Xian's backpacks, sharing them with everyone as the 4 began recounting their experiences over the past few days. Originally, Li Xian was supposed to stay with Tang Yun, but when she saw Xu Yuan disappear, she rushed over without hesitation. Unexpectedly, 2 mountain peaks collapsed in succession, causing chaos, and the group became separated. Han Ming encountered Li Xian 2 days ago, and they've been searching for the others ever since. Xu Yuan frowned, puzzled. What on earth was that strange beast? How could it cause such a commotion? Li Xian shook her head, replying, "No idea, but it definitely wasn't a friendly creature." Han Ming sighed helplessly. "We've had nothing but bad luck since we started. That beast, even if it wasn't a top-tier one, was absurdly strong. Something like that shouldn't even be near the inner perimeter's edge. Xianjia, could you check Lu Ro's wound and see how it's healing? It's not convenient for me," Xu Yuan suddenly suggested to Li Xian. Only then did Li Xian lean forward in surprise and ask, "Huh, you're hurt?" Lu Ro nodded gently. "Yeah. Let me take a look," Li Xian said as she approached Lu Ro. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan pulled Han Ming aside, turning their backs to Li Xian and Lu Ro, and asked in a low voice, "Han Ge, how's the mission target?" Han Ming nodded confidently. "It should be with the captain. Before the rock scattered us, I saw the captain kill it with a single punch." Xu Yuan narrowed his eyes, as if confirming a suspicion. Han Ming casually added, "That earth mole didn't stand a chance against the captain. It's about the same level as the goo eagle you killed the other day." Xu Yuan understood. For him, That goo eagle had already been a formidable opponent. If he hadn't managed to turn its insides into a pincushion, it would have been incredibly difficult to kill. A thought crossed his mind, and he directly asked Han Ming, "Are you guys hiding something from me?" No, of course not," Han Ming stammered, startled by the sudden question. A flicker of panic crossed his face, and he instinctively started to glance toward Li Xian. Xu Yuan quickly stopped him. "She's checking the wound. What are you trying to look at?" Han Ming took a deep breath, his gaze evasive, his expression odd. "Seriously, there's nothing we're hiding from you. Look me in the eyes, and he'll say it again." Xu Yuan placed both hands on Han Ming's shoulders, staring directly into his eyes. Han Ming hesitated, seemingly wrestling with himself, before slowly letting out a sentence. "Xu Yuan, you're a smart guy. Some things can't be revealed just yet. You and the others have another mission, don't you? And it's about me." Xu Yuan withdrew his hands and asked, "Is that so?" Han Ming remained silent, which, in itself, was an answer. Xu Yuan was about to ask more questions when Li Xian's voice came from behind. "All done with the check. You two can come back now." Xu Yuan responded, "Coming, coming." Han Ming, as if grabbing a lifeline, quickly ran back. Li Xian watched as Xu Yuan walked back slowly and asked with concern, "The wound is healing well, but staying injured like this isn't a solution. We need to find Yuner as soon as possible." "All right, Sister Xian, Brother Han. Do you know roughly where we are right now?" Xu Yuan asked. Han Ming pointed to the exit on the other side of the arch and replied, "Roughly in that direction. I've been scouting the terrain around here these past few days. We need to get back to where we killed the Gujiao. That's our nearest rendezvous point. The captain and Sister Yun will definitely head there too." Xu Yuan rubbed his chin and shared his thoughts. Li Xian nodded in agreement, and Han Ming raised his hand in support as well. Xu Yuan then turned to Lu Ro and asked with concern, "Are you holding up okay?" Lu Ro shook her head. "I'm fine, Brother Xu Yuan. I can keep going." Xu Yuan nodded. With Li Xian and Han Ming around, Lu Ro's safety was assured. The group quickly packed up their belongings. Xu Yuan carried Lu Ro's backpack to lighten her load. Outside, the thunder had completely stopped, and the wind had died down, leaving only the torrential rain pouring relentlessly. The heavy rain battered everything in the mountains, creating a gray curtain that severely limited visibility. Looking up, they couldn't even see the massive creature in the sky. Han Ming led the way at the front, but their pace was slow. The rain showed no sign of letting up. They trudged through the downpour for 2 full days, yet it remained unrelenting. At the moment, they were taking shelter under an overhang. Han Ming wrung out his soaked jacket and complained, "What kind of cursed weather is this? Good weather in the depths of the Kunlun Mountains is a rarity, but this is just ridiculous, especially in Zone 3. Li Xian undid her high ponytail and shook the rainwater out of her hair. Han Ming glanced at Xu Yuan and Lu Ro, silently impressed. Despite the harsh conditions, the two students hadn't uttered a single complaint, a rare quality indeed. Both Han Ming and Li Xian were already accustomed to extreme environments, having traveled to all sorts of places on their missions. They were no strangers to challenges. The group had run out of food the day before and had no supplies left. Li Xian and Han Ming seemed unaffected by the lack of food, and Xu Yuan, with his ice dragon constitution, could endure it as well. But Lu Ro appeared visibly weaker. Professor Chen had once taught Xu Yuan that the beasts a beast tamer could control determined their potential. The stronger the beast, the higher the tamer's potential. Lu Ro's Baifeng was considered an average beast, not particularly strong or weak. Its strength depended entirely on the tamer's abilities. "Lu Ro, are you okay?" Li Xian asked with concern. Lu Ro nodded firmly. "I'm fine, Sister Li Xian. Don't worry about me. Finding the captain and Sister Tang Yun is the priority." Han Ming said, "All right, let's keep moving." With that, he put on his wet jacket and shouldered his backpack. The rain gradually lessened, and visibility improved. On the 4th day after leaving the arch, the group finally returned to the site where they had killed the Gujiao. However, the area before them had changed drastically. The water pool was nowhere to be seen, and the ground was in complete disarray. Strangely, the previously cracked earth had somehow healed. What used to be a pool at the foot of the mountain was now a cliff. Even the mountain itself had vanished, evidently destroyed by the beast's explosion. A stream branching off from the central lake now cascaded down the cliff, forming a small waterfall. Has the landscape completely changed? Lu Ro stared in amazement at everything before her. Unable to believe this was the same pond where they had defeated the Gujiao. Xu Yuan was equally stunned, silently marveling at the terrifying power of these extraordinary beasts. Li Xian leaned close to Xu Yuan and said, "Now you understand why the captain only carries a simple map, right? Once you enter the territory of these beasts, you never know what strange things you might encounter." Li Xian continued, "When we were on a mission in Zone 5, the inner area was a vast body of water. But by the time we finished and returned, it had turned into a mountain peak." Xu Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. "That's just ridiculous." Han Ming smirked. "And the existence of beasts like that isn't." "Fair point," Xu Yuan admitted. The power of these creatures can reshape the terrain with just a move. It's no wonder the geography deep within the Kunlun Mountains is constantly changing. Suddenly, Xu Yuan's eyes lit up as he pointed downward. It's the captain's and Sister Yun's aura. Before he could finish speaking, a familiar voice echoed in the distance. Li Xian, Xu Yuan, Han Ming, Lu Rou, Captain. The group lit up with joy, waving toward Zheng Fei, who was running toward them from afar. Behind him was a familiar figure. Who else could it be but Tang Yin? Han Ming, overcome with emotion, burst into tears of relief and ran toward Zheng Fei. Xu Yuan, Li Xian, and Lu Rou quickly followed. Their previous small cave had been reduced to rubble, with scattered rocks everywhere. Among the debris, Zheng Fei had used large stones to construct a makeshift shelter. Tang Yun was kneeling nearby, carefully treating Lu Rou's wounds through her clothes. In the center of a campfire, chunks of meat and the carcass of an enormous goat-like creature were being cooked. The goat had 4 horns and claw-like front hooves, its appearance bizarre. This was their mission: target the 2 Lu. I'm starving, Captain. Roast meat, roast meat. Li Xian shouted, tying her hair up with a hair tie held in her mouth. Plenty to go around, plenty. Zheng Fei laughed heartily, clearly overjoyed to see his team safe and sound. He quickly grabbed a few pieces of meat, skewered them with branches, and placed them over the fire. Sitting cross-legged with a smile, he said, I figured Li Xian and Xu Yuan might think to regroup here, but I didn't expect all of you to make it together. Han Ming looked unimpressed. What's that supposed to mean, Captain? You think I'm dumb? Not at all, not at all. Zheng Fei waved his hand dismissively, still tending to the roasting meat. So, tell me, how have things been these past few days? Where do we even start? It's been a nightmare. Li Xian and Xu Yuan sighed in unison, shaking their heads. Zheng Fei's mouth twitched slightly. All right, then keep it short. Xu Yuan and the others sat around the campfire, sharing brief accounts of their experiences after being separated. Zheng Fei's voice echoed through the stone-built house as he recounted how he and Tang Yun had stayed there all along. The flickering firelight illuminated their faces, each reflecting a different emotion as Zheng Fei spoke. After taking a big bite of sizzling roasted exotic beast meat, Xu Yuan felt a peculiar energy coursing through him like a warm stream. He could clearly sense his stamina and strength rapidly recovering. Silently, he felt grateful that he hadn't encountered any exotic beasts in his weakened state over the past few days, as escaping would have been nearly impossible. Han Ming devoured his portion of the roasted meat, eating so quickly that he kept gasping from the heat, but couldn't stop himself. In contrast, Li Xian ate with her usual poise, showing no signs of hunger. Earlier, the two had given all their remaining compressed biscuits to Xu Yuan and Lu Rou. Just as Han Ming was about to speak, Xu Yuan raised his hand to stop him. Han, don't say anything, he said. Han Ming sighed, moved aside, and stayed quiet. All eyes turned to Xu Yuan as Li Xian blinked and asked, What's the matter, Xu Yuan? Xu Yuan took a deep breath, looking directly at the group. What are you all hiding from me? He demanded. A heavy silence fell over the room, blanketing the space like a tide. Zheng Fei and the others grew visibly tense, while Lu Rou, looking puzzled, paused mid-bite and glanced around in confusion. Zheng Fei let out a long sigh, slowly stood up, and walked toward Han Ming. Startled, Han Ming quickly hid behind Xu Yuan and nervously defended himself. Captain, it's not my fault. Xu Yuan figured it out on his own. I didn't say anything. Ask him if you don't believe me. Xu Yuan spoke calmly. Han really didn't say anything, which is why I'm asking all of you now. Li Xian sighed and addressed Zheng Fei. Captain, I told you Xu Yuan is smart and highly perceptive. We couldn't keep this from him. Zheng Fei sat back down, cradling his face in his hand. Great. Now I'm going to get chewed out when we return. Let me think about where to start. Xu Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination. Start from when I first arrived at the Arctic Research Station. Zheng Fei pulled a crumpled cigarette from his bag, lit it using the campfire, and took a deep drag. Slowly exhaling the smoke, he began. All right, let's start from when you arrived at the Arctic. 2 days before you got there, I received orders to return from the front lines to the research station. Our team was assigned to escort you. That same day, we detected an exotic beast near the front lines. I left Li Xian and Tang Yun to guard the base, and I ordered Han Ming and Meng Chao to track the beast. You already know about all this. He paused briefly, then continued. The day the ice dragon awakened, I received a mission. Professor Chen predicted that the ice dragon would wake within those 2 days and instructed me to stay by your side at all times. If the ice dragon awakened, I was to escort you immediately to the front lines. Even with an incomplete team, our priority was to get you to tame that ice dragon. His voice grew heavier as he added. Professor Chen gave us a strict order not to engage. Not that it mattered. Even if we hadn't held back, our team alone wouldn't have stood a chance against the ice dragon. Zheng Fei met Xu Yuan's gaze, his tone resolute. The only one who can subdue that ice dragon, Xu Yuan, is you. From beginning to end, it has always been you. Although that ice dragon was only a juvenile, it was still one of the top-tier mythical beasts. Our combined strength was far from sufficient to take it on. Professor Chin used the lives of me, Tang Yun, and Li Xian as leverage, betting that you would unleash the Su family's power in a life-or-death situation, specifically the dragon lock chain. So, when the ice dragon pierced through your body, and you released that power, I was certain it was indeed the dragon lock chain of the Su family. Xu Yuan swept his gaze over Zheng Fei and the others in the stone chamber, asking, "So, you never went all out from the beginning, did you?" Li Xian and Tang Yun nodded silently, without responding. "If I hadn't triggered the dragon lock chain to subdue that ice dragon, you wouldn't have gone all out either and would have just died with me." Xu Yuan's voice suddenly rose, laced with coldness. Zheng Fei looked at him firmly and replied, "That was our mission. A mission, even at the cost of your own lives? We had just met back then, so why were you willing to gamble your lives for me?" Xu Yuan questioned. After a long silence, Tang Yun finally spoke. "Our country hasn't seen a top-tier powerhouse in years, while foreign elites have been emerging like bamboo shoots after the rain. Every war zone is under immense pressure." Li Xian, abandoning her usual playful demeanor, said seriously, "We were gambling our lives for the future." Zheng Fei shrugged and continued, "Honestly, at the beginning, we just saw you as an ordinary comrade. Training you was our assignment, as you know. But during training, each of us developed a deep bond with you. As team captain, I had to consult the veteran members before allowing you to join the team. Everyone was happy about it. Your hard work and talent were evident to all of us. We thought taking that risk was worth it." Hearing this, Xu Yuan's agitation gradually subsided. "And this time?" he asked. Zheng Fei stubbed out his cigarette and replied, "This time, before entering the 7th zone, Professor Chen gave us a mission similar to the previous one. You were designated as the main attacker when encountering mythical beasts, which you were aware of. But he specifically instructed us not to use our full strength, so you could grow quickly under extreme pressure." Xu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Even if it meant dying, right?" Zheng Fei nodded. Xu Yuan turned to Tang Yun. "Sister Yun, on the plane back to the country, you told me I could trust and rely only on my teammates. Do you now find that statement laughable?" Tang Yun hesitated, lowering her head without a word. The atmosphere in the stone chamber became stifling, and even Lu Ro furrowed her brows, holding her breath. "So that's how it was. The discord within the team was because of me." Xu Yuan let out a self-deprecating laugh. "That's not true, Xu Yuan. It's really not." The group panicked, waving their hands in protest. Xu Yuan understood in his heart that Professor Chen's arrangement was solely to push him to grow rapidly. He slowly stood up. "Since the mission is complete, let's head back." "Once we're back, I'm leaving the team." "No way." Zheng Fei's eyes widened as he roared. "I'm the captain, and whether you leave the team or not is up to me, not you." "Then give up on that mission. I don't want to be your burden, and I don't want to see any of you die because of me." Xu Yuan's voice was even louder than Zheng Fei's, instantly silencing him. Zheng Fei and the others fell into silence, the air heavy with tension. Li Xian, Tang Yun, and Han Ming all turned their gazes toward Zheng Fei, waiting for his decision. Time seemed to freeze, each second dragging on endlessly. Finally, Zheng Fei took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. His voice broke the silence. "All right, I agree. Once we get back, I'll apply to Commander and Professor Chun to withdraw from the mission." As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Fei looked at Xu Yuan, a trace of worry flickering in his eyes. "But Xu Yuan, if I give up this mission, I won't have any say in what happens to you. You should have been training with a stronger team." "I'm afraid." Before he could finish, Xu Yuan let out a relieved sigh and interrupted him with a bright smile. "I decide where I go, not anyone else. I'm staying here, and that's final. Worst case, I'll quit. If they want to confine me, so be it." "Who's afraid of who?" Zheng Fei couldn't help but laugh at Xu Yuan's boldness. "All right then." He turned to Li Xian and the others, motioning for them to come closer. The four of them lined up neatly, bowing deeply to Xu Yuan. With his head lowered, Zheng Fei spoke sincerely. "We owe you an apology for keeping this from you. There should be no secrets or mistrust among teammates. We were wrong." Xu Yuan smiled knowingly and stepped forward to help them up. Apology accepted. Li Xian could no longer hold back her emotions. Her voice trembled as she hugged Xu Yuan tightly. "You scared me to death, little sister. Don't do that again." Tang Yun wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Han Ming let out a long sigh of relief. "You scared me too. I thought we were about to lose another teammate." Lu Ro, who had been at a loss the entire time, finally relaxed when she saw everyone smiling. She muttered quietly, "I was so scared just now." As the atmosphere eased, Li Xian released Xu Yuan and turned to Zheng Fei. "Captain, now that we're all here and the mission is complete, should we head back?" "Head back." Zheng Fei's eyes widened, his tone brimming with frustration. "After getting played by that beast, you think we're just going to walk away?" Hearing this, the others burst into laughter, the tension dissolving completely. With his fists clenched, Zheng Fei growled, "If word gets out that we didn't even figure out what kind of beast it was, would be a laughingstock. I'm not about to let that happen." What about you guys? Neither are we, they shouted in unison. Han Ming, Zheng Fei suddenly called out. Here. Han Ming straightened up, standing tall. Zheng Fei's eyes gleamed with excitement and determination. Can you still track that beast? No problem. Han Ming thumped his chest confidently. Good, Zheng Fei said, his voice filled with energy. No need to hold back anymore. I've had enough of lying low. Let's see what this beast is made of. Come on, let's settle the score. With that, Zheng Fei strode out of the stone hut, his steps firm and purposeful. The others followed closely behind, their faces alight with anticipation and excitement. Together, they stepped into the sunlight, embarking on a new adventure. A group of 6 pressed on through the heavy rain. Zheng Fei and Tang Yuan had transformed into beast forms, carrying the other 4 as they soared through the sky. As they flew, Zheng Fei turned to Xu Yuan and Han Ming, saying, Han Ming, aren't you curious? Xu Yuan, how did you figure it out? Xu Yuan smiled faintly. I started suspecting back when we encountered the red fish. Their scales are tough, but I know how to kill them, and so should you. Besides, when Lu Ro was trapped in the arch cave, I reviewed everything from the beginning. It seemed like you were never using your full strength. Han Ming nodded. That's right. The strength you've shown doesn't seem fit for someone stationed on the battlefront. Especially when you mention the captain killing a mole beast with one punch. That really cemented my suspicion. In his Qiongqi form, Zheng Fei glanced down at Han Ming with a laugh. I knew it would be you, kid. Han Ming quickly waved his hands dismissively. I was just throwing out a guess. Zheng Fei's grin widened, and Tang Yuan chuckled lightly nearby. Li Xian looked up at Tang Yuan and said with a playful tone, I told you we couldn't hide it. Our Xu Yuan is too clever, right, Yuan? Tang Yuan smiled gently. Right, you're absolutely correct. Han Ming turned his head, teasing, since when did he become yours, Sister Xian? Li Xian's eyes flashed with mock annoyance as she shot Han Ming a glare. Xu Yuan, noticing the tension, quickly interjected, Hey, don't worry, I'm straight. Zheng Fei and Tang Yuan flew at high speed, and as they moved forward, the rain began to lighten. In the distance, a rainbow arched over a mountain. Unable to resist, Xu Yuan glanced back, watching the gray curtain of rain fade behind them. Han Ming called out to Zheng Fei, Captain, put me down. Without a word, Zheng Fei loosened his grip and dropped Han Ming. Midair, Han Ming's body radiated a white light as he transformed into his beast form. The moment he landed, he propelled himself forward like a spring. Change direction, Captain left side, he shouted from below. Zheng Fei and Tang Yuan immediately adjusted course, closely following Han Ming as he leapt between the mountain ridges. I can feel it, Xu Yuan said with a serious expression, his gaze fixed ahead. A familiar aura surged into his mind, one he could never forget. Han Ming climbed to the summit of the nearest peak and came to a halt. Seeing this, Zheng Fei and Tang Yuan dove down toward him. Beneath them lay a thin layer of snow, and they were now above the cloud line. Behind them, the rain continued to pour, while ahead, sunlight bathed the landscape. The 6 of them stood at the mountaintop, looking down. Several smaller peaks encircled a lake, with a massive boulder situated at its center. Atop the boulder lay a strange beast. Surrounding the lake, hundreds of waterfalls cascaded down, feeding into the water. The entire scene was breathtakingly beautiful, like a paradise untouched by time, in stark contrast to the ruins and torrential rain behind them. The beast's eyes were fixed ahead, its demeanor calm and leisurely, as if admiring the stunning mountain view. Tang Yuan furrowed her brow. Why would it be in a place like this? She murmured. It wasn't just Tang Yuan, everyone except Lu Ro wore a grave expression. The beast's appearance was unmistakable. Its body resembled a mix of a jackal, wolf, tiger, and leopard, with a dragon's head that seemed oddly out of place. Zheng Fei's face darkened as he thought to himself. How could something like this end up on the edge of the inner circle? Xu Yuan murmured. The dragon has 9 sons, and the second one is called Yazi. It is ferocious, bloodthirsty, and battle-hardened. No wonder its aura bears a 6 or 7-part resemblance to that of a dragon. Professor Chun had annotated beneath the mention of Yazi, brutal strength, capable of shaking mountains and splitting the earth. No single person can rival its power. Captain, look over there, Li Xian exclaimed, pointing to the edge of the lake. A strange-looking beast's corpse floated on the water's surface. Fighting over territory after killing? Zheng Fei muttered, feeling a headache coming on. Han Ming glanced at Zheng Fei and asked, Captain, are we still pursuing this lead? Pursue what? Zheng Fei glared at him. You want the whole team to die here, is that it? I was just asking, Han Ming replied, looking aggrieved. Zheng Fei's tone shifted. I want to test how strong it is. The others turned to look at him in shock. Captain, you can't be serious, can you? Li Xian asked. Zheng Fei chuckled. I'm not joking. All of you stay here and wait for my command to retreat. Xu Yuan, didn't you say you've never seen me go all out? Well, today I'll show you. With that, Zheng Fei leapt powerfully from the cliff, heading straight for the distant Yazi. Midair, his body began to transform into a beast. As the transformation completed, an overwhelming aura swept forth like a storm. Xu Yuan's heart raced. This energy had only felt it in two people before, Jiang Xiao and Ling Shuang from the Arctic. But it didn't stop there. Zheng Fei's body rapidly expanded, transforming into a colossal beast. With a deafening roar, his form grew to rival Yazi in size. His remaining human features vanished, replaced by the wild visage of a fierce creature Qiongqi. Massive wings unfurled, blotting out the sky. Roar! The earth-shaking roar echoed to the heavens. Sensing the immense power, Yazi, who had been lounging idly on a rock, stood up swiftly and let out a deep dragon's growl as it gazed at the descending Zheng Fei. Li Xian smirked slightly. The captain's beast and this Yazi are both symbols of ferocity and aggression. Han Ming readied himself for retreat. The beast form doesn't last long. We need to be prepared to assist the captain at any time. Got it. Xu Yuan nodded, his eyes fixed on the scene below. The beast form, it felt like he had seen it once in the Arctic, but things had been too chaotic to pay attention back then. Boom! Zheng Fei folded his wings and slammed his massive body directly onto Yazi. The sheer force shattered the boulder beneath Yazi. Feeling the pain, Yazi retaliated with immense strength, throwing Zheng Fei off and unleashing an unrelenting battle spirit. Zheng Fei steadied himself, his limbs half submerged in the water, glaring fiercely at Yazi. Roar! Yazi wasn't about to back down. Raising its forepaw, it slammed it down forcefully, releasing a mysterious energy that spread out rapidly from its core. The surrounding hills crumbled instantly, and even the ground beneath the lake began to crack. Unfazed, Zheng Fei flapped his enormous wings, summoning a sinister gale that turned the once serene sky into a chaotic storm. The wind howled, and the land darkened as sand and shattered branches swirled in the air. Roar! Yazi let out another earth-shaking roar. Each step it took caused the ground to tremble violently. Meanwhile, Zheng Fei stood firm against the fierce wind, his tiger-like head twisting with savage intent. Crash! The two massive beast heads collided with a thunderous impact. The sheer force of the collision reduced the surrounding rocks and mountains to dust. The two colossal beasts locked horns, neither willing to back down. Suddenly, Zheng Fei raised his right front paw, and his sharp tiger claws struck fiercely against Yazi's shoulder. The immense force caused Yazi to stagger, nearly collapsing onto his forelimbs in the lake. Xu Yuan's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was exactly the kind of intense battle he had been hoping for. Nearby, Han Ming muttered under his breath, complaining about the captain's lack of fairness, but no one paid him any attention. Everyone's focus was entirely on the fierce confrontation between the two beasts below. Yazi quickly regained his composure, baring his sharp teeth while leaning back slightly to gather strength. In the next instant, his entire body shot forward like a cannonball. With a thunderous crash, the tremendous impact forced Zheng Fei to stumble backward repeatedly, only managing to stabilize himself after 5 steps. Zheng Fei shook his tiger head and unfurled his wings, whipping up a fierce wind. He soared into the air, his massive form ascending with the gusts, then plummeting down like a meteor toward Yazi. With a deafening boom, Zheng Fei's enormous body slammed Yazi into the lake. The sheer force widened the cracks on the lakebed, causing water to gush into the fissures. Yazi's body was dragged downward along the crevices. Hovering above the lake with his wings flapping, Zheng Fei let out an earth-shattering roar. Retreat. Without delay, he sped toward the group with astonishing speed. Li Xian reacted swiftly, immediately grabbing the others. Zheng Fei's massive body skimmed the edge of the mountain peak, and in the blink of an eye, Xu Yuan found himself on Zheng Fei's back. Without looking back, Zheng Fei charged into the curtain of rain. Behind them came Yazi's enraged roar. Zheng Fei shouted indistinctly, Li Xian. Responding instantly, Li Xian transformed into her beast form, her 9 pristine tails swaying as her hands pressed against Zheng Fei's back. In a flash, they teleported 100 miles away. Xu Yuan was astonished to realize he could no longer sense Yazi's presence. The scene left him inwardly shaken. Such terrifying speed in the beast form teleportation. Outside the familiar stone hut, Zheng Fei reverted to his normal state and collapsed onto the ground, exhausted, letting the rain pour over him. He breathed greedily, savoring the fresh air despite the rainwater flooding into his mouth. In the distance, the sound of exploding mountains echoed from Yazi's direction. It was frantically searching for the tricky Qiongqi. After about 10 minutes, Zheng Fei's breathing had steadied somewhat, though Xu Yuan could tell he was still weak. Struggling to his feet, Zheng Fei's chest heaved as he said, "We need to move quickly. Yazi won't let this go." By now, the group was packed and ready to leave. Han Ming casually kicked down the stone hut, easily lifting the corpse of the earthworm-like creature inside. "Captain, I left the horn of the Gu Jiao at the entrance of the cave we passed earlier." "Got it. I'll retrieve it on the way back." Han Ming, handle the aftermath. "The rest of you, follow me." Zheng Fei grabbed his backpack, and the 5 of them sprinted toward the cave they had come from. Han Ming stayed behind, his hand glowing white as he dragged the earthworm's corpse. Xu Yuan couldn't help but glance back, prompting Li Xian to explain. Han Ming is erasing our traces. Even if Yazi comes looking, it won't be able to track us. The group raced ahead, while Han Ming diligently eliminated all traces of their presence. The group moved forward at an astonishing speed, showing no intention of stopping. They raced past the terrain and quickly arrived at the entrance of the cave they had come through before. Xu Yuan dashed to the front, grabbing the massive horns of the Gujiao without hesitation, and charged straight into the cave. His feet stepped lightly on the river's surface, leaving a trail of rapidly forming ice with every step. Without the interference of the Qi Ru, Xu Yuan managed to freeze the river water solidly this time, with no sign of it melting. He silently sighed, thinking that if he were stronger, he might have been able to freeze the entire group of Qi Ru in the river as well. The stone wall ahead was smeared with fresh, red bloodstains, evidently left by the giant serpent. However, not a single remnant of it was visible. Its bones and skin had been completely devoured by the Qi Ru. Han Ming stayed at the back of the group, maintaining a certain distance from the others. As Xu Yuan ran, he couldn't help but recall the battle between Zheng Fei and the Yazi, pondering whether he too would transform into an ice dragon if he entered a berserk beast state. Behind him, Lu Ro's breathing grew heavier and heavier. Zheng Fei called out, "Rest once we're out of the cave." Without hesitation, he hoisted her onto his shoulder. The relentless sprinting was exhausting even for Xu Yuan, let alone Lu Ro. The priority was to retreat as quickly as possible. No one knew what chaos the Yazi might unleash in the inner circle. Xu Yuan's stamina was rapidly depleting as he continued freezing the river's surface while running, feeling increasingly strained. Suddenly, Tang Yun's soft voice called out from behind, and a gentle, greenish light enveloped Xu Yuan. Instantly, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. His fatigue dissipated, and his energy began to recover. Apart from Xu Yuan and Lu Ro, the others didn't seem to be struggling much. Zheng Fei, who had appeared weak earlier, now seemed full of vigor. Their physical resilience was almost unnaturally strong. A faint light began to appear ahead, and Xu Yuan smiled slightly. It was finally time to get out. A blinding white light flashed before their eyes, briefly robbing them of their vision. When their sight returned, familiar surroundings came into view. The group sat down at the resting spot they had used before, waiting for Han Ming to catch up. Xu Yuan exhaled deeply, casually tossing the horns he had been holding to the side, and leaned against a rock to catch his breath. Li Xian kindly handed him a water bottle, and after thanking her, Xu Yuan drank deeply. Li Xian smiled at him silently. On the other side of the cave, rain poured down in torrents, but where they were, the sun shone brightly, as if they were in two different worlds. Overhead, the massive Kuan fish still glided leisurely through the sky, exuding an air of freedom. Before long, Han Ming appeared, dragging the corpse of the two Lu behind him. He grinned and said, "Captain, the traces have been completely erased." Zheng Fei patted his shoulder approvingly, then rummaged through his backpack, pulling out a crumpled pack of cigarettes. After searching for a while without finding any, Han Ming chuckled, tossing the two Lu's body aside and teasing, "If there's none left, what's the point of digging around?" Zheng Fei sighed, squeezing the empty cigarette pack in his hand. Lu Ro leaned against a rock, still clutching the water bottle and panting. Zheng Fei asked with concern, "Can you keep going, Lu Ro?" She nodded. "I'm fine, Captain." "Good. Then let's not linger here. We're heading back to the research institute," Zheng Fei commanded. The journey there had taken nearly 4 days, but the return trip only took 2. When the familiar concrete road appeared in the distance, Xu Yuan let out a long, relieved sigh. This mission was finally complete. When they arrived, they had a car to bring them, but going back, they could only rely on their own legs. Zheng Fei chose not to follow the path they had come on, deciding instead to take a direct route through the forest to the research institute. This was the fastest way. In his left hand, he carried the carcass of the mole cricket, while his right hand dragged its horns, his muscles taut from the heavy load. The group struggled as they pushed through the dense undergrowth of the forest. Suddenly, the massive complex of the research institute appeared at the foot of the mountains, coming into view. Li Xian stretched her arms, a tired yet satisfied smile spreading across her face. "Finally, we can get a good night's sleep tonight. Let's go and report back first," Zheng Fei said, taking the lead as he leapt off a cliff, nimbly navigating the steep rocks. As they approached the outskirts of the research institute, Xu Yuan suddenly felt a powerful presence emanating from within. It wasn't the aura of a beast, it was that of a beast tamer. This invisible yet menacing force locked onto Xu Yuan, sending alarm signals through every cell in his body. Danger. However, the aura gradually softened. Zheng Fei and the others noticed it too. Frowning, Zheng Fei paused and thought, This energy feels so familiar." Li Xian tilted her head, looking puzzled, while Tang Yun smiled faintly. Could it be Sister Xiaqing? At Tang Yun's words, Zheng Fei's face broke into an excited grin. "It is Sister Xiaqing. Quick, let's go." Xu Yuan, though unsure of what was happening, guessed from their reaction that this person must be someone they knew well. Meanwhile, in Zhu Buqing's office, a woman dressed in casual attire sat leisurely on the sofa. Her long black hair was tied up in a bun, adorned with a jade hairpin, and a pair of teardrop-shaped jade earrings gently swayed near her shoulders. She held a lidded teacup, savoring the aroma of the tea. Zhu Buqing squinted at her. Xiaoqing, how long are you planning to stay here? Xiaoqing smiled slightly. They'll leave tonight. Xiao Fei and the others are back. Zhu Buqing's eyes lit up. Oh, they're back. With that, he made to head out the door. Unhurried, Xiaoqing gently blew on her tea. No need to go, Commander. They'll definitely come here first. Why? Zhu Buqing turned to look at her. Because I'm here. Xiaoqing tilted her head and gave him a sly smile, her eyes sparkling mischievously. As expected, the moment Zheng Fei and his group arrived at the research institute, they dumped the carcass of the mole cricket and the horns of the gujiao outside and rushed straight to Zhu Buqing's office. Sister Xiaoqing. Zheng Fei burst through the office door, his face lighting up with joy as he spotted Xiaoqing sitting on the sofa. Xiaoqing glanced up at him briefly, then went back to blowing on her tea with an air of calm. Long time no see, Xiao Fei. Sister Xiaoqing. Li Xian and Tang Yuan, equally excited, ran up to hug her. Xiaoqing quickly shielded her teacup. Hey, I'm drinking tea here. Don't mess around. Xian. Han Ming, Xu Yuan, and Lu Rou, who didn't seem to know her, stood awkwardly in place. Ahem. Zhu Buqing, who had been standing nearby, cleared his throat to remind everyone of his presence. Only then did Zheng Fei and the others snap back to reality, hastily saluting Zhu Buqing. Commander. Zhu Buqing gave them a slow, meaningful glance before sitting down. I see I'm still visible, huh? Zheng Fei chuckled sheepishly and moved behind Zhu Buqing to massage his shoulders. It's just been so long since we've seen Sister Xiaoqing we got a little carried away. How did the mission go? Zhu Buqing asked, enjoying the shoulder massage. Zheng Fei grinned. Mission accomplished. Things were chaotic, so we couldn't capture it. Olivia had to kill it. Zhu Buqing waved a hand dismissively. Save the details for the report later. No need to tell me now. Got it. Zheng Fei responded enthusiastically. On the sofa, Xiaoqing exchanged a few pleasantries with Li Xian and Tang Yuan before her gaze shifted to Xu Yuan. A flicker of curiosity flashed in her eyes. The moment Xu Yuan stepped into the room, a powerful aura rushed toward him. His gaze immediately locked onto a woman sitting gracefully, sipping tea. Without a doubt, that aura was emanating from her. Xiaoqing elegantly placed the lid of her tea bowl down, then rose slowly and approached Xu Yuan. He politely extended his hand, about to introduce himself, but Xiaoqing beat him to it, taking his hand first. Xu Yuan, right? Xiaoqing smiled gently, her eyes gleaming with wisdom. Xu Yuan froze for a moment, blinking. Yes. Maintaining her warm smile, Xiaoqing said, I'm Xiaoqing. I came back this time to check on Xiao Fei and the others, and I have a message to deliver to you. Xu Yuan couldn't help but take a closer look at Xiaoqing. She exuded a unique, classical beauty, leaving an indescribable sense of admiration. Xiaoqing smiled faintly. Our captain asked me to tell you something. His exact words were, I'll be waiting for you in the Pacific Theater. As soon as she finished speaking, Xiaoqing turned and walked back to stand beside Li Xian and Tang Yuan, leaving Xu Yuan standing there, utterly bewildered. Zheng Fei, Zhu Buqing, and Han Ming exchanged knowing looks at Xu Yuan, while Lu Rou looked completely clueless, blinking her wide eyes. Tang Yuan asked softly, Sister Xiaoqing, are you back on a mission this time? Yes, but it's already completed, Xiaoqing replied with a smile. I heard you all returned from the Arctic front, so I stopped by to see you. Li Xian affectionately linked her arm with Xiaoqing's. Sister Xiaoqing is the best. Tang Yuan, while blowing on Xiaoqing's tea to cool it, asked, Sister Xiaoqing, how long are you staying in the country? I'm heading back tonight, Xiaoqing answered. I've been waiting for you all for days. Otherwise, I would have left earlier. The women continued chatting casually, while Zheng Fei quietly pulled Xu Yuan outside. Captain, what did he mean by that message? Xu Yuan asked eagerly. Zheng Fei chuckled softly. Sister Xiaoqing's captain is the #1 beast master in the country. Their team is currently stationed in the Pacific Theater. Sister Xiaoqing herself is ranked 7th. The celestial dome covering the entire Kunlun mountain range? That's her power. Xu Yuan's eyes widened in shock, his face full of disbelief. What? Zheng Fei patted Xu Yuan on the shoulder. Keep it up. Work hard. The world is vast, and your future holds infinite possibilities. With that, he turned and went back inside. Xu Yuan remained rooted to the spot, too stunned to speak. He could never have imagined that the woman with such a gentle smile possessed such unimaginable strength. As Xu Yuan stood there in a daze, Professor Chen suddenly appeared in front of him, holding a teacup. He waved his hand in front of Xu Yuan's face. Xu Yuan, what are you daydreaming about? Snapping out of it, Xu Yuan replied. Huh? Professor Chen, nothing, just thinking. Get inside. What are you standing out here for? Professor Chen said as he grabbed Xu Yuan's arm and led him into the room. Inside Zhu Buqing's office, Xiaoqing was speaking to Li Xian. Xian, before I came here, I happened to investigate District 12 and found an interesting exotic beast. I've already reported it to the commander. Li Xian was about to ask more when she noticed Professor Chen leading Xu Yuan into the room. Everyone immediately stood upright and greeted in unison. Professor Chen. Even Xia Qing stood up from her relaxed position, her expression filled with respect. Professor Chen. Professor Chen glanced at Xia Qing and said in a low voice, Xia Qing, you're still here. Xia Qing pouted. Professor Chen, why do you always seem so eager for me to leave? If you're not leaving, then just stay here, Professor Chen replied, his words as sharp as ever, leaving Xia Qing momentarily speechless. In Zhu Boqing's office, the voices of several women overlapped, like the chirping of sparrows. Professor Chen frowned slightly, clearly uncomfortable with the noisy environment. He lightly patted Xu Yuan's arm, his gaze scanning her up and down as he asked with concern, Are you hurt? Xu Yuan nodded gently, her expression serious. I'm fine, Professor Chen, but I have something to ask you. Noticing her earnest demeanor, Professor Chen paused for a moment, placing the thermos cup in his hand on Zhu Boqing's desk. His clear, sharp eyes locked onto Xu Yuan's for several seconds before he waved at Xia Qing, Zheng Fei, and the others nearby. You all step out. Yes, sir. Xia Qing and the others immediately stood up, saluted, and hurriedly ushered the still confused Lu Rou out of the room, closing the door behind them. Professor Chen sat down on the sofa and spoke in a calm tone. Do you want to take a shower first before we talk? Is that important? Xu Yuan stared at him expressionlessly. Not really. What do you want to ask? Xu Yuan shifted her gaze from Professor Chen to Zhu Boqing. Professor Chen, Commander, why did you assign the captain and the others such a mission? Zhu Boqing closed his eyes, seemingly avoiding the question. The room fell into a heavy silence, with no one speaking. After a few minutes, Professor Chen broke the stillness. Take me to Zhenlong Valley. All right. Xu Yuan nodded and opened the door. In the hallway, Zheng Fei and the others stood at a distance. Seeing Xu Yuan appear, they all turned their eyes toward her. Xia Qing asked Zheng Fei in confusion. Xiao Fei, what's going on? Zheng Fei sighed deeply. Sigh, it's complicated. Hard to explain right now. Xu Yuan and Professor Chen walked past the group silently, and no one spoke. Outside the research institute, Xiao Zhang had been waiting for Professor Chen. Seeing him come out, Xiao Zhang quickly approached and asked, Professor Chen, are you heading back to rest? Head toward the old research site. Professor Chen replied in an even tone. As Professor Chen got into the car, Xu Yuan frowned slightly. Professor Chen, let me carry you over. It'll be faster. Professor Chen closed his eyes. Xu Yuan, why the rush? Can't you wait, even a little? Xu Yuan sighed and sat down beside him. The ride continued in silence until the cement road ended. The two followed a familiar path toward Zhenlong Valley. The massive black dragon came into view again, far larger than the ice dragon, its sheer size awe-inspiring. Professor Chen slowly sat down, seeming to age in an instant. He gazed at the black dragon below and spoke. Xu Yuan, I don't have many years left. Before I die, I want to see you grow into your full potential. This is my way of atoning for myself. He continued. Before I retired, I came to see this dragon. That was the second time in my life. The first was over 20 years ago, when your father brought it to me, bound with the dragon chain. He dragged it in front of me, and I was utterly shocked. I had spent my life researching exotic beasts, but it was the first time I saw someone tame a dragon so obediently. I shared the techniques for controlling beasts with your father, and he demonstrated it on the dragon right in front of me. Afterward, your father rose to fame in the beast-taming world, his strength unmatched. That night, 10 years ago, at the Changbai Mountain Research Institute, Xu Yuan's father clung to Professor Chen's arm as if it were his last lifeline. Uncle Chen, I'm in so much pain. It's been over 10 years, I can't take it anymore. His voice was filled with despair and pleading. Professor Chen slowly rolled up the sleeve of his white coat, revealing an arm covered in shocking scratch marks. Xu Yuan's brow furrowed at the sight, and an uneasy feeling surged within him. After your father left the Changbai Mountain Research Institute, he came here, Professor Chen recounted calmly, as though narrating a story unrelated to himself. He used a method beyond comprehension to extract the dragon from his body and lock it here. Xu Yuan's gaze was involuntarily drawn to the black dragon below. A bold thought suddenly crossed his mind. Could this dragon be my father? Professor Chen shot Xu Yuan a look as if he were a fool, but then softened. You've seen Zheng Fei's feral beast, haven't you? Seeing Xu Yuan nod slightly, he continued. At first, I considered that possibility too. But after your father locked the dragon here, he immediately went to see Lao Zhu. Lao Zhu said your father was incredibly weak at the time, told him where the dragon was, and then left. The timeline doesn't match, which is why I said your father used an extraordinary method. Xu Yuan remained silent, quietly listening as Professor Chen continued his story. For all these years, this has been a knot in my heart, Professor Chen admitted, his tone tinged with guilt. I retired a few years ago, but it wasn't until recently, when Lao Zhu told me he'd found you, that I went to the Arctic Research Institute to wait for you. Xu Yuan sat cross-legged beside Professor Chen, curiosity piqued. How did you know I inherited my father's dragon-locking chain? Professor Chen took a deep breath, as if organizing his thoughts. After meeting your father, I pored over countless historical documents and visited every place associated with dragons throughout history, he said, his eyes gleaming with the light of discovery. What I found was astonishing. Although your family later changed its surname, long ago, your lineage was dedicated to raising dragons for emperors. Besides your family, there was another group of people your kind tamed dragons, while they tamed phoenixes. There's a girl in the country whose beast is none other than the king of all birds, the phoenix. Professor Chen sighed deeply. I always felt I owed your father an apology. I carry that guilt with me. I want to make the most of the time I have left to help you reach your potential. Xu Yuan's expression suddenly turned cold. So you're gambling with the lives of the team just to ensure my growth? Isn't that selfish? Professor Chen let out a rare chuckle. I might really be getting old. My mind isn't as clear as it used to be. I didn't consider your feelings. I'm sorry. Both of them stared at the black dragon below. At that moment, Professor Chen no longer seemed like the stern and unapproachable academic he once was, but rather a kind, elderly man. Xu Yuan could hardly believe that this dragon was once tamed by his own father. After a long silence, Xu Yuan finally spoke. Can the team's mission be cancelled? It can, Professor Chen replied bluntly. But after that, you'll need to go somewhere better suited for your growth. What if I refuse? Xu Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination. I want to stay with this team. Professor Chen met Xu Yuan's gaze. In his aged eyes, there was a resolute and powerful light, silently conveying something unspoken. On a scorching summer day, Professor Chen sat on the ground, sweat streaming down his face, lost in thought for a long while. Finally, he let out a deep sigh and said slowly, "This isn't something I can decide. I'll do my best, though." With that, he struggled to his feet, brushing the dust off his pants. Seeing this, Xu Yuan grinned. He understood in his heart that the issue was likely resolved. He quickly stepped forward to support Professor Chen and asked, "Shall we head back?" Professor Chen glanced at him and said in a slightly teasing tone, "What? Planning to stay here instead?" A short while later, outside the research institute, Xu Yuan was seen carrying Professor Chen on his back as they approached from a distance. Zheng Fei and his group were still waiting in the same spot, though Xiaqing was nowhere to be seen. Xu Yuan carefully set Professor Chen down in front of the group. Professor Chen, Zheng Fei and the others greeted him respectfully. Professor Chen waved his hand dismissively, his tone weary. "You've all worked hard. Go to the cafeteria, have a meal, and get some rest." Just as he was about to leave, Zheng Fei hurriedly stepped forward, holding a tablet in his hand. "Professor Chen, please wait a moment," Zheng Fei said urgently. "What is it?" Professor Chen asked, his posture slightly hunched over, looking his age more than ever. Zheng Fei handed him the tablet and explained, "Earlier, when we were chatting with Xiaqing, she asked about Xu Yuan's progress. We told her he's been learning about flight, and she found this video for us to pass along to you." A glint of light flashed in Professor Chen's eyes as he took the tablet. Xu Yuan also leaned in, staring intently at the screen. Professor Chen opened the video. The footage was blurry, showing a gray, rainy sky. Suddenly, a shadow resembling a dragon emerged from the clouds, twisting and turning in midair before vanishing back into the mist within seconds. Professor Chen's eyes lit up with excitement. He turned to Xu Yuan, practically beaming. "Xu Yuan, did you get it?" "I got it," Xu Yuan replied, his face glowing with joy. A problem that had puzzled him for so long was suddenly resolved in those fleeting seconds. Professor Chen slapped his forehead in frustration, completely unconcerned about his appearance. "How did I not think of this before? It's such a simple concept, why didn't it occur to me?" Zheng Fei was utterly baffled, unable to understand what the two were talking about. Xu Yuan, however, let out a long exhale, his face brimming with happiness. Professor Chen replayed the short video repeatedly, exclaiming with excitement, "Xiaqing deserves major credit for this." He waved at Xiao Zhang in the distance, who immediately understood and drove the car over to him. Even as he climbed into the car, Professor Chen was still engrossed in the video. Without looking up, he instructed Zheng Fei and the others, "Submit the mission report to my office within 2 days." "Understood," the group responded in unison. As the car carrying Professor Chen drove away, Xu Yuan's face was still lit with a broad smile. Zheng Fei walked over and patted him on the head. "Hey, did you lose your mind? What's with all the grinning?" Xu Yuan looked up at Zheng Fei, unable to suppress his joy. "Captain, I can fly now." "What?" Zheng Fei, along with Li Xin and the others, stared at him in shock. As Xu Yuan began walking toward the cafeteria, he said, "Let's eat first. I'm starving, exhausted, and thrilled all at once. My head's a mess." Although still confused, Zheng Fei and the others followed him. The dragon in that video wasn't so much flying as it was swimming through the air. This discovery had undoubtedly opened a brand new door for Xu Yuan. On the third day back at the Research Institute, an important meeting was held in the top-floor conference room. Professor Chen, Professor Liu, Zhu Buoqing, and Zhou Wenzheng were already seated, along with several other professors and military officers whose identities were unknown. The entire Zheng Fei squad, including Lu Rou, was also present, and the atmosphere was slightly tense. Zhu Buqing held the mission report of Zheng Fei's squad in his hands, his sharp gaze sweeping across Xu Yuan, Li Xian, and Zheng Fei. Xu Yuan appeared calm, as if he had anticipated what was about to happen. In contrast, Li Xian and Zheng Fei seemed uneasy, completely unsure why they had become the focus of the meeting. Clearing his throat, Zhu Buqing went straight to the point. We've already discussed the issue with Xu Yuan, he began, his tone carrying a hint of apology. We acted too hastily and neglected your feelings. That was our mistake. Turning to Xu Yuan, Zhu continued. You can stay with Zheng Fei's squad, but at the end of the 3-year training period, you must present your results to me. If you fail to do so, I will reassign you elsewhere. If you refuse, the consequences will be far more severe than mere detention. His gaze suddenly turned piercing, exuding the full authority of a commander. This is not a negotiation. Xu Yuan smiled faintly, a trace of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Zheng Fei and the others also showed signs of relief. They were confident they could train Xu Yuan into an expert within 3 years. Zhu Buqing shot a stern glare at Zheng Fei's group before turning to Li Xian. Xia Qing discovered a mutated 9-tailed fox in Sector 10 of Kunlun Mountain. This is critical intelligence. He gestured for Professor Chen to elaborate. Professor Chen cleared his throat and began to explain in a steady tone. A mutated 9-tailed fox is exceptionally rare. Your squad's next mission is to head to Sector 10 and locate this creature. His sharp eyes landed on Li Xian. Li Xian, how is your psychological condition? Li Xian lowered her head in silence, her hands nervously fidgeting on the table. All eyes were on her, and the room seemed to freeze. After a long pause, she took a deep breath, raised her head, and said, Commander, Professor Chen, I'd like to give it a try. This isn't about trying. You must succeed. Zhu Buqing interrupted sternly. Ling Shuang has already been promoted to captain and is leading her own team. Are you willing to let her outshine you? Don't forget, your talent was originally superior to hers. Instinctively, Li Xian glanced at Xu Yuan and met his resolute gaze. She stood abruptly, her voice firm. I will complete the mission. Good. Zhu Buqing slammed the table with force. That's the attitude I want to see. Shifting his attention, he fixed his eyes on Zheng Fei, who sat on edge, looking utterly bewildered as he stood up. Zhu Buqing sighed, his tone tinged with disappointment. Zheng Fei, tomorrow you'll depart for the Shenanjia Research Institute. What? For what purpose? Zheng Fei asked, his eyes wide in shock at the unexpected order. Zhu Buqing slid a document across the table toward Zheng Fei. A creature suspected to be a Qiongqi has been discovered deep in the Shenanjia forest. While the information isn't fully confirmed, it's highly likely. Before your team heads to District 12 for reconnaissance, you better get that beast weapon for me. Don't come back without it. Zhu Buqing's thunderous voice echoed through the meeting room. Zheng Fei looked stunned as he reached for the document that had slid in front of him. His eyes darted across the lines of text, and with every word, his excitement grew. A grin crept onto his face. Damn it, I failed to refine it years ago. No way I'm failing again this time, he silently vowed to himself. Zhu Buqing stared intently at Zheng Fei, his eyes a mix of disapproval and expectation. That's more like it. You've lost all your fire after spending 2 years in the Arctic. Even Zhang Xiao managed to succeed in refining it. Do you still have the nerve to call yourself one of the twin heroes of the South Sea alongside him? His words carried both a challenge and encouragement. Clutching the document tightly in his left hand, Zheng Fei saluted Zhu Buqing with his right, his voice resolute. Commander, I guarantee the mission will be completed. Zhu Buqing let out a faint scoff, followed by a sigh. His gaze swept over Xu Yuan, Han Ming, and Lu Rou as his tone softened slightly. Now that everything's been laid out, there's no point in hiding anything. Don't take my words the wrong way, either. Han Ming, Xu Yuan, Lu Rou, with your current skills, this trip to Shenanjia isn't something you can handle. You'd only slow the others down. I have other tasks for you. He then turned to the remaining 3. For this mission, you'll split into 2 groups. Zheng Fei, Li Xian, Tang Yun. The 3 of you will head to Shenanjia. Help Zheng Fei refine the beast weapon. I've transferred a unit from the East Sea battle zone to assist you with this mission. A trace of concern flickered across Zheng Fei's face. Huh? You want our team to split up for 2 separate missions, Commander? Zhu Buqing's eyes widened in fury. Do you have a problem with that? No problem at all. Zheng Fei immediately straightened up, startled by the outburst. Zhu Buqing seemed to deflate slightly, his voice dropping. The rewards from the last mission have already been distributed. Xu Yuan, Lu Rou, the rewards for the Gujiao horns have been sent to you as well. Xu Yuan, the red roof fish scales were taken by Professor Lu, and the rewards have been issued. Hearing this, the group exchanged glances, a flicker of joy passing through their eyes. Meeting adjourned. Now get out, all of you. Zhu Buqing waved his hand dismissively. Got it. Zheng Fei wasted no time. pulling Xu Yuan and Li Xian along as they quickly left the room. Once outside, he exhaled deeply, knowing full well that Xu Yuan had been the main reason for Zhu Buoqing's earlier frustration. Professor Chen walked past the group with his hands in his pockets, leaving behind a cryptic remark. Xu Yuan, the old man has gone to great lengths for you. Don't let me down, and don't embarrass me either. Xu Yuan didn't respond, simply watching as Professor Chen walked away, a faint smile forming on his lips. The next morning, the Purple Forest courtyard was bustling with activity. Zheng Fei and his two companions packed a few clothes, preparing for departure. Li Xian slung her bag over her shoulder and playfully clung to Xu Yuan, pretending to be reluctant to part. Boo-hoo-hoo. Xu Yuan, little brother, I don't want to leave you. Xu Yuan, exasperated, responded, Xian Jia, it's just for a short while. Li Xian's exaggerated sobbing was clearly an act, as she forced out a couple of fake tears. Make sure to text me, okay? All right, Xu Yuan replied, seeing through her joke. Zheng Fei rolled his eyes at the scene and urged, come on, let's go. We need to catch our flight. Fine. Li Xian finally let go of Xu Yuan and waved goodbye to the group. See you soon. Lu Rou also waved. Safe travels. Tang Yun handed Xu Yuan a book. Take some time to study these chess strategies. I'll be testing you when you get back. Yes, ma'am. Xu Yuan replied with a grin, saluting Tang Yun playfully. Tang Yun smiled warmly before turning to board the car. The vehicle carrying the three of them slowly drove away, disappearing from sight. Han Ming casually pulled out his phone from his pocket, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Finally, I can play games without any worries, he thought to himself with relief. Xu Yuan stretched lazily, tossing the chess manual onto the nearby table and muttered, I'll take a nap first before looking at the chess manual again. Lu Rou watched the two of them relaxing, her big eyes filled with curiosity. Unable to hold back, she asked, Xu Yuinga, Han Minga, aren't you guys even a little worried about the captain and the others? Lying face down on the sofa, Han Ming was fully engrossed in his phone screen and replied without looking up, what's there to worry about? The three strongest members of the team are with them. We should be more concerned about the tasks ahead of us. Xu Yuan laid down beside Han Ming, pulled a blanket over himself, and mumbled with his eyes closed, sleep first. By noon, since Zheng Fei wasn't around and none of the three knew how to cook, Han Ming had to drive them to the Research Institute's cafeteria for lunch. Just as they finished eating and were about to leave, Xiao Zhang rushed over to inform them. Professor Chen wants to see you in his office. Han Ming nodded in acknowledgement and shrugged at Xu Yuan and Lu Rou. Looks like there's a task coming up. Let's go. The two exchanged glances, shrugged as well, and followed Han Ming to Professor Chen's office. Professor Chen was deeply focused on reviewing their task reports. When the three entered, he motioned for them to sit down while still reading. Xu Yuan, this Yazi is a good candidate, could be your backup option, he said. Xu Yuan looked puzzled. Backup for what? He wondered if they intended for him to tame the Yazi. Professor Chen looked up and explained. You can refine it into a beast weapon. Its compatibility with you should be quite good. But for now, it's just an optional rush. Xu Yuan suddenly understood. He already had a general idea about handling a second beast and refining beast weapons. He knew the second beast needed to be highly compatible with him. For instance, since his first beast was dragon-related, the second one would also have to be a dragon or a similar type. The same principle applied to refining beast weapons. They must align with his compatibility. As the three waited, Zhu Buoqing entered the office holding a file. Xu Yuan and the others immediately stood up and saluted. Commander. Zhu Buoqing glanced at Xu Yuan and impatiently said, Ugh, get out of my sight. You're annoying me already. He handed the file to Han Ming. This time, you'll take these two with you. Since your hometown is in Hunan, bring this person back for me. Han Ming respectfully accepted the document. Yes, sir. He flipped through the file, and Xu Yuan and Lu Rou leaned in to take a look. Upon closer inspection, they realized it was the personal information of a new recruit. Their task was to carry out a recruitment mission. Zhu Buoqing added, take the confidentiality agreement with you. Have him sign it before bringing him back. You might also be assigned other tasks along the way. Han Ming saluted again. Understood, Commander. Rest assured, we'll complete the mission. Zhu Buoqing waved dismissively. All right. Enough with the formalities, it's getting on my nerves. With that, he turned and left. Throughout the exchange, Professor Chen remained entirely focused on his work, not even looking up. Xu Yuan, still puzzled, turned to Han Ming. Hang, is recruiting new members part of our responsibilities too? Han Ming shot him a look and corrected him. What do you mean recruiting? We are identifying talent for the nation. Professor Chen calmly interjected. This is actually a break for you guys. The mission has a 1-month deadline. As long as you're back within a month, you can do whatever you want during that time. Hearing this, the group was overjoyed. They quickly bowed to Professor Chen in gratitude. Thank you, Professor Chen. Without looking up, Professor Chen replied. If there's nothing else, go pack your things and get ready to leave. Yay! Lu Rou cheered, eagerly pushing Xu Yuan and Han Ming out the door. Xu Yuan, however, had a feeling this task had been carefully planned by Professor Chun. The group returned to their quarters to pack some basic belongings, each carrying a small backpack. A military vehicle waited at the entrance of the research institute, with 2 soldiers in the front seats tasked with escorting them. As the vehicle left the institute and passed through the dome of the facility, the 3 of them suddenly felt as though they had re-entered the real world. In the back seat, Xu Yuan sat in the middle. On his left, Han Ming was engrossed in the documents he was reading, while on his right, Lu Ro stared out the window like a curious child, captivated by the scenery flashing by. Han Ming turned to Lu Ro and asked, "Lu Ro, do you have an ID card?" "Yes, it's at home," Lu Ro replied, blinking her wide eyes. Xu Yuan and Han Ming exchanged glances. Clearly, having one wasn't the same as having it with her. Han Ming handed the documents to Xu Yuan and said, "Take a look at this. Once we get to Xining, we'll get her a phone, and I'll use my ID to get her a SIM card." Lu Ro asked curiously, "Huh? Why do I need a phone, Han Minga?" Han Ming pulled out his phone and showed her his conversation with Zheng Fei. "The captain knows about our mission. He wants you to head back to Shanghai first and visit home." "Really, Han Minga?" Lu Ro's face lit up with excitement. "That's right. During this mission, all expenses are covered by the captain. Once we're in the city, you can buy whatever you want," Han Ming said, then muttered under his breath, "Though I'm not sure if topping up games is reimbursable." One of the soldiers in the passenger seat turned around with a grin. "I'm so jealous everything you buy gets reimbursed." Han Ming chuckled. "The captain has always been good to us." The soldier nodded, still smiling. "Well, considering your high casualty rates, having these benefits is only fair." Xu Yuan, however, remained focused on the documents in his hands. They outlined the objective of their mission. The journey from the Kunlun Mountains to Xining took nearly 15 hours. The 2 soldiers took turns driving without stopping. In the early hours of the morning, the vehicle finally pulled up in front of a guest house near the airport. "Let's rest here for the night and head back after we've slept," the soldiers said to Han Ming. "All right." Han Ming stretched and gently nudged Xu Yuan and Lu Ro awake. "Let's go. Time to get some sleep." The 2, still groggy, grabbed their backpacks and stepped out of the vehicle. The night passed uneventfully. By noon the next day, Xu Yuan woke up to find a message from Han Ming on his phone. "When you're up, come find me at the internet cafe nearby." The message included the cafe's address. Xu Yuan sighed. Han Ming never missed a chance to play games whenever he had free time. After a quick wash-up, Xu Yuan grabbed his backpack and headed downstairs. In the lobby, Lu Ro was happily eating a bowl of liangpi. When she saw Xu Yuan, she waved enthusiastically. "Xu Yuanga." Xu Yuan sat down beside her. "What are you eating?" "Liangpi. The boss said it's a local specialty in Shanghai and got it for me specially," Lu Ro replied with a bright smile. Only then did Xu Yuan notice the middle-aged woman behind the reception desk. He walked over to thank her. "Thanks, sister. How much was it? Let me pay you back." The woman beamed. "No need. She's such a sweet girl. It's on me." "Thank you." Xu Yuan smiled and handed her the room key. Once Lu Ro finished her meal, the 2 waved goodbye to the kind woman. The military vehicle was no longer outside, likely already on its return trip. Following the address Han Ming had sent, they made their way to the internet cafe. As soon as they stepped inside, they were hit by the strong smell of smoke. Han Ming was at a computer, wearing headphones and shouting at the screen, "Attack! What are you afraid of? Damn it, you guys are terrible." Xu Yuan and Lu Ro, carrying their backpacks, looked helplessly at Han Ming, who was completely engrossed in his game. Intense sound effects from the game blared through his headphones as he remained oblivious to the presence of the 2. It wasn't until the round ended that he took off his headphones, surprised to find them awake. "Oh, you're both awake? Let me finish this round," Han Ming began, then seemed to remember something. "Xu Yuan, want to give it a try?" Xu Yuan's eyes lit up, about to agree, when Lu Ro hurriedly grabbed his arm. "Han Minga, hurry up, okay? We'll wait for you outside." Without giving Xu Yuan a chance to respond, she dragged him out the door. About 10 minutes later, Han Ming finally emerged from the internet cafe. He held a half-empty bottle of drink in one hand and a shopping bag in the other, which he handed to Lu Ro. "Here, your phone and SIM card are ready." "Thanks, Han Minga." Lu Ro beamed, immediately sitting on the nearby steps to unbox the phone. Han Ming smiled. "Don't thank me. It's the captain's money that paid for it." Then he turned to Xu Yuan. "We've booked tickets for tomorrow. Lu Ro will fly to Shanghai, and the 2 of us will fly to Zhengzhou." Xu Yuan frowned. If I'd known earlier, I wouldn't have canceled the room." Han Ming waved dismissively. "We're not staying at the hostel tonight." He showed Xu Yuan his phone. "I've already picked out this hotel, it looks nice. We'll stay here." "All right." Xu Yuan grinned, thinking to himself that Han Ming knew how to enjoy life. The 3 spent a leisurely afternoon exploring Xining before heading to the airport the next day. Han Ming gave Lu Ro 3 days, arranging to meet up in Zhengzhou after that. On the plane, Han Ming turned to Xu Yuan. "Once the mission's done, I think I'll go home for a bit. What about you?" "He'll stick with you," Xu Yuan replied casually. Han Ming chuckled. "Great. When we get there, I'll introduce you to my sister." Xu Yuan feigned an awkward expression. I don't think that's a good idea, Hang. I'm not ready for a relationship yet. Han Ming gritted his teeth. What are you even thinking? I was joking. Look at you, so flustered. Their plane landed, but they hadn't heard from Lu Ro, yet she was likely still in the air. As soon as they stepped out of the airport, Han Ming took a deep breath, smiling. Ah, the scent of home. Xu Yuan rubbed his stomach. What's good to eat around here, Hang? I'm starving. There's plenty. Come on. They'll take you. Back in his home province, Han Ming was visibly more excited. He flagged down a taxi and pulled Xu Yuan along. It took a while to drive from the airport to the city center. After a hearty meal, they checked into a hotel. Only then did they receive a message from Lu Ro, confirming she had landed safely. By evening, they ventured out in search of food again. On Zhengzhou's March streets, people wore all kinds of clothing, some in winter coats, others in summer attire. Xu Yuan was puzzled. Why is everyone dressed so differently? Han Ming explained with a sigh. In Hunan, we only have winter and summer, no spring or autumn. Why? Xu Yuan asked, confused. Because spring and autumn disappeared during the Warring States period, Han Ming quipped. Xu Yuan rolled his eyes. What a terrible joke. They found a street food stall and sat down. Han Ming opened a bottle of beer and handed it to Xu Yuan. How about we complete the mission tomorrow? Once Lu Ro arrives, we can head to Luoyang, and he'll show you both around. Sounds good. Xu Yuan accepted the beer and poured himself a glass. Suddenly, Han Ming asked, You've gone through the new recruits file, right? Yeah, read it. Why? Xu Yuan replied, taking a sip of beer. What do you think? Han Ming asked thoughtfully. Han Ming raised an eyebrow, a hint of mischief flashing in his eyes. Xu Yuan sighed softly and said, Forget it. That person's had a hard life. Don't mess with them. Just follow what's in the file. Han Ming nodded. All right, I'll take care of it tomorrow. Xu Yuan understood Han Ming's intentions all too well, planned to use the same old tactic and forcibly take the target away. How is this any different from kidnapping? But Xu Yuan said nothing, choosing instead to wait and see how things would unfold. The next day, Han Ming was nowhere to be seen all day. It wasn't until dusk that he returned to the hotel, driving an off-road vehicle with military plates. Rolling down the window, he waved at Xu Yuan, who was standing by the roadside. Get in. I've got everything arranged. Xu Yuan opened the passenger door and got in. Before he could ask any questions, Han Ming, brimming with excitement, announced, Let's go meet the new guy. Without waiting for a response, he floored the gas pedal, and the car roared off into the night. As darkness fell, the car came to a stop across from a construction site on the outskirts of the city. Han Ming leaned back, propping his feet up on the steering wheel, and pulled out his phone. Keep an eye out, Xu Yuan. I'm going to play a game for a bit. Got it, Xu Yuan replied, his gaze fixed on the construction site's entrance, the file in his hand swaying gently. The document indicated that Wu Erming, 27 years old, worked part-time here from evening until late at night. Half an hour later, a frail figure riding a bicycle appeared in Xu Yuan's line of sight. The person exuded an unusual aura, distinct from ordinary people, a clear sign of someone with beast-taming potential, which Xu Yuan was highly attuned to. Han Ming, however, remained oblivious. Han, he's here, Xu Yuan said, lightly tapping Han Ming. Han Ming looked up and saw Wu Erming pedaling his rickety bicycle into the construction site. He frowned. Doesn't look 27 to me. I'd believe it if you said 37. Shaking his head, he added, Well, I guess years of hard labor can age a person. Late into the night, Wu Erming, visibly exhausted, pushed his bicycle out of the construction site. Han Ming followed slowly in the car, keeping a safe distance. When Wu Erming turned into a narrow alley, Han Ming said to Xu Yuan, You keep following him. I need to take care of something. Xu Yuan silently got out of the car, maintaining a cautious distance from Wu Erming. The alley was narrow, only wide enough for a single vehicle, with old, dilapidated houses lining both sides. After some time, Han Ming returned, carrying 2 bags. Did you see where he went? Yes, Xu Yuan replied succinctly. The two of them approached a half-open wooden door. With a creak, the door swung inward, revealing a courtyard overgrown with weeds. A battered bicycle leaned against the wall. Only one room had a dim light on, and its door was ajar. Han Ming motioned for Xu Yuan to proceed. Xu Yuan stepped forward and knocked lightly on the door. Hello, is anyone there? From inside came the sound of rustling. After a moment, Wu Erming opened the door. His eyes were sunken, his frame emaciated, but his gaze was sharp and alert. In a weary voice, he asked, Who are you? Han Ming immediately produced his credentials. We're from the military district. Wu Erming froze, staring at the document. Though he couldn't fully understand its contents, the bold characters for military ID were unmistakable. Hesitantly, he asked, The military is looking for me? Han Ming nodded. That's right. Aren't you going to invite us in? Please, come in. Still puzzled, Wu Erming stepped aside to let them into the room. The room was furnished so sparingly that it invoked a sense of sorrow. A battered wooden table stood forlornly in the center, accompanied by a simple bed with a surface so hard it felt like stone. In the corner, an old coal stove held an aluminum kettle, its spout encrusted with lime scale, silently narrating the passage of time. Overhead, a single light bulb dangled precariously, casting a faint yellow glow that barely illuminated the cramped space. Wu Erming sat uneasily on a makeshift chair fashioned from 2 bricks. In front of him on the table was a bowl of instant noodles, barely touched. He glanced nervously at the 2 unexpected visitors and said, "Sorry, comrades, I don't have anywhere for you to sit." Han Ming waved it off nonchalantly. "No problem, we can sit on your bed in a bit." As he spoke, he placed 2 shopping bags on the table, from which the enticing aroma of food wafted out. "Forget the instant noodles. I just bought some late-night snacks from a street stall. Eat this instead." Xu Yuan looked at Han Ming in surprise, marveling at how this seemingly rough-around Thieges guy could be so considerate. Wu Erming appeared flustered. This doesn't feel right." Without giving him a chance to refuse, Han Ming began unpacking the food and laid it out on the table, then casually sat down on the bed. "Nothing to feel awkward about, just eat." Xu Yuan followed suit, sitting down as well, immediately noticing how hard the bed felt and how thin the sheet was. "Thank you," Wu Erming muttered, clearly starving as he quickly devoured the food on the table. Only after swallowing the last bite did he cautiously ask, "Comrades, what brings you here?" Han Ming chuckled lightly. "Don't call us comrades. We're not exactly soldiers. I'm about the same age as you. My name's Han Ming, and this is Xu Yuan." Wu Erming nodded, unsure how to address them. Han Ming waved his hand dismissively and got straight to the point. "That's not important. Wu Erming, 27 years old, both parents deceased, with a seriously ill sister currently hospitalized in the county hospital. You work 3 jobs a day just to pay for her treatment, right?" Wu Erming nodded woodenly. "Yes." Han Ming gave a cryptic smile and pulled a confidentiality agreement and a pen out of his pocket. "Have you ever thought about joining the army?" "Me? How could I possibly join the army in my situation?" Wu Erming said with a bitter smile, his tone filled with helplessness. Han Ming cut straight to the chase. "That's not for you to worry about. Just sign this. Your sister will be transferred to the military hospital, and all her treatment costs will be covered by us. On top of that, you'll receive a significant amount of money every year, which you can use however you see fit. Send it to your sister or keep it for yourself." He tossed the agreement onto the table and held out the pen. "Think it over and sign it. Once you do, we'll take you to the military district." Wu Erming stared in disbelief, pointing at the document. "Can I at least read what this is?" "Go ahead," Han Ming replied casually. Xu Yuan leaned in, lowering his voice. "Han, what's in that confidentiality agreement?" Han Ming responded softly, "Don't worry. His agreement is different from the one you signed. When we reach Kunlun Mountain, he'll sign another one." Xu Yuan nodded, concerned that the contents of the agreement might be too far-fetched for Wu Erming. Wu Erming carefully read through the document for a long time, finding nothing suspicious. Still doubtful, he asked, "So, if I just sign this, you'll really take my sister to the military hospital for treatment?" "Yes," Han Ming confirmed, handing him the pen. With that reassurance, Wu Erming didn't hesitate. He took the pen and signed his name in the designated spot on the last page. Seeing this, Han Ming immediately pulled out his phone and made a brief call. "It's done." Han Ming put down his phone, and Wu Erming immediately turned his gaze toward him, curiosity and confusion flickering in his eyes. "What do you mean when you say you're not exactly soldiers?" Wu Erming asked, his voice tinged with unease. Han Ming smiled faintly, his tone calm and reassuring. "We're not regular soldiers, we're warriors. But don't worry, we're still under military jurisdiction." "Warriors?" Wu Erming frowned, his gaze shifting between Han Ming and Xu Yuan. "I tried to enlist in the army years ago, but they said I was too skinny and didn't meet the physical requirements." Han Ming's smile deepened, a hint of mystery flashing in his eyes. "This is different from regular recruitment. You'll understand when we get there." Just as he finished speaking, a shrill ringtone suddenly sounded behind Xu Yuan. She skillfully pulled out an old, worn cell phone from her pocket, the screen displaying the words "sister." Xu Yuan handed the phone to Wu Erming. "It's your sister calling." Wu Erming took the phone, his fingers trembling slightly as he pressed the answer button. A weak female voice came from the other end. "Little brother, a few people in military uniforms just came by. They said they're taking me to a better hospital for treatment." Hearing this, Wu Erming's tears streamed down uncontrollably. He choked back his sobs, trying to keep his voice steady. "Yes, sister, just go with them." "What's going on, little brother?" his sister asked, her voice filled with concern. Wu Erming pressed his hand firmly against his forehead, as if trying to stop more tears from falling. "Nothing, sister. Just focus on your treatment. Don't worry about anything else. All right, little brother, take care of yourself out there." "Okay," Wu Erming replied, his voice strained. After hanging up, he remained silent, his emotions in turmoil. Xu Yuan and Han Ming watched him quietly, giving him time to compose himself. Suddenly, Wu Erming stood up abruptly, tears glistening in his eyes. His voice quivered as he said, thank you so much." He immediately attempted to kneel in gratitude. Xu Yuan quickly rose and caught him, her tone firm yet gentle. "No need to thank us. We're just carrying out our duty." Han Ming also stood, his gaze sweeping around the modest room. Is there anything you need to pack? If not, just bring your ID and come with us. All right, Wu Erming nodded, his eyes still red. But I still have half a month left on my rent. Han Ming chuckled lightly, his tone casual. Don't worry about it. Once we get there, everything your food, clothing, and shelter will be taken care of. Hearing this, Wu Erming said no more. He retrieved his ID and a few small bills from under his pillow and stuffed them into his pocket. Before leaving, he made sure to extinguish the stove's fire, a small act that revealed his careful nature. As soon as the three of them got back into the car, Han Ming's phone rang. He answered the call, and Zhou Wen's voice came through. Han Ming, you're pretty quick, huh? General, the task is complete. We'll take him to Kunlun Mountain in a few days, Han Ming reported. Zhou Wen's voice sounded slightly fatigued. No rush. Han Ming, have you ever been to Mount Laojun? Han Ming hesitated, a bit embarrassed. Oh, it's not far from my hometown, but I've actually never been there. Zhou Wen chuckled softly. Wu Erming's with you in the car, right? Yes, he's here. All right, I'm assigning you a temporary task. Take Wu Erming to climb Mount Laojun. They'll send you the details shortly. Understood, General. Han Ming replied, then added with concern. It's almost midnight, sir. You should get some rest. Zhou Wen didn't respond, and simply hung up. Han Ming understood that Zhou Wen refrained from discussing the mission details because Wu Erming was present. He handed his phone to Xu Yuan. Check what task General Zhou sent us. Xu Yuan took the phone, and soon the mission details came through. Traces of a mythical beast have been discovered in the Funyo mountain range. Han Ming, Xu Yuan, and Lu Rou are to take the recruit, Wu Erming, to investigate. If the beast is found, Wu Erming may attempt to tame it. Xu Yuan put down the phone and turned to Han Ming, who was driving. Han, what's the Funyo mountain range? Keeping his eyes on the road, Han Ming explained succinctly. Mount Laojun is the main peak of the Funyo mountain range. There are many undeveloped mountains nearby, and together they form the Funyo mountain range. Han Ming couldn't help but smile as the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, feeling secretly pleased that he could visit home after completing the mission. While waiting at a red light, he glanced at the silent Wu Erming in the rearview mirror, then quickly skimmed through the mission details again. Upon arriving at the hotel, Han Ming arranged a room for Wu Erming on the same floor and reminded him to knock on the door if he needed anything. Wu Erming remained silent, simply nodding in acknowledgement. Han Ming then pulled Xu Yuan into his own room and quickly dialed Zhou Wenjing's number. What's up, Major General? Zhou Wenjing's voice on the other end was clear, indicating he hadn't gone to sleep yet. Han Ming spoke directly, expressing his concern. Are you sure it's okay to take him to handle a beast before he signs the second confidentiality agreement? Zhou Wenjing chuckled lightly. Relax, we've been observing that kid for a long time. Just take him with you. By the way, the specific details about that beast are unclear, but it shouldn't be too strong. If Wu Erming fails to control it, eliminate it on the spot. Understood. Han Ming responded crisply. Sitting on the sofa, Xu Yuan unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and asked, Han, do beasts also appear in areas where humans live? Sitting across from him, Han Ming explained, it's rare, but it happens. Where do you think all those people who go missing in the mountains every year end up? Aside from man-made tourist spots, most deep forests and mountains have traces of beasts. That's why the government discourages exploration in such areas. Research facilities are often set up in those regions, guarded by beast handlers, and regular people are strictly prohibited from entering. Does the Funyo mountain range have them? Xu Yuan asked further. No, it doesn't. In Hunan, only the Taihang Mountain Research Institute exists, Han Ming replied. Xu Yuan got up and said, I'm going to shower and watch some TV. Aren't you going to rest, Han? By then, Han Ming was already engrossed in his phone, absent-mindedly responding. Xu Yuan shook his head helplessly and quietly left. Over the next 2 days, Han Ming and Wu Erming stayed at the hotel, while Xu Yuan occasionally went out to shop or explore. On the afternoon of the third day, the three checked out and headed to the airport to pick up Lu Rou. Xu Yuan wore a relaxed outfit with a jacket over his versatile inner clothing. Han Ming had also bought Wu Erming a few new outfits, giving him a refreshed appearance. The rest and new clothes had noticeably improved Wu Erming's energy, and though he remained quiet, he was cooperative and followed instructions well. At the airport exit, Lu Rou came running toward them, dragging her suitcase and calling out excitedly, Brother Xu Yuan, Brother Han Ming. With her hair tied into 2 playful pigtails and cheerful accessories, she looked full of energy. Wu Erming glanced at the petite Lu Rou in surprise. Is she a warrior too? Xu Yuan nodded in confirmation. Lu Rou politely extended her hand to Wu Erming. Hi, Brother Erming, I'm Lu Rou. Wu Erming seemed a bit awkward as he lightly shook her hand before quickly letting go. Xu Yuan took Lu Rou's suitcase and asked, Did you receive the mission details? Yep, got them. We're climbing Mount Laojun, right? Lu Rou replied with a playful grin. Han Ming rolled his eyes at her. You only think about having fun. Did you remember the important parts? Of course I did, Lu Rou said hurriedly, pushing Han Ming forward. Come on, Brother Han Ming. I've already planned out a whole travel guide for Luoyang. Han Ming's mouth twitched in exasperation. Fine, I'll take you around Luoyang, but don't wander off. Got it, got it. Lu Ro replied cheerfully, as the group headed toward the parking lot. The four of them drove towards Luoyang, the atmosphere in the car light and cheerful. Han Ming sat in the passenger seat, humming tunes enthusiastically. No matter what music played in the car, he couldn't resist singing along. At the same time, Xu Yuan sat in the back seat, holding a small notebook and writing something down earnestly. Every now and then, he would glance up at Han Ming in the front. Han Ge, you seem so happy. How long has it been since you last went home? Xu Yuan asked curiously. Han Ming chuckled and replied, it's been years. Other than the occasional phone call, I haven't really kept in touch. Sitting behind Xu Yuan, Lu Ro leaned forward against his seat back with curiosity. Xu Yuan Gu, what are you writing? Han Ming grinned. He's been writing for days now. Feeling a little embarrassed, Xu Yuan explained. I'm coming up with some cool names for my moves. As he spoke, he held up the notebook for Lu Ro to see. What do you think of this one absolute zero freeze? Lu Ro was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Han Ming, however, burst out laughing. Blushing, Xu Yuan quickly crossed out the name. No way. If even Han Ge is laughing, Xinjia would definitely laugh me to death. Sitting on the far side, Wu Erming silently observed the group. He leaned toward the car door, trying to maintain some distance from Lu Ro beside him. 2 hours later, the car neared Luoyang City. The outlines of distant mountains were faintly visible. Lu Ro, with her outgoing personality, kept trying to strike up a conversation with Wu Erming along the way. However, he mostly responded with nods or shakes of his head, rarely speaking. Upon arriving in Luoyang, Han Ming didn't head straight for the Funyo mountain range. Instead, he led everyone around the city for a few days of sightseeing. During this time, Lu Ro had prepared several sets of traditional Han clothing and asked Xu Yuan to take photos of her. Unfortunately, Xu Yuan's photography skills left much to be desired, and he couldn't capture shots that satisfied her. When Han Ming took over, the results were even worse, prompting Lu Ro to sigh. What a shame. Next time, they'll have to come with Xinjia and Tang Yunjia. Over the next few days, Wu Erming quietly followed the group's plans, eating, drinking, and sightseeing without much input. Gradually, he warmed up to the others, occasionally joining in with a comment or two. Finally, one early morning, Han Ming gathered everyone and headed straight for Laojun Mountain. As part of the Qinling Mountain Range's offshoots, the Funyo Mountain Range featured Laojun Mountain as its main peak, standing at an impressive altitude of 2,200 meters. The four of them parked their car outside the scenic area and prepared for the hike with light gear. Xu Yuan, Han Ming, and Lu Ro wore versatile outdoor clothing layered under casual jackets. The scenic area was bustling with visitors. Most tourists opted to take the cable cars up to the mid-mountain area before continuing on foot, while some chose to ride the cable cars all the way. However, there were still many young people, likely students, carrying backpacks and preparing to hike the entire trail. The four followed the flow of the crowd. Xu Yuan and Han Ming led the way, while Lu Ro lagged a few steps behind, chatting casually with Wu Erming. Suddenly, Lu Ro quickened her pace with a light step and caught up to the two in front. Han Ming Ge, we're not going to have to fight on Laojun Mountain, are we? Han Ming gave her a speechless look. Of course not. Finding the exotic beast on the mountain is Xu Yuan's job. Hee hee. All right then, Lu Ro said with a laugh before slowing her pace to wait for Wu Erming. Walking side by side with Han Ming, Xu Yuan lowered his voice and asked, Han Ge, is everything arranged? Relax, Han Ming replied, scrolling through a game guide on his phone as he walked. The military team will be here tonight. As soon as you sense the exotic beast's presence, evacuate the tourists immediately. Xu Yuan glanced at her phone, her tone teasing. These are useless. If I have time, I'll beat you in a few more games, and you'll learn everything. Before she even finished speaking, she sighed, forget it. Han Ming gritted his teeth, struggling to find words. Over the past few nights of gaming with Xu Yuan, he hadn't won a single match. His skills were decidedly inferior. Han Ming epitomized the classic, terrible player but highly enthusiastic type. The group trudged up the mountain path at a leisurely pace. From the base to midway up, the scenery was unimpressive, no different from any ordinary mountain trail. To accommodate Wu Erming, they slowed their steps. Han Ming kept a close eye on Wu Erming and noticed that despite his frail appearance, the man had surprising stamina, likely a result of years of physical labor. Up ahead, a small convenience store came into view. Xu Yuan strode ahead, bought a few bottles of water, and pointed to the hot dog machine. 4 skewers of sausages, please. Got it. The store's owner, a young woman cradling a child, responded cheerfully. She asked with a smile, are you all students? Xu Yuan nodded lightly while paying. Yeah, we don't have classes these days, so we decided to hike for fun. You young folks have so much energy, the owner said, handing over the sausages with a grin. Han Ming and Lu Ro wasted no time, snatching the water and sausages straight from Xu Yuan's hands. Wu Erming, panting heavily, hesitated to step forward. Xu Yuan, well aware of his shyness, handed him a bottle and a skewer. Here, replenish your energy. Wu Erming nodded in gratitude. Outside the store, a few backpackers, 2 men and 2 women were resting. One of the women complained. I told you the stuff on the mountain isn't that expensive, but you insisted on carrying so much water. I'm exhausted. The man beside her chuckled apologetically. I was inexperienced. I won't do it next time. Xu Yuan observed them quietly, speculating that the pair were either a couple or the man was trying to court the woman. Chewing on a sausage, Han Ming said, let's keep moving. As long as we reach the summit before dark, we're fine. As evening approached, the group continued their journey, frequently stopping under the pretense of letting Lu Ro take photos, but actually to give Wu Erming more breaks. Ahead lay the Golden Summit Temple complex. Xu Yuan had already sensed a distinct presence emanating from the area. The closer they got, the more Han Ming felt it too. He turned to Xu Yuan. You've noticed it for a while, haven't you? Xu Yuan nodded. Yeah. Why is there a beast tamer here? Xu Yuan murmured with a slight frown. Han Ming, however, remained calm. There are plenty of hidden experts out there. Everyone understands the unspoken rule of not revealing themselves to ordinary people. Besides, some beast tamers are even connected to research institutions. The Laojun Temple was bustling with people praying for blessings. Xu Yuan and Han Ming stood at the entrance, watching the lively crowd. Seeing them pause, Wu Erming quickly found a spot to sit down, utterly exhausted from the climb. He couldn't help but wonder who these 3 really were after hiking all day. They still looked completely unfazed. Noticing Xu Yuan and Han Ming heading toward the temple, Lu Ro called out, Xu Yuan, Han Ming, where are you 2 going? Without turning around, Xu Yuan replied, to pay respects to Laozi. Inside the temple, the main hall enshrined Laozi, with additional statues of Sun Simiao, the Medicine King, and the 3 Sisters of the Clouds. Xu Yuan couldn't locate the source of the presence within the main hall and turned her gaze to the side. They followed a path toward the side halls and stopped outside a modest room, where they could distinctly feel the unique aura of a beast tamer emanating from within. With a creak, Xu Yuan pushed the door open. From the darkness came a lazy voice. No visitors allowed here. As the words fell, a sharp gaze pierced through the shadows, locking onto Xu Yuan. From behind Xu Yuan, Han Ming leaned forward and whispered, Taoist master, can we talk? There were no electric lights in the room. The Taoist lit an old-fashioned kerosene lamp. Under the dim yellow light, they could see the Taoist's face. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with a long black goatee. Xu Yuan and Han Ming sat cross-legged on meditation mats in front of him. The Taoist's gaze remained fixed on Xu Yuan as he spoke in a deep voice. One of the 2 people outside has a very peculiar aura. Are you here to help him tame that beast? Han Ming nodded. Exactly, Taoist master. The Taoist's face was expressionless. That strange beast is the one I reported. Xu Yuan tilted his head, looking puzzled. Aren't Taoists supposed to refer to themselves as this humble Taoist? Why do you call yourself I? The Taoist's lips twitched, almost letting out a curse, but he coughed lightly to cover it up. In modern society, calling myself this humble Taoist just feels too odd. Han Ming shot Xu Yuan an exasperated look. You need to stop watching so many TV dramas with Sister Xin. The Taoist turned to the 2 of them. Do you need help? It would be great if you could help, Taoist master, Han Ming replied. The Taoist gave a slight nod. All right, I'll come. Xu Yuan stood and pulled Han Ming up with him. Then we won't disturb your rest any further, Taoist master. He bowed to the Taoist, while simultaneously giving Han Ming a kick to stop him from clasping his hands in a prayer gesture. The cold wind on the Golden Summit was biting, and snow covered the ground. At a down jacket rental booth, Han Ming bought a jacket for Wu Erming since it wouldn't be returned anyway. He figured he might as well buy it outright. Lu Ro, hugging a water bottle, asked curiously, Brother Xu Yuan, why were you 2 gone for so long? Xu Yuan chuckled. We ran into a Taoist who said I have a special destiny. He gave me a fortune reading and said I'd win the lottery if I bought a ticket when I got back. Lu Rao's eyes lit up. Really? I want a reading too. Han Ming quickly pulled her back. All right, do you believe everything you hear? Wu Erming tightened the down jacket around himself and looked at the 3 of them with confusion. Aren't you guys cold? Han Ming smiled. Not at all. We're in good health. Wu Erming clearly didn't believe him, but chose not to press further. As night fell, the lights on the Golden Summit illuminated on schedule. Under the glow of the lights, the Golden Hall looked like a dazzling jewel embedded in the snow-covered mountains, radiating brilliance. Tourists gasped in amazement, taking out their phones to capture the breathtaking scene. The 4 of them stood amidst the crowd, quietly admiring the view. Han Ming lowered his voice. Xu Yuan, any progress? Ever since they had reached the Golden Summit, Xu Yuan had been trying to sense the strange beast's aura, but to no avail. Seeing Xu Yuan shake his head, Han Ming took out his phone and whispered, Then let's start evacuating the tourists. Once you transform into a dragon, your detection range will increase. Xu Yuan stopped him. Let's wait a bit longer. The lights just came on, let them take their photos first. All right, well, do it your way. Han Ming agreed, his eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Attention, all visitors. The Meteorological Bureau has issued an orange blizzard warning. The announcement echoed across the peaks of Mount Laojun, repeating the urgent notice. A military green truck slowly made its way up the winding mountain road, and soldiers quickly sprang into action, assisting the scenic area in evacuating visitors. Han Ming stood at the golden summit, his eyes scanning the busy scene below. He lightly nudged Xu Yuan beside him and whispered, "When things get heated later, conjure up a snowstorm to make it look convincing." Xu Yuan gave a knowing nod and flashed an okay gesture. Around them, the complaints of visitors rose in a chorus. "The weather's so nice, how could there be a blizzard? Hurry, hurry, take a few more pictures for me." Han Ming shrugged helplessly and said to Xu Yuan, "Nothing we can do about it." Wu Erming, looking puzzled at the group standing still, couldn't help but ask, "Aren't we leaving?" "No," Han Ming replied flatly, his tone firm and resolute. Under the efficient organization of the military, visitors were quickly evacuated, along with the staff. The electrical systems on the Golden Summit were shut down one by one, and the once bustling tourist site was plunged into darkness and silence. Xu Yuan sat on the steps with his eyes closed, fully focused on sensing the mountain's energy. Suddenly, Han Ming's phone buzzed. He glanced at the message and said softly to Xu Yuan, "We're ready. Just wait a bit longer. The others are still checking for any remaining visitors." Xu Yuan nodded slightly. Not far away, a Taoist priest strolled leisurely toward the group. Han Ming gestured to Lu Ro and said, "That's the Taoist master who gave Xu Yuan his fortune reading. Go have yours read." Lu Ro eagerly ran toward the priest, but as she got closer, her smile froze, sensing something unusual. The Taoist priest greeted her with a smile, and Lu Ro, taken aback, noticed his peculiar demeanor. The priest then approached Xu Yuan and Han Ming, asking about the situation. Han Ming informed him they needed another half hour. The priest sat down beside Xu Yuan, occasionally casting him curious glances. Noticing the priest's odd behavior, Han Ming remarked, "Master, there's no need to look at him like that. He's a bit different from us." The priest awkwardly admitted he had been staring too much. Half an hour later, Han Ming's phone buzzed again. He borrowed Wu Erming's old and battered phone, slipped it into his jacket pocket, and casually tossed the jacket onto the nearby steps. Under Wu Erming's confused gaze, Xu Yuan and Lu Ro also removed their outer casual clothes, revealing sleek black bodysuits underneath. Han Ming looked at Wu Erming and said in a serious tone, "Everything you're about to see will be etched into your memory, and you must not tell anyone. Until I take you to the military district, you are to remain silent, as if you were mute." Wu Erming was bewildered and shocked, his mind filled with disbelief, but he nodded, even though he had no idea what Han Ming was talking about. At this moment, Zheng Fei and the others were not around, and Han Ming, being the most experienced, was in charge of the three-man team. He turned to Xu Yuan and commanded, "You and Lu Ro will take the lead again this time. If you can't hold on, just call out." Both Xu Yuan and Lu Ro nodded in acknowledgement. Han Ming gave a faint smile, stepped behind Wu Erming, and instructed, "Let's begin. Bring that beast out first." Wu Erming felt a chill run down his spine as Xu Yuan, standing before him, seemed to be surrounded by drifting snowflakes. His mouth gradually opened, and his eyes widened in astonishment. He watched as a pair of crystalline dragon horns suddenly emerged from Xu Yuan's head. His short black hair turned pure white in an instant, and translucent dragon scales spread across his entire body. His hands and feet morphed into sharp dragon claws. Even the Taoist priest was utterly stunned by the scene before him. Xu Yuan closed his eyes, and an invisible aura emanated from his body. After about 10 seconds, he opened his eyes, revealing ice-blue dragon pupils radiating an intense chill. His clear voice rang out, "Found it." He pointed to a mountain peak below. Han Ming immediately gave the order, "Let's go." Xu Yuan leaped gracefully from the golden summit, with Han Ming following closely behind, gripping the still-stunned Wu Erming. The howling wind filled their ears as Wu Erming's terrified eyes widened further, and his screams echoed through the valley. It was the loudest sound he had made in days. Just as they were about to land, Xu Yuan's body suddenly soared into the air with an elegance resembling a dragon swimming through the sky. Unlike Zheng Fei and Tang Yun, who relied on wings for flight, Xu Yuan's movements were more fluid, like a fish gliding effortlessly through water. A glimmer of delight flashed in Han Ming's eyes. This guy had improved again. Without hesitation, Xu Yuan flew forward with unwavering determination. The aura of the beast ahead grew stronger and clearer, but it didn't seem overly formidable, something he felt he could handle. The dragon horns atop Xu Yuan's head glimmered as the sky darkened. A biting cold wind began to howl, enveloping the entire mountain range. In mere moments, the world turned white as heavy snow fell, and the wind, mingled with snowflakes, transformed into a raging blizzard. Han Ming observed Xu Yuan with astonishment in his eyes. This guy hadn't displayed such intensity during their last mission in the 7th zone. How had he improved so much in just a few days? Watching the battle between Zheng Fei and Yazi had clearly given Xu Yuan valuable insights. He realized that this ability to manipulate nature was not beyond him, just hadn't known how to use it. Through observation and reflection, Xu Yuan gradually grasped the concept. Combined with his dragon-like flight, his current synchronization with the ice dragon had reached 70. Neither Han Ming nor the Taoist priest had entered their beast forms yet, while Lu Ro transformed just moments before landing, spreading the wings on her back to soften the impact. Her Bifong form also had the ability to fly, though she had yet to master it. After flying nearly 100 miles, the main peak of the Funyo mountain range behind them was completely engulfed by the blizzard. Gugu, a deep, resonant cry echoed ahead, sounding like the whispers of a ghost in the stormy darkness. It's coming, Xu Yuan called out softly, and countless icy arrows began to form behind him. A strange human face emerged from a massive tree, its body towering nearly 7 meters tall. A bird's body with a human face perched atop it was none other than the Rinyan owl. Before Xu Yuan could speak, Han Ming shouted from behind. The Rinyan owl, a creature with the body of an owl and a human face, a pheasant's body, and a dog's tail, was said to be an omen of drought. Ice blade, arrow rain, Xu Yuan commanded. Behind him, each ice arrow was enveloped in a chilling wind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sky was filled with a torrential downpour of ice arrows, accompanied by the piercing sound of wind tearing through the air. Not far away, the Rinyan owl flapped its massive wings, its eerie eyes glimmering with light. Suddenly, countless fireballs formed in front of it. Bang! Despite the fireballs, the sheer number of ice arrows overwhelmed them. Ice arrows pierced through the fiery barrage, embedding into the owl's feathers. The frigid wind surrounding the arrows shredded its feathers relentlessly. Xu Yuan's eyes darkened as he hovered midair. With a sharp motion of his right hand, a whirlwind, interlaced with snowflakes and shards of ice, rapidly formed. The ferocious blizzard tore into the owl's massive body with unrelenting force. The Rinyan owl let out an agonizing screech, its cry sending chills down the spine. Han Ming stood dumbfounded. Is this guy serious? Just how powerful is that ice dragon? Ice, snow, and wind. But Han Ming misunderstood. When Xu Yuan first encountered the dragon in the Arctic, the entire region was engulfed in a violent blizzard. These powers had always existed. It was merely a matter of utilizing the extreme cold. A softer approach resulted in wind and snow. A stronger one unleashed the most intense ice. Xu Yuan, what's this move called? Han Ming asked. Xu Yuan glanced back, a faint smile appearing on his otherwise cold face. I haven't decided yet, but I suppose I'll call it Song of the Arctic Tempest. Han Ming was even more thrilled than Xu Yuan. At this point, even Xu Yuan felt exasperated, thinking, what a ridiculously over-the-top name. Ku. In the span of 2 sentences, the Rinyan owl let out a shrill cry, flapping its wings as it broke free from Xu Yuan's icy whirlwind. It looked utterly battered, with hardly any feathers left intact. Beneath it, several towering pillars of fire erupted, as if it intended to set the entire mountain ablaze. Han Ming's expression darkened, and he shouted towards Xu Yuan, who was still in the air. Xu Yuan, it's trying to burn the mountain. This creature is an omen of drought. It's trying to create an environment that benefits it. Not on my watch. Xu Yuan's voice was commanding. The dragon horns on his head glowed brighter, and the surrounding blizzard intensified. The rising pillars of fire began to falter, distorted by the raging winds. Xu Yuan clenched his left fist and pulled it toward his chest. The snow on the nearby mountain peaks seemed to obey his command, cascading down in an instant and smothering the fire pillars completely. The Rinyan owl barely had time to react before Xu Yuan leaned forward and dove straight at it. Bang! His powerful punch landed squarely on the owl's eerie human face. Boom! The owl's gigantic body slammed into the massive tree below, toppling it with a thunderous crash. Xu Yuan exhaled lightly. Lu Ro, it's your turn, he called out. A fiery red figure dashed toward the fallen owl. Flames flickered around Lu Ro as she approached. Whoosh! A fire pillar as thick as a water barrel erupted where the owl had fallen. Xu Yuan paused, slightly taken aback. This girl copying me already? Coo, coo, coo. From within the flames, the Rinyan owl's cries grew louder, almost invigorated. Xu Yuan immediately sensed the creature's aura was becoming stronger. He slapped his forehead in frustration. What an idiot. It uses fire. How could Lu Rao's flames possibly harm it? Young friend, allow me to assist you, came the voice of a Taoist priest from below. Xu Yuan turned towards the sound and saw the Taoist priest, his body covered in fish scales. The kind face had transformed into a grotesque fish-like head, and a serpent-like tail trailed behind him. The priest stood with his eyes closed, his hands stretched out towards the pillar of fire, fingers splayed wide. Suddenly, there was a sharp sound as the priest's eyes snapped open pure white, without pupils, giving him an eerie appearance. Above the pillar of fire, a massive waterfall materialized out of thin air and instantly extinguished the flames. The waterfall seemed to contain immense power, pinning the human-faced owl to the ground, rendering it immobile. By now, Lu Ro had reverted to her normal self, her face full of grievance as she walked towards Han Ming. Han Ming gently patted her head, like comforting a younger sister, and said, "This isn't your fault." The Taoist priest continued channeling his energy, and the waterfall pressed down with such force that it carved a deep pit around the human-faced owl. Beads of sweat covered the priest's forehead as the waterfall gradually diminished in size, and the scales on his body began to fade. Quickly, he grabbed a robe nearby and wrapped it around himself. After all, he wasn't wearing anything once he returned to his normal state. Xu Yuan smiled faintly. "That's enough, Taoist master." He could feel the human-faced owl's aura growing weaker, clearly indicating that the priest's attack had been effective. Han Ming grinned and said, "Xu Yuan, go finish it off. Leave it barely alive, though." "Got it," Xu Yuan replied, his body swiftly darting towards the pinned, human-faced owl. Hovering above the pit, Xu Yuan looked down coldly at the drenched and defeated creature. Between his hands, a sphere began to form, brimming with the power of an extreme, icy storm. With his right hand in a dragon-like grip, he seized the sphere and hurled it downwards at the human-faced owl. "Arctic storm," he shouted. Whoosh boom. The sphere exploded upon contact, unleashing a frigid wind mixed with razor-sharp ice shards that ravaged the creature's body mercilessly. The human-faced owl howled in agony, its piercing cries muffled and drowned out by the raging blizzard. The Arctic storm tore the pit even wider, and it lasted nearly a minute before finally dissipating. At the bottom of the pit, the human-faced owl lay in a pool of blood, barely clinging to life. Xu Yuan slowly descended, his dragon form gradually fading until he returned to his normal appearance. Han Ming, dragging the utterly shocked Wu Erming, ran over to Xu Yuan and glanced at the creature in the pit. Feigning reproach, he said, "You brat, it's practically dead already. Didn't I tell you to leave it barely alive?" Xu Yuan found a random spot to sit down, his breathing slightly heavy. Lu Ro and the Taoist priest quickly approached as well. Lu Ro's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Ziyuan, have you gotten even stronger than before?" "Ah, just a little bit," Xu Yuan replied with a wave of his hand, though his smug expression betrayed his pride. The Taoist priest also smiled warmly. "Young friend, so strong at such a young age, your future is limitless." "You're too kind, Taoist master," Xu Yuan said modestly. Only Han Ming truly understood how rapidly Xu Yuan was improving. This wasn't just getting stronger step by step like most people, it was like he was rocketing ahead at lightning speed. But there was no time to dwell on Xu Yuan's progress. Han Ming lightly patted Wu Erming's face. "Hey, wake up! Wake up!" "Huh?" Wu Erming jolted back to his senses, his body trembling as he tried to break free from Han Ming's grip. But how could he possibly match Han Ming's strength? Wu Erming stared at them in terror. Who are you people?" "I told you already, we're warriors, not exactly soldiers," Han Ming replied calmly. Han Ming spoke as he threw Wu Erming into the pit. At this moment, the face owl was still gasping for breath, its body covered with countless small wounds that continued to ooze blood. Startled, Wu Erming hurriedly grabbed onto the walls of the pit, attempting to climb back up. Xu Yuan stood up, crouched by the edge of the pit, and said to him, "Don't worry, we won't harm you. Just do as we say." Hearing Xu Yuan's voice, Wu Erming gradually calmed down, though his chest heaved with anxiety. What should I do?" he stammered. Han Ming stepped forward, gently placing his hands on Wu Erming's head. Wu Erming hesitated, casting a fearful glance at the eerie, human-like face that was disturbingly close to his own. His eyes were filled with terror. Humans are always afraid of the unknown. Han Ming sighed. "Relax. We'll keep you safe. It can't even move anymore. If it tries anything, we'll finish it off." Reluctantly, Wu Erming gave in. Though hesitant, he inched closer to the face owl. The face owl let out a low, muffled sound. Though faint, it startled Wu Erming, making him glance nervously at the people by the edge of the pit. They watched him silently, saying nothing. Wu Erming extended his trembling hands, shut his eyes tightly, gritted his teeth, and finally placed his hands on the face owl's head. Time seemed to freeze. Moments later, the face owl's body suddenly exploded, transforming into strands of fire that entered Wu Erming's body. Han Ming's lips curled into a smile. "It's done." Wu Erming was steady by nature, with a strong heart and mental fortitude. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to work multiple jobs to pay for his sister's medical expenses. The face owl, beaten to the brink of death by Xu Yuan, had almost no mental energy left, so it wasn't surprising that the process succeeded on the first try. Lu Ro looked surprised. "That's amazing. He succeeded on his first try. I didn't manage until my second attempt." Xu Yuan, Han Ming, and the Taoist priest understood the reasons behind this, but chose not to explain to Lu Ro. As the last wisp of flame entered Wu Erming's body, he collapsed unconscious with a thud. Han Ming leaped down into the pit, picked up Wu Erming, and jumped back out. "Taoist priest, they'll need you to carry him, so I can take you all to the summit," Han Ming said. The Taoist priest nodded, slinging Wu Erming over his shoulder. Han Ming then transformed into his beast form. White fur began to grow spots, giving him an air of mystery and power. The Taoist priest's eyes lit up. Mengji, it seems you're a truly kind-hearted person. Han Ming replied humbly. You flatter me, Taoist priest. Hold on to me, and I'll take you up. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan turned to Lu Ro and said, I'll carry you up. Han Ming bounded through the mountain forest with incredible agility. Though he couldn't fly, his powerful leaps made traversing the Funyo mountain range seem effortless. Xu Yuan carried Lu Ro and flew toward the summit. The blizzard continued raging, but it didn't seem to affect any of them. Lu Ro glanced toward the summit and then looked up at Xu Yuan. Xu Yuanga, what does flying feel like? What else could it feel like? It's exhilarating. Xu Yuan grinned, showing his teeth, clearly thrilled. Lu Ro chuckled. When we get back, I'm going to train hard and learn how to fly too. At the summit, the group dressed in warm clothing and began descending the mountain with the Taoist priest leading the way. The priest, walking ahead, asked, Young friend, was this blizzard you're doing? It was obvious he was addressing Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan smirked and replied lightly, Yes, it was me. Xu Yuan thought for a moment and estimated that the blizzard would last until tomorrow afternoon. The Taoist priest smiled with satisfaction and waved to Xu Yuan and the others, saying, Farewell, my young friends. Until we meet again. Xu Yuan and Lu Ro bowed respectfully to the priest, while Han Ming, carrying the unconscious Wu Erming on his shoulder, nodded in acknowledgement as moving was inconvenient for him. As they descended from the mountaintop complex, they spotted several military vehicles with flashing lights parked on the mountain road. Armed soldiers stood at attention. The leading officer approached Han Ming and saluted. Comrade, was the mission successful? Han Ming returned the salute and replied, The mission is complete. Thank you for your hard work on duty in the middle of the night. The officer smiled and said, It's no trouble at all. Hop in. We'll take you down the mountain. Inside the vehicle, Xu Yuan informed the officer. The blizzard will likely last until tomorrow afternoon. Please notify the local staff so they can make the necessary preparations. The officer nodded. Understood, comrade. Han Ming raised an eyebrow and teased. Well done, Xu Yuan. You're picking things up pretty quickly. Xu Yuan grinned and replied. It's thanks to you, Hang, for teaching me well. At the foot of the mountain, several buses requisitioned for emergency use were busy transporting stranded passengers. Soldiers handed out warm blankets to the shivering tourists. Wrapped in blankets, the tourists trembled and complained. We came here in short sleeves. It wasn't even cold. And then, suddenly, it snows. A blizzard, no less. I thought they were joking about it. Achoo. The group passed by the tourists, smiling to themselves, but saying nothing. By the time they returned to the city and arrived at the hotel, it was already early morning. In the elevator, Han Ming, still carrying Wu Erming, parted ways with the other two. You two go back to your rooms and rest. I'll take him to my room and keep an eye on him. Come find me after you wake up. Xu Yuan and Lu Ro nodded. Got it, Hang. Thanks for all your hard work. Watching the two step out of the elevator, Han Ming's lips twitched as he muttered under his breath. Not even a polite refusal. Huh? Answered so straightforwardly, unbelievable. Xu Yuan and Lu Ro were staying on the same floor. As Xu Yuan checked his phone, he asked, I'm thinking of ordering takeout. Do you want anything, Lu Ro? Yawning, Lu Ro replied, No. Thanks, Xu Yuan. I'm so tired. I just want to sleep. Xu Yuan nodded. All right, go take a shower and get some rest. The two parted ways at the end of the hallway, heading to their respective rooms. While waiting for his food, Xu Yuan took a quick shower. By the time he finished eating, the first light of dawn was breaking through the sky. He drew the curtains, jumped into bed, and drifted off into a deep, peaceful sleep. The sunlight outside was bright, nearing noon. Han Ming sat on the sofa, playing with his phone, occasionally glancing at Wu Erming, who was lying on the bed. After a while, Wu Erming let out a low groan and slowly sat up, his brows furrowed as if he were still struggling to shake off a hazy dream. Han Ming put down his phone and asked flatly, Awake? Wu Erming nodded, and Han Ming tossed him a bottle of water, silently watching him. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Han Ming got up and opened the door. Xu Yuan and Lu Ro stood outside, carrying lunch. Xu Yuan smiled and said, Han, we brought you lunch. She entered the room, and, noticing Wu Erming sitting up on the bed, smiled faintly. Oh, you're awake? Sorry about that. I didn't expect you'd be up. I'll get you something to eat later. She sat down next to Han Ming, crossing her legs. Wu Erming said nothing, his gaze complicated as he looked at them. Han Ming ate his food, while keeping an eye on Wu Erming. The atmosphere between the four of them grew tense until Wu Erming couldn't hold back anymore. Who exactly are you people? He asked, recalling the events of the previous night, a growing unease gnawing at him. It was no mere dream. Han Ming was still eating, so Xu Yuan answered instead. Didn't we tell you? All your questions will be answered later, but not now. After finishing his meal, Han Ming wiped his mouth and stood up, walking directly toward Wu Erming. Startled, Wu Erming instinctively shrank back. What are you doing? Without explanation, Han Ming pressed Wu Erming down and pulled off his shirt. Xu Yuan, witnessing this, was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped. Han, is this your thing now? She exclaimed. Shut up and come look for yourself. Han Ming shot back, rolling his eyes. Xu Yuan leaned in for a closer look. Wu Erming's physique had noticeably improved while not overly muscular. He now appeared healthy and fit. His bronzed skin glowed faintly, exuding a rugged masculinity. Wu Erming stared in disbelief at his transformation, still in a daze, while Lu Rou turned slightly away, blushing. Han Ming handed his phone to Xu Yuan, his tone serious. Zhou Zhong issued an order. We're heading back tonight. Lu Rou's face fell upon hearing this. What? I thought we had a month's leave. Han Ming shrugged helplessly. No choice. The mission wrapped up too quickly. Next time, we'll take our time. Lu Rou smiled faintly. Going back is fine. I could use the training. Han Ming sighed. Looks like we won't be staying home. You two pack up and wait for me downstairs. My house isn't far, I need to check in. The three of them responded in unison. Got it. Han Ming drove them toward the old district of Luoyang. Passing a large supermarket, he asked Xu Yuan and Lu Rou to buy some gifts while he stayed in the car, keeping a close eye on Wu Erming to ensure he didn't leave his sight. Xu Yuan and Lu Rou not only bought gifts for Han Ming's family, but also picked up some personal essentials. Back at the research institute, Han Ming's home was located in a small courtyard in the northern part of the old district. Xu Yuan accompanied Han Ming to visit his family, though they didn't meet his sister. After a brief exchange, Han Ming mentioned he was still on duty and that this visit was just a stop along the way. He quickly gathered his group and headed toward the military district. This time, they didn't take a commercial flight, but flew directly from the military district to the Kunlun Mountain military zone. By the time the plane landed, it was already nighttime. The air in the Kunlun Mountains was crisp and refreshing, immediately lifting their spirits as they stepped off the plane. Xu Yuan waved to Xiao Hua, who was walking toward them from a distance. Hua Ge, he called out. Xiao Hua, smiling, seemed to have just finished a mission. Han Ming pulled 2 packs of cigarettes from his pocket and handed them to Xiao Hua. Hua Ge, take these, he said. Xiao Hua accepted them without hesitation and slipped them into his pocket. After all, military discipline didn't allow for openly smoking. Xiao Hua glanced at Wu Erming, who was standing next to Han Ming, and asked, Are you staying here for the night? Han Ming shook his head. No need, Hua Ge. Just prepare a vehicle for us. We'll head into the mountains overnight and arrive by tomorrow morning. All right, wait here. He'll go find a car, Xiao Hua replied. Lu Rou's suitcase and purchases filled the trunk to the brim, while Xu Yuan only had a bulging backpack. Along the way, Han Ming drove into the mountains, humming along to a game live stream he was listening to. Wu Erming, who hadn't slept all night, stared wide-eyed out the window at the giant Kuan, just as Xu Yuan had when he first arrived. He didn't ask any questions, but his face was full of shock. Meanwhile, both Xu Yuan and Lu Rou slept through the journey, lulled by the sound of Han Ming's live stream. At 10 a.m., the vehicle arrived at the outpost of the Kunlun Mountain Research Institute. Xu Yuan felt a bit nervous. Han Ming leaned over and whispered, What's in your bag? Xu Yuan replied, A carton of cigarettes for the captain. He mouthed the words silently, and Han Ming immediately understood, chuckling. To their surprise, the soldier in charge of inspections merely glanced at the passengers in the car and gave a cursory look at the trunk before smiling and waving them through. Xu Yuan was puzzled. Why didn't they check our luggage this time? Han Ming smirked and explained. They've memorized the faces of those who've tried to smuggle contraband. As long as they don't see those people, they barely check. He raised his eyebrows at Xu Yuan. How do you think the captain gets his cigarettes in? Xu Yuan finally understood. So that's how it works. Outside the institute's main gate, Lieutenant General Zhou Wenjing stood with a few professors. Xu Yuan recognized them, but didn't know their names. Lieutenant General. The group got out of the car and saluted Zhou Wenjing. Reporting, Lieutenant General. Both missions have been completed successfully. Zhou Wenjing nodded with a smile. You finished faster than I expected. Well done. One of the professors stepped forward and scrutinized Wu Erming. Wu Erming, he asked. Wu Erming nodded, unsure of what was happening. The professor turned and said, Come with me. Wu Erming took a step forward, but Han Ming patted him on the shoulder before he could leave. Gone was the coldness he had shown Wu Erming earlier. Hey, once you settle in, come find me. Let's have a drink, Han Ming said. Zhou Wenjing cleared his throat and shot Han Ming a glare. You've picked up all of Zheng Fei's bad habits, haven't you? He knew Zheng Fei had a penchant for smoking and drinking, but usually turned a blind eye. Wu Erming glanced at Han Ming and nodded lightly. All right, he replied before following the professor into the institute. The others entered as well, leaving only Zhou Wenjing and Xu Yuan's group outside. Zhou Wen said to the group, You guys should go back and rest for now. Professor Chen wants you to write a report on your battle with the Strix and hand it to him. The group responded in unison. Understood. The next day, in Professor Chen's office, he was intently reviewing 3 reports, his gaze often lingering on Xu Yuan. Feeling uneasy and on edge, Xu Yuan spoke up. Professor Chen, I'd like to do some physical training. I feel like my strength and abilities are solid, but I can't sustain long battles. Large-scale attacks drain my stamina too much. Professor Chen nodded. All right, since Zheng Fei and his team haven't finished their mission yet, they'll make a training plan for you. Just as Xu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, Lu Rou raised her hand and softly said, Professor Chen, ID like a training plan too. Han Ming's eyes widened in disbelief. He knew Professor Chen's focus was entirely on Xu Yuan, and the reason he came out of retirement was also because of Xu Yuan. He hadn't expected Professor Chen to agree. All right, they'll make one for you too, and Han Ming will be responsible for training you. Thank you, Professor Chen. Lu Rou beamed with a sweet smile, her face full of joy. Han Ming's eyes widened even further, and he quickly said, What about me, Professor Chen? You focus on training this girl for now, Professor Chen replied calmly. What you lack isn't training. Mengji, your beast, is unique. You just need time. If there's nothing else, you can leave now. After finishing his sentence, Professor Chen lowered his head and began rummaging through some items on his desk, clearly not intending to say more. The group took the hint, bowed slightly, and left the room. After a day of rest, the next day's training officially began. Han Ming and Lu Rou were assigned to a training room far from the main research building, while Xu Yuan's training room was located inside the main building. The training room was spherical, with walls embedded with densely packed devices. Professor Chen had brought his teacup, thermos, and tea leaves with him, clearly intending to stay for an extended period. Standing outside the glass wall, holding a tablet, he observed Xu Yuan closely, monitoring the various physical parameters displayed on the screen. Zhu Buqing walked in, glanced through the glass at Xu Yuan inside, and said, Old Chun, you're really sparing no expense. Do you know how much it costs to run this training room for just one day? That's not my concern, Professor Chen replied, handing Zhu Buqing a file from the side. Take a look for yourself. This kid's progress has already exceeded my expectations. Oh, is that so? Zhu Buqing took the file, which contained the battle reports on the strix submitted by Xu Yuan and the others. Before Zhu Buqing could respond, Professor Chen spoke into the microphone. This room absorbs your abilities and converts them into gravity. Just keep releasing your powers. Stop standing there idly. I'm about to activate the training room. Before Xu Yuan could reply, Professor Chen pressed a button in front of him. The training room began to operate, with gravity gradually increasing. Xu Yuan frowned slightly and activated his powers, releasing the extreme frost ice. The cold air seemed to evaporate within the room, barely affecting the temperature. As Xu Yuan released more and more frost, the gravity in the room intensified, and the training room began to rotate irregularly. Caught off guard, Xu Yuan stumbled and nearly fell. The challenge of maintaining his balance under such intense gravity was far greater than anything he had faced before. It was as if the training was designed to completely exhaust him. Great, I like this place, Xu Yuan said with a grin, working hard to steady himself as he continued releasing the extreme frost ice. Zhu Buqing finished reading the battle report on the human-faced owl and pondered to himself whether the plan could be accelerated. He speculated that Xu Yuan's compatibility with the ice dragon had already reached 70%. At this rate of growth, Xu Yuan might be capable of commanding the black dragon within the 3-year training period. Professor Chen spoke in a calm tone, but Zhu Buqing was so surprised that his mouth fell open. He couldn't help but wonder, could such a thing really happen? More or less, Professor Chen said with a faint smile. Xu Yuan's talent has exceeded my expectations, even better than that girl, Tianjin. Zhu Buqing set down the document in his hands and sighed. After all these years, finally, someone can put that arrogant girl in her place. Professor Chen glanced at him with a playful look in his eyes. Still worried about the money? Zhu Buqing looked puzzled and asked, Money? What money? If there's not enough, I'll go ask for more. If I can't get it, I'll just take it by force. He laughed heartily, waved his hand dismissively, and walked away. Once training began, almost all of Xu Yuan's time was consumed by eating and sleeping. The training room sessions were preset by Professor Chen, automatically stopping once the time ran out. Professor Chen had a lounge chair brought in by Xiao Zhang, and spent his days leisurely sipping tea and reviewing materials. His training plan was more precise than a computer, with the sessions ending right when Xu Yuan was on the verge of collapse. As soon as the training room shut down, Xu Yuan would collapse to the floor, utterly exhausted, greedily gulping for air. Can you handle it, Xu Yuan? It's only been 3 days, Professor Chen said, standing and speaking into the microphone. Xu Yuan, too drained to respond, managed only a slight nod. The next session will start in 20 minutes. Rest well, Professor Chen added, making adjustments to the equipment. 20 minutes was far from enough for Xu Yuan to recover fully, but Professor Chen's approach was designed to push him to unlock his latent potential. Each session in the training room lasted longer than the previous one, though Xu Yuan remained unaware of this pattern. He muddled through this period in a haze, rarely returning to Zilin Garden. He ate and slept at the Research Institute, never seeing Han Ming or Lu Rou, as their team had been split up and scattered. Professor Chen regularly requested exotic beast meat from Zhu Buqing to be processed in the cafeteria. Though exotic beast meat was a prized commodity at the institute, Zhu Buqing was generous and handed it over without hesitation whenever Professor Chen asked. Xu Yuan and Professor Chen's dinners were delivered to their dormitory daily by Xiao Zhang. One evening, after completing his training, Xu Yuan's hand trembled slightly as he held his chopsticks. Professor Chen, how long have I been training? He asked. 58 days, Professor Chen replied flatly. What? I thought it had only been a month. Xu Yuan exclaimed, shocked at how quickly time had passed. Professor Chen set down the materials in his hands. Zheng Fei and the others returned last week. I didn't tell you because I didn't want to disrupt your training. Xu Yuan's face lit up with joy. Really? Did the team complete their mission? They did. My training plan will end in 2 days. Do you want to finish the training first or return to Zilin Garden tonight? Professor Chen asked, looking at him. Xu Yuan seemed to regain his energy suddenly. Giving up halfway isn't a good habit. I'll finish my training first before going back. All right, Professor Chen said with a satisfied smile. Once the training ends, take a few days to rest before heading to District 12 for your next mission. Got it, Xu Yuan replied enthusiastically. Under the mountain night sky, the stars spread out like a breathtaking canvas. Overhead, the colossal silhouette of a giant koan seemed to be painting an exquisite masterpiece of starlight, its serenity imbued with the poetic beauty of nature. Professor Chen's designated vehicle slowly came to a stop outside Zilin Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan opened the car door, waving goodbye to Xiao Zhang. Thanks for your hard work, Brother Zhang. Xiao Zhang's eyes sparkled with admiration as he replied. It's no trouble at all, Xu Yuan. Get some rest. As Professor Chen's personal assistant, Xiao Zhang frequently visited the training room and had witnessed Xu Yuan's relentless dedication, leaving him deeply impressed by the young man. Xu Yuan stepped through the villa's front door and was immediately enveloped by a cheerful atmosphere. In the living room, apart from Han Ming, who was lying on the sofa fully absorbed in his video game, everyone else gathered around him. Li Xian hooked her arm around Xu Yuan's and asked with a bright smile, It's been over 2 months. Did you miss me, little brother Xu Yuan? Her joy was unmistakable. Xu Yuan responded with a grin. Of course I did. Tang Yun approached as well, speaking gently. We heard this morning that your training ends tonight. Everyone's been waiting for you to have dinner together. Xu Yuan expressed his gratitude, his eyes scanning the room as he asked curiously, Where's the captain? As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Fei's voice called out from the kitchen. Xu Yuan's back? Give me a moment. The last dish is almost ready. Xu Yuan looked toward the kitchen, startled to find that Zheng Fei's entire demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. A powerful aura radiated from him, like a dormant beast suddenly awakened. Noticing Xu Yuan's surprise, Li Xian softly explained, The captain isn't the same as he used to be. Xu Yuan murmured to himself, Amazing. When will I ever be that strong? Li Xian tilted her head and reassured him, Don't worry. With your talent, you'll surpass us in no time. Zheng Fei emerged from the kitchen carrying the final dish and declared it was time to eat. At the dinner table, the group shared laughter and stories about their recent experiences. Lu Ro excitedly showed off photos she had taken in Luoyang, prompting Li Xian to gaze enviously and insist on dragging Tang Yun along for their own photoshoot someday. Raising his glass, Zheng Fei beamed with joy. Hey, race to our team being reunited again. Cheers. Suddenly, he snatched the glass from Lu Rao's hand, his expression turning serious. Tang Yun, grab a bottle of juice. This kid's not old enough to drink yet. Lu Ro pouted in protest. Captain, they'll be 17 soon. Zheng Fei's eyes widened. Not a chance. You can wait until next year. Once Lu Ro returned with her glass refilled with juice, everyone raised their glasses in celebration. Cheers. Amid the laughter and chatter, Zheng Fei grabbed a bottle and used it as a microphone, breaking into song while the others clapped and cheered, filling the entire living room with joy. Zhu Buqing granted Xu Yuan 3 days to rest and recover. After that, the entire team would head to Zone 12 to track down the mutated nine-tailed fox. Time flew by, and the 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The 6-member team, fully geared up, stood ready in Zhu Buqing's office. Zhu Buqing patted Zheng Fei's shoulder, his expression solemn. The situation in the war zone is critical. We have no choice but to send your team in without backup. Zheng Fei, brimming with confidence, replied, Don't worry, Commander. This is the perfect opportunity to test my new weapon on that fox. Zhu Buqing nodded and turned to Li Xian. She met his gaze with unwavering determination. Commander, you don't need to worry about me. Everyone's growing stronger, and I need to move forward too. Zhu Buqing smiled in approval. I'm glad to hear that. Zhu Buqing waved his hand, his tone steady. Go ahead, and stay safe. Zheng Fei and the others stood at attention in silence, saluted Zhu Buqing, and then turned to leave. The vast expanse of the Kunlun Mountains was divided into 13 zones, with the Research Institute at its center. Zone 12 was far more treacherous than Zone 7, with rugged and difficult mountain paths. The team embarked on their journey, only pausing briefly as the sun dipped below the horizon. Zheng Fei glanced back at Xu Yuan and Lu Ro, surprised to see that neither of them showed any signs of exhaustion, not even a drop of sweat. Not tired, are you? He asked. No problem, they replied in unison. Zheng Fei smiled knowingly. Good. It seems everyone has improved a lot over the past 2 months. In that case, let's keep moving. We'll rest for a full day when we reach the outer edge, and then head into the inner zone. Yes, sir. The group responded in unison. Amid the towering mountains and steep cliffs, lush green trees grew wildly along the rocky walls, a breathtaking sight. Jagged rocks lined the ridges, shrouded in mist, and as night fell, the distant howls of wolves echoed through the air. The six-person team traveled relentlessly, from day into night and back into day, crossing ridge after ridge. A light drizzle began to fall from the sky. The closer they got to the habitat of the exotic beasts, the more erratic the weather became. Zheng Fei explained to Xu Yuan and Lu Rou, many of these beasts can manipulate natural elements, transforming the surrounding environment into something that suits their needs. But no matter how harsh the conditions, it's nothing to us beast tamers as long as lightning doesn't strike us directly, we'll be fine. The outer zone of Zone 12 was vast. The team marched for over 3 days without rest before finally reaching the edge. Along the way, Zheng Fei carried a wild boar on his shoulder, caught by Han Ming during a scouting trip the previous day. Zheng Fei had snapped its neck with ease. We'll eat it when we rest. For now, just carry it, he said. The boundary between the outer and inner zones of Zone 12 was marked by a narrow mountain valley shrouded in thick fog, making it impossible to discern what lay within. Though it was only 3 p.m., Han Ming found a flat area and began setting up camp. This spot is backed by the mountain, feels safe, he remarked. We'll rest here for a day and head into the inner zone after lunch tomorrow. At Zheng Fei's command, the team retrieved blankets from their backpacks and spread them out. Xu Yuan gazed thoughtfully toward the misty valley ahead. Zheng Fei lit a cigarette and asked, Xu Yuan, did you notice something? There's something in the fog, Xu Yuan replied with a faint smile, squinting. Zheng Fei stared at Xu Yuan in surprise, then turned his gaze to the mist-covered valley. You can sense that from here? Yeah, ever since we returned from Zone 7, I felt myself growing stronger every day, Xu Yuan said, looking at his hands with a hint of confusion. Honestly, I don't even know how strong I am now. Zheng Fei exhaled a puff of smoke. Can you tell if it's strong or weak? It's too far to tell, Xu Yuan replied helplessly, but I think it should be manageable. Since encountering Xia Qing last time, Xu Yuan had felt that no presence could intimidate him. Xia Qing's overwhelming aura was something even Zheng Fei couldn't compare to. The others, busy laying out their blankets, frowned slightly as they overheard the conversation. Han Ming, who was skinning the wild boar, gritted his teeth in frustration. No way, not this again. How do we keep running into beasts before even entering the inner zone? Xu Yuan, are you some kind of bad omen? Go mind your own business. Xu Yuan shot him an annoyed glance. The light rain pattered softly, and a gentle breeze occasionally swept through the surroundings. The moon in the sky peeked out from behind the dark clouds from time to time, briefly illuminating the land before being swallowed up again. The campfire burned brightly, its flames licking the chunks of meat as grease dripped down with a crackling sound. In this desolate wilderness, the only methods of cooking were the most primitive boiling and roasting. Zheng Fei focused on roasting the meat, but his gaze would occasionally shift towards Xu Yuan. The latter was staring intently at the distant valley, his expression heavy with concern. Strangely, while it was drizzling here, the valley was shrouded in thick fog, creating a stark contrast. Li Xian handed a piece of roasted meat to Xu Yuan with a gentle tone. Xu Yuan, this one's ready. You should eat. Xu Yuan absent-mindedly took it, murmuring, Thank you, Sister Xian, but his attention remained locked on the distant valley. Noticing Xu Yuan's unusual behavior, Li Xian tilted her head closer in concern and asked, What's wrong, Xu Yuan? You've been staring over there. Did you notice something unusual? Xu Yuan took a bite of the meat, furrowed his brows, and after a moment of hesitation, said, I have this feeling that the beast is moving closer to us. His words were like a bomb, instantly igniting tension in the camp. Han Ming exclaimed, What? Seriously? Zheng Fei's brow furrowed not out of fear of the beast, but out of concern for the team's exhaustion from their days of travel. Tang Yun's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she pressed, Xu Yuan, what's going on? Xu Yuan shook his head, a trace of uncertainty in his tone. I don't know. I just feel like it's slowly approaching us, very slowly. Zheng Fei made a decisive call, shoving the last bite of meat into his mouth before announcing, Tonight, all of you should rest well. They'll take the night watch alone. Lu Rou immediately objected. That's not fair, Captain. Last time you didn't let Xu Yuan and me take a shift. This time, we should help share the burden. Her tone was filled with eagerness to prove herself. The others silently moved toward their blankets without commenting. Zheng Fei looked at Lu Rou with a stern expression, his tone leaving no room for argument. Lu Rou, hey, race your first lesson. During a mission, my words are orders, and you must obey them unconditionally. Understood. His demeanor was strict, a stark contrast to his usual approachable self. Lu Rou froze for a moment, then nodded woodenly. Understood, Captain. It was only then that she realized how much she still had to learn about being a beast tamer. Han Ming quickly gathered several large leaves and dug a few holes in the rocky ground behind the camp. He inserted the leaves to create a makeshift shelter, offering some relief from the persistent drizzle. After eating their fill, Han Ming and the others quickly fell asleep, reassured by Zhang Fei keeping watch. Only Xu Yuan tossed and turned, his mind replaying the image of the beast lurking in the foggy valley. Something about it felt off. Li Xian, half asleep, turned over and saw Xu Yuan still awake. She couldn't help but ask, Xu Yuan, why aren't you sleeping yet? Xu Yuan turned to his side and replied softly, I'm about to, Sister Xian, I just hope it's all in my head. What? Li Xian fought back her drowsiness, trying to make sense of his words. Nothing. Just go to sleep, Sister Xian, Xu Yuan said, offering no further explanation. Zhang Fei stood outside the camp, about 5 or 6 meters from his sleeping teammates. He settled on a rock with the best vantage point, his back to his resting companions and his eyes fixed on the mysterious valley ahead. His expression was vigilant, and though his thoughts were a mystery, the tension in his gaze revealed his unwavering focus on protecting the team. The surrounding vegetation was sparse, with the landscape scattered with rocks stretching endlessly into the distance. A silent drizzle fell in the dead of night, and the eerie stillness was unsettling. Zhang Fei stubbed out his cigarette and stood up cautiously, his eyes sharp and vigilant as he stared ahead. Suddenly, a shadow appeared beside him like a ghost and whispered, Captain, did you hear that too? Zhang Fei jolted as if struck by lightning, glaring at the figure with wide eyes. Xu Yuan, are you trying to scare me to death? Xu Yuan, looking completely unfazed, replied in a calm tone. Come on, you're a grown man. What are you so scared of? Still catching his breath, Zhang Fei snapped. How the hell do you walk without making a sound? Xu Yuan didn't answer, but lowered his gaze to his feet. Following his line of sight, Zhang Fei was stunned to see that Xu Yuan's feet weren't touching the ground, was hovering in midair. He suddenly recalled what Han Ming and Lu Rou had mentioned about Xu Yuan's unique ability to fly, which was far more agile than using wings. Just as Zhang Fei was about to compliment him, Xu Yuan abruptly clamped a hand over his mouth, gesturing for silence with his other hand. Tilting his head, he listened intently. Don't speak, Captain. Listen. The surroundings were deathly quiet, but from deep within the valley came a strange sound, faint and intermittent, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, lingering in the dense fog. What's that sound? Zhang Fei asked in a hushed voice. Xu Yuan shook his head slightly. Not sure. It sounds like someone singing. Don't talk nonsense. In this godforsaken place, who else could possibly be here besides us? Zhang Fei said, clearly skeptical. Before he could finish, the sound grew clearer. It was hauntingly beautiful, like the melody of a harp, yet as powerful and stirring as a roaring river. Wait, someone is singing. Zhang Fei exclaimed in shock. Xu Yuan's expression darkened. Captain, the fact that the sound is getting clearer means... Damn it, that thing's heading straight for us. Zhang Fei cursed, bolting toward the camp to wake the others. He shook each of them frantically. Wake up, all of you. Get up now. Li Xian rubbed her sleepy eyes. What's going on, Captain? I haven't even gotten enough sleep. Tang Yin yawned. Didn't you say I didn't have to take the night watch, Captain? Lu Rou mumbled groggily. Huh? Is it morning already? Han Ming, on the other hand, was sleeping like a log, completely unresponsive no matter how hard Zhang Fei shook him. Frustrated, Zhang Fei stomped on his backside. Han Ming, your game account's been hacked. What? No way. Han Ming shot up instantly, instinctively patting his pockets for his phone. After fumbling for a moment, he realized he didn't even have his phone with him. Looking up, he met Zhang Fei's furious glare. Through gritted teeth, Zhang Fei barked, Stop sleeping, all of you. Something's coming our way. At that, everyone except Lu Rou immediately snapped to attention, their expressions turning grave. Zhang Fei sighed and called out, Xu Yuan. But before he could finish, he realized Xu Yuan had vanished without a trace. Li Xian's face darkened instantly, and she asked urgently, Where's Xu Yuan? Zhang Fei frowned deeply, his features tightening as he declared, That kid headed toward the valley. Let's go. As soon as he spoke, 5 figures shot forward like arrows, racing toward the valley at incredible speed. As they approached, a melody became clearer, a crisp and melodious singing voice, extraordinarily beautiful, yet eerie as it resonated through the dense fog of the narrow mountain valley, sending chills down their spines. By now, Xu Yuan had already risen into the air and stopped about 10 meters from the valley's entrance. Even at such close proximity, the dense fog severely limited visibility, its thickness beyond anything Xu Yuan had ever encountered. The ethereal singing surrounded him, but he paid it no mind. Beneath his 100-transformed garment, the dragon scales on his body were slowly emerging, readying him to transform into his dragon form at any moment. Xu Yuan, Li Xian, the fastest among them, landed beside him, staring in astonishment at his levitating form. She had never seen a beast tamer fly so effortlessly. Though Zhang Fei and Tang Yun could hover in the air, they required constant flapping of their wings. Zhang Fei leaped forward to join them and asked, "What's the situation, Xu Yuan?" He could hear the sound coming from the valley but sensed no discernible presence. Xu Yuan's expression turned serious as he said in a low voice, "It's coming." He gritted his teeth and added, "I wasn't wrong, there are two of them." Ever since he'd first sensed the presences in the valley, he had felt something was amiss. One of the presences was faint and nearly imperceptible, while the other was strong and unmistakable. Now, both were approaching at alarming speed. As the sounds drew closer, Zhang Fei and the others fixed their eyes on the valley entrance with tense expressions. The melodious singing was suddenly interspersed with what sounded like monkey screeches. A crimson shadow burst out of the fog, freezing in its tracks at the sight of Xu Yuan and the others. It stood at the valley's entrance, its face filled with panic. Xu Yuan could now make out the creature's appearance. It resembled a long-haired ape with white ears, similar to a gorilla one might see in a zoo, yet distinctly different. "Xing Xing," Tang Yun exclaimed. She quickly explained, "Xing Xing, an ape-like creature from legend. It's said to know everything about the past, but cannot foresee the future. According to myths, eating its flesh grants extraordinary speed and agility." The Xing Xing was roughly the size of a human, its eyes wide with fear, caught between advancing and retreating. Xu Yuan could sense clearly that this was no ordinary gorilla from a zoo, it was an otherworldly beast. Li Xian was about to step forward when Xu Yuan stopped her with an outstretched hand. She looked at him in confusion, only to see a battle-ready smile spread across his face. "Not the Xing Xing," he said. "It's the one behind it." Han Ming's expression grew grim. As a beast tamer specializing in sensory perception, his detection range wasn't as vast as Xu Yuan's, but still far exceeded that of Zhang Fei and the others. At this moment, he could distinctly sense the other presence rapidly approaching from the distance. Just as Xu Yuan finished speaking, Li Xian and the others finally felt the second presence he had mentioned. It had been over 1,000 meters away, but now closed the gap to less than 20 meters in mere seconds. The singing began to fade, replaced by the sound of galloping hooves. Clop, clop, clop. The hoofbeats slowed gradually. Moments later, a massive white horse's head emerged from the fog. "Lu Shu," the group gasped in unison. A massive figure slowly emerged from the dense fog, its white head contrasting sharply with its tiger-striped, mottled body. Behind it trailed a tail as bright red as flames. This was none other than the legendary beast Lu Shu. Its blood-red eyes locked onto Xu Yuan and the others standing outside the valley. Towering as high as a 3- or 4-story building, it exuded a terrifying and oppressive aura. Caught in the middle was Xing Xing, trembling all over, its eyes filled with terror. Xu Yuan's lips curled into a faint smirk, his gaze fixed unerringly on the Lu Shu behind Xing Xing, clearly dismissing the smaller creature as insignificant. Suddenly, the Lu Shu let out a cry that sounded almost heavenly. In the blink of an eye, its massive body vanished like a phantom, reappearing directly behind Xing Xing. Its enormous jaws opened wide, revealing razor-sharp teeth, and it lunged down savagely at the defenseless creature. A piercing scream shattered the silence as Xing Xing's body was torn in two. Blood dripped from the Lu Shu's mouth, and paired with its crimson eyes, it appeared monstrously grotesque. In just 2 bites, it devoured Xing Xing entirely. Lifting its head, it turned its gaze back to Xu Yuan and the others. At that moment, a deafening explosion shook the valley. The rocks beneath Zhang Fei's feet shattered instantly, and an overwhelming, suffocating aura surged forth like a tidal wave. His eyes widened, his face twisted into a ferocious grin, and he bellowed, "How dare you feast in front of me?" Xu Yuan was secretly alarmed and couldn't help but glance at Zhang Fei. At this moment, Zhang Fei's presence was utterly transformed, radiating a power so immense it was hard to believe it was the same person. Sensing the crushing aura emanating from Zhang Fei, the Lu Shu let out a sharp cry and, without hesitation, turned and disappeared into the thick fog. Zhang Fei's low, commanding voice echoed, "Xu Yuan, Tang Yun, follow me. The rest of you, stay here and guard the area." Before the words had fully left his mouth, Zhang Fei pushed off the ground with force, and a pair of pristine white wings unfolded from his shoulders. Tang Yun's body glowed with an intense green light, and the wings of the divine bird Qingluan shimmered softly. The 3 of them soared into the air, speeding toward the depths of the valley. The fog was so dense that one could barely see their own hand in front of them. Relying on his sharp senses, Xu Yuan focused intently on tracking the Lu Shu's presence ahead. A melodious, ethereal song began to echo from the distance, reverberating between the towering mountains on either side. "It's too fast. I can't wait for you guys, Captain," Xu Yuan said with a frown. Without waiting for Zhang Fei's response, he bent his legs slightly and shot forward at an accelerated pace. Zhang Fei paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. "That kid, Tang Yun, clear the way for him." "Got it." Tang Yun quickly entered her beast transformation state, the turquoise crest atop her head blazing like fire. The crest emitted a radiant green light, and a gust of emerald-colored wind swept forward, parting the dense fog like a pair of invisible hands. Xu Yuan felt the warm current of air from behind, and his vision instantly cleared. He was quietly amazed by Tang Yun's versatile support abilities, wondering how many more hidden talents his teammates might still possess. Looking down at the valley, he saw scattered rubble and countless bones of various shapes and sizes strewn about, their origins beast or monster indistinguishable. However, the Lu Shu's speed kept increasing, and the distance between it and Xu Yuan gradually grew wider. TCH. Xu Yuan clicked his tongue in frustration. Snowflakes began swirling around him as he entered his dragon transformation state. His speed surged several times over, and he shot forward, rapidly closing the gap with the fleeing Lu Shu. Tang Yun, standing behind, furrowed her delicate brows, her voice tinged with worry. Captain, Xu Yuan is moving too fast. I can't keep up with my ability. Her words had barely left her lips when Zheng Fei's face lit up with delight, clearly pleased with Xu Yuan's astonishing progress in just over 2 months. Tang Yun continued. I can't sense Xu Yuan's presence anymore, Captain. We need to hurry. But Zheng Fei remained calm, a confident smile curling at the corners of his lips. No rush. That Lu Shu is about to meet its doom. At that moment, the massive Lu Shu was racing through the forest. Suddenly, it felt a chill creeping up from behind. Its white horse-like head twisted sharply, only to see Xu Yuan, with dragon horns atop his head, breaking through the thick mist, a wide grin on his face. Run! Xu Yuan shouted, his voice clear and sharp as he grabbed the fiery red tail of the Lu Shu midair. With a sharp twist of his wrist, he swung the enormous creature behind him with immense force. Boom! The tremendous impact created a web-like crater in the ground, accompanied by a deafening gust of wind. Xu Yuan let go and descended slowly, thinking to himself, it's really fast. Even after all this physical training, chasing this Lu Shu was still quite a challenge. Suddenly, an eerie, melodious sound echoed through the air. The closer Xu Yuan got, the more unsettling the sound became. This creature, resembling a horse, was emitting a sound eerily similar to human singing. The Lu Shu crawled out of the crater, its crimson eyes glowing even brighter with rage. Its massive body shifted side to side as it stomped its front hooves and charged at Xu Yuan. Without hesitation, Xu Yuan leaped into the air, his right fist clenched, facing the mountain-like creature with unflinching determination. His eyes burned with an unyielding fighting spirit. Bang! His fist struck the horse-like head of the Lu Shu with immense force. The creature instantly lost its balance, its massive body tumbling backward into the dense mist. As Xu Yuan landed, he tapped the ground with his toes and launched himself forward again, diving into the mist, pursuing the still-rolling Lu Shu. However, as Xu Yuan caught sight of the beast, his speed slowed abruptly. Zheng Fei had already appeared behind the Lu Shu, stopping its massive body effortlessly with one hand. Xu Yuan. Tang Yun's clear, melodious voice came from above, as gentle as a phoenix's call. She hovered gracefully above Xu Yuan, her soothing power transforming into a gust of wind that dispersed the surrounding mist. The Lu Shu let out a sharp, trembling cry, this time laced with fear. Its four limbs scrambled to stand, but it froze in place, unsure of what to do. Xu Yuan was in front, and Zheng Fei was behind. There was nowhere to run. The Lu Shu stood as tall as a 3- or 4-story building. Xu Yuan and Zheng Fei exchanged a glance through the towering legs of the creature. Zheng Fei's face bore a confident, defiant smile. Xu Yuan, I'll take the kill this time. Let me show you something interesting. Sure thing, Captain. Xu Yuan replied, curious about what kind of beast weapon Zheng Fei had refined. His contracted beast was a Qiongqi, and the weapon he had refined was also a Qianqi, rare occurrence. While there were many beasts in the world, creatures as unique as Zheng Fei's and Tang Yun's were hard to come by, let alone encountering another identical one. Xu Yuan ascended into the air, joining Tang Yun as the two quietly observed from above. Below, Zheng Fei spread the fingers of his right hand wide, as streaks of bright yellow light began to coalesce into an orb in his palm. The orb gradually flattened, stretching outwards on both sides. The golden light slowly took the shape of a weapon. Ding! A clear metallic chime echoed through the air, followed by a burst of bright golden light, dazzling like fireworks. Out of thin air, a sleek, elongated blade materialized beside Zheng Fei. The sword gleamed brilliantly, and faint patterns resembling the beastly markings of Qiongqi could be seen on its blade. The hilt, taking up a third of the weapon's length, was entwined with feathers as white as snow, seeming like an extension of the pristine wings on Zheng Fei's back. Gripping the hilt firmly, Zheng Fei immediately unleashed a deep, thunderous roar that reverberated all around, sending shivers through the heart. Xu Yuan stared unblinkingly at the blade and murmured, Zhan Ma Dao. He recalled descriptions from ancient texts, and the weapon before him matched them perfectly. Not just Lu Shu the beast, but even Xu Yuan himself could feel the overwhelming aura emanating from the sword. Seeing Xu Yuan hovering in the air, Lu Shu wasted no time and charged forward. Xu Yuan spread his fingers, and in an instant, A chilling frost filled the atmosphere, as if freezing the dense mist around them. In the blink of an eye, the ground beneath Lu Shu's feet turned into a smooth, mirror-like sheet of ice, resembling the surface of a frozen lake. Maintaining balance became impossible. With a loud thud, Lu Shu, unable to stop in time, lost its footing and collapsed heavily onto the icy surface. Zheng Fei, gripping the Zhan Ma Dao tightly with both hands, spread his white wings wide and leapt into the air. He grinned and shouted, "Perfect timing to test out my new weapon Zhan Xie." As Zheng Fei swung the sword downward, it emitted a resonant hum, and a streak of golden blade energy tore through the air. The energy surged forward with unstoppable force, slicing Lu Shu's massive body cleanly in half. The energy didn't stop there. It carved a deep, jagged gash into the mountain wall ahead, leaving a sight that was both awe-inspiring and terrifying. Xu Yuan stood frozen, wide-eyed at the scene. After obtaining this mythical beast weapon, Zheng Fei's strength had skyrocketed, and the weapon itself possessed such extraordinary power. Xu Yuan recalled Professor Qin's words and couldn't help but wonder what it would be like if he could refine the vicious Yazi into a similar beast weapon. Xu Yuan. Tang Yun's gentle voice pulled him out of his thoughts. Turning to her, Xu Yuan's face was still full of amazement. "That's incredible. Is Zhan Xie the name of the attack the captain just used?" Tang Yun shook her head lightly. "No, that's the name he gave to the weapon itself." "I see." Xu Yuan nodded in realization. Some records mention that Xiongqi has the power to repel evil and is itself a symbol of ferocity. Naming it Zhan Xie does feel fitting. Zheng Fei, meanwhile, was equally astonished as he examined Zhan Xie in his hand. Each swing of the weapon left a trail of shimmering light, mesmerizing in its beauty. Xu Yuan and Tang Yun descended from the air to stand beside Zheng Fei, and Xu Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the Zhan Ma Dao. "Captain, let me give it a try." Xu Yuan eagerly reached out to take the weapon. Zheng Fei handed it over without hesitation. "This thing only works for me. Its power will fade quickly once it's out of my hands. Go ahead and see for yourself." So heavy. Xu Yuan took the Zhan Xie with both hands, his arms sinking involuntarily under its weight. The weapon felt unlike anything he had ever wielded before. Its heaviness was almost oppressive, as if he had been handed two massive iron spheres without warning. Clang! Xu Yuan swung the Zhan Ma Dao excitedly, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. However, after only a few swings, the weapon dissolved into golden light and disappeared. "See? It doesn't last long when it's not with me," Zheng Fei said, grinning brightly. Staring at his now empty hands, Xu Yuan exclaimed with determination, "One day, I'll get one of these for myself." A confident smile spread across Zheng Fei's face, and his eyes gleamed with a hint of pride. He glanced at Xu Yuan, his tone carrying a trace of smugness. "Jealous, aren't you? Back when we were capturing the ice serpent in the Arctic, I was so envious when Jiang Shao brought out his exotic beast weapon." Xu Yuan's mind lingered on the heavy sensation he had just felt. Though he couldn't yet grasp the power of an exotic beast weapon, an intense desire ignited within him, longing to possess one of his own as soon as possible. Noticing Xu Yuan zoning out, Zheng Fei lightly patted him on the shoulder. "Don't get distracted. We need to move." As he spoke, he dragged the severed corpse of the Lu Shu beast, holding its tail in one hand and its mane in the other. Blood continued to drip, leaving a dark red trail in the air. The three of them leapt into the sky, heading toward the mouth of the valley. Unable to hold back his curiosity, Xu Yuan asked, "Captain, what are the conditions for refining an exotic beast weapon? Do you need a 100 compatibility with your beast?" Zheng Fei nodded affirmatively. "That's right. A 100 compatibility is not only required to control a second exotic beast, but also to enter the berserk beast state and refine an exotic beast weapon. However, the latter two are slightly less restrictive. For the berserk beast state, as long as your compatibility meets the threshold, you'll enter it naturally. As for refining an exotic beast weapon, you also need immense strength and mental fortitude. I spent over 50 days in a standoff with a Qiongqi in Shenanjia before I finally succeeded." Seizing the opportunity, Xu Yuan pressed further. "What other conditions are required to control a second exotic beast?" Lowering his voice, Zheng Fei replied with a hint of resignation. "Talent and exceptional talent far beyond that of most beast tamers. It's the hardest condition to fulfill. Either you're born with it, or you'll never have it in this lifetime." Tang Yun chimed in, her tone encouraging. "In our team, only Xin has met the requirements to control a second exotic beast so far. Xu Yuan, your talent is the best I've ever seen. It's only a matter of time before you achieve it." Xu Yuan furrowed his brows and asked, "What about you and the captain, Yinjia? You both seem incredibly talented too." Zheng Fei let out a long sigh. Tang Yin might still have a chance, but I'm out of luck. To regular beast tamers, we might seem gifted, but compared to you and Li Xin, we're nothing." Tang Yun spoke softly, her voice gentle. "Xu Yuan, did you know? Xin met the requirements to control a second exotic beast in her 4th year as a beast tamer. If it weren't for the accident her team encountered back then that left her despondent for years, she would probably already be on par with Xiaqing by now. Xu Yuan's eyes widened in shock. He had always known that Li Xian was exceptionally talented, but he hadn't realized just how extraordinary she truly was. Zheng Fei continued to fill Xu Yuan in on the current situation with Jiang Shao and Ling Shuang in the Arctic. He mentioned his own failed attempt to refine an exotic beast weapon a few years ago. When Xu Yuan first arrived in the Arctic, Jiang Zhao's team had been assisting him with the process back in their homeland. By the time Xu Yuan met them, they had already returned to the Arctic. Ling Shuang also had her own exotic beast weapon, but her beast was unique, and she had struggled to find a compatible match. She had come to the Arctic partly out of hope, as the depths of the polar ice caves remained an unexplored and mysterious realm, full of potential opportunities. After a moment of contemplation, Xu Yuan suddenly asked, if Xian Jie encounters that mutated nine-tailed fox this time, does that mean she'll have two options? Li Xian was well aware that she didn't have a beast weapon. Zheng Fei nodded firmly. It was true. She could either choose to tame a beast or refine it into a weapon. However, Tang Yun chimed in, adding, but Xian would only choose to tame. Why? Zheng Fei glanced at Xu Yuan and asked, can two ordinary people together defeat a superhero? Obviously, the answer was no. Even if you gave those two ordinary people a gun. Xu Yuan thought for a moment and asked, a gun made of kryptonite? Zheng Fei gritted his teeth in frustration. You're such a contrarian. Xu Yuan smiled slightly, understanding Zheng Fei's point. When a beast tamer controls a second beast, their strength doesn't just double, it multiplies several times over. Suddenly, Xu Yuan remembered something and asked, Captain, didn't you mention before that someone tamed 3 beasts? Zheng Fei nodded. Yes, Captain Xiaqing's superior, the top-ranked individual in the country. If there were a global ranking, he would likely be number 1 as well. Among all the battle zones, the Pacific Zone was the most intense. Yet, only 2 teams were stationed there, and half of the top 20 fighters were there as well. The strongest from various nations had gathered, and while other zones constantly requested reinforcements, the Pacific Zone never asked for help. This was all because the strongest man was stationed there. Xu Yuan listened intently. The aura Xiaqing exuded last time had been overwhelming, leaving him wondering just how powerful this top-ranked individual truly was. Just as he was about to speak, Zheng Fei quickly interrupted, don't ask me how to tame a 3rd beast. I really don't know. You can ask Professor Chen. He might have the answer. Xu Yuan's eyes widened. How is that possible? You can't not know. Tang Yun covered her mouth, laughing softly. Don't make it hard for the captain. He really doesn't know. None of us do. Zheng Fei advised, don't worry about beast weapons for now. The most important thing is to increase your strength and achieve 100 synchronization with the ice dragon as soon as possible. As they spoke, they flew toward the exit of the valley, where Li Xian and the others were waiting outside. Seeing the beast's corpse Zheng Fei was carrying, Han Ming's eyes lit up. His hands transformed into leopard claws as he excitedly shouted, skin it, skin it. Li Xian shook her head helplessly beside him. When they returned to the camp, a light rain was still falling. Xu Yuan lay on a blanket, unable to sleep, his mind replaying Zheng Fei's words and the image of the beast weapon. He thought to himself that his journey was still long, and he needed to take things step by step. By the afternoon of the next day, everyone had fully rested. Zheng Fei was studying a simple map of Zone 12. Lu Rou peeked over his shoulder and asked, Captain, where are we heading this time? Zheng Fei shook his head. Not sure. This time, we'll likely have to go deeper into the core area. Lu Rou was surprised. Huh, there's no specific target location for this mission? Zheng Fei rolled up the map and lightly tapped Lu Rou's head with it. It's already good enough that they told us it's in Zone 12. We'll have to find what we need on our own. Lu Rou giggled and nodded. All right then. As everyone finished packing their gear, Zheng Fei glanced toward the nearby valley. Let's go. Into the valley. The formation had shifted slightly this time. Han Ming was still leading the way up front, while Xu Yuan and Li Xian walked ahead together. Tang Yun and Lu Rou followed closely behind, with Zheng Fei taking up the rear as the last line of defense. Thick fog continued to envelop the surroundings, showing no signs of dissipating. Xu Yuan walked side by side with Li Xian, while Lu Rou was close behind them. However, when Xu Yuan turned his head, he could only make out a vague silhouette in the mist. Xinjia, has this fog always been here in Zone 12? Xu Yuan asked. Li Xian shook her head and replied, I'm not sure. I've never been to Zone 12 before, and it seems like the captain hasn't either. Out of the 13 zones in the Kunlun mountain range, we've only explored 6 so far. Suddenly, as if struck by an idea, Li Xian turned to Xu Yuan with a playful smile. Xu Yuan, after this mission, how about we go explore that giant koan together? Sounds like a plan. Xu Yuan raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by the thought of the massive creature. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a cautious expression. Noticing his change in demeanor, Li Xian asked softly, Xu Yuan, what's wrong? Hang's presence, it's gone, Xu Yuan murmured. Li Xin's brows furrowed upon hearing this. Could he have encountered something? Han Ming's ability allows him to perfectly conceal his presence. I don't know. Other than our team, I don't sense anything else, Xu Yuan replied, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. With a reassuring smile, Li Xian gently held his hand and said, don't worry, if anything happens, your big sister will protect you. Jia, can we save the teasing for a better time? Xu Yuan muttered, attempting to pull his hand away. But just as he did, he suddenly felt an invisible hand gripping his left arm, and the unexpected sensation sent a shiver down his spine. As Xu Yuan and Li Xin's bodies began to turn faintly transparent, Han Ming's figure slowly appeared before them. His expression was filled with fear as he gestured for them to stay silent. Then, just as quickly, he vanished again. Han Ming had grabbed Xu Yuan's arm, and Xu Yuan, still holding onto Li Xin's hand, stood frozen in place, full of questions. Han Ming's fleeting, alarmed gaze lingered in Xu Yuan's mind, prompting him to stay put. Lu Rao's silhouette passed in front of them, her eyes scanning the environment cautiously. Shortly after, Tang Yun walked by, her expression calm, as though she hadn't noticed anything unusual. A few moments later, Zheng Fei's figure emerged, walking past the group. Xu Yuan's pupils suddenly contracted in shock. Li Xian, still holding his hand, instinctively tightened her grip as she, too, was startled. Following Zheng Fei was something strange. It resembled a person, yet its appearance was unsettling. The creature was silently clutching the corner of Zheng Fei's coat with its right hand, shadowing his every step. Zheng Fei's brows were knitted tightly, as if he had sensed the presence of something behind him. No presence, Xu Yuan thought to himself. I can't feel any aura from that strange thing. Once Zheng Fei had completely passed by, Xu Yuan finally got a clear look at the strange creature. Tang Yun. The creature's face was identical to Tang Yun's, but its expression was disturbingly eerie. Its body was covered in white fur, with tiny flames sporadically erupting from between the strands. Suddenly, it turned its head, casting a bizarre gaze in the direction of the three of them, revealing that familiar face paired with a sinister, wicked smile. Had they been discovered? How was that possible? Han Ming's concealment abilities could completely erase their presence. Staring at that grotesque smile, Xu Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. His arm was being gripped tightly by Han Ming, while Li Xian clutched his hand in fear, could feel their terror. Zheng Fei and the strange creature gradually disappeared into the thick mist, and the forms of Han Ming and the others slowly became more visible. Han Ming collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, a look of confusion on his face. What on earth was that thing? How could it possibly be Yuner? Wasn't Yuner just following behind Lu Rou? We saw her go with our very own eyes. Li Xian still looked shaken, her expression complicated. Xu Yuan suppressed his inner fear and asked in a slightly trembling voice, Brother Han, how did you realize it wasn't her? Just now, Sister Yun came up to me and told me. Wait, something's not right. Han Ming gritted his teeth, his eyes growing more alarmed. How could Tang Yun have been in front of the three of them without anyone noticing? Whoever spoke to him definitely wasn't Tang Yun. This was bad. The three of them spoke simultaneously. Without wasting another second, they quickly gave chase. Beside them, Li Xin's body began to transform, with fox fur emerging and nine tails growing behind her. Her fox-like eyes shimmered with an alluring glow. Xu Yuan and Han Ming also instinctively entered their beast forms. In the dense mist ahead, the figure of the strange creature became clearer. Li Xin's expression grew serious as she formed a glowing sphere in her right hand and hurled it directly at the creature. The creature suddenly turned its head, flashing an eerie smile at Li Xian before vanishing completely into thin air. Zheng Fei stopped abruptly, gritting his teeth as he asked, what was that thing? No idea, but we have to find Sister Yun, Xu Yuan said gravely. The four of them quickly rushed forward. Before long, they spotted Tang Yun's figure ahead. Xu Yuan sensed her aura and confirmed it was indeed her. Sister Yun. Xu Yuan was the first to reach Tang Yun's side. Seeing her familiar face and sensing her familiar energy, he let out a sigh of relief. Li Xian and the others also caught up, each visibly relieved to see her. Tang Yun tilted her head in confusion and asked, huh, wasn't it just the captain behind me? Why are the three of you here too? We'll explain later. Lu Rou, Zheng Fei shouted. A voice came from about 3 or 4 meters ahead. What's wrong, Captain? Stay right there. Don't move. The six of them regrouped, with Tang Yun and Lu Rou both looking puzzled. Lu Rou, in particular, seemed baffled as to how she had ended up leading the way. Sister Xian, was that thing smiling at you just now? Xu Yuan turned to ask Li Xian. At that moment, Li Xian had her head lowered, biting her nails, her delicate features taut as though she were trying to recall something. Everyone's eyes were on her. It was that mutated nine-tailed fox. We've been played. Li Xian suddenly raised her head, her expression tense as she looked at the group. Everyone was bewildered. A nine-tailed fox? That's impossible. I saw Han Ming's words trailed off before he could finish. Li Xian quickly turned to Tang Yun, her eyes filled with tension. The nine-tailed fox can take human form. The one I tamed before was just like that. It used its human guise to deceive our entire team. Yuner, disperse this fog immediately. We might already be surrounded. Her voice had barely faded when the rest of the team exchanged startled looks. Xu Yuan recalled the earlier scene. There had indeed been white fur on Tang Yun's body, and that faint whimper sounded just like a fox's cry. Tang Yun wasted no time, swiftly transforming into her beast form. The cyan crest on her head shimmered, radiating a powerful energy that surged outward. Waves of cyan light spread across the area, and the dense fog began to retreat at a visible pace. As the mist thinned, countless auras flooded into Xu Yuan's mind. While these presences weren't particularly strong, their sheer number was overwhelming. When the fog fully dissipated, numerous figures emerged from the Heixingxing. The entire valley was now teeming with Xingxing, packed so densely that it seemed they were completely surrounded in an instant. Xu Yuan's heart was filled with doubt. Could it be that they had encountered the nine-tailed fox even before reaching the inner circle? And where did all these Xingxing come from? Why hadn't he sensed their presence at all? The Xingxing around them let out sharp, chittering cries, enclosing them so tightly that not even air could pass through. Li Xian let out a cold laugh. This is exactly the same trick that nine-tailed fox from 10 years ago used. It concealed the surrounding auras. Even if it can mask the Xingxing's presence, I should still be able to sense the nine-tailed fox itself. Xu Yuan's face was filled with confusion. Tang Yun explained, mutated beasts don't follow conventional logic. We can't draw conclusions based on normal reasoning. Despite her words, there was still a trace of doubt on her face. Among the 6 of them, only Li Xian understood the truth of the situation, but now wasn't the time for explanations. Clang. The sound of metal reverberated as Zheng Fei gripped his blade. Zhanxia, his expression somber. Enough talk for now. Get ready for battle, everyone. The 6 of them quickly shifted into their beast forms. As Zheng Fei transformed, Zhanxia elongated and widened, perfectly matching his new form. Behind Li Xian, several energy spheres of different elements began to materialize, exuding an overwhelming aura. I'll explain everything once we're out of here. Give the orders, Captain. Li Xian and Xu Yuan took the lead, carving a path forward. Whenever possible, Xu Yuan would lift Li Xian into the air, attempting to escape the valley. Tang Yun and Lu Rou guarded the flanks, while Han Ming covered the rear. Above the valley, Xingxing leaped down, blocking even the sky. Their numbers were endless, stretching beyond sight. Xu Yuan and Li Xian moved with agility, keeping pace with one another. A faint smile appeared on Xu Yuan's lips. This is our first time teaming up, isn't it, Sister Xian? Li Xian responded. Seems like it is. Ice abilities are all yours, Xu Yuan. Let me treat you to a spectacular display of elemental power. Li Xian's worried expression had already vanished, replaced by a confident smile. As the ice sphere after her 9 tails gradually disappeared, the other spheres of lightning, fire, and storm began to expand. Li Xian said confidently, no problem. Just as her words fell, the dragon horns on her head glowed, and countless ice spheres, each half a meter in diameter, materialized out of thin air. The number of elemental spheres behind her continued to increase. Li Xian spread the fingers of her right hand and pointed at the descending group of Xingxing, like a conductor directing an orchestra. The elemental spheres behind her shot forward, merging with the ice spheres in the air. Meanwhile, Tang Yun's green glow descended softly, enhancing both of their powers. Li Xian suddenly clenched her right fist and shouted, Elemental Roar. Immediately, a storm of extreme ice erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening explosions shook the skies as flames, fierce winds, lightning, and ice blasts intertwined. The dazzling lights broke through the oppressive sky. The Xingxing falling from midair were torn apart, their blood and flesh scattering like blooming crimson flowers, with severed limbs raining down like shooting stars. Xu Yuan could clearly sense the immense power of Li Xian's elemental explosions, overshadowing the strength of his own ice sphere blasts. There was no time to think further. The previous attack had torn a gap through the Xingxing swarm in midair. Xu Yuan quickly grabbed Li Xian and soared upward. In her beast form, Li Xian's figure was tall and slender, her body covered in soft fur. She shouted, let's go. From behind, Zheng Fei yelled, look at those 2 taking off. Tang Yun held on to Lu Rou tightly, while Zheng Fei grabbed Han Ming and hurled him into the air. Tang Yun, catch Han Ming, he shouted. Zheng Fei then spread his legs, gripped Zhanxia tightly, and roared, a bunch of weaklings. You think you can trap me? With that, he swung Zhanxia, its blade carving a semicircle through the air. A powerful gale roared forth, followed by a massive arc-shaped wind blade. Wherever it passed, even the mountains on both sides were sliced into fragments. A satisfied grin spread across Zheng Fei's face as he flapped his wings and took to the skies. Above Xu Yuan, the gap blown open earlier was rapidly being filled by the swarming Xingxing. Just as countless ice arrows formed behind him, ready to fire, Zhang Fei's voice approached rapidly. Move aside. I've got this. Before Xu Yuan could react, Zhang Fei had already shot above him at an astonishing speed. Swinging Zhanxia repeatedly, he unleashed countless wind-laden slashes, cutting the Xingxing into scattered pieces in an instant. Xu Yuan watched in awe and admiration as the six of them ascended quickly, with Zhang Fei effortlessly cutting through the weak beasts like slicing through vegetables. In the blink of an eye, they broke free from the encirclement. In Xu Yuan's arms, Li Xian had returned to her normal form. Looking down, Xu Yuan saw the Xingxing below still flailing their arms and baring their teeth at them. Li Xian spoke firmly. Don't hold back, go full speed, and get out of this valley. We'll settle the score with that fox later. Tang Yunfei led the way, his body emanating a powerful energy that dispersed the thick fog around him. The group flew at an incredible speed, the cries of the Xingxing behind them gradually fading until they disappeared entirely. The valley was deep and shadowed, the dense mist blocking out sunlight and creating an oppressive atmosphere. It was clear that the Xingxing had not been long-time inhabitants of this valley. Their appearance was closely tied to the mutated nine-tailed fox. Li Xian began recounting her experiences as a rookie. Back then, she had just been selected as a beast tamer, much like Xu Yuan, and was brought by an official team to Ileo Mountain to search for exotic beasts. Since Li Xian was still an ordinary person at the time, the team did not venture deep into the mountain, but instead searched for a beast near its outer edges. During that expedition, the mountain was shrouded in toxic miasma, which the seasoned tamers paid no heed to. However, despite wearing protective gear, Li Xian contracted malaria. In her feverish days, she felt someone holding her hand and leading her forward. She followed blindly, only to find herself in a valley surrounded by scattered white bones, with the miasma mysteriously cleared. It was then she realized her entire team had fallen into the same predicament. As they regained their senses, a pure white nine-tailed fox descended from a nearby mountain, surrounded by a horde of exotic beasts. Nine-tailed foxes were extremely rare, and those who encountered one rarely survived. Due to the chaos and her own illness, Li Xian could not recall many details. She was later sent to the Shenangjia Research Institute for rookie training. Lu Ro listened intently, her face pale, as if hearing a ghost story. She didn't know what Xu Yuan and the others had seen earlier and didn't dare to ask. Captain, are there humanoid exotic beasts? Xu Yuan asked after Li Xian finished her story. Zhang Fei nodded in response. Yes, I remember there being a group of humanoid beasts living deep in Shenangjia, though I've never encountered them myself. Tang Yun then spoke casually. During my rookie training, a professor once mentioned a humanoid beast recorded in the Shanhai Jing called Shi Wangmo. I later looked it up. The text describes her as follows. 350 li to the west lies the dwelling of Shi Wangmo. She has the appearance of a human, with a leopard's tail, tiger's teeth, and a loud roar, her hair unkempt and adorned with a victory crown. However, no one has ever seen her. That professor speculated she might reside deep within the Kunlun Mountains. Xu Yuan had never come across this information before. The materials Professor Chun had shown him mostly detailed rare and exotic beasts, often with notes indicating their compatibility with dragon-like creatures. Of course, these were merely Professor Chen's hypotheses, and it was up to Xu Yuan to explore further. The valley was profoundly deep, as if it stretched endlessly into the heavens. The group flew for a long time before the fog ahead began to dissipate, revealing the valley's exit. Emerging from the valley, they officially entered the inner circle of Zone 12. A faint mist still lingered in the air, but just as they exited, a colossal tree stood in the distance, towering like a magnificent green spire. Its canopy pierced the clouds, casting a shadow over the entire sky. Xu Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, astonished by the sheer size of the tree, unlike anything he had ever seen. Let's go, Zhang Fei said, diving downward. The surrounding mountains loomed like a pitch-black void, as if they had been scorched by fire. Apart from the towering tree that stood tall and solitary, there was no trace of other vegetation in the area. Xu Yuan gently set Li Xian down and crouched to scoop up a handful of broken stones from the ground. The rocks were hard, their dark surfaces seemingly whispering tales of their history. In the distance, the vibrant green of the giant tree stood out starkly. Zhang Fei pulled out a map from his bag and pointed to the marker for Zone 12, the tree, known as the Divine Tree. We'll head straight into the inner circle. That fox is likely living somewhere deeper in, Zhang Fei said. Han Ming asked, Captain, last time we encountered the Yazi near the edge of Zone 7's inner circle. Now we've already come across a fox before even entering this inner circle. Could it be lingering around the outskirts? Zhang Fei sighed and replied, I'm not sure. This mission might take longer than expected, so everyone should be prepared. After resting for half an hour, the team set off again. They decided to move in a straight line, estimating that at their current pace, they would reach the base of the tree by nightfall. Zhang Fei planned to avoid getting too close to the tree as they approached. Captain, aren't we resting under that tree tonight? Lu Ro asked. Zheng Fei simply smiled without answering and instead glanced at Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan shrugged. If you want to rest under the tree, go ahead. We'll find somewhere else. Why? Lu Rou blinked in confusion. Tang Yun gently explained from the side. Do you really think a tree that massive wouldn't have any beasts lurking in it? Lu Rao's eyes widened in realization, and she nodded in agreement. The weather was gloomy, and mist hung in the air. Though the fog here was lighter than in the valleys, the massive tree served as a reference point, making it easier to lose one's bearings while trekking. As they moved closer, the tree became increasingly distinct, and an oppressive sense of dread seemed to intensify with each step. Xu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. Captain, can you feel it? Zheng Fei nodded and began steering the group to circle around the tree from a safer distance. He glanced at the map, roughly gauging the distance between them and the tree. Xu Yuan could sense the presence of no fewer than 100 different beasts around the tree, their strength varying widely. Tang Yun had once told her that even beasts of the same kind could differ greatly in power. The Gu Jiao they had defeated in Zone 7 last time had been relatively weak, and they had been lucky to encounter it. Though such knowledge was part of their basic training, Xu Yuan and Lu Rou hadn't participated in the training sessions, so they had to rely on their teammates for this kind of information. Yinjia, what's the difference between mutated beasts and regular ones? Xu Yuan asked curiously. Tang Yun answered without hesitation. That's where ethics and origins come into play. Take the Yazi we encountered last time, for example. It's said to be the offspring of a dragon and a jackal, which is why you could sense a trace of dragon-like aura from it. Some beasts mutate due to specific environments or innate conditions, giving them especially unique abilities. For instance, the Renmian Xiao you encountered in the Funyo Mountains is a symbol of drought and has fire-based attributes. However, the one I encountered was a mutant. It had the additional ability to cause earthquakes. Xu Yuan nodded thoughtfully, beginning to grasp the concepts. As nightfall approached, Han Ming came rushing back from scouting the area. Captain, the surroundings are all these black mountains. There's no water source nearby, and I couldn't find a suitable place for us to rest. Zheng Fei pondered for a moment before saying, then we won't rest tonight. It'll take about 3 days to go around this tree. We'll rest after we've passed it. With that, he turned to the group. Any objections? No problem. Everyone responded in unison. With the captain's command given, Han Ming turned and said, I'll keep clearing the path ahead. Despite his usually carefree demeanor and occasional lapses in judgment, Han Ming was remarkably reliable in critical moments. As night fell, they finally moved out of the misty area, and a gentle breeze stirred around them. Strange howls pierced through the quiet night, sounding like ghostly wails or wolf cries. Xu Yuan couldn't help but reminisce about the 7th district, where lush mountains and clear waters made it feel like a paradise. In contrast, this place was a dark, desolate mountain, barren except for the area around the massive tree. Lu Rou had made significant progress compared to before. After days of non-stop travel, she still appeared energetic. Out of boredom, Li Xian asked what they had done during their time in Hunan. Lu Rou animatedly chattered away, sharing all the details. When she mentioned Wu Erming, Xu Yuan interjected, Xinjia, is that Wu Erming considered a rookie from our cohort? Not quite. Only the 25 of you are from your cohort, Li Xian replied. Wu Erming belongs to the next group. Once enough people join, he'll head to another location for training. For now, he's just undergoing basic training at the Kunlun Research Institute, much like Sun Wanlin and Qi Tong did back in the Arctic. Zheng Fei turned back to add, the next training site will likely be in Shenangjia. I overheard the commander mentioning plans to open other research facilities for rookie training, though I'm not sure when that will happen. He continued, there are 3 major research institutes in the country, the Arctic, Shenangjia, and Kunlun. The Arctic is a war zone, not ideal for rookies, but Shenangjia and Kunlun are suitable. Other institutes, like those in Qinling, Ileo Mountain, Changbai Mountain, and Tian Shan, are smaller and mostly established in regions inhabited by exotic beasts. As they chatted, a loud bird cry suddenly echoed from the giant tree in the distance to their right. Xu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. It's heading our way. The group immediately prepared for battle, their eyes fixed on the distance. A massive bird soared over their heads. The creature had 2 heads, 4 legs, and blackened feathers that glimmered faintly like embers in the night, making it impossible to miss. While Xu Yuan was still trying to recall where he'd seen such a bird before, Tang Yun exclaimed, a lay bird. The lay bird didn't seem to attack, nor did it even glance at the group below. Just then, Han Ming came running back from his scouting mission, his face brimming with excitement. Feast time, he shouted. Before anyone could respond, another bird cry rang out from the direction of the giant tree. A second lay bird emerged, chasing after the first. By now, chills were running down Xu Yuan's spine. He asked, Captain, should we go after it? Of course we should. This is a rare find. Zheng Fei's face lit up with excitement, and wings sprouted from his back. Tossing the map to Li Xian, he said, follow the route and keep moving. If anything happens, listen to Li Xian's instructions. Without hesitation, Xu Yuan took off, shouting back at Zheng Fei. Hurry up, Captain. This kid. It looked like a magpie, with red and black feathers, 2 heads, and 4 legs, capable of controlling fire. The two of them flew side by side, chasing after the 2 luo birds ahead, whose spindle-shaped bodies darted through the air at an astonishing speed. Zheng Fei's eyes gleamed with excitement, while Xu Yuan thought to himself, if we pluck the feathers off one of these things and bring them back to Professor Lu, we'll hit the jackpot with this mission. Captain, it seems like they're flying deeper into the inner zone, Xu Yuan said with a slight frown. Zheng Fei's smile faded at his words. Those 2 luo birds aren't strong enough to survive in the inner zone. There's no way they would head that way. After hearing Zheng Fei's response, Xu Yuan turned to glance at the colossal tree that seemed to stretch endlessly into the sky, his heart tightening. That means they're running for their lives. Just as the words left his mouth, a massive tree branch shot toward them like a javelin. Xu Yuan's pupils contracted as he prepared to dodge, but Zheng Fei suddenly accelerated, grabbing Xu Yuan by the neck and pulling him out of harm's way. Whoosh! The branch, coiled with thick vines, narrowly grazed Xu Yuan's nose, leaving him shaken. Damn it! This thing doesn't even give off any, or almost got me, he cursed inwardly. With a sickening thud, the thick branch pierced through one of the luo birds, which let out a pained screech before plummeting to the ground along with the branch. The other bird didn't even glance back, desperately flying forward. Boom, boom, boom. A series of heavy footsteps echoed from the direction of the giant tree, shaking the ground with each step. Gritting his teeth, Xu Yuan felt an overwhelming presence invade his mind. The moon gradually emerged in the night sky, illuminating the dark, rugged terrain. A colossal beast, resembling an ape, bounded on all fours toward them at terrifying speed. The sheer intensity of its aura made Xu Yuan's jaw clench. This creature was no joke. Captain, a voice suddenly called from below. It was Li Xian, being carried by Tang Yuan, who had entered her beast transformation state. In one hand, Tang Yuan held Li Xian, and in the other, Lu Ro. Zheng Fei's expression shifted slightly. Where's Han Ming, he asked. Li Xian pointed downward, where Han Ming, also in his beast form, was sprinting after the group at incredible speed. Captain, it's a Xu Yuan. Should we take it on? Tang Yun's voice, crisp and bird-like in her transformed state, rang out. Zheng Fei's face darkened. We don't have time to waste on it. Keep moving. With that, he released Xu Yuan and sped up to chase the remaining luo bird. One had already been killed by the Xu Yan's throne branch. This one couldn't be allowed to escape. Xu Yuan glanced down at the giant ape before turning to follow Zheng Fei. The Xu Yan, resembling an enormous white-head, red-foot ape, was said in legend to bring chaos to the world wherever it appeared. Though massive, it seemed insignificant compared to the towering tree. The Xu Yan paid no attention to the people in the sky, its focus solely on the luo bird it had impaled with the branch. Looking down, Xu Yuan saw Han Ming rapidly approaching the fallen branch on the ground. If this continued, the Xu Yan would trap him. Without hesitation, Xu Yuan dove toward the ground. Han Ming, running below, muttered, "Damn monkey, scared the crap out of me just now." As he sensed Xu Yuan's presence closing in, he looked up. Xu Yuan extended his left hand. Han, grab on. Without a second thought, Han Ming reached out and grasped Xu Yuan's hand, letting him lift him into the air. Han Ming's gaze fell on the luo bird impaled on the branch below. Such a shame, there goes half our bonus, he lamented. They rejoined Zheng Fei in the air, but due to the brief delay, the remaining luo bird was now barely visible in the distance. At this moment, Xu Yan below had already pulled out the branch impaled in the Black Mountain, along with the corpse of the Lunyao bird, and was carrying it on his shoulder, heading towards the giant tree. Han Ming, suspended in midair by Xu Yuan, hurriedly shouted to Zheng Fei. Captain, at this rate, we won't catch up. Feeling a sense of urgency, he added, we need to speed up. Zheng Fei gave a faint smile, and the pair of white wings on his back began to emit a bright yellow glow. Suddenly, a gust of wind, shimmering with yellow light, materialized out of thin air. The wind curved like a flowing river, suspended in the sky. Zheng Fei stepped onto the wind and rode it, his speed increasing rapidly. Oh! Xu Yuan's eyes lit up as he also leapt into the wind. The moment he entered, he felt the strong gust pushing him forward, causing his speed to soar. A grin spread across his face. Captain, you've been hiding this trick, huh? Han Ming, on the other hand, looked smug, as if the technique had been his own invention. Zheng Fei had already closed in on the Lunyao bird. Gripping his blade, Zhanxia, he said coldly, your buddies are all dead. What's the point of you living alone? Before the bird could react, his blade flashed, severing one of its heads in an instant. Blood spurted from the neck like a fountain. As the remaining head let out a scream, Zheng Fei gave it no chance to cry out a second time. With a swift and decisive motion, he swung his blade again, cutting down the other head with ease. Before the bird's corpse could fall, Zheng Fei grabbed its still bleeding neck. The glowing yellow wind behind him gradually dissipated. Xu Yuan flew up and teased. Captain, next time you've got a move like that, bring it out earlier. Zhang Fei shot him a glare. It's exhausting. Under the moonlight, Xu Yuan gazed into the distance, surveying the endless stretch of black mountains. A faint sense of unease crept into his heart. The team descended and found a random spot to take a short rest. Han Ming, who seemed skilled in handling the corpses of beasts, grabbed his leopard claws and began plucking the feathers off the Lunyao bird. As he worked, he asked, Captain, how do we even eat this thing? Zhang Fei, frustrated, felt like plucking Han Ming's leopard fur in retaliation. Damn it, this thing isn't edible. No matter how hard he thought, he couldn't figure out how to prepare the bird's meat. The Lunyao bird could control fire, so roasting it was certainly out of the question. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan stood still, his eyes fixed on the giant tree. He was deep in thought. Even after flying this far, that tree is still so clearly visible, he murmured to himself. Li Xian approached him and softly asked, What are you thinking about, Xu Yuan? He replied, I'm wondering if the nine-tailed fox, like that Xu Yuan, might also live on that tree. Tang Yun's voice came from behind. It's not impossible. At some point, Zhang Fei had lit a cigarette. Taking a drag, he said calmly, Even if that fox is on the tree, we can't go near it. Lu Ro blinked her large eyes and asked, Is it because of that Xu Yuan, Captain? Zhang Fei shook his head. No, I don't consider that Xu Yuan much of a threat. It might be a bit troublesome, but killing it isn't impossible. What worries me are the other beasts on the tree. He turned to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan, how many beast auras did you sense on that tree earlier? Over 100. Around 20 or so felt like they could pose a threat to me. Xu Yuan replied in a calm tone, as if unfazed. Zhang Fei furrowed his brows. Most beasts out there have a taste for humans. If we get surrounded by a group of powerful ones, we wouldn't escape even with 8 legs. The moonlight on the ground began to fade. Looking up, they saw the moon had hidden itself behind the clouds. Zhang Fei asked, Han Ming, are you done over there? By now, Han Ming had plucked all the feathers from the lay bird. He bundled the long, slender feathers together and tied them tightly with a dead knot. The task was finally done. Although he still felt reluctant to part with the lay bird's meat, there was no time to waste. Grabbing the bundle of feathers, he urged, Let's move. Zhang Fei, extinguishing his cigarette, but echoed the urgency. All around them were black mountains, barren and devoid of vegetation, offering no place to hide. If they encountered any beasts, they would have no choice but to face them heat-in. Thus, conserving energy and staying alert was crucial as they searched for the nine-tailed fox. The immediate priority was to leave this terrain as quickly as possible. Unlike the 7th zone, where Xu Yuan had occasionally sensed the presence of ordinary wildlife, this area was eerily devoid of life. Aside from the faint aura of beasts in the giant trees, there were no signs of any living creatures. After 4 days of travel, the giant tree behind them was completely out of sight. During these days, they hadn't encountered a single living being, not even a blade of grass. Exhaustion had taken its toll on everyone. Zhang Fei, in particular, hadn't closed his eyes since the mission began. At that moment, Han Ming came running back from the front, his face smudged with dirt, but his voice filled with excitement. Captain, I see a forest, he exclaimed, pointing ahead. We've finally reached the end of these black mountains. Let's pick up the pace. Once we're there, we can rest for 2 days. At Zhang Fei's command, the group's fatigue seemed to lift, and they surged forward with renewed energy. As they crested the final black ridge, the view opened up before them. In the distance lay a lush forest shrouded in mist, with verdant pines and cypresses and clear streams flowing gently, forming a stark contrast to the desolate black wasteland behind them. It felt as though 2 entirely different landscapes had been deliberately stitched together. Zhang Fei instructed Han Ming, Find a spot near the water to rest. Got it, Han Ming responded cheerfully. Zhang Fei no longer worried about potential beasts in the water. If there were any, they could simply capture and eat them to replenish their strength. As soon as they stepped into the forest, Xu Yuan sensed the presence of several ordinary animals but detected no trace of any beasts. Han Ming found a spot near a stream on a small hill, and the team set up camp. While Han Ming scouted the surrounding terrain, Tang Yun and Lu Ro fetched water from the stream, carrying 6 water bottles between them. The stream was crystal clear, with a depth barely reaching their knees, posing no threat from beasts. Xu Yuan, heavy-eyed and utterly drained, leaned against a tree, unwilling to move. Though his stamina was holding up, the lack of sleep had become unbearable. Zhang Fei spread out the bundle of lay feathers, creating a soft and comfortable surface at the campsite. As he worked, he addressed Xu Yuan and Li Xian. Let's rest here for 2 days before moving on. Li Xian, leaning against Xu Yuan's shoulder with her eyes half closed, murmured wearily. Captain, we'll take the second watch tonight. I can't stay awake any longer, I need to sleep. Waving dismissively, Zhang Fei replied nonchalantly, It's fine. You all rest first. If needed, I'll wait until you're rested before I take a break. He was like the caretaker of the team, always looking out for everyone. Xian, have some water. Eat something before you sleep, he said, handing her a bottle. Just then, Tang Yun and Lu Ro returned with the water bottles. Thank you, Yuner, Li Xian said softly, taking a bottle and sipping lightly. Hey, 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 look what I found. Han Ming's voice rang out from nearby, brimming with excitement. He approached, carrying a bundle of firewood and a handful of fruits. Xu Yuan took one of the fruits. It was a translucent apple, as if carved from crystal. Not bad, Tang Yun said with a sparkle in her eyes. Turning to Lu Ro and Xu Yuan, she explained, these strange fruits are called spirit fruits. They only grow in forests densely populated by beasts. Eating them has the same effect as eating beast meat. Lu Ro cradled a fruit, her eyes gleaming with delight. Wouldn't these make us rich if we brought them back? That won't work, Han Ming interjected. These fruits spoil within 5 minutes of being picked. You have to eat them immediately. Holding a fruit in each hand, he bit into one with relish. Xu Yuan gazed at the apple in his hand, noticing how he could see the lines of his palm through its crystalline surface. Zheng Fei quickly finished eating the fruit, clapped his hands, and said, you all keep eating. They'll go to the river and catch some fish for dinner. Han Ming immediately responded, got it. He spread the firewood he had gathered directly onto the feathers of the lay bird. These feathers were fire-resistant, so they wouldn't catch fire. Zheng Fei had set up the area like a bird's nest. The lay bird's feathers were soft and warm, eliminating the need for blankets. It was still early, and after finishing their meal, the group went to sleep. Zheng Fei sat nearby, his gaze fixed on the small stream not far away, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Behind him, Xu Yuan and the others were resting quietly. Li Xian leaned against Xu Yuan, while Lu Ro held Tang Yun in her arms. Han Ming, even in his sleep, mumbled, fish doesn't taste as good as exotic beast meat. Everyone was sound asleep, and with Zheng Fei keeping watch, they felt especially secure. As night fell, the entire forest was enveloped in tranquility. Unlike the ominous Black Mountain they had encountered earlier, this place was filled with the sounds of birds at night. Deep in the mountains, a low, resonant call suddenly echoed, powerful and deep. Zheng Fei instinctively stood up, his eyes turning toward the direction of the sound. Though he couldn't sense any presence, the reverberation of the sound made him alert. Perhaps it was too far away. In his sleep, Xu Yuan's eyelids twitched slightly, but his exhaustion pulled him back into slumber. Zheng Fei noticed this, his brow furrowing slightly as he thought to himself, a beast? He had great trust in Xu Yuan's ability to sense danger. The next day, Xu Yuan woke up close to noon. Li Xian and Tang Yun had already been awake for some time, and Zheng Fei was dozing off nearby. Li Xian smiled softly at Xu Yuan and said, awake, huh? She and Tang Yun looked refreshed, and Tang Yun's loose black hair was still damp, suggesting they had gone to the stream for a quick wash while the others were still asleep. Xu Yuan rubbed his eyes and got up, saying, I'm going to wash my face. Li Xian chuckled and said, go ahead, but be careful. The weather here was wonderful. Sunlight streamed down onto the stream, casting golden ripples across the water. After washing his face, Xu Yuan felt revitalized. He reached into the stream and picked up a stone, its surface shimmering with golden flecks, resembling tiny fragments of gold. Whoa! Xu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he ran back excitedly while holding the stone. Sister Xian, is this gold, or? Li Xian, who was tying her hair, leaned over and exclaimed in surprise, it really is gold, or? Tang Yun took the stone from Xu Yuan's hands and analyzed it. There's probably a gold vein underneath here, but it's a shame we can't mine it. After thinking for a moment, Xu Yuan casually tossed the gold ore aside. The researchers and professors back at the institute weren't all focused on studying exotic beasts and beast tamers. Some were experts in various fields, including geology, tasked with exploring the terrain of the Kunlun Mountains. However, they could only venture into the mountains with the help of beast tamers, and even then, they wouldn't go as deep as this group had. Han Ming and Lu Ro woke up one after the other. Han Ming, restless as always, immediately went out and gathered a variety of wild fruits for everyone, some of which were oddly shaped exotic fruits. By late afternoon, Zheng Fei finally woke up and decided they would rest for another night before continuing their exploration the next day. After a night of rest, everyone was in high spirits. Zheng Fei divided the group of 6 into 3 pairs to take turns keeping watch. Han Ming caught plenty of fish from the stream, and everyone ate until they were full. Xu Yuan, did you hear something last night? Zheng Fei asked by the campfire, recalling the strange call he had heard the previous night. Xu Yuan thought for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. He spoke slowly, seems like it. I thought it was just a dream. Then, his gaze sharpened. That must be it. There should be a powerful beast not far from us. Can you sense its presence? Xu Yuan shook his head, his expression somewhat puzzled. I can't feel anything. I haven't sensed any beast's presence all day. After a moment of contemplation, he decisively said, let's rest for now. We'll check it out tomorrow. As night fell, the campfire crackled and popped. Xu Yuan and Tang Yun were assigned to guard the last watch together. Tang Yun sat cross-legged with her eyes closed, meditating. The soft moonlight outlined her delicate, porcelain-like face. Xu Yuan couldn't help but glance at her a few times, silently comparing her to Li Xian in his mind. Li Xian was the kind of bold, carefree beauty who could easily become a star if she hadn't chosen to be a beast tamer. Tang Yun, on the other hand, was the complete opposite, gentle, graceful, and elegant, like a well-bred lady from a noble family. Perhaps it was due to her connection with the divine bird Xu Yuan, but Tang Yun always exuded an air of regal nobility to Xu Yuan. Why are you staring at me? Tang Yun's soft voice interrupted Xu Yuan's train of thought. Nothing, Xu Yuan replied, quickly averting his gaze, feeling slightly guilty. Tang Yun smiled faintly and changed the subject. Have you finished reading the chess manual I gave you? Not yet. I haven't had the time, Xu Yuan explained. The day you left, we also set off, and ever since we got back, it's been non-stop training. Tang Yun opened her eyes and looked directly at Xu Yuan. That's not an excuse. After this mission, I'll be checking your progress. Since Professor Chen assigned me to teach you, I need to take responsibility. All right. Xu Yuan replied reluctantly. The next morning, sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled patterns across the ancient forest. A team of 6 followed a gently flowing stream deeper into Zone 12's inner circle. As they walked, Zheng Fei reminded Xu Yuan and Lu Rou, let me be clear. If we encounter a beast of average strength, you two will handle it. If it's a stronger one, you'll still take the lead, and we'll only step in if you can't manage. Got it. Xu Yuan and Lu Rou responded in unison. The ordinary wildlife in the forest instinctively avoided the group, sensing their presence. Suddenly, Xu Yuan noticed some movement above. Looking up, he saw a large red snake with intricate patterns coiling its way up a tree trunk, seemingly trying to stay away from them. An idea crossed his mind. Xu Yuan tapped Lu Rou on the shoulder with a mischievous grin. Lu Rou, look at those flowers blooming on the tree. Aren't they beautiful? What flowers? Lu Rou asked innocently, following Xu Yuan's pointed finger. The moment she saw the snake, her face went pale with fright. Xu Yuan, you're so mean, she exclaimed, quickly hiding behind Li Xian while sneaking nervous glances at the snake. Everyone burst into laughter. Zheng Fei twirled a stick in his hand and teased. I told you this kid's no good. Xu Yuan shot back. Captain, you've never played tricks on anyone. Sure I have, Zheng Fei admitted with a hearty laugh. The scorching sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves. Xu Yuan reached out his hand, feeling the humidity in the air increasing. He speculated, there's likely a large body of water ahead, maybe a lake. Just then, Xu Yuan abruptly stopped, his expression turning serious. Captain, there's something. A beast's presence had briefly entered his awareness, but vanished just as quickly. Was it just an illusion? Xu Yuan frowned slightly. The sensation had been so vivid, yet it disappeared without a trace. Zheng Fei looked at Xu Yuan in silence. Xu Yuan appeared energetic, clearly not experiencing any illusions. At that moment, Han Ming returned, carrying the corpse of a familiar beast. He threw it heavily in front of the group. Everyone took a closer look. It was a Xingxing. Han Ming rubbed his wrist and said, Captain, we found signs of Xingxing activity ahead. It seems we've entered their territory. Zheng Fei kicked the Xingxing's corpse aside and calmly said, this time, they haven't been bewitched by the nine-tailed fox, so they shouldn't be too much trouble. Let's keep moving. Lu Rou blinked her big eyes and asked curiously, so, are we not eating this beast? Li Xian looked at Lu Rou in shock and reminded her, Lu Rou, don't let Han Ming corrupt you. This thing looks too much like a human. Would you really eat it? Lu Rou stammered, I won't eat it. The 6 of them traveled from day to night and back to day again, facing attacks from no fewer than 10 Xingxing along the way. Xu Yuan and Lu Rou handled them with ease. The Xingxing weren't particularly strong, and when there weren't too many of them, Xu Yuan could handle them alone. However, he intentionally gave Lu Rou some opportunities to demonstrate her abilities. Seriously again? Xu Yuan suddenly stopped in his tracks, his expression troubled. Li Xian asked with concern, what's wrong? Xu Yuan replied gravely. There's a beast ahead with a strong presence. It feels somewhat like a dragon, but not quite the same. Zheng Fei's eyes darkened as he asked, could it be that Yazi? Xu Yuan shook his head. It's not that Yazi. The aura doesn't match. Tang Yun, go call Han Ming back. No more scouting ahead, we stick together. Zheng Fei quickly issued the command. Without hesitation, Tang Yun hurried forward to find Han Ming. The rest of the group slowed their pace as they continued onward. Professor Chen had provided Zheng Fei with a wealth of information about exotic beasts, most of which were dragon-related, either resembling dragons in appearance or possessing a similar aura. These types of beasts shared one common trait. They were undeniably powerful. As the humidity increased, the group traversed the forest and eventually came upon a low mountain. A small stream flowed down from the mountain. As they got closer, Zheng Fei and the others could feel the overwhelming aura of a powerful creature. Judging by the strength of the aura, it was comparable to that of the Yazi. Exchanging glances, the group silently understood their situation. Zheng Fei nodded, signaling for them to proceed. They climbed over the rocky terrain of the low mountain and were greeted by a breathtaking sight. The canopy of ancient trees no longer obscured the view, allowing the blazing sunlight to pour down freely. Several gray, low mountains encircled a basin-like area, dotted with nearly 100 pools and lakes, their surfaces rippling like fields of grain. In the largest lake, a colossal creature rested. Its dragon-like head repeatedly dipped into the water, splashing it over its body as if to cool off. Upon seeing the beast, the group collectively furrowed their brows. The creature's body resembled that of a mighty eagle, but its head was unmistakably that of a dragon head, bird body. A deity of the mountains had appeared. The mountain gods with dragon heads and bird bodies, and those with bird heads and dragon bodies, are two types of mythical creatures that dwell deep within the Kunlun Mountains. Their numbers are said to be just over 20. In ancient times, some people regarded them as deities and offered sacrifices to them. Tang Yun's face lit up with excitement, while Xu Yuan looked eager and asked, "What do you think, Captain? Shall we make a move?" Zhang Fei glanced at Xu Yuan's expectant expression, pondered for a moment, and then replied, "Our team can take it on if we go all out, but you can't refine or control it right now. Killing it would just be a waste." He then turned to Li Xian and Tang Yun, asking, "What are your thoughts?" Tang Yun softly suggested, "Since it doesn't seem hostile, why not avoid it? Our top priority right now is finding the nine-tailed fox." Li Xian nodded in agreement. "I think Yuner is right." With that, Zhang Fei signaled for Han Ming to lead the way. In his mind, Zhang Fei suspected that the sound they had heard that night was likely made by this very creature. Xu Yuan kept his gaze fixed on the dragon head, bird-bodied mountain god, which, in turn, was staring back at him, as if it had already detected their presence but chose not to attack for some reason. Could it really be, as Tang Yun suggested, that it bore no ill will? Xu Yuan sensed that besides this creature, there were other mythical beasts nearby, but judging by their auras, they were much weaker than this one. As they took a detour around the mountain, the scorching sunlight beat down mercilessly on the land, with no forest canopy to provide shade. Lu Ro, full of energy, skipped ahead at the front. Xu Yuan, ignoring the need to conserve strength, activated the ice energy within his body, releasing waves of cold air that instantly made him feel much more comfortable. Li Xian walked so close beside him that she was practically leaning on him, smiling indulgently. "It's so cool near you, Xu Yuan." At that moment, Tang Yun quickly stepped forward, unscrewing her water bottle and looking at Xu Yuan expectantly. Understanding her intent, Xu Yuan spread the fingers of his left hand, and a few round ice spheres materialized above the bottle before plopping into it. This was a trick Tang Yun had taught him, and it was proving quite useful now. Zhang Fei turned around, his eyes wide. "Hey, give me a few." At some point, the wooden stick in his hand had ended up with Han Ming, who wiped the sweat off his forehead. No wonder that dragon head beast stayed hidden. "If I were it, I wouldn't want to come out either." Lu Ro chuckled and said, "I think this weather is great. If we had some watermelon, it'd be perfect." Zhang Fei, using a feather from a lay bird as a fan, sighed. "The ultimate dream for weather like this: air conditioning, Wi-Fi, and watermelon. Right now, I'd settle for just the air conditioning." Xu Yuan, however, remarked nonchalantly, "That's not how I see it. No matter the weather, my wish is always simple." Hearing this, everyone turned to him and asked, "What's your wish?" Xu Yuan smiled faintly. "To live far from the city, in the mountains, with a small wooden cottage of my own, and a yard where I can grow vegetables." Lu Ro blinked her big eyes in surprise. "Xu Yuan, is your wish really that simple? A peaceful, pastoral life?" Only Han Ming saw through him, snorting with a chuckle. "Why don't you let him finish the second half of that sentence?" Everyone turned their gaze to Xu Yuan again, making him feel a bit uncomfortable under their scrutiny. He thought to himself, retiring to the countryside requires a prerequisite of at least 20 billion in savings. He made a familiar, universally recognized friendly gesture. At that moment, the sun had just set in the west, and the surrounding air started to cool rapidly. Ahead of them was a forest glowing fiery red, resembling a grove of autumn maples, yet the towering trees were certainly not maples. Lu Ro stared at the blazing red forest in disbelief and exclaimed, "Huh? It was lush and green like spring just a moment ago. How did it suddenly turn into autumn?" Zhang Fei chuckled helplessly and replied, "Yeah, at noon it looked like spring, the weather felt like summer, and now it's autumn. This is normal, so don't overreact." Xu Yuan patted Lu Ro on the shoulder. Although he was equally astonished, he knew he had to remain calmer than her in moments like this. The crimson leaves continued to fall, painting a vivid picture of autumn. Without the scorching sunlight, Han Ming seemed more energized. Just as he was about to step into the forest ahead to scout the way, Xu Yuan suddenly unfastened his backpack, tossed it aside, and assumed a battle-ready stance. "Something's coming, and it's strong." Zhang Fei and the others didn't dare to slack off, quickly shifting into a state of readiness. The surroundings grew eerily quiet, with only the rustling sound of leaves stirred by the wind. Should the sound of friction echoed from the depths of the crimson forest, followed by a low, rhythmic thud-thud-thud, like something pounding on a surface. Li Xian's face darkened instantly upon hearing it, and before anyone else could react, she had already transformed into her beast form. "It's a Ming snake," she exclaimed. The sound of the Ming snake was something Li Xian could never forget. Before her words had fully landed, the colossal body of the Ming snake came barreling toward them like a freight train, its enormous maw gaping wide. The creature was entirely crimson, with two pairs of wings that blocked out the sky. Wherever it passed, the red leaves on the ground withered and rotted instantly. Xu Yuan was just about to step forward when a white figure darted past him. Li Xian, her entire body crackling with blue lightning arcs, had her eyes glowing with electricity. Zheng Fei grabbed Lu Rou and quickly pulled her aside. "Stay back," he yelled. The group scattered to hide behind trees, leaving Xu Yuan standing still, his eyes locked on Li Xian ahead. Li Xian moved with incredible speed, seemingly enhanced by the lightning coursing through her. The nine tails behind her fanned out in perfect rhythm, resembling an umbrella. Thunderbolts as thick as tree trunks erupted from her, radiating outward in a dazzling display. "I swore," Li Xian roared, her voice brimming with fury that overpowered her usual ethereal tone, "that I would kill every Ming snake I see." She spread her fingers wide, and the lightning seemed to come alive, twisting on the ground like ropes, wrapping tightly around the Ming snake. With her right hand raised high, the remaining blue-white lightning converged rapidly in her palm. "Thunder tribulation," she shouted. Boom! A massive bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, and Xu Yuan's vision was blinded by a flash of white. His ears rang, and he couldn't hear a thing. In his mind, the presence of the Ming snake vanished without a trace. Quickly shifting into his dragon form, Xu Yuan's icy blue eyes regained their clarity. He stepped forward briskly, placing his right hand on Li Xian's shoulder. "Xu Yuan." Li Xian, still burning with rage, softened the moment she saw him. Xu Yuan leaped forward and called out, "There's another one, Sister Xian. Leave this one to me." As soon as the words left his mouth, another Ming snake darted towards Xu Yuan and Li Xian with astonishing speed. Thud-thud sound echoed as this Ming snake, noticeably smaller in size, approached. The dragon horns atop Xu Yuan's head glimmered as an icy chill emanated from the frost of extreme cold, flowing into his palm like water and quickly condensing into a frosty, glowing orb. Watching the snake charge at him with its gaping, blood-red maw, Xu Yuan hurled the icy orb straight into its mouth. His right hand shaped into a claw, and as the orb entered the snake's throat, a faint smile curled on his lips. With a sharp motion, he clenched his fist and commanded, "Explode." Boom! The Ming snake's body was instantly pierced by countless irregular ice spikes, blood spraying everywhere as crimson droplets burst in midair. The creature was shredded into a mangled mess of flesh and blood. The aura in his mind gradually dispersed as the snake's body skidded across the ground for dozens of meters before coming to a halt at Xu Yuan's feet, its momentum spent. This move had been something he devised after his previous encounter with the Gudiao. Within just a few breaths, the autumnal forest had been left in utter disarray. The Ming snake Li Xian had slain lay charred, its body still emitting thick black smoke. Meanwhile, the one before Xu Yuan was riddled with ice spikes, each exuding a cold, white mist. Li Xian stared at Xu Yuan in surprise, and he returned the look, equally astonished. Li Xian's earlier strike had exceeded his understanding of her abilities. He had always known she was powerful, but this was a true display of her strength. On the other hand, Li Xian was equally surprised that Xu Yuan had managed to kill a Ming snake in a single blow, as these exotic beasts were far from weak. Han Ming bounded excitedly between the two, muttering, "Grilled snake meat, chilled sashimi." Li Xian smiled knowingly, running over to him and teasingly praising, "Not bad at all, Xu Yuan." Xu Yuan thought to himself, "Xinjia, once this mission is over, how about a sparring match?" But then he reconsidered, thinking, "No, forget it. By the time we return, you'll probably have tamed a second exotic beast. Sparring with you then would just be asking for a beating. I'm not that masochistic." Li Xian's face lit up with a grin. "We might not even find that nine-tailed fox this time. If we don't, we're not going back." Zheng Fei shot her a look before stepping forward to help Han Ming disassemble the two Ming snakes. Together, they dragged the carcasses to a relatively safe spot and decided to rest there, replenishing their strength with some exotic beast meat. The Ming snakes didn't have much worth salvaging. Their wings were too thin to craft any decent exotic weapons, and their large snake skins were too cumbersome to carry. Fortunately, much of their meat was edible. By dusk, the group was gathered around a campfire, roasting pieces of Ming snake meat. Xu Yuan stood up and extended his palm, where a snowflake the size of a coin gently landed. He was exceptionally sensitive to temperature changes and frowned slightly. "This is strangite snowing." Zheng Fei, flipping the snake meat over the fire, replied nonchalantly, "Nothing strange about it. The depths of Kunlun Mountain are always like this." He glanced at Li Xian, hesitated for a moment, then sighed. "Li Xian, You can't act like that again next time. Li Xian pouted like a child caught misbehaving. All right, I know I was wrong, Captain. She understood what Zheng Fei meant. They had agreed beforehand that Xu Yuan and Lu Rou would take the lead when encountering exotic beasts. Zheng Fei could also empathize with her. Seeing the Ming snake had stirred emotions in her that she couldn't suppress. Snow fell heavily, blanketing the crimson forest in a silver-white coat of snow, creating a surreal yet breathtaking scene. Zheng Fei decisively relocated the camp to a nearby cave at the edge of the forest. Inside, the air was thick with the stench of decay, and scattered bones littered the ground, clearly the abandoned lair of some otherworldly beast. The group sat around a roaring fire, attentively listening to Zheng Fei's explanations. His finger moved back and forth across a map, pointing out key locations. Spotting the dragon head, bird-bodied mountain deity confirms that we've entered the inner zone. The sudden appearance of those two screeching snakes during the day was odd, signaling that we'll likely face more challenges from these strange beasts. Zheng Fei continued, there's no need to rush. We'll adopt a strategy of exploration combined with rest travel during the day and recuperate at night. This ensures we maintain our strength at all times. He then assigned the night watch schedule. Tonight, Tang Yun and I will take the first shift, followed by Han Ming and Lu Rou, and finally, Xu Yuan and Li Xian. Any objections? The group responded in unison, no objections. Outside, snowflakes continued to fall relentlessly, while inside, the fire crackled warmly. Beds lined with lay bird feathers provided extra comfort and warmth. Although each member had a strong resistance to the cold, the fire on this snowy night gave an irreplaceable sense of security. Late into the night, Lu Rou gently woke Xu Yuan and Li Xian from their drowsiness. Brother Xu Yuan, sister Li Xian, it's your turn to keep watch. The two exchanged a glance, then silently rose and took their places at the cave entrance. The snowy night was eerily quiet, with only the soft patter of falling snow and the occasional crackle of the fire breaking the silence. Xu Yuan tilted his head back to look at the sky, amazed to find a bright moon hanging in the night, an unusual sight on such a snowy evening. Sister Xian, is it possible for the moon to appear on a snowy night? Xu Yuan asked softly. Leaning against Xu Yuan's shoulder, Li Xian replied gently. Theoretically, yes, though it's rare. Deep in the Kunlun Mountains, anything strange can happen. Xu Yuan's gaze shifted to the two partially dismembered bodies of the screeching snakes, not far away. He asked, Sister Xian, was the screeching snake you encountered in the depths of Shenanjia back then very strong? Li Xian recalled, extremely strong. That screeching snake had almost attained sentience. At the time, I had just completed my rookie training, and only I and that Viper woman were promoted to full members. We were assigned to different teams with similar missions leading promising rookies on field training. In the depths of Shenanjia, we encountered that powerful screeching snake. Our entire team was no match for it. The two continued chatting, with Xu Yuan sharing amusing stories from his student days, drawing frequent laughter from Li Xian. Suddenly, Zheng Fei's voice came from behind them. Why don't you two go outside to chat? Xu Yuan turned around and lowered his voice. Sorry, Captain. Please go back to sleep. Zheng Fei shot Xu Yuan a glare and turned his back to them. Not long after, he got up, walked over to Xu Yuan, and sat down beside him, lighting a cigarette. Li Xian looked at Zheng Fei curiously. Captain can't sleep? Exhaling a plume of smoke, Zheng Fei sighed. I'm a light sleeper as it is. With the two of you chatting away, who could possibly sleep? Xu Yuan glared at Zheng Fei in annoyance. We're just having a normal conversation. How did it turn into flirting in your eyes? Zheng Fei snorted and ignored Xu Yuan. Li Xian, holding onto Xu Yuan's arm with a cheerful smile, said, Don't mind him. Our captain here has been single since birth. Even a female PhD from the Changbai Mountain Research Institute has been chasing him for ages without success. At these words, Zheng Fei's face instantly turned red, and he hastily shut his mouth. Don't bring that up. Xu Yuan looked up at the night sky and noticed the moon was obscured by dark clouds as the light outside the cave gradually dimmed. Fortunately, the ground was covered with a thick layer of snow, which made visibility clearer than on a typical night. His mind occasionally conjured up faint presences, and when he glanced upward, he saw a few strange beasts flying high above. However, they showed no intention of attacking, so Xu Yuan chose to ignore them. Layers of clouds moved and overlapped, forming a dense canopy. Xu Yuan furrowed his brows slightly, his gaze fixed on the distant sky. Li Xian noticed his expression and asked softly, What's wrong? Xu Yuan pointed towards the horizon. Sister Xian, Captain, look, why is there no cloud over that particular mountain peak? Hearing this, the two immediately followed Xu Yuan's gaze. Sure enough, the sky was dense with dark clouds, except for that one mountain, where not a single cloud could be seen. The clouds seemed to have formed a circular gap in that spot. I wonder if that fox might be there, Xu Yuan mused, narrowing his eyes. Zheng Fei's expression turned serious in an instant. What makes you think that? Xu Yuan tilted his head. I don't know, just a hunch. The clouds avoiding that mountain must mean something. Zheng Fei quickly stood up and retrieved a map from the cave. After some calculations, he pointed to a specific mountain on the map. It's probably this location. Tomorrow, we'll head in that direction and check it out. Seriously, Captain? I was just guessing, Xu Yuan exclaimed, wide-eyed, surprised that his offhand comment had led Zheng Fei to make a decision. Li Xian chuckled softly. Sometimes, you have to trust your instincts. Besides, we don't have a clear direction anyway. Zheng Fei nodded and casually picked up a half-burnt tree branch, circling the mountain on the map. After putting the map away, Zheng Fei turned to the two and said, well, I can't sleep anymore anyway. Do you two want to get some rest? Both shook their heads in unison, and even Zheng Fei seemed to have lost his drowsiness. All right, then let's keep watch together. Just keep your voices down so we don't wake the others. They nodded in agreement. But despite Zheng Fei's presence, Xu Yuan couldn't resist asking about his past attempts at romance, only to be silenced by a sharp glare from Zheng Fei. The next morning, the heavy snow showed no sign of stopping. After packing up, the group set out in the direction of the mountain. The oppressive clouds still hung low, casting a gray pall over the sky. Only one spot remained free of clouds, making their destination unmistakable. Braving the snowfall, they trudged forward for nearly a day and a night. The thick snow on the ground slowed their progress considerably. Xu Yuan, fully capable of stopping the snow in the vicinity, suggested doing so to Zheng Fei, but his offer was firmly declined. Zheng Fei explained, it would drain too much of your energy. Beast tamers have to complete missions in all kinds of harsh environments. This level of hardship is nothing for them. Xu Yuan had to agree if they could endure the freezing conditions of the Arctic. This snowfall was hardly worth complaining about. Zheng Fei had kept the feathers of those lay birds with him the entire time, carrying them on his back without letting them out of his sight. After completing their mission, they might not necessarily return the same way and couldn't hide like last time. Han Ming, scouting ahead, jumped down from a tree and said to Zheng Fei, Captain, I found the corpse of a strange beast up ahead. A strange beast's corpse? Let's take a look. Zheng Fei responded. Not far away, the half-eaten corpse of a strange beast lay in a snowy hollow. The layer of snow on it wasn't thick, indicating it hadn't been dead for long. The strange beast's body had been almost entirely devoured, making it impossible to identify its species. Zheng Fei glanced at Xu Yuan, who shook his head, signaling that he couldn't sense any aura. Ever since failing to detect the mutated nine-tailed fox last time, Xu Yuan's confidence had been somewhat shaken. Zheng Fei carefully examined the area around the beast's corpse and noticed a trail of messy footprints. The footprints were partially covered by snow and could only be discerned by the slight variation in snow height. Tang Yun crouched down to inspect them, then looked up and said, Captain, I can only think of two types of beasts that might appear in snowy weather. Which ones? Zheng Fei asked curiously. Meng Ji and Bai Zhe. Han Ming frowned upon hearing this. If it's Meng Ji, we're in trouble. That beast is incredibly hard to deal with. Li Xian squinted at Han Ming and added, if it's Bai Zhe, we're in even bigger trouble. That's not what I meant. Putting strength aside, Meng Ji is a beast that most people can't even see, Han Ming said with a troubled expression. What's that supposed to mean? Xu Yuan asked first. He didn't know much about Meng Ji, but since even the Taoist priests at Lao Jun Mountain recognized it, it must be an extraordinary beast. Han Ming didn't hold back and explained, back when I was still a rookie, my instructor and a few other beast tamers took me into the mountains to search for strange beasts. I spotted a Meng Ji lying in the snow, but my teammates all said they didn't see anything. There was nothing there, they claimed. I wasn't joking with them. My instructor kept confirming with me, and I told him the beast in the snow was a white leopard. His eyes lit up, and he told me that was a Meng Ji and urged me to tame it immediately. That kind of beast only chooses someone it deems worthy. At the time, I didn't understand what he meant, but I followed his instructions. There was no fight. When I placed my hand on the Meng Ji, I tamed it effortlessly. So, if it really is Meng Ji, we're in serious danger. Xu Yuan listened intently, as it was his first time hearing such a story. Tang Yun, more familiar with the subject, added, only those with a truly kind heart can see Meng Ji and tame it. That's what being worthy means. She looked up and asked, so, you're saying if it is Meng Ji, we wouldn't even be able to see it? Correct? Correct. Han Ming nodded firmly. Zheng Fei stroked his chin in thought. Even if it's not Meng Ji, if it's Bai Zhe, we're still in trouble. Let's avoid the direction of the footprints and keep moving. Shortly after the group left, a series of footprints appeared out of nowhere around the strange beast's corpse. An invisible beast picked up the remains and disappeared into the swirling snowstorm. Xu Yuan never expected that the origin of the beast Meng Ji was so extraordinary, nor did he expect Han Ming to be such a kind-hearted person. No wonder back on Mount Laojun, the Taoist priest had said those words. Along the way, Xu Yuan kept recalling things about Han Ming. He hadn't thought much about it before, but now he realized Han Ming was simple-minded, carefree, and occasionally a bit impulsive. Yet, he was always kind to everyone. Even to Wu Erming, a complete stranger at the time, Han Ming had gone out of his way to buy him a hearty dinner. As if reading Xu Yuan's thoughts, Tang Yin turned to him and asked, Xu Yuan, are you thinking about Han Ming? Xu Yuan nodded lightly. Yeah, I didn't pay much attention to Brother Han before. I never expected this, Li Xian chuckled and added. Who knows? That Ming Ji might not even be nearby. If it were, you might have already seen it. Xu Yuan had his own thoughts, but quickly shook his head. Forget it. Everyone has some dark thoughts in their heart, but truly pure-hearted people are incredibly rare. Tang Yun nodded approvingly, clearly pleased with Xu Yuan's self-awareness. As the group moved closer to their target mountain, the surrounding temperature gradually rose. The snowflakes drifting down from the sky became peculiar, resembling volcanic ash. Yet, when they landed on their skin, they melted with a faint trace of warmth. The sky was overcast, and the peak of the distant mountain was already shrouded in the shades of night. Zheng Fei ordered the group to rest nearby, noting they would leave the forest and reach the mountain's range by noon the next day. With no suitable spot to set up camp, the group decided to climb an ancient tree to rest. Lu Rou, terrified of encountering snakes in the branches, hesitated for a long time before Xu Yuan ended up helping her climb up. These ancient trees, which had likely been growing for countless years, had branches so thick they could support the weight of a car. Snowflakes landed on their bodies, but instead of feeling cold, they exuded a peculiar warmth. Sister Xian, are you really ready? Late at night, Xu Yuan and Li Xian sat on a tree branch. Remembering Zhu Buoqing's mention of Li Xian's psychological struggles, Xu Yuan couldn't help but ask. Li Xian smiled faintly. Don't worry. It's time for me to move forward. Over the years, the captain and Yuner have given me so much warmth. Along with Han Ming, the fallen Meng Chao, and most importantly, my little brother Xu Yuan. You've all cared for me so much. I know I can't keep wallowing in despair. The country needs me, and you all need me. I have to work hard. Then, she changed the subject. Only by mastering my second exotic beast can I better help you control that black dragon in the future. Xu Yuan sighed. Sister Xian, you're amazing. Li Xian replied. Not as amazing as you. Little brother Xu Yuan is the best. Just as the two were exchanging compliments, Zheng Fei's voice suddenly interrupted from behind. You two, stop messing around. Tang Yun groggily sat up at the sound of his voice. Huh? What's wrong, Captain? Zheng Fei replied. Nothing, go back to sleep. He shot the pair a glare as Li Xian pursed her lips, realizing that their decision to sneak off to a separate branch for their chat had still been overheard by Zheng Fei. The next morning, the group resumed their journey. Han Ming yawned, complaining about a dream he had the night before. In it, the captain had emerged from a kitchen wearing an apron and told him to get lost, startling him so much that he almost fell off the tree. Li Xian and Xu Yuan suppressed their laughter, remaining silent, completely ignoring the faint, resentful gaze from Zheng Fei behind them. Zheng Fei had initially expected to leave the forest by noon, but it was late afternoon when the group finally emerged. The open sky gradually appeared above, and the mountain ahead looked oddly familiar. The surroundings were charred black, a stark contrast between the dense forest behind and the barren, rocky slopes ahead. Xu Yuan. Zheng Fei called out. Xu Yuan shook his head, indicating he still couldn't sense the presence of any strange beasts. Then we keep moving forward, Zheng Fei decided decisively, without hesitation. As soon as they stepped onto the dark rocky terrain, Xu Yuan sensed something was off. He bent down to touch the ground and found it slightly warm. The sky above was devoid of clouds, and no snowflakes fell, yet the ground retained its heat, exuding an unusual atmosphere. Xu Yuan looked up to see faint flickers of firelight on the distant horizon. Tang Yun frowned slightly, scanning their surroundings. This place, it really seems to be the territory of that nine-tailed fox. What makes you say that? Zheng Fei turned to ask Tang Yun. Tang Yun extended her right hand, her slender finger pointing ahead. Look over there. Following her gesture, the group saw numerous corpses of Xingxing scattered on a nearby hillside. Gazing at the firelight in the distance, Xu Yuan seemed to realize something. Captain, you all move ahead slowly. I'll fly over to check it out first. As Xu Yuan spoke, his body began to lift off the ground. Zheng Fei didn't stop him, but instead headed in the same direction with Li Xian. All right. Xu Yuan nodded, picking up Li Xian and flying toward the source of the firelight. The closer they got, the higher the temperature climbed, and Li Xian's expression grew increasingly serious. Rising higher, they finally landed steadily on a mountain peak. The scene below was astonishing. Surrounded by blackened peaks, a lake of bubbling lava stretched out, glowing ominously. In the center of the lava lake lay a nine-tailed fox, its fur pure white. Its 9 tails blazed with fierce flames, and a flame on its forehead flickered in rhythm with its breathing, growing and shrinking. Even witnessing it firsthand, Xu Yuan couldn't sense the creature's presence at all. So that's how it is. Xu Yuan muttered softly. Li Xian, still fixated on the fox, turned to him upon hearing his voice. What are you thinking? She asked. Do you remember, Sister Xian, when we saw it in the thick fog of the valley? It had taken on the form of Sister Tang Yun, but its body still had white fox fur. At the time, I noticed tiny flames erupting from its fur, Xu Yuan explained. Hearing this, Li Xian recalled the moment. She had been too shocked back then to notice such details. The blazing nine-tailed fox seemed to be asleep, oblivious to Xu Yuan and Li Xian's presence. The two retreated quickly and quietly, avoiding disturbing it, and returned to Zheng Fei and the others to report what they'd seen. Tang Yun pulled a notebook from her backpack, smiling as she explained, "This is something Professor Chun gave me before we left. It's a record of his observations from years ago. Why didn't you take this out earlier?" Zheng Fei asked as he accepted the notebook from Tang Yun. She smiled helplessly. "Professor Chun instructed me to only use it if we encountered a mutated nine-tailed fox. As Li Xian mentioned earlier, only by mastering control over a second mythical beast could she better assist Xu Yuan in controlling the black dragon." Professor Chun recognized this and thus took an interest in Li Xian's progress. Opening the notebook, the earlier sections speculated on the mutations of mythical beasts. Halfway through, Xu Yuan found records about the nine-tailed fox. The notes described the fox as having natural abilities such as controlling wind, fire, lightning, and ice, along with powers of allure, teleportation, and brief levitation. While its abilities were broad, none were particularly specialized. In the event of a mutation, it was expected to develop enhanced strength in one specific ability. To date, only one mutated nine-tailed fox had been documented, discovered years ago in the Dongxing Mountains, with its mutation leaning toward lightning. After confrontations with beast tamers, it was concluded that this mutated nine-tailed fox lost its other elemental abilities, retaining only lightning-based powers, which were exceptionally strong. However, allure, teleportation, and levitation remained intact. There were no recorded cases of nine-tailed foxes mutating in the allure or other abilities, leaving such possibilities and outcomes unknown. The latter part of the notebook contained Professor Chen's personal theories, from which the group gleaned the information they were seeking. Xu Yuan closed his eyes in thought. In other words, the blazing nine-tailed fox had lost its other elemental abilities, leaving only fire, while still retaining teleportation, allure, and levitation. Zheng Fei closed Professor Chen's notebook and handed it to Tang Yun. Xu Yuan clenched his fists tightly, producing a cracking sound, and asked, "Shall we make a move, Captain?" Action was inevitable. Zheng Fei decided to retreat to the forest for now, to rest and regroup. "Han Ming, you've got some mythical beast meat stashed in your bag, haven't you? Bring it out. We'll share it tonight." Zheng Fei shouted, pointing at Han Ming. Startled, Han Ming instinctively clutched his backpack and stammered, "Captain, how did you know?" Zheng Fei teased, "It'd be strange if you didn't have any hidden." Han Ming chuckled sheepishly. "I just thought those two Ming snakes were too big to finish, and it'd be a waste I didn't stash much, I swear." Zheng Fei waved his hand. "All right, let's retreat for now. It's not going anywhere. We'll come back for it when we're ready." Zheng Fei led the group out of the pitch-black mountain area. Xu Yuan couldn't help but recall how they had spent days navigating that dark mountain range when they first entered the 12th Circle's inner zone. Could this also be the work of that fox? Leaning against a tree to rest, Zheng Fei couldn't sense the aura of the blazing nine-tailed fox, making it impossible to gauge its strength. However, documented cases of mutated mythical beasts suggested they were all extraordinarily powerful. If its element was fire, Lu Rou wouldn't be able to contribute much. Realizing this, Lu Rou sat gloomily nearby, visibly frustrated. Noticing her dejection, Tang Yun approached and gently ruffled her hair. "Don't worry, your time to shine will come." Lu Rou pouted, her face full of frustration. "But Sister Tang Yun, Han Ming and I trained so hard for the past 2 months just so we could help everyone at times like this." Xu Yuan walked over to her and said reassuringly, "Once we get back, let Yun Jie teach you how to better control your abilities. If you become strong enough, you can even overpower foes with the same element." Lu Rao's eyes lit up. "Really, Brother Xu Yuan?" Tang Yun nodded gently. "It's true. Back in the Arctic, Xu Yuan used his powers to suppress a mythical beast with the same element." "That's amazing." Lu Rao's mood instantly brightened, and she cheerfully skipped off to find Han Ming. Watching her, Tang Yun chuckled softly. "Your extreme frost power was stronger than that ice fox's, which is why you managed it. But Lu Rao's flames are no match for that blazing nine-tailed fox." Xu Yuan smiled faintly. "I know, but hard work never goes unrewarded, right?" Tang Yun smiled back. "You're better at comforting people than I am." Heavy snow fell across the nearby sky, yet not a single snowflake touched the black mountain range. A team of 6 stood atop the peak, their eyes fixed on the fiery nine-tailed fox below. Zheng Fei issued a concise order. "Xu Yuan, Li Xian, you take the lead, find an opening. Tang Yun, focus on enhancing our strength throughout. Han Ming and Lu Rou, stand by for retreat support as needed." The group nodded in acknowledgement. Zheng Fei glanced at them, fully aware of the tough battle ahead. "Let's get started, Captain," Xu Yuan said eagerly, clenching his fists in anticipation. Zheng Fei gave a faint smile and replied, "Engage." With that, wings unfolded from his back, and he leapt down. The rest of the team jumped in the opposite direction, landing on the dark, jagged rocks, their gazes locked on the fox soaking in the molten lava below. Suddenly, a pillar of fire shot into the sky, accompanied by the furious roar of the nine-tailed fox. Zhang Fei burst through the flames, already in his beast transformation form, muttering under his breath, "Damn creature, quite the temper," when woken up. He flapped his wings and flew straight towards Xu Yuan and the others. The colossal figure of the nine-tailed fox loomed imposingly on the mountainside, its four legs ablaze with fire. Its 9 tails, formed entirely of flames, swayed behind it, while a fiery crest on its forehead glowed with regal brilliance. Xu Yuan frowned as silver dragon scales began to emerge beneath his battle attire. A thought crossed his mind. Why can't I sense any aura from it? The fox's fiery gaze locked onto Zhang Fei as it charged through the air toward them. Xu Yuan leapt upward, frost emanating from his body clashing with the intense heat around him, his entire form shimmering with icy light. Zhang Fei, now positioned in front of Xu Yuan, whirled around, lifting his head to face the oncoming beast. His right fist clenched tightly as a bright yellow light surged along his arm, the unmistakable glow of the weapon, Zhanxia. With a powerful push of his legs, Zhang Fei shot forward like a missile, his arm wrapped in the radiant yellow energy. Boom! His fist struck the nine-tailed fox's head with the force of an exploding cannonball, sending the beast hurtling backward. It crashed into the black mountain behind it with a thunderous impact, scattering shards of rock like a burst of fireworks. Xu Yuan, Li Xian. Zhang Fei called out sharply. Li Xian clasped her hands together and slowly spread them apart, forming a swirling energy sphere infused with various elements in her palms. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan hovered in midair, countless ice arrows materializing behind him. His eyes remained fixed on the yellow glow radiating from Zhang Fei, and he thought to himself, so that's how beast weapons can be used. Zhang Fei's beast transformation, combined with Zhanxia, can actually overpower the nine-tailed fox with a single punch. A gentle green light enveloped the team, rippling like water as it clung to their forms, preparing them for the battle that was about to unfold. Under Tang Yun's power, the ice arrow behind Xu Yuan grew to more than twice its original size, an amplification effect that was truly astonishing. The air was thick with a biting chill, and the massive ice arrow shimmered coldly under the sunlight, as though ready to strike at any moment. Suddenly, a deafening roar shattered the brief silence. The colossal form of the nine-tailed fox stomped through the air, its every step causing the surrounding atmosphere to tremble. Flames spewed from its mouth, and its sharp fangs glinted menacingly in the fiery glow, accompanied by an enraged snarl. Roar! The nine-tailed fox opened its massive maw, unleashing a scorching column of fire like a stream of molten lava, hurtling toward the group. The air burned instantly, and waves of heat surged forth. Zhang Fei's pupils contracted sharply as the Zhanxia blade in his hand materialized. He planted the menacingly sharp weapon in front of him and bellowed with a voice like thunder, "Get behind me." TCH. Xu Yuan scoffed, clenching his right hand tightly. The rain of arrows behind him shot toward the nine-tailed fox like a torrential downpour, filling the air with a cacophony of whistling sounds. As the arrows flew, Xu Yuan's figure flickered and darted behind Zhang Fei for cover. Meanwhile, energy continued to coalesce between Li Xian's hands, an intricate blend of elements intertwining and emitting an unsettling aura. Hearing Zhang Fei's urgent command, she retreated without hesitation to a safer location. Golden wind blades enveloped Zhang Fei's Zhanxia blade, their dangerous gleam radiating ominously. Gritting his teeth, he gripped the hilt tightly, his muscles taut with tension. With a sharp shoo, the blade sliced through the air, cleaving the fiery column cleanly in two. Han Ming, who had somehow adorned himself with the feathers of the lay bird, now looked both comical and eerie, his snow leopard-like posture contrasting with the crimson feathers. Seeing the split fire column, he let out a sigh of relief, his voice tinged with both astonishment and admiration. That scared me to death. I didn't know the captain's beast weapon could be used this way. As the fire column was split, Xu Yuan shot into the air like an arrow from a bow. However, when he got a clear view of the nine-tailed fox's condition, his heart sank. The massive creature remained unscathed. The earlier ice arrow attack had been nothing more than a tickle, leaving not even a scratch. Li Xian, how's it coming? Zhang Fei flicked the Zhanxia blade in his hand and turned his head to ask urgently. Sweat streamed down his face, revealing how taxing his earlier strike had been. Li Xian's brows furrowed tightly as the nine tails behind her swayed anxiously, a reflection of her inner turmoil. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Just a little more. Xu Yuan, let's go." Zhang Fei called out sharply, leaping into the air with the Zhanxia blade in hand. Before his voice had even faded, Xu Yuan's figure had already streaked forward like lightning. The floating black rocks in the air had all crashed to the ground, creating a chaotic battlefield. The nine-tailed fox sprinted through the air, leaving trails of flames with every step. Xu Yuan flew ahead of Zhang Fei, turning his head to shout, "Captain, I'll draw its attention while you go for the attack." Zhang Fei's deep voice echoed from behind, cautioning, "Be careful. That beast is incredibly tough. Even my earlier strike barely made a dent." Xu Yuan smirked confidently. Got it. He knew full well that if someone as physically powerful as Zhang Fei had struggled, he wouldn't stand a chance trying to match it blow for blow. In the air, the nine-tailed fox's massive body loomed like a moving mountain, its presence overwhelming. Xu Yuan faced it head-on without hesitation. In an instant, countless ice crystals materialized, converging above his head at an imperceptible speed to form a massive ice spear. Go! With a wave of his right hand, Xu Yuan sent the ice spear hurtling toward the nine-tailed fox with deadly precision. The nine-tailed fox neither dodged nor flinched. Its flaming tails whipped fiercely, forming a circular fire barrier around its body in an instant. Clang! The tip of the ice spear collided with the fiery shield, producing a piercing metallic screech. Xu Yuan gritted his teeth, cursing silently. Damn it! How is this possible? At this critical moment, the dragon horns atop Xu Yuan's head suddenly emitted a dazzling blue light. The tip of the ice spear was instantly enveloped in razor-sharp gusts of frigid wind, exuding an intense chill. Xu Yuan's eyes lit up with excitement as he exclaimed, "It's breaking through." Gripping his right wrist with his left hand, Xu Yuan spread the fingers of his right hand wide, channeling the power of extreme frost into the ice spear without restraint. "Break for me," he roared, and the massive ice spear finally pierced through the barrier, thrusting into the fiery shield. Roar! The nine-tailed fox let out an earth-shaking wail as its tails flailed wildly. The protective barrier around it shattered into countless pieces, and fiery fragments exploded outward like fireworks. Yet, as the smoke and debris cleared, Xu Yuan's heart sank once more. The ice spear had left only a shallow scratch on the nine-tailed fox's body, not even drawing blood. So tough, Xu Yuan muttered through gritted teeth, cursing inwardly. Facing such an unbelievably formidable opponent, he knew the battle ahead would be nothing short of grueling. At this moment, Zhang Fei had already flown to the other side of the nine-tailed fox. The blade in his hand, Zhanxia, gleamed with dazzling light as he let out a low shout, "Zhanxia wind blade." Whoosh slash! The sharp strike instantly tore through the snow-white fur of the nine-tailed fox, and blood gushed out, revealing a shocking wound. The fox howled in agony, its piercing cry almost shattering eardrums. Immediately, a surge of immense power erupted from its body, throwing both Xu Yuan and Zhang Fei backward, forcing them to retreat uncontrollably. Xu Yuan crossed his arms in front of his forehead, desperately resisting the overwhelming force. The cry abruptly ceased as the nine-tailed fox moved with an agility akin to the wind, gracefully landing back on the ground. Xu Yuan swiftly descended as well, positioning himself in front of Li Xian, his bright blue eyes locked onto the blazing nine-tailed fox. The area where Zhang Fei had struck earlier still bled like molten lava, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Zhang Fei steadied himself, his chest heaving as he gasped for air, clearly drained by his previous attack. The nine-tailed fox lifted its head toward the sky, its eyes glowing with fiery light as the surrounding temperature climbed rapidly. Xu Yuan's heart tightened. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, "This is bad. Captain, be careful." Before his words had fully landed, countless massive fireballs suddenly materialized in the sky. Damn it! Zhang Fei's pupil shrank as he sheathed Zhanxia and quickly descended. "Xu Yuan, take Li Xian." His shout echoed from above. Xu Yuan turned swiftly, wrapping his arms around Li Xian's waist and lifting her into the air. "Almost ready, Xian Jia?" he asked urgently. Li Xian, continuously channeling energy into the elemental sphere between her hands, replied breathlessly, "Just a bit more. We only get one shot at this." The nine-tailed fox was incredibly intelligent, making it resistant to repeated tactics. This strike had to count. Boom boom boom. Gigantic fireballs rained down from above. Lu Rou shouted anxiously, "Captain, get over here." Whoosh. Behind her, fiery red wings unfurled, shielding Tang Yun and Zhang Fei beneath their protective span. Meanwhile, Han Ming, his body bristling with feathers from the lay bird, deftly evaded the falling fireballs. The lay bird's fire resistance was extraordinary. Though the black volcanic mountain was scorched red, not a single spark touched him. Xu Yuan carried Li Xian above the cascade of fireballs. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she broke free from Xu Yuan's arms, stepping lightly into the air. Her ethereal voice rang out, "Captain, get them to safety." Xu Yuan's gaze remained fixed on the swirling elemental sphere in her hands, instinctively sensing its immense power. Li Xian, panting heavily, vanished in an instant, reappearing a moment later right in front of the blazing nine-tailed fox. She thrust the elemental sphere forward before disappearing again, reappearing beside Xu Yuan in the blink of an eye. A faint smile curved her lips as she whispered softly, "The Third Symphony." Li Xian's rapid double teleportation left the nine-tailed fox with no time to react. Boom. A massive explosion shook the air as a brilliant light burst forth, causing the entire ground to tremble. The sheer force scattered the snow-laden clouds in the sky, leaving no trace behind. The air was saturated with various elemental energies, obliterating the mountain range where the nine-tailed fox had stood. The combined elements of wind blades, ice storms, and lightning tore relentlessly at the fox's body. Li Xian knew better than to use fire against it. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.